I had just become the son of Chu's overlord Xiangyu for less than 3 minutes, when I was horrified to find out that my old man had already been surrounded by Liu Bang at Gaixia, about to stage the famous farewell my concubine and flee to the Wujiang River. Faced with this catastrophic start, I deeply understood that only by taking a risk could I reverse the situation and rebuild the Great Chu. But when I thought about the 50,000 remnants inside the city facing 600,000 elite soldiers and fierce generals outside the city, as well as the man known as the war immortal by future generations, I felt helpless as if I had withered away. At this moment, a sorrowful and desolate Chu Ci tune suddenly sounded outside the city, and its singing instantly swept through every corner of the city. The 4 characters 4-side singing Chu songs flashed through my mind in an instant, and Zhang Liang, who represented the ancient intellectual ceiling and was known as the strategist, finally made a move. A cold light flashed in my eyes, and I immediately rode towards the city wall. In the current situation of 10 deaths and no life, if there is still a glimmer of hope, it undoubtedly lies with the 50,000 remaining soldiers. The Han army singing Chu Ci tunes at night may seem harmless, but it is actually like a plague. If left unchecked and allowed to spread continuously, the 50,000 remaining soldiers in the city will surely lose their morale. By that time, even if one has 1,000 ways, they will be powerless to turn the situation around. However, when I came to the top of the wall and looked out, I couldn't help but shiver. I saw the orderly and continuous Han army camps outside the city, stretching to the sky, with no end in sight. At that moment, the guard standing next to me suddenly asked, "Young master, the Han soldiers outside are singing Chu songs. Have we been attacked in our Chu territory?" Ignoring his question, I walked to a large drum, picked up 2 drumsticks, and struck it hard, accompanied by the deep and stirring drum sound. I shouted loudly, holding the Wu spear, wearing sharp armor, chariots crisscrossing, close combat. As if injected with a tranquilizer, the soldiers on the city wall, who were originally desperate, saw me personally drumming and singing loudly, and instantly burst into a fierce fighting spirit. Then they all raised their swords high and sang loudly with me. And when the generals on the distant city walls heard the news, their eyes lit up, and they quickly ordered, "Spread the news of the young lord playing drums and singing on the city walls throughout the city. Have the soldiers in the city bring all the drums they can find to the city walls, and let all the soldiers in the city learn to play drums and sing like the young lord." As the soldiers left to carry out the orders, drums were quickly set up on the city walls, and the thunderous sound of the drums echoed throughout the city in an instant. 50,000 soldiers, under the command of their respective leaders, began to sing the national songs of Chu with their necks stretched out. The Han soldiers outside the city were shocked and stopped their Chu dialect tunes when they heard the powerful singing, filled with vigor. At the same time in the camp of the Han army, Zhang Liang was frowning with surprise as he looked at the distant city wall, while Liu Bang stood beside him with a nonchalant expression. "Zifeng, don't worry, we currently have absolute superiority and Prince Qi leading the army. Even if this plan fails, it won't be a major setback." "It seems like a desperate move of a child with a weak crossbow," Liu Bang said confidently. After pondering for a while, Zhang Liang chuckled and shook his head. "The king of Han is right. I have been overly cautious." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the drums on the city wall suddenly stopped, and instead, a series of insults and provocations filled with malice and obscenities began to echo. "Lu Ji, your mother Lu Ji tastes really good. Zhang Liang, you are a noble of Han, yet you serve as an advisor to a rogue. Do you have a penchant for being a dog? And that son who likes to crawl under people's pants? His name is Han Xin, right? There are plenty of pants here for you to crawl into. Crawl into one person's pants and you become a king. Crawl into our grandfather's pants and you'll be made emperor on the spot." Hearing the precise and direct insults that called out their dark history, all the virtuous generals of the Han army, including Han King Liu Bang, could no longer maintain their calm expressions and angrily glared towards the city wall like cats with their tails stepped on. Even Zhang Liang's face darkened. "This is definitely not the work of Xiangyu. Go investigate again and find out who is behind this mischief. We must uncover his identity and origins." And at this moment on the city wall, a group of soldiers were eagerly surrounding me with shining eyes, asking, "Young master, are the things you asked us to shout all true? Are these big shots really so despicable and filthy?" Hearing this, I picked up a hard bow, gesturing and laughing. "Currently, only your royal family are the true heroes in the world. The past of those Han dogs is all unsightly without exception. These insults that I have taught the soldiers are all recorded in the historical records. How could they be fake? It's even more real than pure gold." And at that moment, a burly old general hurriedly came from below the city, pointing at a young guard and scolding him. "What are you guys messing around for? Immediately stop them from cursing. It's shameful for the crown prince to shout such vulgar words." Hearing the old general's words, the young guard responded in a deep voice, "The young master is not far away. You go tell the young master. As long as the young master orders, I will stop immediately. The old general, upon hearing this, became furious, raising the whip in his hand as if to strike. Just at this moment, an arrow suddenly shot from a distance, almost flying past the helmet of the old general. This scene shocked everyone present, and a large number of guards quickly protected the old general in the middle, then drew their long swords towards the direction where the arrow came from. I leisurely put down the long bow in my hand, saying, "So it's Uncle Grandfather. Why are you shouting so loudly? I was just about to shoot a rat, but your loud voice made me slip. Are you okay, Uncle Grandfather?" Xiang Chan's face turned extremely dark upon hearing this. Since the Xiang family rose up in Jiangdong, he had been through countless battles and had a keen sense of danger. Therefore, he keenly felt the killing intent from that sword, realizing that this little brat was actually trying to kill him. Thinking of this, controlling his emotions, Uncle Zhu Fu coldly spoke, "Xiang Chang, what are you messing around with? Make them all stop. Drinking and cursing randomly like this is not ruining our reputation." Hearing this, I touched my chin and said coldly, "You have a deep relationship with the Han army. You feel sorry for them after a few curses. Right now, we are heavily surrounded, with swords at our necks. If we don't think of a countermeasure soon, we will be slaughtered." No, even my nephew is confused. How could Uncle Zhu Fu be slaughtered by the Han soldiers? You have a life-saving favor with Lu Ji. Are you planning to gain merit in front of Lu Ji by stopping me from exposing the disgusting things they have done? I said slowly and methodically, revealing Xiang Chan's hidden calculations. The person I hate the most right now is not Lu Bang, but the uncle in front of me. If it weren't for this treacherous traitor who eats inside and out, secretly passing messages to Lu Bang during the Hongmen banquet, how could this mess have happened now? As expected, Xiang Chan was immediately angered and shouted, "Come, take this boy down and bring him to see the overlord." The guards and soldiers looked at each other upon hearing this, bravely stepped forward to try to capture me. I dare anyone to move. The general Xiang Zhuang behind me drew his sword to block the guards. The young commander who had just arrived with the Chu soldiers from the city wall also ran over without hesitation and stood by my side, facing off against Xiang Chan's soldiers. Watching this scene, Xiang Tang simply had his nose out of joint. Is he, the granduncle of the king of hegemony, the patriarch of the Xiang clan, and the Shangshu order of the Dichu Empire, going to lose his old face at the head of this city? Xiang Zhuang, you want to defend this disrespectful and treacherous brat? In that case I'll even clean you up. Needless to say, Xiang Zhuang's feelings towards Xiang Chang, just since Xiang Chang went up to the top of the city, thwarted the poisonous plan of the Han soldiers to disrupt the heart of the army in one fell swoop, and boosted up the morale of the defenders at the top of the city, as well as the Chu army in the entire city camp, letting them surge in their fighting spirit and letting Xiang Zhuang vaguely see a glimmer of hope in the deadlock of the situation. So Xiang Zhuang won't just sit back with his arms folded and watch Xiang Tang take him out. Uncle, could it be that you want to try my sword skills? At the Hongmen banquet, I was ordered by my father, Fan Zhang, to kill Lu Bang with my sword, but you stopped me. So do you think your sword skills are better than mine? Why don't we compare our swordsmanship right here on the city? Xiang Zhuang is obviously not a vegetarian, said the words, not better than Xiang Chang heard there, and ran to reveal the bottom of Xiang Tang and go. The secret refers to self-evident. Obviously also as the Chu army fell to this point is the day of Xiang Tang the results of evil. Xiang Tang's face was stagnant, his nostrils were wide open, panting like a bellows, but he couldn't say a single word. In fact, he knew in his heart. At the moment the Chu army was heavily surrounded, and looked to be defeated in the hands of the Han army. I do not know how many people are in the secret resentment of his move to protect Lu Bang. Good, 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 even you have rebelled. I'll go seek out the overlord and see how he comes to clean up your mess. Xiang Ling coldly threw down such a sentence and turned around with his guards, looking at this granduncle's indignant departing figure. Xiang Chang laughed coldly in succession. For this cheap granduncle, Xiang Chang has an incomparably clear perception. To put it bluntly, this is a no courage, no strategy, do not know their own ability, but want a hard to the top of the arrogance of the stupid, and in the wish to fail, and was bred resentment blinded, drilled into the tip of the bull's eye, even if to do the traitor, also want to destroy which he is regarded as a thorn in the flesh. Nephew, not bad. Xiang Tang's mind-bending demon is his good nephew and Xiang Chang's cheap old man, overlord. When Xiang Liang rose up against the Qin dynasty, this cheap granduncle obeyed only his elder brother Xiang Liang, but not Xiang Chang's cheap father Xiang Yu. After Xiang Liang died in the war, he began to be arrogant, taking the head of the Western Chu group and the patriarch of the Xiang clan as his own, and pulling up a group of people to fight with Xiang Yu for the actual control of the Western Chu group. It is because of his mixing and fighting, making a mess of the Western Chu group and Xiang's family, which gave King Huai of Chu an opportunity to take advantage of. and smoothly took away the military power of the Western Chu group from Xiang's family. If Xiang Yu is not brave against the sky, in the rescue of Zhao Wangxie, unauthorized beheading of Song Yi, seize back the military power, and then Zhu battle, breaking the Qin army, shocked the world, and thus leapt to become the world's vassals of the co-owner. At the same time become the second generation of the actual leader of the Xiang family. The Xiang family since then for fear of a complete sinking down. Also after the Battle of Julu, this cheap granduncle, no matter the prestige or merit, was completely overshadowed by his nephew, that even if he was not willing, he had to be reduced to subordinate. Xiang Chang estimated that it was from that time that this cheap granduncle's heart began to harbor intense jealousy and resentment towards his cheap old dad. And here we have to talk about the awesomeness of the man who was known as the Sage of Wisdom in later times. Cheap old dad entered Guanzhong. Stationed at Hongmen, this cheap uncle grandfather ran to see that man. By him a glance to see the heart's unwillingness, resentment, and then with Lu Bang, that good at pulling people's hearts together old road close cooperation, almost no effort to blow dust, will be the hall of the second Western Chu group of people, mighty hegemony of the world's pro-uncle, and from then on has always been with the Han camp secret message, willing to be traitors. Who the hell would believe it if it wasn't in the annals of history? Isn't this the rhythm of letting go of the honorable crown and insisting on going to be a grandson to someone? Chapter 8, The New Father Comes. At the time of Hongmen, Lu Bang was facing a crisis of life and death, and in order to draw Xiang Tang's stupidity closer, he honored him as his elder brother and wanted to be his son and daughter's relative. Later, when Han destroyed Chu, Lu Bang never mentioned it again, and just gave him a Marquis of Shiyang to settle the matter. In response to this, Xiang Tang changed his haughty self-possession when facing his nephew, but like a castrated dog, he lowered his eyebrows and was very sensible and did not mention it again, cooperating with Lu Bang to forget this matter completely. And although he was made a marquis, soon after his death, his son Xiang Suo was exempted from the title because of the crime. So this branch of the Xiang clan also disappeared in the rolling historical wind and smoke. Xiang Chang is very curious about this. His cheap granduncle in the Du Han's Shiyang marquis, pinned his tail as a grandson for so many years, can ever regret his choice to eat and be a traitor back then? And in this world, since his titular Chu army's number 2, the mighty overlord's uncle is not willing to do it, then the grandson of the Shiyang marquis, he should not do it either. If he doesn't want to be decent, he himself, a direct descendant of the Xiang clan, is obligated to come and help him be decent. He didn't want to be like his cheap old dad, who was about to die and still had a woman's heart. What is your name? What is your official position at the moment? Xiang Chang gathered his thoughts, turned around and walked over to, patted his shoulder heavily and said in a deep voice, as to whether Xiang Tang was angry and ran to his cheap old dad to complain that he had just disrespected him at the top of the city. Xiang Chang was not in the least bit concerned. Cheap old dad is busy studying how to break out and escape tonight. Where there is the heart to care about his uncle is not face damaged. Moreover, with the cheap old man's character of external leniency and internal jealousy, now being made to live and die by Lu Bang, and seeing the collapse, although the surface does not say, the heart may not have no resentment of the year when the Hongmen banquet Xiang Tang, this uncle's defense of Lu Bang. Although the intention was that the cheap old man himself didn't want to kill Lu Bang, Xiang Chang is all too aware of the psychology of their superiors. How can the higher-ups be at fault? If there is a mistake, it's because the people below are blinded. You don't want to kill Lu Bang, but who are you to protect him? If you protect him, you're not loyal enough. You're guilty. Therefore, Xiang Chang's heart is incredibly clear. That is, this person is Xiang Xiang, is the cheap old man's uncle. For others, I am afraid that at this time was cheap old man to cut into 18 cuts. Therefore, he is not afraid of Xiang Tang to slander to the old man, when the time to touch a nose can only be him. His name is He Shi. Right now he is a 1,000-pawn master under Xiang Sheng de Sima, a native of the old Chu land. Xiang Zhuang interjected from the side. He Shi also immediately bowed and saluted the eldest prince, much more respectful than facing Xiang Tang. As an officer guarding the city walls, he was naturally clear about how vicious the Han army's foresighted Chu Song was tonight, and the fact that Duke Chang actually rushed to the top of the city in the first place, utilizing the Chu war song to suppress the homesickness and war weariness ditty that the Han army sang, and managed to save the collapse of the military heart of the 50,000 strong Chu army, which caused him to be greatly in awe of it. The old Chu people have always honored people with real skills. Do not see the king of Chu follow his Chu children and now casualties such a heavy loss. The remaining 50,000 remnants of the army still morale is not degraded. The worship of his trust remains. He Shi has just challenged Xiang Tang. The Shang Shu Ling, on the one hand, is certainly dislike of his appeasement of the Han army, and on the other hand, is also not only the courage in martial arts, and moreover, The wisdom of the eldest son of 100 impressed. Xiang Chang nodded while looking through his memories. He found that the establishment of the Dichu army was extremely simple. 5 soldiers were organized into one unit. With a unit commander, 2 units were divided into shur. With a shur commander, 5 shur were divided into ton. With a ton commander, 2 tons were divided into 100. With 100 generals, 500 men. With 500 masters, and 1,000 men. With 1,000 pawn masters. Like the black shur in front of me, is 1,000 pawn master. And 1,000 pawn master. Is the Chu army sequence of a watershed? And then up, is the lieutenant, general, is a real middle officer sequence. Zonlangang further up, is the highest level of the Army Corps decision-making command layer such as the Great General, the Great Secretary, the Military Protection Captain, the front and rear generals and so on. Xiang Shang, who is a member of the Xiang clan, is the one who serves as the Grand Secretary. Like Xiang Zhuang, he is the captain of the Army Protector, in charge of the Central Army led by the King of Hegemony himself, and of course, the most elite army of the Chu army, with a clear line of high and well-equipped cavalry. Hey sure, I see that you are a fierce general. Now I will promote you to the position of cavalry secretary. You will straighten up the army, inspire it, continue to scold these assholes of the Han army, how to scourge the heart of their army. Let go of your work. When I report to the overlord, I'll give you a formal resignation. Black Shur heard, or a little cannot believe their ears, blocking his head above the invisible layer of incomparable desire to break through the ceiling. This was broken open? In the past, the Chu army's middle officers are to be born of nobles or generals can only serve, like Heishur and other soldiers from the common people, even if the prima donna and dare to fight, promoted to 1,000 pawns master will be the end of the road. Heishur excited hands are trembling, busy bowing to receive orders, and even state that must use perverted means to stimulate, humiliate the Han army, do not provoke them to live and die vowed not to give up clouds. According to reason, Xiang Chang, the middle general of the Chinese army, has no power to promote the subordinates of Xiang Shang's Grand Secretary, but he has a special status. In addition to being the middle general, he is also the only son of the King of Hegemony, so he can really talk the King of Hegemony, and it is easy to promote the district cavalry secretary. Xiang Zhuang, who stood aside, heard Xiang Chang being so bold as to pluck Heishur into the ranks of mid-level officers in one fell swoop, frowned slightly, opened his mouth to speak, but eventually closed it again and said nothing. Next, Xiang Chang took Xiang Zhuang and a group of cavalrymen and walked around the city wall, soothing all the generals who had just sung the war song and those who had insulted the Han army for selling out to one by one, and all of them were greatly promoted. The king retreated to Gaixia, and there were still 100,000 troops, and the night before that great gamble-like battle, in the hands of the soldier Fairy Han Xin, half of them folded again, so that a large number of generals and officer positions were left vacant, and these days, people are in a state of panic. The upper echelons like Xiang Shang and other generals know that their defeat has been finalized, and thus they have no heart to reorganize, promote, or enrich themselves. So Xiang Chang is not polite. Look at the available. Dare to fight and morale is not degraded officers. Immediately large reward promotion. In his mind there is no concept of high and low status. How to promote are no psychological burden. So in this way, taking advantage of the fact that the top generals of the army were not concerned, Xiang Chang's tiresome maneuver was a solid harvest of people's hearts. To soothe, promote the officers a mess of affairs completed. Has been nearly midnight, when Xiang Chang finally freed up his work, rushed to the city barracks to see their own cheap old man. Along the way, according to the historical records of the later generations of the cheap old man's short but brilliant life of the size of the small and big drops of deeds, as well as the memories and impressions in his mind of the night and day, Xiang Chang couldn't help but carefully recall and ponder over them. Soon, the image of his cheap old dad became clear and three-dimensional in his mind, causing him to sigh darkly and have a realization in his heart. This cheap father of his name should not be called Xiang Ji, but should be called Xiang Jiodad. There are several qualities that are distinctive in him. This is an extremely egotistical person who has never cared about the feelings of others, often full of genuine affection for others, yet not shy about sharing the benefits that come their way. Treat the people who hurt him with hatred, hate to chop into pieces, but have no opinion. By a few words of rhetoric and then immediately put down the hatred. To put it bluntly, isn't this a child with unrivaled bravery and arrogance, but who is mentally immature? Such a child, if he is given a father who can overpower him and possesses a certain degree of wisdom, and use him as a sword, then he will definitely make some world-shattering achievements. With his two daddies up front, he did make it this far. Xiang Liang and Fan Zhang, these two dads assigned him and advised him. He had a smooth journey, just like hanging, invincible. but since the absence of these two people, he immediately began to go downhill. Even if the East and West, the valor, but still cannot stop the trend of decadence. Until now, the end of the road. It seems that whether it's for the sake of defeating Liu Bang in the future or breaking this current deadlock, it's imperative that we find a father for our cheap old dad first. Xiang Chang secretly pondered. Of course, that's easy to say, but right now there's no one in the Chu camp who's fit to shoulder the responsibility of being the king's father. Xiang Chang thought for half a day and eventually realized that there is only one person who is also suitable, and that is this son of his. Snapping out of his contemplation and looking up solemnly at his cheap old dad's tent, Xiang Chang recited silently in his mind, "Father, from now on you will no longer be alone in your conquest of the world. Your new father is here. P.S. The new book seeks support, readers, but also hope that the generous alms some recommendations and collections it." End of chapter. Chapter 9. Xiang Chang and Xiang Zhuang arrived at the tent where the overlord was stationed and inquired about his own soldiers. Learning that the cheap old man was discussing the military situation with the generals, Xiang Chang's complexion sank, and the hand cupping the hilt of his sword at his waist steeply tightened. Xiang Zhuang, who followed him, also inevitably swept through a touch of heavy disappointment. The original burning heart at this moment like being poured cool water, because of Xiang Chang's excellent performance and raised the trace of hope bright light. This again dimmed down. What kind of military situation is being discussed in the middle of the night? No need to ask. Naturally, it is to discuss how to break through the heavy siege of the Han army and escape from Jiangdong. Even though the two of them had just foiled the Han army's poisonous plan of attacking the heart at the top of the city and kept the morale of the army from falling, they still couldn't help the senior generals of the Chu army, including the king, who all had their confidence crumbled and had the intention of fleeing. At this moment, an endless sense of frustration and powerlessness arose in unison in both of their hearts. Xiang Chang realized in his heart that his cheap father was really broken by the Han army. Fearful. No longer the former arrogant and disdainful. Regard the world's heroes as grass. This is to give up the pride and dignity of being the king, abandon the 50,000 loyal Chu troops who followed him with their lives, and resolved to run away by himself. Just now, he and Xiang Zhuang had inspired the morale of their soldiers at the city's head, and at that moment, they were incomparably hoping that this overlord would be able to walk out of the tent and mount the city. In that situation, as long as the overlord appeared, even if he didn't say or do anything, he would definitely be able to push the Chu army's morale up another level. However, the king was obviously deterred by the beginning of the Han soldiers on all sides of the Chu song to the mind, that even if the later heard the war drums ringing, war song majestic, but still cannot inspire the slightest fighting spirit. Once the great king chooses to break out, the many years of foundation will be destroyed. I'm going to go and advise him. I can't let the great king take this path. Although Xiang Chang is the eldest son, he is only a mid-level lieutenant general, not qualified enough to participate in these military deliberations. But Xiang Zhuang, who is the captain of the army guard, is qualified enough to leave Xiang Chang where he is, and anxiously and indignantly go into the tent and go. Xiang Chang shook his head, not expecting Xiang Zhuang's admonition in the slightest. Right now, all the generals of the Chu army have all sprouted the intention of breaking out and fleeing, forming a great momentum, not to mention Xiang Zhuang, this district's military protection lieutenant, or Fan Zhang's resurrection. They will definitely not listen to it. As for himself, who had always been treated like a child by them, even more whatever they said was waved back and automatically ignored. Stroking his chin, Xiang Chang laughed coldly in his mind. Perhaps in the eyes of cheap old man and generals like Xiang Shang and Zhong Limai, as long as they can break through the siege and escape to Jiangdong, which is 1,000 miles wide and has hundreds of thousands of people, it is enough for them to make a comeback. After all, there is a precedent in front of Liu Bang, like the Battle of Pengcheng. Liu Bang's 560,000 strong army was defeated and fled with only a dozen or so people. But in the end, did he not rise again? They are not wrong to think so, but they have forgotten that Liu Bang has the solid backing of Ba Shu and Hanzhong, and Xiao He, the super daddy who is able to constantly send him troops, food and grass, so it is naturally easy for him to rise again. The Chu now really choose to break out, not to mention that Liu Bang will be in hot pursuit, will not give the slightest opportunity to breathe. Even if you succeed in escaping to Jiangdong, Liu Bang has already swept the world. The group of heroes from the scene, the rate of 600,000 troops press. In the Chu army only dozens of generals, in addition to the officers of the elite pawns all lost. How can you urgently from the east of the Jiangdong to raise enough soldiers? Can be a battle? How can we collect enough food and wages? It is true that Jiangdong's father and mother love their cheap father very much, but in the present situation, Jiangdong's father and mother are no longer facing the tyrannical Qin, but Liu Bang, who has the name of benevolence, So how can they still pour out all their money at the expense of the 9 clans to accompany their cheap father to fight for the world, which is obviously without any chance of winning? After all, the cheap old man once owned the world, but in just 4 years lost everything. Such a high level. In addition to the crazy, who dares to follow him to bet? Therefore, as long as you choose to discard the 50,000 Chu soldiers, discard the only remaining little capital to break out. It is absolutely a dead no-life completely defeated situation. At this moment, Xiang Chang, who had been desperately busy for half a night, realized that things were back to square one, almost equal to no inch of progress, and what was in front of him was still an unsolvable deadlock. Xiang Chang, who has long since stopped placing his hopes on others and truly trusts only himself, slapped his cheeks hard and breathed in the cool night airflow, desperately trying to revitalize his disheveled spirit, frowning tightly and thinking rapidly with incomparable anxiety. Old me has been reborn in this life. I haven't lived enough yet. I absolutely can't sit back and wait for death. Absolutely cannot give up on this. Let me think. Let me think. What other means can I use? What other paths can I take? Should I let my father break out and stay behind to reorganize the 50,000 Chu soldiers and continue to fight with the Han army? No way. Damn. Not to mention Han Xin, Ing Bu, Pang Yu's grandchildren. Even the goods like Fan Kuai, Chao Sun, Zhou Bo, Xia Hoing, are not something that this white guy with no experience in leading soldiers can resist. Damn it, where is that ray of hope? Or rather, the slightest chance of survival? Could it be that the chance of life has already been missed and there is no chance of survival? Eldest prince, the great king left word in advance for you to wait for him in his bedchamber tent when you return. At this time, a personal soldier came over and said to him. Xiang Chang nodded his head, and while still thinking nervously, he instinctively followed his personal soldier and walked into his cheap old dad's tent. Once inside, Xiang Chang raised an eyebrow and smelled a pungent and heavy blood stench. Then he saw 2 of his personal guards carrying a roll of cloth and silk that was as tall as a man, as thick as an embrace, and as bundled up, toward the outside of the tent. At one end of the roll of cloth and silk, there was another bunch of long, dark, messy hair hanging out. In addition, inside the tent, several cases dumped, placed all kinds of artifacts, military information silk books, as well as cheap old man's clothing and armor. Messy throw a floor. Seems like cheap daddy's having a fit here. And the overlord sword that cheap old dad never left his body, at this moment, was also stuck straight on the tent floor. Looking at the sword, as well as the smear of piercing bloodstains on top of the blade, Xiang Chang's heart beat wildly, and one thing that had been focused on how to struggle to survive, and thus had been neglected by him since he crossed over, suddenly surged up. At the same time, a faint sadness flooded through this body. It was in this very tent that famous historical scene, Farewell My Concubine, had apparently just taken place. He crossed over, and Eugene naturally has no feelings. The reason why still some sadness. Apparently this body is a latecomer, and cheap old man this lady's many years of mother and child emotions. Of course, Eugene was only one of Xiang Yu's concubines, not Xiang Chang's biological mother. Xiang Chang's mother was the first daughter of the Yan clan of Jiangdong, whom Xiang Liang married for him when he was in Jiangdong. When Xiang Yu followed his uncle Xiang Liang and brought 8,000 Jiangdong children to conquer the world, Yan was left behind in Jiangdong. Later Xiang Yu established Western Chu. Yu Ji was favored. Has also not been Yan received in Pengcheng. Xiang Chang couldn't care less about this right now. Dispelling this unexplained sadness and looking at the sword, suddenly a bright light crossed his heart. At this moment, he seemed to really see where the silver lining of life was. For a while he was highly concentrated, secretly flying around calculating, scheming and deducing. Gradually everything around him was far away and forgotten, completely immersed in his own world. P.S. The new book opened. Everyone more support a little sprinkle. Collection. Recommend a little. The fire cow is not grateful nah. End of chapter. Chapter 10 Coffin Flesh. Chang Ar. I don't know how long it took, but an incomparably familiar, extremely deep and solemn voice rang in his ears one after another, waking him up suddenly. Thus, after traveling for 4 or 5 hours, Xiang Chang finally met his cheap old man. A fine eye peeped at the cheap old man some. Chu Ba Wang is history records general. Tall and majestic figure. Eyes born heavy pupils. The face of the English firm austere. Like a god. Casually stand there, but there is a mountain like a great and mighty, untouchable aura flowing out. Just now you did a great job encouraging morale at the top of the city. Finally you are able to give my father some peace of mind. Xiang Yu, with a worried look on his face, patted Xiang Chang's shoulder, somewhat coping with his son's casual praise, and really never mentioned Xiang Tang's slanderous words. Xiang Yu's means of educating his children was learned from his uncle Xiang Liang. In the past, when he was a teenager, Xiang Liang would always praise him whenever he did something right. Of course, he would immediately point out and correct any mistakes or deficiencies he made. This is their Xiang clan's many years of inheritance. For the cultivation of the family's sons and daughters, especially the first son, has been sparing no effort, bringing them around to teach them at all times. Xiang Chang looked at his cheap old man, currently 32 years old, just at the golden moment when a man is at his peak regardless of his energy, physical strength, intelligence, and ability. Unlike that old vegetable gang of Lu Bang, who was over 50 years old and a whole coffin of flesh. It's just a pity that, according to the historical trajectory, his own cheap old man, who was so heroic and domineering and godlike, was about to have the final chapter of his life. Go back to your tents and pack up, and meet here in half an hour. Although he knew that the breakout was a foregone conclusion, Xiang Chang still couldn't help but feel a strong sense of disappointment when he really heard his cheap father say it in person. A momentary victory or defeat on the battlefield is nothing. Believe my father, we will always regroup and come back again to fight Lu Bang's old man to the death. Xiang Yu undoubtedly still cares a lot about his image in his son's mind, and seems to see Xiang Chang's disappointment, pressing his hands on his shoulders and looking solemn, as if making a promise. Xiang Chang took a dark breath and forced a smile. Father, I just inspected the city's defenses and promoted a group of mid-level generals, so while there's still some time left, I'd like to send out their seals of approval after their promotions. Xiang Yu froze and looked unhappy, somewhat dissatisfied with his son's redundancy. However, the thought of the remnants of the Chu soldiers on their own as a king loyal, but they have to secretly abandon them alone to break out and flee. This thing is simply too shameless. Their own life as a hero, to the present day, is still inevitably reduced to the line of Lu Bang and other shameless behavior. The old face is a red. That is, this is their son, changed to someone else. Annoyed, cannot help but pull out a sword, will be hacked to death. Thinking that Xiang Chang was being intolerant and wanted to finally do his best to give these loyal soldiers and generals some comfort, Xiang Yu sank his face and waved his hand. Do what you want to do, and mind the secrecy. Just as Xiang Chang turned around with Xiang Zhuang to leave the tent, Xiang Yu called him back. His face was hesitant for a while before he finally walked over and touched his head with his big hand. I was going to tell you when we set out, but after we break out tonight and break out of the Han camp, we'll split up into two groups. I will lead a part of the army to the south, looking for an opportunity to cross the Wei River, to the Wu River, to Jiangdong, to recruit the sons of Jiangdong, to reorganize. You, under Xiang Zhuang's protection, head north to Lu Di and join Li Yi, who is currently fighting in Lu Di. After a pause, Xiang Yu wanted to say something else, but ultimately said nothing and waved his hand. Go. Xiang Chang was greatly surprised, staring blankly at his cheap old dad, his face complex, his mouth empty but unable to speak. He didn't slowly come back to his senses again until he was urged by his old man to get out of his tent and walk another half-dozen times in the dead of the late fall night. Pops did not say all the words in the end what is the meaning of, but he was heart, obviously, for this breakout, and the subsequent whole army to fight again. Pops is not as confident as he showed. The reason why the soldiers split up and let themselves go to Ludi, is to beat him to raise a cause in Jiangdong, and once he is completely defeated in the face of Lu Bang's pursuit, he will directly let himself go incognito, and preserve himself under the protection of Xiang Zhuang and Li Yi, and live in peace. As for General Li Yi, the loyalty to Pops is also unquestionable. Historical records: Pops cut his own throat in the Wujiang River, Li Yi and the Rudi still resisting more than one, and then saw the head of Pops, only decisively ordered the surrender. He himself but in front of Pops' tomb to cut his own throat to die. After Pops and go, the tiger is honored by all beasts, and no one dares to touch its wrath. Only the father and the son, one step at a time. Look back. This old man of his own, maybe a piker, maybe a womanizer, maybe arrogant and brutal, maybe he doesn't know people, maybe he can't know people well, maybe he's a political idiot, maybe, but he really can't say enough about this son of his, and the historical materials passed down from his previous life. There was no record of Pop's heir. Xiang Chang realized in his heart, it seems that Pop's scheme should have succeeded. In this way, their own rebirth after facing the small life is not guaranteed death. But the solution, as long as honestly in accordance with the arrangements of the old father to go, to protect this life, peace and prosperity, I think there is no problem. In that case, the silver lining that he had just recognized, planned and attempted to seize, was it still there to be grasped? For a while, late at night in the clear cold of late fall, Xiang Chang's forehead actually had a layer of sweat seeping out. It was only at this moment that he realized that this crossing was, indeed, a test of himself. Do you choose to live a mediocre and peaceful life, or an exciting and thrilling life where you can die at any time? Thinking worriedly, Xiang Chang's thoughts were like a tidal wave. His heart was in turmoil, and he froze and couldn't get an idea for a while. When he woke up again, he realized that without realizing it, he had actually walked to the front of his cheap uncle and grandfather Xiang Tang's tent. Xiang Chang stopped in shock, staring blankly at Xiang Xian's magnificent and large tent, his heavy heart as if the shackles were suddenly opened. A time when the bright moon filled the building, the snow filled the river, bright and penetrating, no more doubts. In his previous life, he came from a humble background, mediocre qualifications, relying on the hard work of hanging beams and stabbing stocks to be able to enter the 985, graduated with excellent grades and performance to stay in school, a few years later resigned to enter a regional giant, step by step, from the bottom, the middle has been done to the executives. I don't know how many times I could have stopped, laid down peacefully, and lived my life without worrying about food or clothing. Why do you prefer to endure the pain of thorns and thistles, but also want to trudge upward? Isn't it just for the sake of climbing higher mountains and seeing wider landscapes? And now, a chance was before him, with the full possibility of standing at the very top of this world. How could he be willing not to put his best foot forward in such a way? A long, mediocre and uninteresting life is better than a short, exciting one. He threw back his head and let out a long laugh, and surrounded by Xiang Zhuang and a cadre of elite riders, he walked quickly and was about to barge in. The guard standing in front of Xiang Tang's tent, a leader-like man in his mid-30s with a powerful body, stepped forward to stop Xiang Chang. Xiang Chang narrowed his eyes and looked the guard leader up and down with interest for a few moments. Your name is Xiang Go, right? Are you a distant clan member of my Xiang clan, with living parents and living in the Sichuan countryside with your wife and children to this day? Know who I am. Inside the tent, Xiang Tang and his son Xiang Sua are sitting opposite to each other, not knowing what to talk about, suddenly seeing the tent curtains being roughly lifted open, and Xiang Chang, who was in strict armor, entered straight, and couldn't help but burst into a rage. And then, as if he thought of what to do, he calmed down again, and sank into an old face and said, "What are you doing here, Uncle Grandfather? I heard that your old man did not follow the breakout this time, but stayed in Gaixia City to prepare to surrender to Liu Bang? TSK, the long-cherished wish of many years has been realized. My nephew and grandson are here to congratulate Uncle Grandfather." That's right. Just now Chu Bao Wang presided over the military discussion. A cadre of generals have agreed to take advantage of the night to make a breakthrough, to escape to the east of the Yangtze River, to stay useful to wait for the opportunity to rise again. Xiang Tang, on the other hand, made it clear that he would stay in Gaixia City with his Xiang clan and would not participate in the breakout. The Eastern Zhou has been warring for hundreds of years. For those noble families that have been passed down for hundreds of years, the eggs are not put in one basket, and splitting the family when necessary for risk avoidance is a routine operation that has been passed down from generation to generation and has been engraved in the blood of the bones. Therefore, although the overlord was not happy to hear this, he had no reason to refuse. P.S. The store is newly opened. Looking at the eye edge, but also plead for everyone to collect. Recommend it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 11. In the face of Xiang Chang's words filled with mockery, Xiang Tang snorted disdainfully and coldly. Your father and son fled and stole their lives, leaving this Chu army to be slaughtered. But I can't be as shameless as your father and son. Even if I were to die, I would still seek a way out for them. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chang fell in awe and respectfully bowed. Uncle Grandfather, if it weren't for the fact that your old man has been eating his words for many years, just by virtue of these words, I would really treat you as a saint. To be able to speak of living meticulously in such a refreshing and righteous manner, I must say, people are old and treacherous, horses are old and slippery, and rabbits are old and eagles are hard to take. This is the true portrayal of your old man. Ah, since your old man has this intention, what are you still standing here for? Hurry up and get moving. Move? Move there? Xiang Tang had a puzzled look on his face. It's already midnight. Time is running out. Your old man, hurry up and move forward to the Han army camp to surrender, to seek a way out for 50,000 generals. Listening to Xiang Chang's words, Xiang Tang's face changed abruptly. What does this kid mean? His arrogant nephew is about to break through the siege and run away. Why doesn't this kid go and follow him, but come here to force himself to join Han in the night? He is not afraid that he will report to Liu Bang? Xiang Tang couldn't figure out Xiang Chang's intention and instinctively wanted to refuse. However, looking at a group of elite soldiers who surrounded behind him, with sharp armor and steamy killing spirit, he was silent again. Xiang Chang grimaced. His heart laughed continuously. Want to use this 50,000 Chu army to do your father and son's advancement? You Xiang Tang's wishful thinking simply all played a victory symphony. Think so beautiful, but put me Xiang Chang is not dead yet. He saw Xiang Tang's intention at a glance. When the king of Chu breaks out, as the king of Chu's own uncle, he will undoubtedly and logically take over the leadership of the 50,000 headless Chu troops, and then ordered the Chu troops to abandon their arms and surrender to the Han army, so that the Han army will take down the last viable force of Chu without hurting a single soldier and without any effort. At that time, their masters certainly made a great achievement and showed their faces in front of Liu Bang, but this 50,000 Chu army, what awaits them will be a way of life. What are you thinking about? With the black heart of that old thief Liu Bang and his scorn for his old man, he will absolutely pit all of them to completely eliminate the aftermath and get rid of them once and for all. Half an hour later, in front of the Overlord's tent, the Middle Army Elite Cavalry, which had been under the personal leadership of the Overlord, selected 800 elites with solemn and resolute faces, full body armor, carrying bows and vectors on their backs, spears and short swords ready, rode on the healthy horses and waited quietly. Although the number of people, in addition to the occasional blade armor impact, as well as the war horse's loud nose, sitting on the back of the horse 800 cavalry, the slightest sound did not issue, and even the body is like a stone statue of wood carvings like motionless. This has been led by the king of the Middle Army. Most of them are following the king of the children of Jiangdong. The size of the battle experience, I do not know how many games, can be called the elite of the Chu army elite, tough soldiers, and the tough soldiers, not only strict military discipline, but also more experienced in killing, amazing combat strength, whether charging forward or retreating to break the back. They were all able to fight 1 against 10. Both the elite cavalry of Han Xin, who was good at military management in the Han army, and the fierce cavalry under the account of Liu Bang's cavalry general, Gu Ying, could not withstand a single blow. This elite cavalry originally had 8,000 Jiangdong sons as its skeleton, amounting to 30,000, and in the overwhelmingly shocking Battle of Pengchang, it followed the Overlord on a long-distance run and crumbled the 560,000 Liu Bang's army, which had been waiting for the battle to be fought at ease, in one fell swoop. Now this elite cavalry has only 1 out of 10 left, but there are about 3,000 to 4,000 people left. But the number of breakout cannot be too many, so the king from these thousands of fine in the selection of fine, selected the 800. At the very front of the 800 elite cavalry queue, a dozen tall and powerful generals stood on their horses, looking solemnly at the heavenly godlike magnificent figure at the very front. These remaining Chu army generals did not yet know that their lives had entered a countdown, but instead, they were all quite energized and optimistic. In their opinion, softies like Liu Bang, who had been defeated so many times by the Overlord, were able to turn around every time, and there was no reason why the Overlord, whom they regarded as a god, couldn't do the same. That's right. Until now they are still convinced that the decision to choose this night's breakout was the right one. Why haven't Xiang Chang and Xiang Zhuang arrived yet? Come on people, quickly go and rush them. Xiang Shang, who is the Grand Secretary horse, roared in a low voice. Grand Secretary not only has very heavy military power, but also in charge of military rules and regulations, responsible for the appointment and dismissal of officers at all levels of assessment, can be said to be a high-powered. In addition to the king, only in wartime the generals in charge of the armies will be able to press its head. Coming. Xiang Chang and Xiang Zhuang brought that team of elite riders and sped over. Xiang Yu saw that the two of them are still in the same attire as when they left just now, without any change at all. They don't know what they have been doing in the past half an hour, so he frowned greatly. However, time is running out. Xiang Yu waved his hand. He is going to signal the General Zhong Li to order to leave, to break out. At this moment, Xiang Chang suddenly jumped down from his horse, took a few steps and grabbed Xiang Yu's front, and said in a panic, "Father, it's a big deal. That old thief Xiang Tang has defected to the Han army. He also snatched the body of Lady Yu, whom the soldiers dug a pit to try to bury, and brought it to offer to Liu Bang as a credit for his surrender." The crowd was shocked at these words. Xiang Yu heavy pupils round open, hair flying, anger eruption, teeth bite cackle sound. A time uncle are not called. Old thief, how dare you? Whether it is Xiang Yu or a cadre of generals, none of them are skeptical about Xiang Tang's sudden defection to Han, but instead, they have a feeling of being right. Needless to say, this is also Xiang Tang's many years of perseverance and tireless with the Han army to hook up with the eyes of the secret message led to the consequences. In the view of the generals, he has been harding for the Han camp for so many years, browbeating Liu Bang. For what? Isn't this the moment for him? Now that the king is about to break through the siege. If he doesn't join the Han camp now, when will he do it? Next, the remnants of the Chu soldiers and the Han soldiers and horses panic, and then in case of being trampled to death by the chaotic army. But is not the eyes of the wrongdoers have to be closed? Father, Mrs. Yu's body can't be buried in the ground. Instead, she has to be killed and insulted. How can this be tolerated? That old thief just left not long ago. It's still not too late. Let's go after her. Take back Mrs. use body and bury it properly. Xiang Chang's face was indignant as he tried his best to encourage his old man. Xiang Yu pinched the horsewhip in his hand, his forehead veins jumping. However, he forcefully closed his eyes. Half a minute later, to be opened again, has forcefully suppressed the indignation and resentment, and said in a deep voice, "Every man has his own will. If he wants to join the Han, let him be. At the present moment, the general situation should be emphasized, and the breakout should continue. The generals undoubtedly also do not want to right now at this critical juncture." The king of the brain and then a twitch, the branch, and now heard a sigh of relief, seeing that his old man did not take the bait, and actually wanted to take the big picture into consideration, rather than abandon the corpse of his beloved woman. He also wanted to carry out the original plan to continue to break out. Xiang Chang raised his eyebrows, but he was not discouraged, and continued to drum up his lips to convince him. "Father, Mrs. Yu's body is indeed a small matter, but I am afraid that old thief has joined Lu Bang. In order to make a merit, will we break out of the siege of the matter, together with the matter of running to Jiangdong to attempt to regroup and fight again, all without reservation and disclose? When Lu Bang learned of this, how could he let us go and not gather his troops to pursue and kill us? Then we are not a dead end?" As soon as Xiang Chang said this, the faces of a group of generals changed again and they all raised their voices in unison. "Overlord, this old thief has thrown himself into the Han, and must not be retained. To go after him and stop him won't take much work and won't hinder the next breakout." Xiang Yu heard that it makes sense, and after a little thought, he hated a horsewhip in the void and nodded his head in agreement. Xiang Tang was from the North Gate before he went to join Han. A cadre of generals flanked Xiang Yu, and in this regard, led 800 elite cavalry, like a wild dragon rolling on the ground, also dashed out of the North Gate of Gaixia city, and chased after him, while riding beside his father. Xiang Chang silently surveyed the remaining generals of his father around him, secretly wondering who else could be of great use. P.S. Like the book. Done so worship please collect. Recommend a sprinkle. End of chapter. Chapter 12, Xiang goes offline. Apart from Xiang's clan generals, there were originally 4 great war generals under Chief Papa, namely King Yingbu of Zhejiang, Grand Secretary Long Zi, Grand General Zhang Limai, and Right General Jibu. Yingbu had already betrayed and defected to Lu Bang 2 years ago, and now became a powerful force in the siege of Gaixia, with 90,000 troops, and Pingyu with 80,000 troops, which were assigned by Han Xian as maneuvering forces in the 2 main flanks and backs of the periphery in the southeast and northeast, respectively. And being assigned to these 2 positions undoubtedly showed Lu Bang's distrust of these 2 vassal kings. Of course, the list of Lu Bang's mistrust has to be added to the list of Han Xian, the soldier immortal, but Lu Bang knows that his military talent is far inferior to him. Will be 600,000 army command to him, completely in order to overthrow the king's helplessness, secretly guard against his small moves but did not do less. In addition to the already betrayed Yingbu, the great Sima Long and has been killed in battle. The current only remnants of Yu Zhongli chair, Jibu only. Zhongli can be said to be the current Chu army barely able to take out the hand, can stand up to the side of the war generals. Although compared to Han Xin, Peng Yu, Yingbu and other military wizards is not as good, but with the Han army of irrigation baby, Chao Sun, Zhou Bo and so on in a level. The right general Jibu, who was born of the great warriors of Chu, was also known to be brave and good at fighting, and in the early days of the Chu-Han wars, he repeatedly put Lu Bang in a difficult position, but his military talents were undoubtedly far inferior to his reputation for keeping his promises. That's right, it's better to get 100 pounds of gold than to get a promise from Jibu. That's what he said. It's a trustworthy general, but not the kind of general who can hold his own. In addition, there are also Zhonglong General Ding Sun, Zondafu Huanchu and other several generals. As for the civil ministers, there were only a few, such as the right counselor Wu Shibi. It can be dismal. In terms of Xiang clan members, besides Xiang Tang, the Shangshu order, Xiang Zhuang, the military protection captain, there are also Xiang Shang, who succeeded Long and served as the grand secretary, Xiang It, who served as the rear general, and Xiang Wan, who served as the front general. There was also Xiang, who was already several steps ahead of Xiang and was defeated by Lu Bang's cavalry general, Gu Ying, and chose to surrender. In addition, like Xiang Hum, Xiang Ying, etc., had already died in battle in the early period. Xiang Shang is the only clan member of Xiang clan who can be said to have the talent of a great general besides Xiang Liang in the early period and nowadays, but he has also been leading the army alone. In the Yingbu betrayed Chu to Lu Bang, he and Long and together will be defeated. Can be seen that the military talent is extraordinary. As for Xiang It, I can only say that this brother is indeed very collapsed. Since leading the army, said repeated defeats can also be said, said repeated defeats can also be said. In short, rarely win a battle, infinitely close to the waist of war generals. Thanks to his clan status, after losing so many battles, the cheap old man actually not only did not pursue the heavy responsibility, but still let him lead the army and serve as the rear general. This is another way of showing that Pops is short on knowing people well, while having a deficiency of being overly trusting and relying on clan members. Former General Xiangwan, whose military talents were perhaps not enough to stand alone, had been leading the front army of the Chu army, which was the most elite and whose soldiers were also mostly cavalrymen, in addition to the elite cavalry of the Central Army. Whenever there is a battle, he is also the vanguard of the old man, leading the cavalry to charge forward and fight bravely and courageously. It was a pity that in the battle the night before, the front army under his command had suffered the heaviest loss, and now there were less than 10,000 people, and most of them were wounded. After steering his horse not much farther, Xiang Chang has already finished counting the generals under his old man's account, secretly counting the dilemma of 3 or 2 of these big cats and small cats, and then thinking of the prosperous scene of that famous generals and strategists in the Han camp like clouds and rain. Xiang Chang sighed darkly and was naturally greatly disappointed. The speed of Xiang Tang's party does not seem to be fast. Xiang Yu's 800 elite cavalry led by Xiang Yu, who was the top elite chosen by thousands, did not take long to chase out of the city, and already saw the figure of Xiang Tang's party from afar, seeing a group of Chu riders behind them with hooves like thunder chasing after them. The one at the head is actually Xiang Yu. Xiang Tang's face changed, but he was not afraid of it, and with a cold snort, he took the initiative to strangle his rider and stop, waiting quietly. For their own good nephew, Xiang Tang is to understand, early to see through, for people outside the wide inner taboo, but at the critical time but cannot pull face, will women's benevolence for words interpreted to the fullest. Right now he is still the Chu Empire's Shangshu order, his own uncle, Xiang's family patriarch. Caste Han matter is also the two of them really secretly know, mutual understanding, so that even if he is again annoyed, but also will not move their own a hair. Not bad. Xiang Tang was so confident in the moment. 2 down flew close. Xiang Yu stopped his horse. Angry eyes of his good uncle. Just want to speak. Behind the steep whoosh sound of the bowstring explosion, a strong arrow shot out, lightning, straight to the face of the Xiang Tang. Xiang Tang was shocked. He was not dreaming that someone in the Chu army camp actually dared to assassinate himself in public. Assassinate himself, the high and powerful Tang Shangshu order. For a while, his body was covered with sweat hairs exploding. After all, he was a veteran general who had been through 100 battles, and was experienced in the face of the enemy, and the spear in his hand swept out, and at the time when there was no time to lose, he swept the arrow out in one fell swoop. However, not waiting for his mind to relax, after this arrow, almost immediately after, another arrow flew like a meteor breaking through the sky. Xiang Tang was no longer able to fight and avoid the flash. Put a sound, end to end, straight by the arrow nailed into the brain. The head of this foot penetrated into the half of the arrow. Xiang Tang body stiff, eyes wide, face shocked and furious. Then the whole body breath stormed diarrhea. This powerless from the horseback fell down. De Chu Empire's Shangshu order, Xiang clan patriarch, and overlord's own uncle Xiang Tang. This is offline. This change, not to mention Xiang Tang and his son Xiang Ju behind him, even Xiang Yu and a group of generals were greatly surprised and caught off guard. The crowd suddenly turned their heads and saw Xiang Chang sitting on his horse, holding a hard bow whose string was still trembling, his eyes cold and stern, and his face iron blue. The hearts and minds of the crowd trembled in unison. Xiang clan clansmen, generals and guards who followed Xiang Tang, including Xiang Ju, were completely surrounded by fear, jumping off their horses, shivering and crouching on their knees, not daring to move. Xiang Chang's heart was free, cursing, "I go to your mom's family risk aversion." Slowly and methodically putting away his longbow, he rode his horse 2 steps forward and forced himself to look at the kneeling cadre of Xiang clan members, coldly saying, "My Xiang clan descendants only live standing up, not kneeling down, even if he is the patriarch. Since he chooses to surrender to the foreign enemy, that is to cut himself off from the family, from the ancestors, and that is for everyone to kill. Humph. This kind of family scum, if we still keep him alive, that's really a big joke. Whoever feels aggrieved for him, including you, Xiang Ju, go underground to talk to the ancestors." A group of clansmen who followed Xiang Yu originally because of Xiang Tang's defection to the Han camp and could not help but secretly be a bit foolish, heard the words and were all chilled and did not dare to make a sound. All the clansmen, including Xiang Shang and Xiang Guan, could not figure out whether this was secretly authorized by Xiang Yu or not, and all of them kept silent. So, Xiang Chang as a junior and blatantly shot the patriarch of the clan, which can be described as treacherous behavior. Actually no one on the scene to speak out angrily. This is the matter of Xiang's clan. Zhong Liqiao and other foreign ministers and generals are naturally inconvenient to speak. The surface stay out of the matter. In fact, one heart secretly happy. In their opinion, in this critical situation right now, for any behavior that dares to engage in division and shake the heart of the army, the overlord should use his thunderous means to kill and deter. But he was actually as indecisive as ever, and kept his silence and appeasement all the time, which made them not help but to be greatly disappointed. But now that eldest Prince Xiang Chang has made a resolute move, regardless of the fact that an arrow killed his treacherous uncle and grandfather, it has greatly invigorated their hearts and spirits. P.S. All of you congruent Ruation Wu readers greatly. Fire Newton first worship please collect. Recommend a sprinkle. End of chapter. Chapter 13, The Hanging of the Horse's Head. Xiang Chang raised his spear, looked around and shouted. At present, the Han soldiers are heavily surrounded. The situation is critical. We should all be united. In the same boat, whoever dares to have dissenting thoughts, defect and rebel, will be dealt with according to the current item entanglement. All the generals, including the 800 elite riders, jumped off their horses and knelt on one knee to answer the promise. Xiang Yu looked deeply at his son, sat high on his horse, looked down at the generals, and said in a deep voice, tonight's breakout? All of you are still expected to work hard to move forward. On the day when we get out of the siege, and the whole army fights with Liu Bang's son again, all of you will be rewarded tonight. And I, Xiang Yu, will never go back on my word. The generals and the 800 elite cavalry roared their promises. Xiang Chang see all the generals and 800 elite cavalry to old dad's promise, then to his own positive warm much. Know that he wants to have old dad's reputation in the generals. There is still a long way to go, but it does not matter. Finally took the first step, and with the Xiang Tang this Shangshu people head as a sacrifice. The effect is also very good, can be said to be the beginning of a good start. Xiang Chang jumped off his horse and checked Xiang Tang's queue, but unexpectedly did not find Yu Ji's body. Asked Xiang Ju nagging not dare to speak. Only with eyes Xiang Tang horseback a leather bag. Xiang Chang's heart jumped, went forward to open Xiang Tang's horseback leather bag, took out a brocade parcel from it, which was filled with Yu Ji's head. Xiang Chang could not imagine that Xiang Tang was afraid of trouble and did not carry Yu Ji's corpse, but saved himself the trouble of chopping off her head and carrying it, and for a while, he was also furious, only to feel that he had just shot him to death with an arrow, which was a bit too cheap. At the sight of Xiang Yu, his face changed miserably. His body trembled uncontrollably, and for a while he was somewhat afraid to look at Yu Ji's head. As the king of the world, he was invincible, but he could not even protect his beloved woman, and in order to let herself be able to break out and escape without tiring herself, in order not to fall into the hands of Liu Bang suffered humiliation, she was willing to cut her own throat and die. But now, that even has died, but actually even the corpse cannot keep. To know the ancients on the bones of the corpse but look incredibly important, even to the Ming, Qing dynasty. Eunuchs buried after death are to castrate that thing into the coffin, meaning that the body is complete, no mutilation, not to mention the end of the Qin dynasty. Xiang Chang's anger surged, thrusting his spear heavily into the ground, holding Yu Ji's head high in the air, kneeling angrily in front of his old dad's piebald horse, and roaring in a stern voice, Father, Mrs. Yu is looking at you, and she's saying that what's in front of her isn't the king of Chu she loves so much. She loves King Chuba so much that she wouldn't be a deserter even if she died. The moment you said you were fleeing, Father, Lady Yu had already decided to die, because the Chuba Wang that she loved had also died at that moment. Father, Mrs. Yu is looking at you, and she's asking you where the king of Chu is in his heart. The Han army is right in front of you, the king of Chu in her heart. Though millions of people I will go on, the enemy is more and more powerful, but also angrily do not fear, as if it were grass, have the confidence of a great breakthrough. Father, Mrs. Yu is asking you, tonight, she is looking at you, watching you lead the fierce soldiers under your command, once again saving the day, turning the tide of battle, repeating the glorious battle of 30,000 breaking 560,000. Let Liu Bang, that scoundrel, let Fan Kuai, Zhou Bo, Xia Hoing, those dog-killing butchers, funeral blowers, and driving horsemen, tremble with fear. Xiang Chang knew that this was his last chance, and where the silver lining lay. So he tried his best to encourage his old man. His heart has always been incredibly clear. Want to crack the current 10-sided ambush, just to keep the morale of 50,000 Chu army not degenerate is on the one hand. On the other hand, it is to catch the old man. Absolutely cannot let him break out and escape. Once the old man really break out, then everything is over. History will still follow the established trajectory. The king of Chu was a group of hyenas chased all the way to kill, accompanied by the elite cavalry died in battle. and finally alone, desperate, cut his own throat on the banks of the Wujiang River. Of course it's not enough to just stall Pops from choosing to break out. It's also necessary to energize and stack a full amount of Pop's rage value before this siege can really take a turn for the worse. Looking back on Pop's past glorious battle records, whether it was the Battle of Julu or the Battle of Pengcheng, they were all at an absolute disadvantage, which can be described as a situation where there is no chance of survival. However, those two battles, the old man was completely enraged, so the war power greatly increased. Like God help, Julu Battle of 9 battles 9 victories, broke the Qin army main force. After the Battle of the Frightened Lords to see the old man have to kneel down and before, and the Battle of Pengcheng, it is the curated 30,000 elite horsemen long distance running, swept away 560,000 in order to wait for the Han army. Will Liu Bang many years of accumulation of praise of the family base of this empty? Therefore, other people might be angry and not raise an army, but for Pops, it was just the opposite. It was just about to stimulate his anger and make him move his army in anger, in order to truly force out his potential and bring out his terrifying battle power. Therefore the moment he saw Yuji's corpse just now while he was waiting in his old man's tent, it was like a bolt of lightning crossed his mind, making him keenly think of using Yuji's corpse to stimulate his old man, stopping him from breaking out and choosing to fight in anger instead. So, he approached Xiang Tang in advance and forced him to defect to Han in advance, and also ordered him to bring Yuji's corpse with him. He knew very well the feelings between his old man and Mrs. Yu, and his old man would definitely be enraged when he saw the humiliation of Yuji's corpse. True to form, things went as he expected. Just one point beyond his expectation is that Xiang Tang was afraid of trouble and actually chose to cut off Yuji's head and take it with him to join the Han. But this undoubtedly touched the scales in the bottom of the old man's heart even more. The overlord's face was hideous, his heavy pupil eyes were rounded, and his invisible aura surged all over his body, like a sleeping lion slowly awakening. Twisting his head, he looked sullenly toward the Han camp. Xiang Chang's heart flinched, a cold air bubbled up, and he muttered darkly, "Isn't it a bit too much energy?" King Chu Ba's halberd pointed straight at the Han army camp. His low voice was like muffled thunder. "Generals, tonight, let's once again make the Han army shiver and taste the taste of fear gripping them. Follow me and take Liu Bang's head." Xiang Chang was in high spirits, jumped up, went forward and hung Yuji's head under the neck of his old dad's horse, and said with vigor, "Father, Lady Yu wants to accompany you on your charge. She wants to see with her own eyes how you beat the Han army to a pulp and show your dominance again." The overlord threw back his head and let out a roar, urging his piebald horse to make a brazen impact on the Han army camp, including Zhongli Chair, Ji Bu, including Xiang Shang, Xiang Guan and a cadre of clan generals, including the 800 elite cavalry. All minds buzzing sound, a time of boiling blood. The body wants to explode murderous intent. Just feel their king is back, so do not want to think about anything, do not care about anything, urged the horse, waving the spear, and followed closely behind. Xiang Tang's son, Xiang Ju, along with that branch of the Xiang clan and a cadre of escorting cavalry, were left there unattended. Xiang Zhuang this time did not follow the overlord to escort him as he did in the past, but followed Xiang Chang. Apparently he has been ordered by the overlord to protect Xiang Chang as his top priority, and once the battle is unfavorable, he will escort Xiang Chang to escape. Why do you have to force the great king so much? It would not be the same for the great king to break out of the siege and go away, like Liu Bang who subsequently rolled up his troops and came back again? Why do you insist on taking such a dangerous step? Xiang Zhuang rode closer, lowered his voice and said with great dissatisfaction. Xiang Chang was silent, as if he hadn't heard. P.S. All the wise and dashing readers greatly. Fire Newton first worship please collect. Recommend a sprinkle. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Tactical Kings. Thousands of riders rolled to the ground and came. Hooves sound like thunder. Rushed to the Han army barracks before. Stood in front of the barracks built up by Wood High Sentry. Responsible for the vigilance of the sentry immediately aware of the panic bam. 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 Knocked Diao Do to show the alarm. However, the next Chu cavalry tidal wave rushed to the front. Thousands of arrows were fired, and it was shot into a hedgehog, and Diao Do knocked a mute. Before the Han army camp, the sentry building every few dozens of meters built a sentry. This other sentry building sentry has been alarmed, one after another knocking Diao Do. In this regard, the information will be passed out. Chu army is ignored. Not panic. Quickly arrived in front of the Han army camp, but found that the fence-high trees refused to horse forest, blocking the way. This time, the original intention was to break out of the siege, did not intend to come to raid the Han army camp, so the Chu army elite cavalry are not carrying the equipment to break through the fence, refusing the horse. The furious Xiangyu horse rushed to the near front, thick and long halberd left and right sweeping, dull wood cracking sound, fence like rotten wood was easily smashed. Then a halberd picked a thick huge wood nailed into the heavy refusal of the horse. With a low roar, will be lifted up in the air, thrown flying toward the Han army camp and go. This scene, which was like that of a giant god general, caused Xiang Chang and the queue to look straight in the eyes. And neither the general nor the cavalry were surprised, they were obviously used to it. Xiang Guan, who has always existed as the main general of Xiang Yu's front army, is about to jump off his horse and assign some of his cavalry to move the fence and horses away from him. At this time, Xiang Chang brought the team of elite cavalry to attack, and with a raise of his arm, a rope with sharp hooks whoosh flew out and was fastened to the fence and horses, and then twisted his body and galloped his horse to gallop away. Click, 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 successive loud noise, dust flying between, set up the fence and the refusal of the horse on this was dragged away in one fell swoop. Under Xiang Chang's assignment, this team of elite cavalry was divided into 3 teams, taking turns to fight, and in the shortest time, the Han army's protection consisting of fences and horse barriers with as many as 3 channels was completely torn apart by the power of the galloping horses. The gateway to the Han camp is open. Xiang Shang, Zhong Limai and a bunch of other generals applauded in unison, and for a while, they were quite impressed with Xiang Chang, the eldest son. The battlefield is this reality. Only enough strength can win enough respect. Without strength, even if the identity is high, it will not be able to get the real attention of these blood war heroes. Xiang Chang used to be even with the dignity of the eldest son. In the Chu army still has a very low sense of existence, always by the Xiang Shang, Zhong Licher and other first-class heavy generals unconsciously ignored. The reason is this. Xiang Yu was also quite surprised. He collected his magical powers, nodded approvingly to his son, and without any hesitation, he rushed into the camp with his cavalry and left. The day before that battle with the Han army, although heavy losses, more than half of the loss, but to the Han army camp construction, Xiang Yu has felt clear. Know that in the triple fence refusal horse defense, there are also 2 used to block the cavalry impact of the trench. Xiang Yu's heart-surging anger the more violent, the more like a volcano spewing desire to destroy everything, into the battlefield, facing the battle of life and death. Instead of thinking more and more clear and thorough, the whole person is in a kind of rage and calm coexisting, metaphysical and mystical realm. Right now he undoubtedly entered this realm once again, and with a wave of his hand, Xiang Guan and Ji Bu, who had followed him for many years and had long been familiar with his mind, each led a team of elite cavalry, spreading out along both sides of the trench, searching for the passages left behind by the Han army, which were rather narrow to enter and exit. Han Xian's army is indeed very skillful and meticulous. Not only are there soldiers on the guard tower, but now the passage is also guarded by Han troops. All of these defenses, however, were not available in the past when the Han army was led by Liu Bang. This elite cavalry of the Chu army can be said to be 1 against 10. At the same time, the bow and arrows were fired, the spears were stabbed, and the Han army guarding the passage was easily killed and scattered, and the passage was smoothly seized in the hands. Xiang Yu led the elite cavalry and successfully crossed the 2 trenches, and before his eyes, the Han army camp was no longer covered and protected, and was exposed in front of the 800 elite cavalry. Xiang Yu's eyes are erupting with anger and his face is as stagnant as iron. He is clear in his mind that the real big battle has just begun. However, he did not have the slightest bit of fear and timidity in his heart. All he had was the monstrous battle intent of being thirsty and furious, wanting to tear apart and destroy all enemies. At this time it was already late at night. Originally the Han soldiers had fallen asleep early. Just now as Diao Do woke up, at this time have climbed out of the tent. In the officer's angry command, have to make a formation. Just in the Chu army dragged away the fence through the trench. This can be called a short time. Actually thousands of people of the Han army, barely formed up neatly, ready to meet the battle. This general of the Han army is obviously not immortal, and has 2 brushes. Xiang Yu remained unmoved, waving his hand again. The 800 elite cavalry then split into 3 teams, led by him, Xiang Shang and Zhong Limai, like 3 long pythons, avoiding the front, and rushed and rolled over to the side and back of the Han army that had just been organized. Xiang Yu's command of this elite cavalry has obviously reached the point where he can do as he pleases, and in this way, he broke into the back of the Han army formation with unparalleled precision, swept and trampled through, and tore the battle formation that had been organized with great difficulty to shreds in one fell swoop. In the 800 elite cavalry this can be described as delicate and accurate assault art attack. The Han army, although the number of people, but after all, is infantry, no resistance, was killed by the ghosts of howling. The 3 Chu cavalry wreaked havoc in all directions, dismembering the large Han troops one by one, and then stepping on them one by one, churning them into pieces without the slightest attacking power, and then constantly driving and gathering them together, like a pack of wolves driving a pack of sheep. rushing towards the camp in the center of the Han army. For a time the Han army was in chaos, killing each other, trampling each other and dying countless deaths. Xiang Chang, who has no experience in battle, saw the scene and was completely shocked, and he admired his old man's military talent. Although the elite horsemen of the Chu army are elite, after all, there is a disadvantage of small numbers, but Pops will find another way to make up for the lack of numbers by stirring up the soldiers of the Han army, and then driving them to be used for me to launch a countercharge against the Han army. I have to say that Pops has taken the advantages of the high-speed maneuverability of the cavalry and really made the cavalry understandable. And even more terrible is that this tactics Pops did not carry out prior rehearsal, completely as the current according to the battlefield enemy and our reality. Natural random adaptation evolved. This clinical strain ability simply can be described as anticlimactic. No wonder my father was called tactical giants, strategic dwarfs by later generations. With this kind of unpredictable ability to adapt to the battle, called the God of War is not too much. Xiang Chang also has no doubt that even the man known as the Soldier Immortal is far inferior in this kind of pioneering use of tactics against the enemy. Understanding his father's intentions, Xiang Chang, who had been following at the end of the queue and playing with the sauce, also waved his hand at this time, and the team of elite riders he led then opened their bows one after another, and a rocket began to shoot in all directions. This team of elite cavalry led by Xiang Chang was obviously prepared. No matter the ropes, flying hooks and rockets, they were all prepared in advance, and it looked like they were intended to be used to rob the camp. Rockets do not shoot people, only shoot tents, and now the late fall days dry. A rocket fell, the tent almost instantly turned into a pile of huge fire, burning. The whole camp was in even more disarray. The Han army cried out in ghosts and wolves, and was driven by the Chu army's elite cavalry to fly backward and flee. And not long after, the defeated Han army head on and ran into a group of Han troops who had just lined up against each other, and the two hedged, and thus messed up and stirred together in a mess. The routed Han troops behind the god of killers to drive. There are flames burning, only forward all the way to escape, and now while playing with their lives to the death to escape, while opening their mouths and shouting 100,000 Chu army killed over and other confusing slogans, will be the oncoming Han troops cannot stand on their feet and cannot help being held hostage to open the backward routing trend. So it is like a snowball. 800 elite cavalry drove more and more Han troops, and finally more than 10,000 people, like a wild tide, in the Han army camp volatile rushing roll. Invincible. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Chu's Nemesis. The tent of the Han army's commander-in-chief. The evening banquet has just ended. Seeing that the destruction of Chu is imminent, Lu Bang and a cadre of good ministers and brave generals under his command relaxed, drinking, one after another. Drunkenness. Han Xian was also half-drunk, but managed to stay sober and sent Lu Bang out of the tent with a respectful look, and returned to the rear army under the escort of Xia Hoing, who did not drink to stay sober, and led 3,000 elite cavalry. Lu Bang drunkenly put his arm around Han Xian's shoulder, opened his eyes and said in a loud voice to a group of generals and bureaucrats on his left and right, "The king of Qi is the dry city of my Han dynasty, and militarily, he is the most trusted division chief of my Lu Bang. I, Lu Bang, have the king of Qi, like a dragon getting the clouds, like a tiger getting the wind. You all have to worship him as a king from now on. No rudeness." Upon hearing this, Gu Ying, Xia Hoing, Chao Sun, Zhou Bo, and a bunch of other generals all changed color. See Han Xian in the face of Lu Bang this kind of praise, not only did not have the slightest fear to make excuses in humility, on the contrary, a face of reserve, frankly accepted. Next to the chin ping corner of the mouth a cold smile flooded up. Zhang Liang is secretly sighing in the heart. At this time, suddenly heard the northern camp shouting and killing sound, mixed with Lu Bang death. Xu Xing, Xiang Ba Wang, for the Lady Revenge and other earth-shattering calls, followed by the following immediately after that. We saw the fire rising up to the sky, burning the camp, just like a huge torch, burning the dark night sky half red. Lu Bang's body trembled and was shocked. The drunken negligence on his face disappeared. Xiang Yu, that little child, is again rushing out? Xia Hoing, who had been following closely beside him, crossed his arms and solemnly said, "Xiang thieves suddenly night attack. The king of Han may as well return to the rear army tent to sit down. Here continue to be handed over to the command of the king of Qi. Forgive the Xiang thieves will not be able to turn over much of a wave." When Lu Bang heard this, his face showed joy and he was about to nod his head in agreement. At that moment a messenger soldier came on horseback to report. Xiang Yu personally marshaled 1,000 elite cavalry, attacked the northern camp at night, and is now driving a few thousand routed soldiers to cover up against the center army. When Han Xian heard this, he thought of the high esteem that the king of Han had just held for himself, and the fact that he had commanded all the armies to defeat Xiang Yu the night before but did not see it with his own eyes because Lu Bang was in the rear army, so he could not help but bow solemnly and salute Lu Bang at once. Han Xin has been honored by your majesty's trust. He has clothed and fed me, and now that he has been appointed as the commander-in-chief, he is in charge of the army, so he dares not to serve and die in return. Your majesty, stay here and see how I, Han Xin, will defeat the Xiang bandits again. This 1,000 elite cavalry should be the last home base of the Xiang thief. As long as it will be destroyed tonight, the mighty Chu elite cavalry will be completely defeated, and no longer have the power to go out of the city to kill. Xiang Yu will only be trapped in a lonely city waiting for the road to death. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang next to him frowned while Chen Ping rolled his eyes. Lu Bang also stayed, face with a bitter smile, secretly regret that he just touted this guy some over the top. But let this guy is true. Chen Ping coughed and smiled lightly, and was about to speak out to relieve himself, knowing that the surrounding Zhou Bo and Fan Kuai generals were all rammers without much brains, and had shouted loudly, "That's right, King Han can sit here peacefully and see how we can defeat the Xiang bandits again." As soon as Lu Bang heard this, his face immediately perked up and he categorically said, "Very well, I'll be here to watch the generals show off their might. King Qi, feel free to give orders to command. All the generals are at your disposal." Lu Bang, however, did not add the words "including me," fearing that if this guy believes, really send himself out to charge. In this situation, Zhang Liang and Chen Ping could only shut their mouths, unable to say anything else. Han Xin was in high spirits, like an actor who had been on the stage and was being watched by an important dignitary. He was full of energy and desire to perform, and he looked around at all the generals with a sense of awe. Xiang thief night attack, even if the Chu army elite cavalry again brave, facing 600,000 Han army, how many can kill and injure? Therefore, this is most likely to be a plan to attack the west from the east. But even if 50,000 Chu soldiers come out, as long as we are well protected and do not disorganize ourselves, no matter how desperately the Chu army stirs up, we'll be in the overall situation without damage. Therefore, all the generals, at the same time, send a letter to Yingbu and Pingyu in the periphery. Immediately train the soldiers, strictly guard the barracks. Without my military order, any army is not allowed to move. Tonight, as long as we can hold on to it, will be a great merit. After receiving the order, the messenger rushed to Yingbu and Pang Yu's army with his horse to deliver the order. Chao Shun, Fan Kuai, Zhou Bo and other generals bid farewell to Lu Bang and also returned to their respective camps, reorganized their soldiers and waited for their turn. And it was not until then that Han Xin began to deal with the elite cavalry led by Xiang Yu. Han Xin had never fought such a rich battle in his life, so even when he faced the invincible king of West Chu, he remained calm and commanded with ease. Infected by his strong confidence, not only the remaining generals, but also Lu Bang was greatly energized. Fu Quan, Shui O, Wang Suk, and Ding Fu, you 4 generals will each lead 3,000 cavalry under your command, and send out troops in turn to snipe at Xiang Thief's elite cavalry. Your role is to bite the Chu army to death and prevent them from continuing to raid the camp with impunity, while at the same time not being able to consume his elite cavalry. Tonight, I want the Xiang Thief to have no return. These 4 generals were all famous cavalry generals in the Han army, experienced in leading cavalry battles and brave in fighting. After the establishment of the Han dynasty, Lu Bang conferred 18 Marquis of Merit, and these 4 generals were among them. The 4 generals took the order with solemnity. As for you, Gu Ying, organize the 5,000 elite cavalry under your command. Head to the front of the camp to form up and wait for my military order. Xiang Yu will lead the elite cavalry to attract our attention, and the 50,000 Chu soldiers will charge out of that city gate for a surprise attack. When that happens, you will immediately lead the cavalry in a head-on attack, and make sure to crush them all in one fell swoop. Gu Ying's face was solemn. He received the order in a deep voice and went to straighten out the Han cavalry under his command. As Lu Bang's cavalry commander, Gu Ying had been an extremely special existence in the Han camp. He was not like Xiao He, Chao Sun, Zhou Bo, Fan Kuai, Xia Hoing, etc., who belonged to the old team when they followed Lu Bang to start the army, but joined Lu Bang's camp in the middle of the journey. In the early battle with the Qin army, although extremely brave, repeated successes, very much appreciated by Lu Bang and trust, but that's all. But it is one of the many generals under Lu Bang's command, but far from among the ranks of the first line. What really made him become an important general that Lu Bang relied heavily on and even indispensable was that in the great battle with Chu, in order to fight against Xiang Yu's cavalry, Lu Bang purposely set up a cavalry unit and appointed him as the main general. This is undoubtedly another proof of Lu Bang's discerning eye. Like Han Xin, who seems to have been born for war, Guing, too, seems to have been born specifically for the cavalry. After serving as the main general of the cavalry, his natural aptitude was thoroughly explored, and he began a battlefield performance that can be described as explosive. And the cavalry, which the Chu army is proud of and which can be called the nightmare of the Han army, gradually lost its luster. First, in the east of Xinjiang, the first battle with the cavalry of the Chu army, he defeated the invincible Chu cavalry to a great extent. After that, he was ordered by Liu Bang to start leading the cavalry alone and became the main general of the Aspect army, attacking the rear of the Chu army. During this period, he cut off the grain road of Chu army many times, causing great harm to Chu army, and defeated Xiangguan, a famous cavalry primus general of Chu army, in the area of Lu. After that, he assisted Han Xin to exterminate Qi, and also broke the Qi army many times, killed and captured many war generals, and broke the capital city of Qi, Linzi, and captured the guardian of Qi, Tianguang, alive. The most glamorous battle took place in Gaomi, Qi, where he defeated the Chu general Long and Zhou Lan, who were dispatched by Xiang Yu to rescue Qi, and Zhou Lan was captured by his own hands, and Long was killed by Ding Fu, a cavalry general under his command. In the subsequent battle in Xiapi, he defeated Xiang Shang, a general of the Chu army, and killed Shuigong, a fierce general under Xiang Shang's command. In the Battle of Pingyang, he again defeated the cavalry of the Chu army, and captured Xiang'at, who was a great pillar state of the Chu state at that time. And his most glorious moment in the annals of history was when Xiang Yu broke out from Gaixia, and he was ordered to lead 5,000 cavalry in pursuit, and ultimately forced Xiang Yu to cut his own throat on the banks of the Wujiang River. Throughout the Chu-Han dispute in the irrigation baby, simply can be called the nemesis of the great Chu cavalry. Chu's first-class generals either died in his hands, or was beaten by him to defeat, and finally even the unbeatable Hegemon Xiang Yu were forced to kill him. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Pops is powerful. Seeing Han Xin's thorough thinking and comprehensive arrangement, which can be said to be soup and water, Liu Bang was secretly relieved and felt that staying in the center of the army didn't seem to be an unacceptable thing. At that moment, at Han Xin's invitation, he gladly climbed up to the wooden, several meter high watchtower in front of the tent to watch the great battle in the northern camp from afar. It must be said that Han Xin deserves to be known as the soldier immortal by later generations, and his military management is indeed breathtaking. With Chao Shun, Zhou Bo and other generals back to their respective barracks, called their respective generals to straighten out the soldiers, or assembled to defend the barracks, or line up to temporarily retreat to avoid the sharp edge of the Chu army. The law is strict. The Chu army drove more than 10,000 completely routed in defeat of the Han army rushed to the mountains and rolled. Not only did not snowball more and more, but instead, in the face of the Han army's firm counterattack, fast consumption down, and immediately afterward, according to the military order, Fu Quan led 3,000 cavalry to kill in a raging manner. In the previous Hanshu wars, Fu Quan had been a general under Han Xin's command, and was a cavalry general that Han Xin relied heavily on, and was later named Marquis of Yangling for his great achievements in assisting Han Xin to destroy Qi. Seeing the Chu army driving the hastily defeated Han army rushed and rolled, Fu Quan waved his hand. 3,000 cavalrymen opened their bows and arrows. The arrows were fired. The hundreds of people in the forefront of the defeated Han army were like cut wheat, fell down in unison, and for a time wailing and screaming filled the battlefield. The momentum of the Han army fleeing the impact, for a stagnation, immediately after Fu Quan led 3,000 cavalry sound moving heaven, to the routed Han troops on the trampling impact. The routed Han army could not imagine that their own cavalry was so cold and would charge them. The infantry would have only been masochistic in the face of the cavalry, not to mention that they were all heart and guts, no heart of war, routed deserters, and were instantly killed and wounded, crying out in ghosts and wolves, and desperately fleeing in all directions in a haphazard manner. Xiang Yu had seen this cavalry and knew that the Han army was set on a cavalry-to-cavalry battle. He laughed coldly and without any hesitation. He threw away these defeated and fleeing Han army and rushed and rolled over to this Han army cavalry. On the subject of cavalry battles, the Chu army is afraid of who has come, when the great Qin elite cavalry across the world are unbearable. As for the large number of enemy riders, the Chu army elite riders fought that battle is not to win with fewer than many? Seeing the Chu army elite cavalry rushed straight to the face, although only 1,000 cavalry, but the momentum is like an army of thousands of horses. Horrifying, Fu Quan's heart tightened, but also can only harden his head. Spear a finger, leading 3,000 cavalry against the Chu army elite cavalry to meet up. The two armies' cavalry on this blatant hedge. See, the two tides are getting closer and closer, is about to crash together, and the impact of the Han army inevitably exposed the defects of the quality of the soldiers are not uniform. The queue dragging to pull the length of the line of battle appeared huge gaps. Xiang Yu, who rushed at the front of the body first, let out a long whistle, and suddenly turned his horse's head, and led 1,000 riders to slant and draw a beautiful arc, letting go of the sharpness of the Han army that rushed straight, and then slanting and cutting into the Han army cavalry from the side and rear. But the short and compact and flexible and maneuverable of the Chu army's elite cavalry and the comfort of the arm, which is the best of all worlds, like a sharp blade cut into the waist and ribs of a running bullock. The elite cavalry of the Chu army trampled across the country, wantonly charging and killing. The Han cavalry under Fu Quan's command was impacted by the horses fell to death, broken blades flying, broken limbs, a tragic mess. Special charge in the forefront of Xiang Yu, a halberd in his hands like a furious scaly sea. Invincible. In front of the encountered Han riders, Han generals, a sweep of a large area, often even with the people with the horse smashed in one fell swoop. There is no one who can fight with them, and they are either dead or wounded. The 3,000 cavalry under Fu Quan's command were thus pierced through in one fell swoop, completely unable to withstand a single blow, and collapsed completely. Fu Quan turned his head back and found that the back half of the 3,000 cavalry was gone, and the elite cavalry of the Chu army turned their horses around and rushed at him in a reverse roll from the rear. For a moment his heart was beating wildly, and he also saw the opportunity to see the difference, and with a whip of his fast horse, he fled down with the collapsed cavalry in defeat straight to the west. This time, Fu Quan really understand how big the gap is between himself and the invincible Chu Baowang. Compared with this devil god general man, he is just like a mole cricket. All have no qualification to fight against him. While Fu Quan 3,000 cavalry broke down, Xiang Yu, a lift of the eyes, found that the front again appeared 2 generals. Each led 3,000 cavalry lined up in order to wait, and now after a call and shout one after another rushed to roll over, a posture that does not give the Chu army cavalry the slightest opportunity to catch their breath. Xiang Yu's face sank like water, his eyes spewed fire, and as he did, he led the 800 elite cavalry to break through 2 more cavalries of Shuo and Wang Suk one after another. Pops is mighty, being Xiang Zhuang and a cadre of cavalry in the center. Xiang Chang saw his father's great power, leading less than 1,000 cavalry, but froze and staged a hat-trick of fewer than many. One after another broke 3,000 Han elite cavalry, and has been the front. One person killed the Han cavalry. Han generals don't know how many hundreds of people, a time when the blood surging, dry mouth, the heart to the old man's admiration is simply incomparable. In my previous life, I read history. Read the old man in the Jiangdong army when one person killed Huiji Taishifu 110 people. In distress when the Wujiang River was surrounded by the Han army, one person killed the Han army. Han generals hundreds of people. Was quite unbelieving, thought it was too much rhetoric, too exaggerated, and now witnessed, but is a real conviction. No wonder that even though my father's body is full of grooves, there are still so many generals and soldiers who are willing to follow him and would rather die than regret. And now on the battlefield of life and death, Xiang Chang has come to realize and understand. Feelings Pops is born for the battlefield god of war. Their own dominance, courage, force, through the battlefield, the most intuitive place, to show out. And it has always been human nature to worship the strong, to follow the strong, to obey the strong. Therefore, even if you know that the road to follow the old man is getting narrower and narrower, see into a dead end. Regardless of a cadre of generals or many soldiers are still hot-blooded. Regardless, give up their lives to follow. In one breath, the cavalry led by Fu Quan, Shuo, and Wang Suk, 3 brave generals, were consecutively chiseled through and knocked down, and the elite cavalry of the Chu army was in full bloom. Although it was in the middle of the Han army's camp, it was flaunting its might and was unbeatable. The night before, Xiang Yu with 100,000 troops in Han Xin battle. At the beginning he took the elite cavalry charge. While Han Xin occupies the absolute advantage of the center of the army are charged to the foothold of the uncertainty of a great defeat. Just the cavalry rushed too fast, and the Han army left and right army enclosed up. The Chu army charge of the cavalry and the back of the infantry cut off, which resulted in the final success of a failure. However, even in the face of that unfavorable situation, the Chu cavalry switched from charging forward to rescuing, and still rescued the besieged Chu infantrymen, and returned to Gaixia city peacefully, and now there is no infantry burden. This elite cavalry, although less than 1,000 riders, raid the camp is just to play out the advantages. But the strength of the battle sword, gallop Han army camp like no one in the territory. At this time, Ding Fu led 3,000 cavalry can reach the battlefield. Kill is in full swing, like a black dragon of the Chu army elite cavalry. At the sight of the following, teeth and claws, the momentum of the thunder rolled on the ground like continue to charge and kill over. Ding Fu was a wise and courageous general of the Han army. In following Lu Bang to pacify San Qin, as well as in the early Hanchu dispute, have made great achievements, especially in the Battle of Weishui. Subject to the control of the irrigation of the baby, he killed the Chu general Long and, so that his fame spread far and wide. Previously Fu Quan and other 3 generals, then he is much worse. But he is not Liu Bang lineage, belongs to Liu Bang's great-uncle brother Liu Zei's beloved. So when the Han founding of the 18 meritorious marquis in the last place, see the Chu army 1,000 elite cavalry breath even broke Fu Quan, Shui O, Wang suction 3 cavalry army, will be nearly 10,000 of the Han riders to the collapse of the Han cavalry and Chu cavalry huge gap, even if the Ding Fu long-time battlefield, still see the body tremble with fear, almost cannot sit steadily on the horse, being the main general of him is so, behind the 3,000 Han riders is a burst of panic, the whole body sweating, see the Chu army elite cavalry ferocious and vicious like rushing closer and closer, do not know is that the soldier issued a scream, to preempt the first to turn his head to escape, the situation is completely ruined, 3,000 Han riders do not wait to take the line, actually 4 scattered and fled, and as the main general of the Ding Fu not only did not stop, but took advantage of the chaos mixed in the chaos of soldiers, followed the scurry. I have to say, this is a smart man, for this scene Chu army elite cavalry is also seen a lot, no surprise, incomparable calmly articulated tail a chase, Han Xin high hope sent out of the 4 Han army cavalry, this is all killed back routed. End of chapter. Chapter 17, Courage without strategy. The Overlord is mighty, attacking the Han camp at night like nobody's business, killing 600,000 Han troops. Liu Bang, where have you been? In front of thousands of Han troops, do you dare to fight with my king? Liu Ji, even though your cheap old man is a turtle, you, as the commander-in-chief of thousands of Han troops, must not be a shrunken-head turtle. The king of Han, after half a day, is a grandson. Brothers of the Han army, as good men, recognize such a shameless man as their master. Are you not ashamed? The elite cavalry of the Chu army let go of their throats and let loose their curses. Their voices shook the sky, revealing an unrivaled, arrogant and domineering aura, and they wanted to force King Liu Bang of Han to show himself. The Han army, whether cavalry or foot soldiers, were all horrified and shocked on the spot, not a single general or pawn dared to attack, and by the Chu army elite cavalry so abusive, the commander-in-chief tent is silent, and do not see the Han king Liu Bang show up. Is the head of the tortoise named to sit down? The Han soldiers cannot help but frustration, morale is more depressed. Xiang Yu, who was urging his piebald horse to raid at the Han camp, hated his heart. However, what could he do when Liu Bang made it clear that he did not want to show his face and played a scoundrel? After all, 600,000 troops, roaming around, who knows where this tortoise is hiding? At that moment, with a wave of his hand, he led the elite cavalry of the Chu army in a half-arc around the Han army camp and retreated toward the western city gate of Gaixia. At this time, the elite cavalry of the Chu army has been rushed by the Han army camp in the north of the city to the west of the city, and the results of the battle can be said to be fruitful. Xiang Yu is clear in his heart. After all, the number of his elite cavalry is too small. Now the battle has been consumed by half. Do not take advantage of the Han army was momentarily shocked. See good, really continue to kill. To be surrounded by the Han army foot soldiers on all sides. Be completely entangled. I am afraid that really want to destroy this place. After all, they were a lone army with no follow-up to receive them. You should know that at the moment, the commander of the Han army is Han Xin, not Liu Bang. Xiang Yu is also very afraid of Han Xin's delicate and cunning military tactics. Although the Chu army is elite and indestructible, however, when he meets him, it is like falling into a spider's web. One spider's silk after another can't help wrapping around, and the sharpness is slowly consumed. And over a long period of time, it can't help but give birth to a strange feeling of not being able to make use of one's strength. Like just now when the 4 generals of the Han army brought their cavalry to charge against their own Chu army. It was clearly his handiwork. Standing on the lookout platform to watch the battle of Han Xin, Liu Bang, in the tent everywhere under the light of bonfires, torches, Farsi the Chu army elite cavalry successively broke the Han army 4 cavalry, and at this time heard the Chu army elite cavalry unbridled arrogance and insults. All color change. Liu Bang's heart was beating a drum. He couldn't stop his eyes from looking at Xia Hoing next to him. His hands shrunk and his sleeves were slightly shaking, and he was already ready to run for his life at any time. He was truly psychologized by Xiang Yu. As for Chu Jun's insults, he acted as if he hadn't heard them and automatically filtered them out. Han Xin is very overestimated Xiang Yu's cavalry combat power, but now he sent out 4 major generals were easily defeated one after another. Still cannot help but be surprised, and now see the Chu army elite cavalry began to retreat. Immediately ordered the left army general Kongshi, right army general Chen he led the troops to close the siege. Make sure that cannot let Xiangyu escape. Historically, Kong Shi and Chen He were far less famous than Xiao He, Chao Sun, Fan Kuai, etc., and were not among the 18 meritorious vassals in the early Han dynasty, but they were also the old men who had followed Liu Bang since he started his army at Mangdang Mountain. And had been dispatched by Liu Bang to serve as lieutenants under Han Xian since he was appointed as a general by Liu Bang. Now that the Chu army was surrounded in Gaixia city, Han Xian was appointed as the commander by Liu Bang, so he naturally discarded Chao Shen, Fan Kuai and other generals, and gave the important position of the left and right army generals to Kong Shi and Chen He, who had worked together for many years and knew and trusted each other well. Historically, after the establishment of Han dynasty, Kong Shi was named Marquis of Polygon and Chen He was named Marquis of Fei. At this time, Zhang Liang's general, who was dispatched to Gaixia city to spy on the news inside the city, led Xiang Ju, who was carrying Xiang Tang's body and weeping bitterly, to come to pay his respects under the watchtower. As Xiang Chang expected, Xiang Tang has been secretly communicating with Zhang Liang, and Zhang Liang sent his generals to listen to the information in Gaixia city just now, which is to contact Xiang Tang. Hearing that Xiang Ju just escaped from Gaixia city, halfway Xiang Tang was shot by the son of the overlord. Han Xian's spirit was revitalized, grabbed Zhang Liang before, and inquired in detail, learned that Xiang Yu and a cadre of generals and bureaucrats were intimidated by the four sides of the Chusong. The state of mind collapsed. This night is to abandon the 50,000 Chu soldiers attempted to break out and flee, only to be compelled by the eldest son of Xiang Chang, wrathfully chased and killed to throw the Han Xiang tangled, and then angry Yu corpse was destroyed. Abandoned the breakout plan, turned to the night attack on the Han's camp to come. Since Xiang Ju no omission of the Chen said, Han Xian keen to grasp that the city of 50,000 Chu soldiers were Xiang Yu to abandon. So Xiang Yu this elite cavalry is a lone army. There is no reception, the heart of the great joy, and immediately ordered the irrigation of the infant with 5,000 Han cavalry pursuit. Be sure to be destroyed. Even if Xiang Yu's elite cavalry is strong enough to fight in the middle of the night, it is still a tired army, and facing the 5,000 elite cavalry of the Han army that is waiting to be killed, there is absolutely no way to survive. Zhang Liang through the torch looked at the Xiang Tang corpse, forehead and inserted an arrow, eyes wide, face shock, anger and despair, light sigh, pat Xiang Ju's shoulder, warm voice, I have been your father's close friend for many years, and now he has suffered a tragic death. It is really lamentable. Don't be sad, bury him well. From now on I will be your subfather, and follow me. Liu Bang see Xiang Tang has died. Xiang Ju will not be much interest, are not down from the watchtower, completely handed over to Zhang Liang to send. Xiang Ju was disappointed and cried bitterly as he knelt down and bowed in thanks. At this time, Xiang Yu led the elite cavalry of the Chu army to break through the siege of Chaoshan and Fan Kuai, and drove part of the Han soldiers into the trench and filled the trench with human beings, and then the war horses trampled on them and easily killed them out of the Han army camp, and rode their cavalry towards the western part of Gaixia city to retreat and return. Gu Ying, who had been waiting patiently, finally received Han Xian's military order, and was greatly energized, so he took the 5,000 Han cavalrymen under his command, which had long been assembled, and rushed out from the flanks in front of the camp, and hurriedly chased after the retreating Chu army. Gu Ying rushed to the front. At this time is about to dawn, but the distance is too far. He can only vaguely see the Chu horsemen in front of him who hurriedly steered their horses to escape to Gaixia city, but he could not see clearly. Listening sideways to the sound of the hooves of the Chu army's warhorses, a cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth, and his heart was greatly determined. After the battle in the middle of the night, the horses of the Chu army were obviously a bit exhausted, and then secretly estimated the distance to Gaixia city. The Han cavalry would definitely catch up with the Chu riders and intercept them before they returned to Gaixia city. And the irrigation baby also learned from Han Xian's military order. Xiang Yu's elite cavalry is a lone army. There is no reception in the city, so there can still be left to fight? He completely let go of his guts and chased after them at full speed. Think of Xiang Yu as now but the end of the crossbow, under the banner of 1,000 riders also remaining but half, their own reserve to wait for the 5,000 cavalry. As long as the catch-up, in one fell swoop will be killed, can be said to be undoubtedly. This night, the king of the world will be killed under the city of Gaixia. This kind of honor is simply the world to look at, enough to cover all the previous achievements. Not only this life, the future generations will certainly be extolled their own fame. Thinking in this way, the instilling infant couldn't help but have a burst of burning heat flooding his heart. General, the Xiang traders raided the Han camp tonight, putting themselves in danger, but in the end, They gained nothing and did nothing to help the overall situation. What is this for? There can't be any hidden plots, right? Partial General Luo Jia followed closely beside Guan Ying and frowned loudly. Oh, you worry too much. The Xiang thief is a brave but no strategy of the piker. Tonight's raid, but the dog is anxious to jump over the wall in vain to show the courage of the helpless move. Hurry up the pursuit. Must not let him run away. The destruction of Chu. Today, Guiying waved his hand and said with a confident look. End of chapter. Chapter 18, Stud Moment. With the pursuit of the closer, with the help of the hazy morning sun, the front of the Chu army galloping horsemen have been vaguely visible. About the distance between them is no more than 100 meters, and at the same time, far away, the silhouette of Gaiku Castle came into sight. To be able to defeat all the first-class generals in the Chu army, such as Xiang Guan, Xiang Shang, Xiang It, Long and etc. Guan Ying as a general is naturally not a generation that shows courage in vain, but in fact, in the battle with the Chu army, it can be said that he is too smart, and the use of tactics is exquisite. Yet all the same, in times of necessity, he dared to give all he had, to press all he had, to let go of his nerve. Years of battle undoubtedly let him deeply understand. In the critical moment, if you are still afraid to fight, it can only be reduced to cannon fodder on the battlefield, and become a stepping stone for other generals to seize the brilliant achievements. And now for the dunking baby, it will undoubtedly be time for the pokies again. In this way he naturally no longer retained the slightest bit of strength or hand, as he suddenly speeds up and rushes at the front. The surrounding Han generals and elite riders who have followed him for a long time and are extremely familiar with his fighting style, steeply energized, as if they have received the order to sprint, they coincidentally ride with all their strength and impact at full speed. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters, seeing the Chu army fleeing in front of him getting closer and closer, and the armor of the last Chu rider's body is clearly visible. A cruel smile spreads on the face of Guiying, who is so cold and stern as to look at a wild beast falling into a cage. At this moment, his heart was incredibly confident. 4 big, hesitant words then came to mind. The jig is up. He raised his right hand and was about to command the elite cavalry behind him to split into left and right teams, surround the pursuit, and snatch the Chu army before they rushed to the bottom of the city to pocket it and completely encircle it. In the city of Gaixia, the remnants of the Chu army's most elite horsemen were surrounded and killed in one fell swoop, including the Chu army's Chu Ba Wang, who was regarded as a god, was killed. And that was definitely a fatal blow to the morale of the remaining Chu soldiers in Gaixia city, and there was no need to attack anymore, and the general's heart collapsed and surrendered obediently. I can't imagine that the final battle to destroy Chu will actually end in my own hands. The king of Chu will also be beheaded by himself. In the irrigation baby hesitation full of ambition exuberant contemplation, a time even their future will be sealed. What title or thought of a 7 or 8? Clang clang clang. Ahead of the fleeing Chu army suddenly sounded a burst of sharp and loud dido knocking sound. Guiying's heart flinched, and the war instincts cultivated by years of conquering made a steep wave of uneasiness flood over him, just when he was about to order the generals to be on the alert, as if in order to fulfill his premonition is correct, do not let his uneasiness fall into vain. Suddenly heard around the shouting and killing sound of the sky. See the 4 sides of the shadows. Do not know how many Chu army up, 10,000 arrows, such as torrential rainfall, against the full impact of the unavoidable cue of dragging the old Long Han army cavalry, pouring down. At the same time, another tripwire crumbled up on the ground. The Han cavalry that attacked at full speed saw the victory in sight, and was about to catch up with the Chu army that fled in haste and lacked the strength to carry out a unilateral massacre, where there was not the slightest defense. A tripwire strewn across the ground thus tripped countless fast-charging warhorses to the ground, and the horses, in long and mournful cries, carried the cavalrymen to smash heavily on the ground and roll into a ball, and for a while the dust flew up in a mess. The front of the Han horsemen were tripped by the tripwire, and the cavalry behind them couldn't collect momentum, trampling over in a chaotic manner like a huge wave lapping the shore, trampling the rolling Han troops into meat foam, and the back of the cavalry constantly impacted over, and ruthlessly hit the cavalry trampled haphazardly. So before and after the haphazard collision, I do not know how many cavalrymen have fallen out from the horse, full of flying people, quite as spectacular. The cavalrymen who were winding down in the rear, seeing the ambush in front of them, people and horses overturned, a wailing and miserable, panicked and desperately strangled their mounts, and managed to stop their forward momentum at the edge of the battlefield where they crashed into a mess. However, not waiting for them to be happy and celebrate, a dense rain of arrows has already split their heads and burst. Cavalry in order to maintain mobility. The body is wearing lightweight leather armor, and now facing the sharp and violent arrow rain, pouncing dense and dull sound of arrows into the flesh flooded. Screams one after another. Dumplings like one after another from the horse fell down. hard to avoid the insidious tripwire, resisted the baptism of the rampant arrow rain. The remnants of the Han riders do not wait for a little bit of shock. Shouting and killing the sound of the Chu army, and from all directions a great swarm of people surrounded, armed with spears, gorgets, guns and other long weapons, on the thrust of the cavalry, the lower knocking the horses' legs, on them to start the cold and bloody reaping. The face of the Chu army this on, in, under the three-dimensional surround 360 degrees without a dead angle of destruction ravage. 5,000 cavalry is considered to be enough blood bad luck. Not long work has been folded more than half. The 5,000 cavalry were totally chilled by this heavy blow, completely out of control, and could not organize any effective defense or counterattack at all. Some of the fastest reactors directly and furiously drew their horses, charging out in one direction, attempting to escape. However, not long after rushing out, see in front of a thigh-thick giant would nailed into more than 3 people high, the size of the house of the refusal of the horse, sharpened sharp wooden spikes aimed straight at them. Exudes of centaurs do not come close to those who dare to impact the death of that ruthless and cold atmosphere. The heart of the cavalrymen who were lucky not to die was completely desperate. The Chu army was determined to wipe out their 5,000 elite cavalry here. Some of the Han riders fled the dizzy head. Collect momentum cannot stop. Hard impact on the past. By the refusal of the horse, even with the horse pierced through the piercing, hanging on the top of the violent twisting struggles, wailing. The entire battlefield has completely turned into a slaughterhouse for the Chu army. Just like a bloody hell, tragic to the extreme, turning back in a hurry, the irrigation baby who had completely watched the scene in his eyes, for a moment a heart from floating in the high clouds, suddenly fell sharply into the bottomless abyss. Done. Those were the 2 words that came clearly to his mind once again. At this time, the irrigation of the baby there is still not clear. Clearly as Gaixia city of the Chu army took advantage of Xiangyu attracted the entire Han army camp of all the people's attention. Open the city gate out of the nest. God does not know the ghosts, and ghosts unknowingly ambush this place. This ruthlessly eat them this crotch cold, cold hands and feet, cold in the head and heart, cold in the torso. This battle-hardened general felt his whole body cool down, riding on his horse by instinct and continuing to charge forward by inertia, completely at a loss for a short period of time. The moment he turned back, he saw the blankness and stagnation on the faces of the 2 generals, Li Bai and Luo Jia, who were closely following him. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Guing simply could not believe that his 2 capable and valiant generals would also have such an expression of helplessness on their faces. Obviously, the 2 generals were just like him. From the peak of a great victory to the abyss of a trap, this huge and immeasurable reversal directly crushed their state of mind, and the whole person was made dumbfounded. Li Bai and Luo Jia, however, were the cavalry generals of the Qin Cavalry Corps that swept the world in those years, and after surrendering to Liu Bang, they helped Liu Bang to set up the Han Camp Cavalry Army that resisted the elite cavalry of Dechu. In the selection of the main general of the Han Camp Cavalry, Liu Bang intends to appoint the 2 of them. Is that the 2 know that the seniority is shallow, but also descended from the generals, cannot convince the masses, and therefore the wisdom of the advice of the Liu Bang to choose another famous generals, the 2 of them to assist, so that the main general fell on the head of the irrigation of the baby. These 2 generals were responsible for the subsequent victories over the Chu cavalry. However, tonight, it was in their most complacent and unexpected situation that they encountered the most tragic defeat in their lives. The god of fate is this cold and cruel. When they feel that they are about to climb to the peak of this life's work, a gentle push, so easily pushed them into the bottomless abyss. Ambush here the Chu army, many days in the hands of the Han army's successive defeats, are holding a belly of fire. See, the godlike king was hunted down in such a sorry state, but also the anger spurt, and now kill up the Han army cavalry to be defiant, ruthless and black-hearted, venomous and incomparable. See ahead of the rush to flee. Eyes were bitten by his Chu ride. Tide-like continue to fly forward roll, but will be a member of the eyes of the double pupil. Body of fierce gas surging of the great generals to stay in place. Low ride quietly waiting for him. Chupacabra. At the moment, Guaning doesn't have the slightest intention to kill Xiangyu. Instead, his heart is cold, and almost without thinking, he ruthlessly strangled his mount, turned fiercely, and fled to the right side. Instead, he abandoned the tragically killed Han riders on this and fled for his life. So, this time, Xiangyu is staring at the figure of Guing and riding his horse in hot pursuit. His general, Long Zi, was defeated and killed by Guiying, and now he is willing to let him go. The 2 generals Li Bai and Luo Jia, who were closely following behind Guaning, were surrounded by dozens of Han riders, and when they saw that the commander-in-chief was in danger, they immediately rode their riders to charge at the overlord. Chu Baowan's whiskers and hair were blossoming. His eyes were rounded, and he opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. which frightened the two generals and a group of Han riders who almost fell off their horses and retreated in haste. Hastily retreating Chu ride this time round a circle, also began to charge back, face fierce, cannot help but roar harshly, will Beely by, Luoe two generals with dozens of Han riders on this to a swamp. End of chapter. Chapter 19, The Golden Couple. Overlord steered his horse in close pursuit, although he sat down on a piebald horse, after all, galloped in the middle of the night, and mount is a red mane high horse, for hooves such as cymbals, long legs and round buttocks, but also a rare good horse. Eyes actually chased further and further away up. Xiang Yu was furious, pawed the halberd in his hand, and lifted it upside down to hold it horizontally, sideways and arms uplifted, and suddenly threw it out. The halberd drew an arc, like a sharp blade stabbing into the oil, deeply missing into the crimson steed's hindquarters. The crimson steed let out a mournful neigh and collapsed to the ground. Guang was then heavily slammed to the ground. Xiang Yu rushed to the front, flew off his horse, pulled out the 5-foot-long, palm-width overlord sword, raised it over the top, and slashed down hard at Guiying's head. The irrigation baby hastily climbed up. Life and death situation. Face also a touch of child ruthlessness emerged. Hands raised the spear. For Sarak. With a loud sound. The spear of the irrigation baby was actually hard to be cut off by the king, broken into two in the center, and at the same time, his body was like a heavy blow, trembling violently, and his right knee knelt down heavily on the ground. And Xiang Yu's wide and sharp overlord sword froze and was also shattered by the huge force of the recoil. Xiang Yu was also recoiled and withdrew 2 steps backward, and on the way back, he flew up again and kicked Guang squarely in the shoulder, sending him flying out. The irrigation baby rolled twice on the ground, his arm propped up, leaped up, his eyes blood red, his legs stumped, his huge body in the air, lunged towards Xiang Yu's head. The tip of the broken half of the spear stabbed Xiang Yu's face fiercely. The whole person was like an eagle flying in the air to pounce on a hare, revealing an unrelenting determination. Guang is worthy of being a number of fierce generals under Liu Bang's command, knowing that he can't escape, so he gave up the idea of greed for life, and turned to fight to the death with a force of the same, in a desperate attempt to drag Xiang Yu on the road together. Unfortunately, he has forgotten that Xiang Yu is known as the king of the hegemony, and his bravery is unmatched in the past, and when he conquered Huan Chu, the huge tripod that 4 strong men couldn't lift was easily lifted over the top of his head by one person. On the subject of head-to-head single combat, looking at the world, Xiang Yu is not putting anyone in his eyes. Xiang Yu's side head easily avoided, his body twisted, his right leg swept out with a strong wind, hitting Guan Ying's waist and ribs, this leg extraordinarily ruthless. Irrigation baby was kicked out a full 6 or 7 meters away, heavily smashed on the ground, mouth and nose overflowed with blood, struggling half a day to climb up. Xiang Yu slowly steps forward, his eyes are cold, his face is cold, his left hand grasps the neck of the irrigation baby and picks it up, like a strong man playing with an infant, then his right arm flips over, and the remaining half of the huge sword in his hand, stiffly stabs and cracks his armor, and stabs deeply into his chest. This sword is given to you instead of Longend. Looking down at the infused baby in front of him who was completely enveloped by his huge body, Xiang Yu's voice was cold, domineering, and lofty, just like a demonic god that wantonly takes people's lives. With his eyes staring at Xiang Yu, Guiying did not say a single word until he died, and his last breath was not dispersed, maintaining a half-kneeling posture, and thus he was fixed on the spot. Xiang Yu, however, did not have the slightest respect for the enemy's fierce general, and pulled out the long sword from Guiying's waist, so he used his sword to cut off his head, turned around to face the elite cavalry that followed him to raid the Han camp, and set up an ambush to surround the Han cavalry army's generals, and lifted it up in the air, looking out of the corner of his eye. At this time, the battlefield is also close to the end. The 5,000 elite cavalry of the Han army led by Guiying only escaped to talk about hundreds, including the commander-in-chief Guiying, the 2 generals Li Bai and Luo Jia, all killed here, can be said to be a total loss. After attacking the Han camp at night and coming back in one piece, and now in front of Gaixia city, they have won such a great victory. Seeing that the king is holding up the head of the Han cavalry general, the Chu army is greatly energized from the top to the bottom, and they all raise their weapons high, and let out an astonishing cheering to Xiang Yu. My lord! My lord! My lord! When the soldiers' chanting came to an end, and their exuberance calmed down a little bit, the Grand Secretary Xiang Shang and the Grand General Zhong Li Chair immediately commanded them to start clearing the battlefield. Despite this localized victory, but after all, the Han army was still eyeing them, and they were still at an absolute disadvantage and could not afford to take it lightly. There were also some soldiers who at this time unhooked the already tattered head of Mrs. Yu hanging under the neck of the piebald horse, and sent it back to Gaixia city for a proper burial together with the corpse. Xiang Yu casually threw the head of Guanying to Xiang Guan, who came close to escort him, and beckoned to the Chu generals who commanded the beautiful ambush battle, saying, "What is your name? What is your current military position?" This general is extremely young, looks just more than 20 years old, body robust, hard, demeanor dry. Since the end of the ambush, he has been a face of admiration, cannot stop stealing eyes to see their king, and now see incomparable worship like a god of war. King greetings, busy running over, bowed, exuberant face full of red, loudly said, "Your Majesty, my name is Gaixia, originally a master of 1,000 pawns under the banner of the Grand Secretary, but last night he was promoted to the position of cavalry secretary by Duke Chang." Xiang Yu froze and remained silent for a while, and after half a second, he went up and heavily patted his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Chang'ar told me about you and said that if you fought beautifully in this battle, he would promote you to the rank of general. This battle wiped out the Han Army's 5,000 cavalry elite in one fell swoop. You fought beautifully, and from now on you will be an aide-de-camp, under the command of Chang's eldest son, Xiang Chang." "Thank you, great king." Gaixia was overjoyed. Under the command of Xiang Shang and Zhong Li Chair, the surrendered nearly 1,000 Han troops were collected and closely guarded, and the rest of the Han riders who died in the battle, no matter on the body of the armor and blades and other equipment or carry dry food and water. Emergency medicine package. Are the current shortage of the Chu army in need? All of them are deprived of one by one and scavenged clean. As for the corpses, they were just thrown around the area in a mess. And the most surprising and unexpected thing for the Chu army is to get more than 2,000 intact war horses out of nowhere. Chu was founded on a cavalry army, and with horses, the strength of the army would skyrocket. Unfortunately, after years of uninterrupted fighting, the cavalry has been depleted drastically and lacks the necessary replenishment. Like the 50,000 soldiers remaining in Gaixia city, the cavalry is only 20,000 or so. Therefore, the most urgent shortage of the Chu cavalry is the war horse. With the addition of these 2,000 horses, the Chu has 2,000 more cavalry out of thin air, and their combat power has undoubtedly skyrocketed. At this time, the west city gate of Gaixia was wide open, and the defenders in the city poured out, transporting war horses, war armor, medicine packs, rations, water, and other trophies into the city with great joy. At this time the battlefield cleanup initially came to an end. Xiang Shang, Zhong Li Mai and other generals have gathered around and worshipped Xiang Yu on the ground with great reverence. The great king has planned well, broke the Han camp at night, and designed to overthrow the Han cavalry and kill the commander-in-chief, Guiying, truly a god. Originally, they were chased by the 5,000 horsemen of Guiying, and they all thought that they would be buried here tonight. They thought that they would be buried tonight, but they realized that the situation had reversed to such an extent that the 5,000 elite cavalry pursued by Guiying was destroyed. At this moment, they once again felt a sense of worship for their great king as if they were facing a god. In the face of the admiration and heartfelt praise from the generals, a hint of embarrassment flooded Xiang Yu's cold face. "You guys get up. This is all the planning and arrangement of Chang'ar. Like you, I only learned from Xiang Zhuang after I rushed out of the Han army camp that there was an ambush set up in advance by Chang'ar outside the western city gate of Gaixia to receive me." At the end of the day, thinking that all of this was done by his own son, a heavy look of relief also surfaced on Xiang Yu's face. "Mr. Chang?" When the generals heard this, their faces were dumbfounded, and for a while they were in a great deal of disbelief. Xiang Zhuang laughed softly from the sidelines. Although Duke Chang buried this ambush early and expected the Han army to pursue, he didn't expect that it would actually be Guiying who would come to pursue. And there's not a small amount of luck involved in that. Xiang Zhuang's words are very humble, but they also side by side confirm Xiang Yu's words again. The generals will naturally have no more reason to doubt this, and carefully recall, the night raid on the Han camp. Is the Duke of Chang a push due to the original they are intended to break out to escape? During the period of flying hooks, rockets and other raid equipment is also well prepared. Everything shows that he is premeditated, so set up an ambush here in advance is also logical. The generals looked at each other. All could see the surprise in each other's eyes, and one name came to their minds without fail: Fan Zhang. In this battle, the generals vaguely remembered the glorious past of Fan Zhang's close cooperation with the Golden Team of the King. At that time, the two of them, one of them was full of schemes and the other one was invincible in courage, and they were invincible across the world. It was only after the king fell for Lu Bang's counterplan and forced Fan Zhang's subfather to resign in anger and return home, dying of anger halfway through the process, that their unstoppable Chu began to go downhill. But nowadays, the hearts of the generals thumped, and their eyes, which were originally filled with deathly despair, could not help but once again glow with hope. Where is Mr. Chang? Where is Duke Chang? The generals looked around. only to realize that there was no Xiang Chang figure around, and shouted sharply in succession. Xiang Zhuang shook his head and let out a bitter smile as he raised his head to look worriedly towards the Han army camp in the southeast. End of chapter. Chapter 20, an unparalleled achievement. With Han Xian giving military orders to Guing to hunt down Xiang Yu's lone army, Lu Bang, along with a group of generals and good ministers under his command, began to wait in ecstasy mixed with anxiety and urgency. Thinking of the life and death enemy Xiang Yu was really going to be destroyed tonight, Lu Bang, who has been beaten out of a heavy psychological shadow, said impatiently, Xiang Yu's son has always been courageous, and although King Qi's deployment is foolproof, but just in case, all the generals might as well follow me and add another insurance policy. Saying this, Lu Bang rolled over onto a warhorse on the side, cracked a whip, and rushed impatiently in the direction of Gaixia city. Xiang Yu, this hard enemy and now overthrow is imminent. This old boy is born close to the battle, fishing for a personal extermination of the king of the name. To his face stick gold. At the same time to his and Xiang Yu's this lasted for several years of the long and bitter war to draw a satisfactory conclusion. As for the mind of Lu Bang's old man, Zhang Liang and Chen Ping, who were accompanying him, knew it in their hearts, and although they were very unimpressed, they also mounted their horses and followed them forward. Xia Hoing even panicked and gave orders to the 3,000 elite cavalry of the Chinese army that was escorting Lu Bang, and in the front of the sentry's sentry and on both sides of the escort, heavily protecting Lu Bang came towards Gaixia city. Han Xian looked helpless and could only get on his horse and accompany him. Along the way, from time to time, I saw fallen Chu army horses, as well as captured fallen and dropped Chu army cavalry. Xia Hoing said to Lu Bang. Xiang Yu's lone army numbered no more than 1,000, and after an attack last night, although he managed to break out in the end, he suffered serious losses, and it is estimated that at least half of them have gone. Upon hearing this, Lu Bang was even more delighted, tilted his helmet, scratched his scalp with his hand, and grinned at Han Xian beside him. So Xiang Yu's son only has 500 defeated soldiers left, and he is still exhausted from the night's fight? So, it's not more effortless to kill him? Han Xian also felt that there was nothing wrong with Lu Bang's words, and with a yawn on his horse, he said, "What your majesty said is true. This time Lord Xiang definitely has a death wish." Lu Bang heard first a moment of silence. Gradually, heavy laughter surfaced on the old face. On this cannot restrain, cannot help but laugh out loud. And the more you go the more joyful you laugh, trembling all over, almost cannot sit steady mount, had to stop the horse. Zhang Liang and Chen Ping, who accompanied him, also revealed a look of relief, as if they had unloaded 1,000 pounds of burden, smiling and revealing inexplicable ease in their bodies. Although the two of them were extremely intelligent and could be called the current ceiling of the intriguing wisdom of the human race, that divine valor and unparalleled battle prowess, the invincible overlord, still made them feel a deep pressure. Spare them the firmness of mind, but the early stage has repeatedly been beaten to a great defeat, and simply cannot see the slightest hope of victory. I do not know how many nights, I do not know how many times I have faltered for it. Therefore, when he heard this exact and affirmative answer from Han Xian, he and Lu Bang, in general, were born with a strong sense of joy. Perhaps in today's world, only this old man can stand up to the pressure of the unrivaled overlord of the world. Even though he has been beaten time and time again, he has lost many battles and his heart has not fallen. Although he is thick-skinned and black-hearted, selfish and reckless of his loved ones, rude and debauched, greedy for money and color, and fond of enjoyment. Zhang Liang and Chen Ping, two smart people with endless wisdom. Zhang Liang is also a great Korean aristocrat, but willing to bow down to the order of such a bottom of the rogue scoundrel, is because they see the most glittering, the most valuable point in this rogue scoundrel. That is, the perseverance, indomitable will. As for the rest of the magnificent and open-minded can get people, let a person see willingly bowed down to serve, as well as the vision and know people well, as well as the ability to be able to from a variety of information and advice will be the most correct to quickly pick out the grasp and so on the ability to talent, of course, is also very important, but are based on the premise of this point. Therefore, although Lu Bang was a rogue and scoundrel, he was able to make Zhang Liang and Chen Ping, the two strongest brains in the world, respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Congratulations, King Han, for overthrowing King Xiang and pacifying the world. An outstanding feat. Zhang Liang and Chen Ping simultaneously congratulated Lu Bang in a loud voice. Lu Bang cannot help but be happy, and even said, "I am happy." Just in this joyful atmosphere, suddenly in front of the cavalry leading the way of a burst of restlessness and chaos came. Just to hear a Han soldier's alarmed and terrified shouts rang out. "Don't go forward. Retreat, retreat. We're under General Gu Ying's command, and we've been ambushed by the Chu army. It's over. It's all over. They're all dead. It's tragic." There are tens of thousands of Chu troops charging back. Run away. The smile on Lu Bang's face froze for a moment. Han Xin was taken aback and spurred his horse to charge forward quickly, allowing the escorting cavalry to capture several of the hastily fleeing Han soldiers and question them carefully. Retreat. Protect the king of Han. Hurry back to the rear army. Lu Bang did not wait to speak. Xiaohoing at this time let out a cry. A horse whipped down on Lu Bang's mount, with a cadre of elite cavalry escorting Lu Bang toward the way back in a hurry. Zhang Liang and Chen Ping panicked and beat their horses to follow. Overlord's previous brilliant battle results of repeatedly turning corruption into magic made their hearts fear deeply, and they didn't doubt the shouts of the defeated Han army in front of them in the slightest. Like a gust of wind, in the blink of an eye, the original noisy and boisterous avenue became bare. Except for Han Xin, the commander-in-chief of the Han army, there was not a single person or horse. I have to say that the old Lu family's escape aptitude, once unleashed, it was without hesitation. An escape. After asking a clear question, Han Xin turned around and realized that Lu Bang and the others had already disappeared, so he couldn't help but curse indignantly. After questioning him, he realized that although the Chu army had set up an ambush, they had already tried their best to destroy the 5,000 cavalry led by Guanying, and they had no strength left to kill back again, and the ambush of the Chu army to infantry mostly. Overthrowing the 5,000 cavalry of the irrigation infant is not a short time can do. If Xiaohoing hadn't taken it upon himself to put these 3,000 elite cavalry under his command and immediately rushed to the rescue, then at least a portion of the Han cavalry could have been saved. Of course, this is only his opinion and thoughts. Standing in Xiahou Ying's point of view, his primary task is to protect Lu Bang's safety. As for the duel with Xian Yu's battle, that is Han Xin's commander-in-chief's matter. What has he got to do with it? Han Xin drew his mount furiously, and without hesitation also galloped back toward the commander-in-chief's tent. When he returned to the tent to give military orders, ordered Ding Fu, who gathered up the cavalry under his command, to rush to the rescue, and at the same time ordered Fan Kuai to lead 10,000 foot soldiers to meet them later. But everything was too late. Not long after, the Chu army ambushed the Han army's 5,000 cavalry on the battlefield. Lu Bang stood in front of a large pile of stripped naked, haphazardly piled up into a mountain of Han soldiers' corpses, pulling the jaw beard, nostrils wide open can't stop roughly exhaling white gas. An old face reveals the color of the angry and furious. Seeing the victory is imminent, will soon be a success. That thought of the battle actually really repeated. By the Chu army hard Jedi turnover, not only succeeded in escaping, in turn, the pursuit of the 5,000 Han elite cavalry to a one-off annihilation. This kind of result, even though Lu Bang and Xian Yu have been fighting for many years, and defeat has become a common occurrence, he still finds it hard to accept. What made his heart bleed the most was that at the forefront of this pile of corpses were erected 3 straight wooden sticks, with 3 heads stuck squarely on them, which were none other than the Han army's cavalry general, Gu Ying, as well as his 2 lieutenants, Li Bai and Luo Jia. 5,000 Han cavalry is gone. The big deal is to recruit again. With the current Han army's family background, can always pull up a few thousand or even tens of thousands of elite cavalry. However, such as the irrigation of the infant and other 3 hard-to-find cavalry generals are gone, can be really no longer. It could be said that the death of these 3 men was definitely a heavy blow to the current Han army. To call it a heavy blow, it can be predicted that in the subsequent battle, the cavalry of the Chu army will be arrogant again, and the Han cavalry will return to the passive and difficult to fight. Take the heads off nicely, put them together with the corpses, and give them a thick burial. Lu Bang paid homage to the 3 heads with a solemn face and recruited Zhong Wan Yang Tim to decisively command. Behind him, rushed Chao Shen, Fan Kuai, Zhou Bo and other generals, one by one, face downcast, eyes suspicious. Obviously the Chu army this is like a sinister snake, in their heavy forces surrounded by the 5,000 elite cavalry to the blatant unexpected ambush, so that they have some chills in the bottom of their hearts. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Lu Bang look at all the generals look. Brow a movement, then ha 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 a burst of laughter issued. One hand crossed the waist, one hand in front of the chest waving. Temperament from the calm. I can't imagine an oversight. Let's young thief's son take advantage of it. However, even if the 5,000 cavalry, our 600,000 troops are still there, the heavy siege situation remains unchanged. What waves can the Xiang thief's son turn up? Oh, I can only say that this ambush of his is just a dog's struggle before death. Listening to Lu Bang's words, Chao Shen, Fan Kuai, Zhou Bo and other generals felt that they were right, and their look slowly relaxed and became revitalized again. With a look of indignation, Fan Kuai roared sharply, King Han, what are you waiting for? Give the order to attack the city. The Xiang thief is so arrogant. Let's teach him a lesson. Okay, you all go back to guard your camps. As for whether to attack the city or not, we still have to wait for General Han Xian's military order. Lu Bang patted Fan Kuai's shoulder and said, haha. Fan Kuai and the others could only return to their respective camps to reorganize their soldiers. Han Xian was checking out the tattered tripwires picked up on the battlefield at this point, and questioning the few cavalrymen who had managed to escape. Frowning and grimacing, the Chu army has a strange person. Actually can make this kind of simple and practical equipment. With this, the cavalry will have to be careful when they face off in the future. Next to the mountain of Han cavalry corpses, there were thousands of Han cavalrymen who had also surrendered, all stripped naked and left there in piles of 3 or 5. Xia Hoing originally had a happy face. However, after going up for a look, his face became greatly ugly, and while waving his hand in disgust and letting the soldiers under his command save them and send them back to the barracks to settle down, he came back and whispered to Lu Bang. These surrendered Han soldiers, although the Chu army did not kill, but all cut off the right and left thumbs, and also knocked off both legs. The corner of Lu Bang's eyes twitched, and Zhang Liang and Chen Ping on the side looked surprised. Without thumbs, these Han soldiers can no longer manipulate weapons. There is no combat power, and was broken legs, but also lost the ability to move. So each at least 2 soldiers need to serve waiting, but also to manage them to eat and drink. With their understanding of Xiang Yu, whether to pit or abuse these 1,000 surrendered cavalrymen, it would not be a surprise to them. But now this operation, which can be called insidious, is really shocking to them, and they cannot help but look very ugly. Zhang Liang frowned slightly. Chen Ping looked down at the ground. Both of them were in deep thought at the same time. This is definitely not from the Overlord's handwriting. It should be from that Elder Duke's handwriting as well, Zhang Liang categorically said. At the same time Chen Ping also raised his head, his face grave as he slowly nodded his head. That kid first forced Xiang Tang to throw himself to Han in advance and specifically asked him to bring Yuji's corpse as a dedication for advancement. Then reported the news to Xiang Yu when he attempted to break out of the encirclement, which aroused the Overlord's anger and turned from a breakout to a nighttime attack on Han's camp. It's all out in the open and on display for us to see. How can we see it? Naturally through the eyes of Xiang Ju, the son of Xiang Tang. That is to say, Xiang Ju's denunciation after he threw himself into Han was also in his calculations. With Xiang Ju's tattletale, we let our guard down, thinking that Xiang Yu was really a lone army with no receivers. But what about the truth? This kid in the dark has already deployed good soldiers and generals, set up an ambush at this place, just waiting to ambush our pursuers. Oh, this kid's planning is really interlocking, meticulous, but will also conceal us. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Liang looked at Gaixia city from afar and said with no lack of praise. Chen Ping added from the sidelines, as I expected correctly. Last night's cracking of your 4 sides of Chugu and insulting us in turn, as well as the underhanded tactics left to us right now after concocting over 1,000 surrendered Han soldiers, should all come from this boy as well. The Chu army that ambushed this place are also all proud soldiers. Why would they obediently follow this kid's military orders? After all, he is only a small general. It should be precisely because of last night's achievements that these soldiers were subdued and will willingly follow orders. Xiang Chang's painstaking planning was seen through by the 2 strongest brains in the world. Zhang Liang and Chen Ping looked at each other, and for a while, they were both heavily interested in this eldest son of Xiang Yu. This kid's scheming, although it took advantage of the hidden, to have the intention to count the cheap, but in the end, still shagged their 2 top strategists a hand, is equal to the 2 of them under the noses of a large array, so that they were born to eat a defeat. Only, this kid stopped the Chu Ba Wang and a group of generals' established breakout strategy, and turned to let them not hesitate to risk their lives to attack the Han camp at night. The middle of the plot looks easy, but in fact is obviously a lot of effort. Then, is this kid taking such great pains for the sake of simply boosting morale and destroying this part of the Han army's pursuers? Is there a deeper meaning? If so, what is it? Just as Zhang Liang and Chen Ping were secretly thinking, dong 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 dong, under the brilliant autumn sun, the war drums suddenly sounded on the head of the city of Gaixia, and then the south city gate opened, and a branch of the Chu army's cavalry lined up neatly and majestically, and lined up and assembled right under the city. Upon receiving the flying message from the messenger, Lu Bang was shocked and said offhandedly, what is Xiang Thief's son trying to do again? Is it possible that he wants to take advantage of the great victory of destroying Gu Ying's cavalry to launch another surprise attack? In front of the south city gate of Gaixia, fully 20,000 Chu cavalrymen, lined up in neat formation, their eyes wild and full of adoration, looked toward the majestic figure standing at the very front of the formation. At the front of the queue, Chu Ba Wan was in a strict armor, looking at the formidable, bathing in the golden sunlight, like a god of war. At this time there was also a steady stream of Chu troops transporting one large box after another out of the city and just discharging them into the open space. Huan Chu, the middle doctor of the Chu army, saw that all the big boxes were transported out, and with a wave of his hand, a soldier stood in front of each box, and at that time, he lifted the lid of the box at the same time. Even if they saw these big, sturdy boxes with gorgeous decorations and inlaid copper and iron, the 20,000 Chu cavalrymen had already vaguely guessed it, but now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they still couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamations filled with greed and salivation. The box is full of gold and silver jewelry, silk brocade. The overlord at the front of the queue looked at the one big box. His hands gripped the reins tightly. His eyes could not help but a touch of reluctance swept over. Xiang Zhuang, who was standing beside him, shook his head darkly when he saw this, and he was busy urging his horse forward, shouting sternly, "Generals, all of the current treasures of the entire Great Chu Kingdom are here, and will be piled up on the city's top next to reward meritorious soldiers. Anyone who has fought bravely and made gains in this battle will be heavily rewarded." How had the 20,000 Chu riders ever seen so much treasure? There was a clamor and a monstrous heat wave steamed up. Xiang Zhuan did not lie. These riches are indeed all of the current Chu Empire's possessions. Among them are all of Xiang Yu's private savings, Xiang Tang's many years of accumulation. Last night Xiang Chang forced him away, and all of the years of accumulation were taken by Xiang Chang, and then Xiang Shang. Xiang Zhuang and other Xiang's clansmen have also contributed all of their private wealth. Seeing that the Great Chu Empire was on the verge of collapse, Xiang Yu and Xiang Shang took the lead in destroying their families, and all Xiang clan members responded with unprecedented unity at this moment. After all, Xiang Yu and the other top tiers have controlled the wealth of an empire, and the accumulated private wealth is amazing. Even if they have been defeated for several times, the remaining is not much, but all of them have contributed to it, and it is still a great wealth for these soldiers. Chu Ba Wang catalyzed his piebald horse and took a step forward, raising his halberd high above his head, and a roar like a thunderous deep roar was issued. "I swear in the name of the overlord that if I defeat Lu Bang's old man in this battle, in addition to these treasures, all the generals will each be given 500 mu of land to be passed on to their children and grandchildren. In this battle, whoever kills Lu Bang will be rewarded 10,000 gold and be granted 10,000 vassals. Those who killed Chen Ping, Zhang Liang, Fan Kuai, Chao Sun, Zhou Bo and other generals would be rewarded with 1,000 gold and 1,000 vassals. Those who killed 1,000 soldiers, 500 soldiers and ordinary soldiers were also rewarded with generous rewards. Breaking this oath will leave me dead." The 20,000 soldiers looked at the boxes of gold dazzling wealth, listening to the worship of the king's oath. One by one, the blood is boiling, angry hair up, looking at the far away of the Han army's tent, is not looking at the enemy, but looking at the ability to pass on to the children and grandchildren of the land. Wealth, title, eyes hot, like a head of hunger and thirst tiger wolf, high up in the blades of the weapons, stood on the horse to let out a big roar. Kill, kill, kill. From afar, the Han army's main commanding tent, listening to the Chu army cavalry shouting and thundering, the sound shaking the sky, Lu Bang and Zhang Liang, Han Xin and other simultaneous color change. A few words flashed in their minds coincidentally. Breaking and entering. Lu Bang's heart was tight for a while, and he deeply understood what breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat stood for. Even though he was in the midst of 600,000 troops, he still didn't feel much security. End of chapter. Chapter 22, Old Restlessness. Just as Xiang Yu attacked the Han camp at night, killing and setting fire, stirring up the entire Han camp into a mess of chickens and dogs, there was also a mess in the allied army camps of Zhou and Yingbu in the southeastern part of the periphery of the Han camp. All the officers in the barracks were draped, assembled and trained their respective teams, secured their barracks, and made preparations for defense. In front of the barracks formation, an old, a middle and a green 3 generals are fully armored, sitting on their mounts, escorted by a cadre of generals' elite riders, and looking towards the Han army's camp, which is in a mess of flames, shouting and killing loudly, with their heads bent. The old general at the head of the center is about medium-sized, with a clump of half-white whiskers neatly combed under his chin, and a long, narrow, wrinkled old face, tanned with red light, with a gleaming gaze, and powerful, self-imposed majesty in his words. This man was Lu Jia, a distant cousin of Lu Bang, who was extremely active in the stage of the Chu-Han conflict at the end of Qin dynasty. This old man is even older than Lu Bang. In the general life expectancy is extremely low in this world. Originally should also be awaiting for the ground of the old coffin fleshy, but froze not to obey the old, the head to the crotch of the pants don't follow Lu Bang out of the world to kill. It's a restless old man who's restless until he dies. The combat is also extremely heroic, and the later the more colorful. Before Liu Bang broke the Qin into the Guanzhong, did not see him have much merit. To the Hanchu dispute, the old man steeply put up the light. For example, with Pan Yu and the Lian land to play the scourge of life, harassment of Xiang Yu's rear, although defeated by Xiang Yu many times, but is the undefeatable little strong? During the period I do not know how many times to cut off the Chu army grain road, so that Xiang Yu, the hall of the hegemony of the king, is also not overjoyed. And to the end of the current Chu Han dispute, he actually powerful through the sky with a broken mouth. Fro Xiang Yu stayed in the Chu land of the great secretary Zhou to say down, and Zhou was said to be surrendered by him. The consequences for Xiang Yu's Chu can be too serious, directly causing a series of chain reactions, and ultimately leading to the total collapse of Chu's situation. As the base camp of Chu, it is the only hope for Xiang Yu to turn the tide after losing the battlefield in the Central Plains. Zhou Yun's surrender, not only the hope of turning the tide is cut off, but also equals to the direct planing of Xiang Yu's old roots and Xiang Yu's back road, which led to Xiang Yu's loss of the Battle of Chang'an and nowhere to retreat, resulting in the present situation of being besieged by Gaixia. Therefore, it can be said that this bad old man's broken mouth can be regarded as a major culprit in Xiang Yu's complete defeat. Standing on the left side of the bad old man's young general, about 30 years old, his body is awe-inspiring, good-looking, his chest is horizontal and broad, his two thick eyebrows are like brushing paint, and his pair of round eyes are cold and straight. Most strikingly, he was tattooed with a line of black letters on his cheek, revealing his original tattooed identity. And the most tawdry is that he actually cloaked wearing a golden armor, in a cadre of generals wearing iron armor and leather armor. Looks extremely eye-catching. It was none other than Ingbu, who was originally crown king of Zhejiang by Xiang Yu and was crown king of Huainan since he surrendered to Liu Bang. In the right side of the bad old man is a 40 or so middle-aged generals, body thin and long, upright as a pine waist, seems to have a slightly stooped, weathered face is full of cold. It is the original highly trusted by Xiang Yu, will be the military and political power of the Chu land all over the delivery of the big horse Zhou. Xiang Yu just suffered a defeat at the hands of the king of Qi the night before last, but tonight he's actually restless again and raided the Han camp. What's going on here? The king of Chu, how come he is like a child in marching and fighting, thinking of one thing at a time? Lu Jia stroked the beard on his jaw, his old face full of disdain. Fish are thrown on the chopping board, oxen are tied up with ropes, and when they are about to be slaughtered, they all have to jump and roar a few times, not to mention the titular overlord. Ing Bu's words were incomparably vicious, but he viewed his original master's night attack on the Han camp as a cow and fish that were powerless to resist and waiting to be slaughtered. When Ing Bu surrendered to Liu Bang, Xiang Yu was furious and sent Long and defeated him, killing his wife and children. Therefore, the two of them have changed from brothers to blood feuds. It is not surprising that Ing Bu had the vicious remarks he made now. Overlord is also a generation of lords, and now fell into rebellion, trapped in a heavy siege, cannot blame others, can only blame his own self-possessed courage, headstrong, do not listen to good advice, and do not have the wisdom to recognize people. Zhou Yin as Xiang Yu's grand secretary, obviously extremely thorough, shook his head and sighed. Ing Bu and Lu Jiao looked at each other, their hearts quietly relieved. The three seem to be close, but there are also dark currents. The trio's army totaled more than 90,000 men, but it was divided into two distinct groups. One was the 40,000 Han troops led by Ing Bu and Lu Jia, while the remaining 50,000 were the Chu troops led by Zhou Yin, who surrendered to the Han army. Originally, Zhou Yin's army was placed in the outermost part of the southeast, with Ing Bu and Lu Jia's army following closely beside him. But now when Xiang Yu attacked the Han camp at night, Ing Bu and Lu Jia immediately came over to watch over him, and wrote their distrust towards him, the surrendered general, clearly in the open. At this time, the commander-in-chief, King Qi's messenger, came to pass the military order, telling the three generals to secure the camp, and if Xiang Yu breaks out, make sure to stop him, but otherwise not to make any move. Upon hearing this, Ing Bu immediately excused himself and hurried back to the camp. Lu Jia, however, stayed behind with a smile, to do the nightly talk with Zhou Yin about heroes and heroes. The two looked at a long time. Sitting on the horse is not comfortable. Guess Xiang Yu, this area of 1,000 riders will not be able to kill through the Han army camp. Kill the two people in front of this peripheral barracks. Put down their hearts. Let the soldiers set up a charcoal fire on the ground to roast the sheep, and enjoy it beautifully. When it became clear that Xiang Yu's thousands of riders were getting smaller and smaller, the cavalry reported that they had fled back to Gaixia city, so the two of them were completely relieved. After all, Lu Jia is a bad old man, too old, tossed to the ions and cannot stay up. Said goodbye to Zhou Yin to find a tent to catch up on sleep. Joey looked at the leg of lamb that had eaten up all the meat in front of him, the white skeleton roasting on the charcoal fire, his eyes fluttering and silent. At that moment, Chu Fu, a favorite general whom he trusted quite a bit, led a young general over. Grand Secretary Zhou, I have not seen you for many days, and you are as healthy as ever, so it is really not a pleasure to see you. The young general walked closer and stood angrily in front of Zhou, not even saluting, forcing him to look at him and saying coldly and faintly. Zhou looked up and was taken aback, turning his head to see that his left and right were full of beloved guards. He put his heart down again and frowned. It's you? What are you doing here? Oh, it's your father, is it? It seems that your father knows that he will not be able to escape this time. Don't worry, you can stay here. For the sake of my past love with your father, I will save your life. This young general was none other than Xiang Chang, the eldest son of the great Chu Empire and the lieutenant general of the Chu Central Army. Just as Xiang Yu led his elite cavalry to chase and kill Ding Fu's 3,000 routed cavalry, Xiang Chang quietly broke away from the queue, ripped off the outer cloak and threw it away, revealing the Han army uniform inside, discerning the direction, and steering his cavalry towards the southeast. This night was attacked by Xiang Yu. The Han army camp everywhere, panic, chaos, routed cavalry everywhere. Xiang Chang rode his horse in the military camp, but also by the Han army thought it was a defeated soldier. No one cares. Xiang Chang was able to get out of the Han army camp and arrived at Zhou Yin's army tent. Although Zhou Yin has surrendered to the Han, there are many officers in the camp who are still loyal to Xiang Yu, such as this Vice General Chu Fu. After contacting him through past information channels, he was smoothly brought to Zhou Yin. Xiang Chang saw this old guy instantly calm down, for their own arrival appeared to be not much surprise. A look of the wind and waves, Tarzan collapsed in front of and did not move the posture, but also secretly admire the surface but coldly said, my well-being is not yet a matter of concern for Grand Priestess Shou. Instead, it's you, who will soon die without a burial place. Who should think more about yourself? End of chapter. Chapter 23, The Two Great Secretaries of State. Zhou raised both eyebrows and looked at Xiang Chang, his face grim. How dare you? Right now I'm already a general of the Great Han, but I'm no longer your Great Chu's Grand Sima. This kind of insolence, believe it or not, I'll behead you immediately. Xiang Chang burst into laughter, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. That's right, that's the word. Old fellow, do you know who the current Great King hates the most? Not Liu Bang, not Han Xin, not Peng Yu, but precisely you, Zhou Yin. The Great King appointed you as the Grand Secretary and entrusted you with all the military and political power in Chu. And look what you've done. You betrayed him. You are not unaware of the Great King's temperament. You have also seen the Great King's night attack on the military camp this night. Although the Chu army has few remnants, it still has the power to fight. And now the Great King rectified the elite troops in the city, decided to break through Han Xin's encirclement, and attacked your army with full force, to make sure that you, the traitor, will be cut down locally, to eliminate the hatred of his heart. You want to rely on betraying your old master and go to the Han camp to enjoy glory and wealth? Ha ha ha, you're also too naive and overthinking. For you, a traitor, the Great King would rather be dead than have you broken into pieces first. This Gengzi's coming here is that the Great King is mindful of the fact that the master and servant are one and the same, and has specially reported a message to you, so that you can be prepared to suffer death. Ha ha ha. Hearing Xiang Chang's threat, Zhou Yin was like listening to a child's nonsense. Instead of being angry, he shook his head and lost himself in a smile, stroking the short beard on his jaw, his leisurely tone full of disdain. If you want to kill me, let's wait until the king himself can escape back to Gaixia and escape this calamity. To attack the Han camp at night with a mere 1,000 horsemen. I don't understand what's going on in his head, and to try to show off one's courage at the end of one's life is really pathetic and laughable. With that, I've made the right choice in surrendering to the Han camp. Open your father's eyes to the world. It's not a matter of force and bravery to hold on to the world, not to mention a mere man. Even a god can't be an enemy to the heroes of the world. Xiang Chang clapped his palms heavily and said categorically, well said, old man. Pipsqueak? Oh, you are ignorant of the true strength of your great king. Just then, to the west of Gaixia city, there was another burst of earth-shattering shouts and killings, horses neighing and people screaming. Even though it was so far away, it still kept coming faintly. Zhou Yin's face changed, suddenly jumped up and climbed onto a lookout wooden platform to the side to keep looking around. Don't look around. Come down. There will be news coming soon. Right now there is no use for you to be anxious. Xiang Chang beckoned his hand from below, greeting with incomparable thoughtfulness. As expected, as if to verify Xiang Chang's words, it was not long before a messenger soldier came flying on his horse, and when he got close, without dismounting, he gave a hasty arch to Zhou Yin and exclaimed, Writing General Gue Ying led 5,000 elite cavalry to pursue the Xiang traders and was ambushed halfway. All generals must guard their camps and not move without military orders. The briefing was completed and immediately hurried off. As for Zhou Yin, he climbed down from the platform. His face had already regained its calm and composure, and swept a glance at Xiang Chang as he faintly said, "I can't imagine that being pushed to the limit. The great king also knows how to use intrigue and trickery, but unfortunately it's already too late. The big picture is already set, and any further struggles he makes will be futile, and will not help in the general situation. Zhou Yin, will wait here for him to come and kill. Let's see if he can kill his way through Han Xian's heavy siege." Xiang Chang shook his head and lost his smile. "At the end of your life, you are still so confident. Right now the Han army is surrounding Dechu on all sides. It is a great time to build a career, but you are left on the outermost periphery, and next to the supervision of Ing Bu and Lu Jia's army. This Lu Bang's trust in you seems to be very limited." The Chu army took advantage of the night attack to win a great victory. The king personally led the remaining Chu army to find you to fight for your life, insisting on killing you. This situation, do you think Lu Bang or even Han Xian? What will be the reaction? Will they directly let go of the road and send the Chu army to you, so that both of us can kill each other in a river of blood, and they will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and then reap the benefits? Zhou Yin finally blushed. With his understanding of Lu Bang and Han Xian during this period of time, it really is this kind of urine. What Xiang Chang said is really possible. He holds 50,000 elite soldiers of Chu, although he surrendered, but has always been regarded as a hidden danger by Lu Bang, and has never trusted him. If we can let Xiang Yu's remnants of army fight with these 50,000 Chu troops and consume each other, both Lu Bang and Han Xian will be happy to see this happen. As long as there is such a possibility, I am afraid that Lu Bang and Han Xian will try their best to make it happen. And for the king's toughness, for the king can get the heart of the soldiers. Zhou Yin can be too clear. Really to that point, under the command of the 50,000 Chu army do not know how many to recommit to the king's command, for fear that he is the main general may be tied up and sent to the king's heel. I can't imagine that I have surrendered, but I still can't get safety, and I'm about to face this kind of dangerous and unpredictable situation. Zhou Yin really lost his temper, and roared angrily, "Your old man wants to kill me, so I'll kill you first. Men, rack the kettle and cook him for me." After the establishment of the state of Chu, Xiang Yu appointed 2 grand secretaries, namely Chao Gue and the current Zhou Yin. However, it is a pity that the magnificent foundation of Chu was eventually destroyed in the hands of these 2 grand secretaries. First of all, Chao Guan, in Xiang Yu 30,000 broken 560,000 Battle of Pengcheng. Chu and Han ushered in the final decision to win the protracted battle, the Battle of Chang'ao. The Battle of Chang'ao lasted for 2.5 years. The crucial turning point during this period that led to the rise of Han and the defeat of Chu occurred with the Grand Secretary Chao Gue. At that time, Xiang Yu and Lu Bang had been facing each other for a long time. Xiang Yu repeatedly challenged Lu Bang, but Lu Bang kept his deep ditch and high barriers, and Lu Bang's general, Lu Oai, and his cousin, Lu Jia, took 20,000 troops to cross the Baimazu and penetrate deep into the Chu land to assist Peng Yu in disturbing the rear of the Chu. With the cooperation of the 2 of them, Peng Yu captured 17 cities in a row, including Suiyang and Huawang, as his hinterland looked to be completely destroyed and all of them were going to fall into the hands of Han army. Xiang Yu was so shocked that he had to lead his troops to save them. Before his departure, he appointed Chao Go as the main general and repeatedly instructed that no matter how the Han army challenged him, he should not go out to fight, as long as he could hold Chengao for 15 days, and when he pacified Peng Yu, he would rush back immediately. Xiang Yu had pacified Peng Yu on schedule, but Chao Gu, an incompetent fool, couldn't stand the humiliation and provocation of the Han army and took the initiative to lead his troops into battle, only to be completely routed and defeated. In the end, Chao Gue had no face to see his old master and cut his own throat on the bank of Bisui River. After the Battle of Chang'ao, the Chu army was greatly wounded, and was unable to destroy the Han army, thus showing its decadence. Xiang Yu had no choice but to sign the Treaty of Hongo with Lu Bang, and then Lu Bang tore up the treaty and persuaded Han Xian and Peng Yu to encircle Xiang Yu. It can be said that it is because of the stupidity and incompetence of Chao Guan, the Grand Secretary General, that Chu has been pushed into an extremely dangerous situation. If that was all, De Chu would not have completely collapsed. At that time, there was still a large area of Chu in the south of the country, which was under the command of another Grand Secretary Zhou Yin. Xiang Yu put all the military and political power in the south of the country under his control, including the elite 50,000 Chu troops. As long as he receives Xiang Yu and returns to Chu, the Chu army still has a chance to rise again. which knows that Join this guy do not know by Lu Jia poured what soul soup, actually be persuaded, surrendered the Han army not to say, but also led the army of Dechu to follow Ingbu, Lu Jia north, and jointly participated in the siege of Xiangyu, which directly led to the complete destruction of Dechu. Xiangyu had no way out of the eventual siege of the miserable situation of the Gaixia. These two directly lead to the defeat of the Great Chu's Big Sima, an incompetent stupid, a betrayal of bad. Such goods actually get Xiangyu reuse. I have to say that Xiangyu knowledge of people's vision really let a person spit all the heart of the powerless. End of chapter. Chapter 24, Cooking in a Kettle. At Zhou Yin's command, a group of soldiers carried a cauldron filled with water, under which was stuffed with firewood, which was ignited and burned. Kid, as long as you obediently follow orders and go a silk letter to the overlord to convince him, how about I spare your life? The night before, Xiangyu brought 100,000 troops to fight a hard battle and was finally defeated by Han Xian. Zhou Yin thought that Xiangyu was at the end of his strength and was unable to fight again. Last night, Xiangyu was like a chicken blood, leading 1,000 horsemen across the Han camp, invincible, and just now set up an ambush under the city of Gaixia, decapitating the Han army's prestigious 1st Cavalry General, Gu Ying, and destroying all 5,000 of the Han army's elite cavalry. With such ferocity and the absence of the slightest sign of defeat, Zhou Yin was really cowed, so he cooked up a cauldron to threaten Xiang Chang. In his opinion, Xiang Chang is only a teenage doll. Facing this kind of torture will not be scared of urine on the spot. 1,000 can? Xiang Chang raised his eyebrows and burst into a rage. Playing with me in a horizontal manner? Then this eunuch will show you what rashness is. He took a big step forward, kicking the giant cauldron over and out, and next, with his eyes forcing a deadly stare at Zhou Yin, he took a stride and stood angrily in the middle of the blazing fire. Zhou Yin, my son comes from a great Chu general's family, and now he is the son of the king of the Western Chu hegemony, and it is also a lowly servant that you can cook? I will set myself on fire in front of you, and if I frown, I am not the son of the king of Western Chu. Watching this frightening scene and listening to Xiang Chang's low roar like a furious lion in the flames, Zhou Yin and even all the generals in the tent lost their colors in horror. Quick, drag him out. We can't let him die. What are you all waiting for? Zhou Yin jumped to his feet, calling sternly to his left and right. Chu Fu was the first to rush forward and drag Xiang Chang out. The next cadre of generals also swarmed over, putting out the fire with all their hands and feet, extinguishing the fire with all their hands. Xiang Chang, who was rescued, the whole body was black with paste, his hair was prairied for most of the time, his robes and armor were on fire, and his arms, neck and other exposed skin were burned up with huge prairie blisters. Xiang Chang forced himself to endure the searing pain that was killing him, and with a few punches and kicks, he repelled the generals who saved him, and with a wipe, he pulled out the crossword of the defenseless Chu Fu, and took a big step towards Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin, the grand secretary who surrendered to the Han army, changed his face again and backed up in horror. Xiang Chang he tilted his head back and laughed wildly, using his sword to knock on the wooden case where Zhou Yin was chewing on the leg of mutton, stretching his body that smelled heavily of paste and black, and staring at him with beast-like eyes that made people shiver. Why did you save me, old thief Zhou Yin? My self-immolation doesn't satisfy you? Then this prince will cut himself up with a knife and see if the blood of the royal family of my great Chu can splash all over you. This cheap slave. Saying that, he turned his long sword around and without hesitation, he was about to cut down at his chest. Stop! Zhou Yin's chi was completely taken away, and subconsciously shouted sharply again. Oh, what? You don't dare to let me die? Afraid that if I die, you'll die even more? Do you think you can still live now? Look at these Chu generals around you. How many of them still have hearts for the overlord? When my father gives the order, will they chop you up and carry your head to ask for credit from the overlord? Xiang Chang held his hand, his long sword slowly pointing towards Zhou Yin again, his eyes looking down, full of oppression, like a king on high ordering his subordinates, with unquestionable arrogance, majesty and dominance. Want to live? Yes, you have only one way out right now. Zhou Yin's lips trembled violently, his face struggled, and he finally lowered his head in dismay. Xiang Chang looked at him contemptuously, threw the long sword back to Chu Fu, snorted coldly, sat down on Zhou Yin's wooden case with a big horse, greeted all the soldiers to bring wine to clean and scrub the burns, and used egg whites to mix with the square stem oil and apply it to the wounds. As for the black and slimy pungent and suspicious wound medicine that the barracks herbalist carried with him, he would never dare to use it. His injuries, the appearance of the burned rotten paste piece, look very horrible. In fact, in addition to the hair was prairied most of the naked arms and other burned out prairie blisters, the original clothing and armor full of blood and sweat stains, wet, and did not burn up. The whole body is not a big problem. This world is really a straw man. These princes and generals, however, are just in one aspect have superhuman talent, and dare to fight, and stand in the wind of the times, and also has a certain amount of luck, so as to rocket up to achieve a great cause, really peel off their body power coat, but still a group of selfish monkeys only. Xiang Chang, who was treating his injuries, secretly thought coldly, seeing that he didn't even talk about the details of his surrender, and was a dry mess, as if he was convinced that he wouldn't dare to go back on his word as long as he agreed. Zhou Yin opened his mouth to speak, but eventually stopped dismally, muttering darkly, "This is evil. This kid." Then his old man can be ruthless black much. The key is also shameless and bold. His old man, but where there are a few of these, the old man is not up to two hearts. Magnificent. Eunuch Xiang Chang is truly a hero. I wish to follow and die without regret. One of the benefactor generals who was involved in rescuing Xiang Chang from the fire just now, suddenly let out a hiss, clasped his fists at Zhou Yin, and with great bravado, strutted over to Xiang Chang and knelt down to pay his respects. Hegemony has high prestige in the hearts of these Chu generals under his account, which Zhou Yin knows very well. But now not only hegemony, but also his son actually possesses the horrible ability to make people bow down and obey. Zhou Yin's face has turned into a pig's liver, and he watched with his eyes wide open, but did not dare to speak out to stop him, let alone to take this traitor down. Xiang Chang was also greatly surprised. He jumped into the fire, but also accidentally triggered the passive golden finger bow to the head not? For a moment, he twisted his head and looked at Zhou Yin's surrounding generals, wondering if he should jump into the fire pit a few more times to see if he could recruit all of these generals. The general is tall and strong, with a beard, a pair of ring eyes, like quite brave. Xiang Chang saw the first few good sense, asked the name, named Wen Shi. This is the Chu in the precarious end of the road at the time, the first to cast the generals, or cast their own. Xiang Chang without saying a word, and immediately gave the surname Xiang, awarded the general. That general 111. Not, Xiang 11. Great joy. See the salute after recognizing the master. Head high, with a naive rash strength. According to the sword Gupan Jixiong stand behind Xiang Chang. Xiang Chang sighed light swept, secretly shook his head. Also do not understand to follow the eyes of the complete defeat of the Chu. He is complacent about what strength. Xiang Chang dared to come here to reforce Zhou Yin to surrender. Firstly, it was certainly based on the impression of Zhou Yin in his mind in the past. He felt that he did not look like a person who surrendered in meticulously, and secondly, it was also because he remembered the historical information he saw about Zhou Yin in his previous life. In his previous life, Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian did not have many records of Zhou Yin, only two pathetic ones, and they were all extremely brief, as if they were consciously downplayed. One of them is that when the Great Chu lost the Battle of Chengao and suffered the greatest crisis, Zhou Yin was induced to surrender by Lu Jia, and raised the elite troops of Chu to join Han, which directly led to the complete destruction of Xianyu and the Great Chu. And the most paradoxical to come, according to reason Zhou Yin made such a big credit, even if the list is not into the 18 founding merit ho, at least in the second queue of merit ho in the top. After all, Lu Bang is not a petty person. There is a merit must be rewarded for this point to do is still good. However, no, not only no, not even a Marquis of Guan Nei was conferred. The second and last record of Zhou Yin is from the time of Emperor Jing of Han Dynasty, and is still only a short sentence. In the 4th month after Emperor Jing of Han Dynasty's accession to the throne, Zhou Yin, the Grand Secretary of the Department of Justice, rebelled and was executed. It was these two brief accounts that gave Xiang Chang a vague and bold inference. Perhaps Zhou Yin's initial surrender was not a sincere surrender, but a fraudulent one. Zhou Yin could see that the situation of Chu was critical, and when Lu Jia came to surrender to him, he went along with it and falsely agreed, and then actively followed Ing Bu and Lu Jia northward to participate in the encirclement of Xiangyu. At that time, he was in fact harboring evil intentions, attempting to arrive at the battlefield, and Xiangyu's remnants of the army, to give a fatal blow to the Han army. But in the meantime, probably because the Chu army collapsed too quickly, and Ing Bu and Lu Jia guarded him so closely that he could do nothing about it, eventually the fraudulent surrender had to evolve into a real surrender. This also explains why, after the establishment of the Han dynasty, Zhou Yin, who had done so much work, was not given a marquis, but merely kept hanging on to the empty title of Grand Secretary General. It was clear that the Han held doubts about his surrender as well. In addition, there is another piece of information that can support this speculation. Is Jinping once said to Lu Bang, Xiangyu's Bonbon, Fan Zhang, Zhong Li, Long and Zhou Yin and other chat a few people only. Chen Ping, as Lu Bang's top strategist and the smartest brain in the world, can see people with incisive, accurate and poisonous, and can be evaluated by him and Fan Zhang, Zhong Li chair. long and the same as the bone of the vassal. How can Zhou Yin not be a person who is afraid of death and surrenders himself to the people? Precisely because of this speculation, but also was forced to the cliff. There is no way back. Xiang Chang only across heart boldly come. Dead horse as a living horse, Dr. Bet. And now looking at Zhou Yin's reaction, he knew in his heart that he was afraid that his speculation was really correct. As for why Zhou Yin ended up being put to death under Emperor Han Jingdi on the charge of plotting against the emperor, thinking of what he said just now as soon as he saw himself, Xiang Chang was also enlightened. I am afraid that Xiang Yu's descendants have always been given shelter by him, and in the end, things were accidentally exposed and thus purged. Otherwise, in the period of Emperor Jingdi of Han Dynasty, this is not a joke. At that time, the Han Dynasty has experienced Liu Bang, Liu Ho, Emperor Hui of Han Dynasty, Emperor Wen of Han Dynasty. The world is stable. Liu's regime is deeply rooted in people's hearts, where there is still the soil of rebellion. What's more, he was just an empty head of a famous and powerless Grand Secretary? End of chapter. Chapter 25. Bong, bong, bong. As the giant sun in the east slowly climbed above the city, dispelling some of the cold of late fall, the clear and long clappers of the soldiers' pilgrimage to the food rang out from the Zhou Yin barracks. In the center of the barracks, amidst the heavy wrapping of a large, stupidly large, black and thick sergeant's tent, there was a small, simple, elegant and sturdy single-person tent made of cowhide. The small single tent was the residence of the generals above the beneficial general for rest at night, and for the morning and ASR meals during the day. A short and fat young officer, with a four-sided face full of horizontal meat, wearing a long double-plate crown, a high-collared right-over-right pleated uniform, a crimson flush-bordered armor, a bound leg guard, and a pair of square-mouthed, flush-topped, cock-toe shoes on his feet, swaggered over, and stooped into one of the small tents in a familiar way. Look at this officer attire. Should be just a riding horse? Not to benefit the general level, but because he is like the existence of the supervisor of the army of Liu Jia's nephew Liu Xin, so also extra divided into such a small tent. Inside the tent was very clean. Furnishings are very simple. In addition to laying a mattress for sleeping wolfskin, placed a sorghum straw preparation of 4 square mats, and then do not with the rest of the things. And now on the mat, a large ceramic bowl of millet rice, a plate of beans in salt water, 2 large skewers of barbecued meat, in addition to actually having a large bowl of rice wine. This wine and food is obviously Liu Xion's court food for today. Like this meal, is the general's unique small stove. As for the ordinary soldiers, each person a bag of fried beans, a bag of millet flour. Hungry, grab 2 and water to chew and eat, but also regardless of satiety. The upper echelons of power in any dynasty do not condescend, and class, since its birth, has served the monopoly of power to monopolize exclusive resources. Liu Xian was also obviously satisfied, walked over and sat on his knees on the mat, copied the large bowl, and like a starving ghost, wolfed it down and began to pick it up. However, in a few blinks of an eye, a large bowl of fragrant steamed millet rice was shaved clean by him over salted beans. Next he obviously slowed down his speed, picking up the rice wine with one hand and the roasted lamb with the other, squinting his eyes, taking a mouthful of meat and a mouthful of wine, and enjoying it beautifully. Apparently this guy is also a voracious eater. Just as Liu Xion's pilgrimage food was nearing its end, 2 soft but clear coughs suddenly came from within the small tent next to his. Right next to his small tent, Liu Xian was energized and swallowed the remaining meat in one gulp, then knocked the ceramic bowl 4 times with his chopsticks. Clang, 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 clang. Next, inside the small tent next to it, a burly figure pressed against the cowhide of the tent. A low and somewhat urgent voice came out. Not long after General Liu Jia left during the night, Grand Secretary Zhou Yin put the surrounding area under martial law, and we, the generals of the Han army, were all excluded. I've been poking around and learned that there seems to be a messenger from Gaixia city, rumored to be a deceased person that Zhou Yin's Grand Secretary is extremely attached to. Liu Xian's face changed, keenly realizing the importance of this information. Now obviously to the final hurdle of the Chu-Han struggle, especially Chu-Si, the only breath left to pour not up, will collapse in one fell swoop. This moment Zhou Yin, if repeated, is to add to the variables. Liu Jia was dispatched by Liu Bang and has been following Zhou Yin around like a sticky cake, nominally as a supervisor but actually as a spy, in order to eliminate this possibility. But in case Zhou Yin is really out of his mind and turns against his late master, his uncle Liu Jia will have to be severely blamed in front of the king of Han. Uncle didn't look at this dog thief wrongly. The surrender in the early stage was not real and sincere, and after the Xiang thief made some noise in the night, he got stupid again. Liu Xian muttered with hatred and got up and was about to leave the tent to deliver this news to his uncle as soon as possible. He realized that Zhou Yin's rebellion at the moment might still be just a small flame, and as long as he grasped the moment and applied thunderous means to hit the key points, he might be able to extinguish one of them in a single move, avoiding burning into an unmanageable volcano and sea of fire. At this time a messy and heavy footsteps came from outside the tent, flying fast and looming from afar, at least as many as 5 or 6 soldiers, making Lu Xian's heart startled and stopping his body. The 5 or 6 soldiers, however, stopped in front of the small tent next door, and then came the rough sound of ripping open the tent curtains, followed by a rush in. "Who are you people? Such insolence, breaking into my tent, how bold, know what kind of person I am." That voice inside the next tent immediately rose up in anger and shouted. Hearing that these generals were not the men of the general in the next tent, Lu Xian's heart sank, and the uneasiness in his mind intensified. Just then I heard a brash voice ring out, "General Gao, the Grand Secretary is anxious to see you. Hurry up and come with us." "What is so urgent? You guys go out first, allow me to change my clothes." That general obviously also felt that something was wrong and feigned calmness. Yes, please hurry up and don't keep the Daishin waiting," that gruff voice said. Listening to this person so polite, Lu Xian heart a relief, only thought that he was too nervous. The next dull heavy hard impact sound, incomparably familiar sharp spear pierced into the torso of the tearing sound, as well as the general only issued a half sound, and immediately ended abruptly. Screams, one after another came. With that the little tent shook violently. Lu Xian was like being strangled by the neck. His eyes straightened, his whole body stiffened, his breathing stopped for a while, and he stood inside the tent not daring to move. These Han generals are usually all high and mighty. When they really kill, they are as weak as chickens and dogs. The violent trembling of the small tent next to him slowly subsided. A few heavy gasps rang out after the violent exercise, and a new high-pitched voice said. This high-pitched voice is extremely recognizable. Lu Xian is very familiar with it, but it is a beloved general by the side of the Grand Secretary Zhou, named Wen Shi. And at this time, that even across 2 layers of tents, there is still a heavy bloody gas quickly dense diffusion over. Lu Xian cannot help but a burst of grief and indignation flooded. "Shut up, how many is this?" the gruff voice said. 18th one. 3 more to go." As soon as he heard this number, Lu Xian's heart trembled, and there was no more doubt about it, and the whole person was like losing his footing on a high platform, capsizing in the center of the river, and chilled to the bone. This general who was killed in the tent next to him was one of the 21 men that the Han army had planted as middle and senior generals in the army that Zhou had surrendered. Listening to the words of these generals, 18 had already been cleared away, and the remaining 3 were obviously not to be escaped, so what it meant was simply self-evident. It needs to be all cleared out as soon as possible. Hurry up the next one. Leaving the corpse of that Han general unattended inside the tent, this Chu army squad flew out, and thoughtfully pressed the tent curtains down with stones on their way out. Only after this Chu army squad had gone far away did Lu Xian carefully drill out of the tent, using all his strength to maintain his composure, and walked out of the general's tent with a pace that was not too fast but not too slow, as if nothing had happened. End of chapter. Chapter 26, unable to escape the poisonous hand. Along the way, when they encountered soldiers who saluted respectfully, Lu Xian responded with a reserved nod and a cold response just like before. Until out of the tent, come of the stables, walked to their own horses, can't care about the mount is eating the feed with gusto, pull down the reins and pull out of the stables, also do not care about the lack of saddle. Lu Xian rolled over and jumped on the back of the horse. A whip down, toward Lu Jia tent scampered away. Lu Xian is really alarmed. Zhou began to clear the Han army inserted dispatched over the generals. Obviously is the king of the 88 weight, iron will to rebel. The small fire has been conclusively burned into a volcano and the sea of fire. There is no way to extinguish. The most important thing is to hurry to escape with the uncle and others, to avoid being burned by the fire to the death. No saddle horse cannot be good to ride, especially running up more bumpy. Lu Xian was upside down confused. Just 8 millet steamed rice, meat, wine are almost out of the upside down. But fortunately the riding skills are superb. Legs and clamped tight, hard to stand all the way. Rarely, when he rushed to Lu Jia's tent, he also felt that his back and buttocks were no longer conscious. See from afar Uncle Lu Jia's tent is still quiet. Escorting officers and soldiers are in their respective duties, or sentry, or towards the food, and no abnormalities. Lu Xian long sigh of relief, knowing that there is still a little bit of time to escape. It should still be too late. He jumped down from his horse and said sharply to a general who was strolling round by the sword, "Where is the captain?" The current Lu Jia was appointed by Lu Bang to be the guardian captain of this allied army of Yingbu and Zhou. Receiving the reply that he was still sleeping inside the tent, Lu Xian grumbled angrily and said angrily to the general, "The old thief Zhou has rebelled and has been convinced by the emissary from Gaixia city, and the generals that we have placed have all been executed. So it will be our turn next. Quickly have the generals put on their armor and prepare to break out. The general was his fierce face, harsh voice startled, to understand what he said, more alarmed, and to ask. Lu Xian has been rushed into the Lu Jia tent to go. The general knew that Lu Xian wouldn't dare to joke about this military situation in the current situation. His face changed, he gritted his teeth and turned to the generals to start giving military orders. This group of generals following Lu Jia around to protect him is more than 100. All of them are elite in 100 battles. So the military order was given to hang up the armor and prepare the horses in the shortest possible time. And just as the queue had just been formed, Lu Xian, half supporting and half hijacking the sleepy-eyed and old-faced Lu Jia, also scurried out from within the tent. Lu Jia, who was already fully aware of the seriousness of the situation, immediately agreed to Lu Xian's suggestion without saying a word, and hurriedly returned to Yingbu's army under the escort of his generals. As long as even if the news is communicated to Yingbu, so that Yingbu can lead his army to hold Zhou Yin's army back and not merge with Xiang Yu's remnants, it will not yet cause more evil consequences. Lu Jia climbed onto his horse, and under the escort of a group of generals and sergeants, he rushed towards the outside of the tent with his head smothered. The surrounding Zhou Yin army generals were unsure of what was going on, and especially seeing Lu Jia's tigerish face and murderous demeanor, and the lack of military orders. No one dared to step forward to stop them. A drone rushed out of the camp, and rushed out a long way, turned back to see the rear camp is still no movement. There is no sign of soldiers and horses chasing. A team of men and horses Fong relieved. While defining the direction towards the Yingbu army, Lu Jia was extremely frustrated. How come the situation has been recurring so much before he woke up from a sleep? Is it because I am old and decrepit, or is the world changing fast? If I had known this, I would not have gone to sleep even if I had to die. A group of soldiers and horses had just turned a small hill, when from afar, they saw from the direction of the Yingbu army stationed, an earth dragon rose up in the air. The sound of hoofbeats rolled like a tide, and a cavalry squad of more than 200 soldiers swept over the ground and rolled in. Lu Jia only thought in Zhou Yin's ambush. An old face like onions and leeks ate too much. A miserable green will be sternly ordered to call the generals to take the road and escape. His nephew Lu Xian young eyes, keenly from the chaotic cavalry dug into a tall and strong body, draped in tawdry gold armor of the generals. Surprise shouted, "Uncle, is the king of Huainan." King of Huainan? Lu Jia heard a happy, busy strangling the mount, squinting old eyes to look carefully, as this elite cavalry is getting closer and closer. Really in the queue of the king of Huainan's that the whole body draped in gold armor is getting more and more distinctive. Lu Jia was not sure what Yingbu was doing in Zhou Yin's military camp at the moment, and after a moment's thought, he immediately came to his senses and cracked his mouth. Zhou Yin, that black-hearted dog thief, shall not die. He is not satisfied with clearing out all of us, but he has swindled the king of Huainan, intending to kill all of them in one go. Luckily, God blessed my Han, let you know the news first, so we escaped first, and met the king of Huainan first, otherwise even if we escaped with our lives, once the king of Huainan fell into his hands and was killed by him, the 90,000 troops would have to change their surname to Chu. Behind Lu Jia, a riding horseman jumped out of the queue, seeing that the king of Huainan's cavalry did not slow down, still charging straight at them, with a manic momentum, revealing a murderous vigor, immediately waving his spear and roaring loudly. Captain Lu Jia is here to see the king of Huainan. King Huainan, Captain Lu Jia is here. As the cavalry horse shouted, the cavalry actually still did not see the slightest stagnation in speed, and looked to have rushed into the land of one shot. At this time Lu Jia also noticed something wrong, just about to order the generals to be on the alert, as if they did not want to let his deduction fall through. That team of cavalry on this all raised their hard bows, arrows were fired, as if the sky was full of locusts densely shot. This moment will directly Lu Jia confused. He is old enough to sleep, how to wake up, as if the sky has changed? What did he miss? It's just that Zhou Yin, the thief, appeared repeatedly, but how come Yingbu, the king of Huainan, who was appointed by the king of Han, went to support Xiang Yu's stinking feet again? 2 years ago, Xiang Yu hated his surrender to the king of Han, sent Long and defeated him, but he killed his whole family of wives and children. Both should have a blood feud only. How can this guy tolerate this kind of hatred, and then go back to continue to be a grandson? Is still not a man? Or is it not self-castration? The generals under Lu Jia's command were caught off guard. This shower of arrows exploded. At least a dozen soldiers were shot and fell off their horses. The remaining generals were greatly alarmed. Some dodged hastily, some bent their bows to shoot back. People screamed and horses neighing in a panic. At this time, Yingbu's cavalry rushed closer and closer. That body of golden armor in the golden sunlight straight to pierce people's eyes. A cadre of generals even more rough voice yell, "Catch Lu Jia! We can't let the old boy get away." The king of Zhejiang has ordered that Lu Jia be given 1,000 gold if he is captured alive. Kill, except for old man Lu Jia, leave none of the remaining, kill them all. Looking at the fierce and vicious Yingbu cavalry rushing, ears listening to the rough and ferocious call, Lu Jia's heart beating wildly like a drum, while shouting to encourage subordinate generals to keep in line. Kill and they fight, while violently turning his horse's head, the whip wildly pumping, twisted to the Han's camp to flee away. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Two Heads for Two Heads. It is no wonder that Lu Jia made an immediate decision to escape from the dry. Other people do not know the power of Yingbu would be fine. In the past 2 years he was ordered by Lu Bang has been as a sub-general to assist him, fighting in the Chu, where it is not clear that he is strong with the military. That was brought out by Xiang Yu single-handedly, and could almost be called an existence like the little Xiang King. Now, since he is determined to eat back grass, obviously still want to take his own head as a gift, but if he escapes a minute later, it is disrespectful to him, the military wizard who has been crowned king by virtue of his battle achievements, no matter under Xiang Yu or in Lu Bang's camp, and the most let Lu Jia heart fear is, just afraid of him at the moment. How to escape has been too late. Hard to escape this poisonous hand. Lu Jia fled quickly, but unexpectedly realized that there was another rider on his side running even faster, almost vaguely running in front of him. Looking sideways, it was his nephew Lu Xin. Lu Xin, almost the whole person, is lying on the back of the horse, muffled, desperately steering the horse, scurrying that is called a tight, full strength. Do not leave room for error. It must be said that the old Lu family's natural skill of escaping is just powerful. Uncle and nephew 1 did not make a prior agreement, 2 did not greet each other, but God synchronized to make the same decision. Lu Jia's cavalryman let out a roar, and with a face of bravery, he greeted a group of cavalrymen and charged straight at Yingbu's elite cavalry, creating time for Lu Jia to escape. With a wave of his hand, a teenage general in this elite cavalry of Yingbu's led the dozens of riders behind him to go around them, like a light and gliding black swallow, with their hooves flipping almost as if they didn't touch the ground, and chased Lu Jia away. The remaining elite cavalry rushed furiously and wildly, crashing together with the cavalry led by Lu Jia, the riding division horse. Yingbu's cavalry is extremely elite, but also to fight against the few, even if the Han cavalry save the will to die, but still be a face-to-face in the raw dispersal. As for the riding horse's valor to the extreme, even if the line was broken up, alone, still roar more than left and right to cut 3 or 4 cavalrymen, but that's it. The next by a mess of stabbing, poking, stabbing, fend off the long weapons, to the hard ripped into pieces. The remaining Han cavalry heart gallows, long experienced in battle, they know that if they don't escape, the next thing to meet them is to be divided and surrounded by the fate of the strangulation in turn. At that moment, they divided into 4 directions, dispersed in a flurry, and fled wildly on their horses, although Yingbu's cavalry was large in number. In the face of the Han cavalry's scattering and fleeing, it simply couldn't do all the strangling cleanly. If you let them escape, the news that the king of Huainan has rejoined Xian Yu will not be concealed and will definitely reach Lu Bang's ears. However, this cavalry does not seem to care much about this. The face of scattered fleeing Han riders a chase, killed, captured most of the remaining dozens of riders fled far away, but also Lu ride back, not to chase. Chasing Lu Jia's teenage generals look like they are only in their teens, but their horsemanship is extremely exquisite, and their archery skills are superb. As they get closer and closer, the bowstring shook, and an arrow hit Lu Jia's back, shooting him off his horse. Lu Jia tumbled out on the ground, an old face full of pain, struggling to raise his head, loudly shouting at the familiar figure that continued to fly away. Xin, save me! His good nephew dead on the back of the horse, as if he did not hear, not the slightest pause. The sound of hooves like a sudden drum, continue to flee more than wildly, a smoke to go far away. Lu Jia smiled miserably, and his head, cocked high and full of hope, drooped powerlessly like a deflated ball. The teenage general rushed in on his horse at this time, circled around Lu Jia twice, looked at him carefully for a few moments, determined that it was Lu Jia undoubtedly, and smiled with satisfaction. He jumped down from his horse, first holding a spear and stabbed Lu Jia, seeing that the old man was shot deeply into his back ribs by his own arrow. Needless to say, resisting, he couldn't even stand up, letting go of his heart and standing in front of him condescendingly, looking down at him coldly. Lu Jia, who was completely obscured by the teenage general's magnificent body, strained to raise his head and saw that this teenage general, whether it was his angular face, his high nose, or his rigid chin and sharp, bright eyes, all made him feel incredibly familiar. Your elder Duke Xiang Chang? Lu Jia steeply remembered. and his mouth felt like he had eaten a pig's bitter bile, an endless bitter taste flooding his mouth. Since following his cousin Liu Bang to rise up against the Qin dynasty, he has been fighting and crusading with great success, and can be called the hero of the world, which had thought that in the end it would actually be folded in the hands of this little child who was not yet dry. It is really a shame. Go back and tell your father not to struggle unnecessarily. The current situation is clear. The fate of heaven is in the hands of the Han. If your father surrenders, with King Han's generosity, he will not lose his position as a prince. If he continues to act against heaven, he is afraid that he will end up dying without a burial place. If your father doesn't want to surrender, you might want to think more about yourself. You're so young and have a bright future ahead of you, so why bury the old men with you? At this moment, Lu Jia, his helmet was dropped, his hair bun was messed up, his disheveled pale hair was cringing in the wind, and his old face was as white as a dead man, looking like a dog in the water. But he still braced himself and spoke to Xiang Chang in a rambling manner. When the cavalrymen who surrounded him saw that the old man was at the end of his life, but he was still playing with the idea of bullying Xiang Chang's young age and compelling him with words in an attempt to persuade and turn him around, each of them had a strange look on their faces. Xiang Chang seemed to really listen in, thinking for half a second and shaking his head. What you say seems quite reasonable, but with my father's pride, he would rather die than surrender. As for me, I am the son of the king. If I surrender to Liu Bang, will he really make me a prince? What guarantee can you give me? As long as, alright, he's about to die. Why tease him? A middle-aged general dismounted and walked over, shaking his head as he helplessly said to Xiang Chang. This middle-aged general's long body is erect like a pine, wearing a double long jacket, clad in basalt-colored armor, a pair of square-mouthed chichi head-pointed shoes on his feet, and his weather-beaten face is full of coldness. Which is Zhou Yin, the Grand Secretary who surrendered to the Han army and then revived the rebellion. Not expecting Zhou Yin to show up here, Lu Jia was greatly surprised and looked at him angrily, with the implication that he would eat him alive. You're not going to end well, Zhou Yin, you're not going to end well. And Ying Bu, tell him to get over here. What's the point of hiding in the back? What are you doing back there? Lu Jia endured the pain, cocked his head high, and called out to Ying Bu, who stood in the distance on his horse, covered in gold armor. As soon as the two armies engaged in battle just now, Ying Bu automatically fell to the very back, escorted by a cadre of cavalry. Zhou Yin beckoned to Ying Bu to come closer, and while doing so, he said to Lu Jia with a very few moments of pity, originally I didn't want you to see him, at least you would feel better in your heart when you die. Since you have to see him, and have to die in peace, it's up to you. Looking at the jump off the horse slowly approaching the full body of gold armor of the general, Lu Jia steep eyes wide, breathing heavily and rapidly, like an old bellows, and then turned his head to look eagerly toward the direction of the Han camp. But see, just fled the cavalry all ran in no shadow. Face a layer of heavy gray and white quickly surged up. His eyes showed endless anxiety and despair. This general, when he got closer, he realized that it was Ying Bu, but a soldier with a body similar to that of Ying Bu, wearing a gold armor similar to his armor, pretending to be, feeling Buin Benjuan, Guando Zhao, MXLC, don't call me tomato, life Z Udazhou, under the stone tender buds, Xing Long Ti Guanyu, Wu and so on brothers. Book Friends of the Reward. Recommendation. The Fire Ox Worship Thanks. Cannot thank. End of chapter. Chapter 28, Shuddering. Lu Jia's heart was bright, almost instantly figured out the trick. Zhou Yin's rebellion was undeniable, and when he cleaned up and killed the 21 generals installed by the Han army, he intentionally let his stupid and death-hungry nephew see it, thus forcing himself to escape from the military camp and flee to Ying Bu's army. Then he impersonated Ying Bu and led the cavalry to intercept and kill himself on the way, making himself and his subordinates mistakenly think that both Ying Bu and Zhou Yin had rebelled. The worst thing is that his stupid and death-hungry nephew was purposely put back, and in order to avoid the king of Han's chastisement, he will definitely bite the bullet and say that it was Zhou Yin who joined forces with Ying Bu to rebel against the rebellion that led to his own demise. In that case, how would King Han react? Obviously there is a high probability that he will suffer a blindfold. And now in the most critical moment of the Han-Chu dispute, the remnants of the Chu army is heavily encircled. The defeat is in sight, but accidentally appeared again this change. Once the king of Han was tricked, make the wrong decision, pull a start the whole body, is bound to let the situation has become clear again become confusing. Thinking so, a feeling of powerlessness flooded Lu Jia's heart. Zhou Yin, from whom did this underhanded ploy come? Don't say it was you. It's not that I, Lu Jia, looked down on you. You don't have the brains yet. Lu Jia gasped heavily, his old eyes bloodshot as he stalked his neck and roared at Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin looked at him with pity and did not make a sound. Xiang Chang leaned down and gazed at him fixedly. coldly saying, "Why are you having such a hard time? Is it because you feel bad about being conspired against? My father has been conspired by you so many times, and what does it say? Therefore it doesn't feel good. Also suffer honestly." Lu Jia was startled suddenly and looked at Xiang Chang with unexpected and horrified eyes. It's you? How can it be? You? How old are you? Whether it's me or not doesn't matter. The important thing is, what will Lu Bang do next when he gets the information that your stupid nephew brought back? Will he make the first move and attack Ingbu's army? Xiang Chang said in a cold tone. You're also underestimating the King of Han. Underestimating the two strategists beside the King of Han, Zhang Liang and Chen Ping, although your scheming is exquisite. I'm afraid it's not that easy to make them fall for it. Lu Jia gasped dramatically, blood froth spilling from the corner of his mouth as he braced himself and said, "Who says they must be fooled? Only if Lu Bang is suspicious of Ingbu, everything will be enough." A man like Lu Bang, who casually tears up alliances and has no fear or integrity in his heart, will not trust the integrity of others? What is the greatest fear of an initiator like him, who destroys the foundation of credibility in the world? Isn't it the fear of facing someone else's lack of credibility and stabbing him in the back at his most important moment? And now that Join has rebelled and you are dead, and Ingbu is completely out of control, with the suspicion of rebellion on his body, and with the tainted record of betrayal in the face of such generous favors as the King of Hegemony's sealing of the king, will Lu Bang dare to continue to tolerate his control of tens of thousands of troops, and his existence as an unstable molecule that can threaten him at any time, rather than choosing to strike first and do the right thing? Ha. In that case, in the face of Lu Bang's strike, I wonder how Ingbu will choose to respond. Will he be a good boy and honestly tie his hands? Or will he rise up in anger and fight hard against that good cousin of yours? TSK, just thinking about it really makes you feel excited and full of anticipation. This, is the so-called the one who plays with intrigue, will surely be restrained by intrigue? Right. Listening to Xiang Chang's words, not only Lu Jia was chilled to the bone, but also the generals were hardened on the ground, and Zhou Yin and a group of generals beside him were also dumbfounded, looking at him as if he was watching a devil or a monster. Full of horror and awe, Lu Jia now is no longer doubt that all this is the milky little son of the plot, and with his analysis, he also heartily admit that this little thief is his cousin to see through. After learning the news Lu Xian brought back, will definitely find ways to control the Ingbu, and then plot to seize his military power. If it were not for the existence of this little thief, Lu Jia would have had no worries, and King Han would have absolutely succeeded. But because of the existence of this little thief, how can he honestly stand by and not make waves inside? So will appear what consequences. Simply let Lu Jia this will die bad old man shudder. Your father is the monkey in crown. In addition to personal martial arts courage, nothing, no ability to build an empire. You have this talent. Should be Lu Jia racked his brain to find words to say, attempting to persuade this kid not to follow his old man a road to black. Xiang Chang lost interest in talking nonsense with him at this point and stood up straight, drawing his long sword while coldly banging away. You go underground first to give your cousin Lu Bang a head start. He'll be right behind you. With that, right in front of Lu Jia's horrified and desperate eyes, a sword viciously cut off his head. At this time a cadre of cavalry also finished clearing the battlefield. Zhou Yin gave the military order, immediately mounted his horse and lined up neatly, facing the direction of Ingbu's army, stood silently, cocked his head and looked at it, seemingly waiting for something. Zhou Yin unconsciously gave Xiang Chang the center position, and he, the commander of an army, was instead at the bottom. Now he has not the slightest dare because of Xiang Chang young and belittle him. For this to the enemy ruthless, to their own ruthless, the belly has a good plan, but also extremely dark goods. He is really Gan Luo, Meng Chang Jun and other young intelligent and achieved great achievements. In the past history has left a great reputation of the predecessors of the great, unconsciously from his mind swept over. The old Xiang family is worthy of being the generations of generals of the old Chu. The ancestors have spirits, and there are amazing characters emerging from generation to generation. Like this eldest son, intellect seems to be not below Fan Zhang, moreover quite brave. With his help, the king like a tiger with wings. Even if you can't exterminate Lu Bang, with the middle of the world must be very hopeful. Zhou Yin looked at Xiang Chang, secretly turning such thoughts. The crowd waited for a short time. The direction of Ingbu's army camp, another rolling earth dragon rose up in the air, and the tawdry gold armor wearing Ingbu was in the lead with 100 or 10 generals galloping in. So after being reborn, Xiang Chang finally met another great man who could sway the direction of this stormy history at the end of the Qin dynasty. This cavalry, although only more than 100, but with Lu Jia led more than 100 Han army just now, but give people a very different feeling, galloped up the formation of scattered, extremely loose, seems to have no rules. but there is a disdainful arrogance, stern and murderous iron blood gas surging. Even a blind man can also clearly feel that this is obviously from a mountain of corpses in the sea of blood killed out of the ferocious and tough brigade. Xiang Chang saw that this cavalry, whether it is the loose marching formation, the unrivaled arrogance, or the cruel and bloodthirsty aura, are all extremely familiar, and the elite cavalry under the leadership of his old man cannot be said to be exactly the same, but it is not too far off. The number of cavalry behind Xiang Chang is twice as many, with this elite cavalry stepping on the sky and earth rushing and rolling, even if the distance is still far, still can't help but be slightly agitated, obviously feeling the inexplicable pressure. It is difficult to maintain the usual calmness and composure. Xiang Chang clearly sensed this, and in this moment deeply perceived the great gap between the two armies, and also realized the terrifying existence of Ing Bu, the only being amongst the cloud of fierce generals under his old man's command who was crowned king by virtue of his battle achievements. Therefore, not only the elite cavalry behind him, even he also had some heart hair tightening. The palm of his hand holding the halberd was constantly breaking out in a cold sweat. This Ing Bu is not compared to Zhou Yin, obviously a real ferocious tiger, and inadvertent is really going to eat people. End of chapter. Chapter 29, The Beginning of Defeat. What a mighty and brazen spirit. Xiang Chang's natural aptitude of being more courageous in the face of setbacks lit up once again, squinting his eyes, his face cold and hard as iron as he stared at the Ing Bu elite cavalry that was getting closer and closer, one word at a time. It must be said that Xiang Chang rejected and resisted from the bottom of his heart the feeling of having no certainty in placing his life and death in the hands of others. At this moment he secretly made up his mind that if he could really pass this hurdle, he would definitely not fall into this kind of dangerous situation again after that. Xiang Chang felt his heart tighten, and Zhou Yin, who knew Ing Bu better, was naturally even worse. Even though there were 200 generals behind him, he still didn't feel the slightest sense of security. As Ing Bu led the army closer and closer, he almost turned his horse's head and fled several times. However, seeing Xiang Chang next to him standing motionless, like a mountain ridge, inexplicably giving a solid and reliable feeling, which made him barely keep his composure and did not act rashly. This kid, he really has guts, worthy of being the son of the overlord. Zhou Yin's regard for Xiang Chang increased by 2 more points as he opened his mouth to speak to Xiang Chang, distracting the tension in his heart. Ing Bu, Long and Zhong Li Mai, Ji Bu and the other 4 generals have all been following the king for a long time. Marching and fighting, arranging troops and formations have all been learned from the king, but only Ing Bu has the highest talent, and is most in touch with the king's essence. Please see, Mr. Chang, the formation and state of his marching, but is it not extremely similar to the army under the king's command? Xiang Chang smiled coldly and secretly slandered, not only marching and fighting, but even betraying his old master. He has also learned a whole lot. As Xiang Yu's most trusted and the only general to be crowned king, Ing Bu originally had a stage of gratitude and loyalty to Xiang Yu. However, the reason for the gap between the two men was that Xiang Yu made himself king of Chu after the destruction of Qin, divided the 18 vassals into 18 kingdoms, and banished the original lord of the vassals, King Huai of Chu, to Chun County, Changsha County, in the upper reaches of the barbaric Shangjiang River. The banishment of King Huai of Chu is just a matter of fact. After all, he has no soldiers, no generals, no horses, there is no threat at all. Purely a bare-knuckle king, but Xiang Yu's narrow-mindedness, resentment that King Huai of Chu took away his military power, and goodwill to Liu Bang, and had to be killed before he could be killed, and so he gave the order to Ing Bu to intercept and kill King Huai of Chu when he passes by. I have to say that these two pikers and political retards have suffered from being uneducated and trusting their fists too much to realize the importance of the name of righteousness. King Huai of Chu died, has been waiting for the opportunity of Liu Bang has caught the opportunity to make waves. In the name of revenge for King Huai of Chu, tandem call major vassals crusade Xiang Yu, and his own name out of Bashu, Hanzhong, the vanguard rushed in the forefront. By this time, Ing Bu realized that his reputation was stinking in front of the world, and almost like a rat, everyone shouted at him, and only then did he reacted to the fact that he had made a stinky move by following Xiang Yu. He was not as strong as the overlord who had no fear of being the enemy of the world, so he naturally turned to resent the overlord. At this time, Liu Bang gathered a group of vassal kings and surrounded Xiang Yu, beating him to a pulp. During the period was playing Anxious Eyes of the King, repeatedly greeted standing next to the good brother Ing Bu to help boxing. Ing Bu resentment, it is shirking, a moment to say that they are overworked, a moment to say that they are thinning powerless, is not to go, really be anxious, sent to a few thousand old disabled slightly to cope with. So repeatedly, the king saw his own hand to support the little brother actually so disobedient, as if there are two hearts. According to his character of natural anger, they sent messengers to scold and rebuke. Up to this point, Xiang Yu was merely angry, without going so far as to hate. It is reasonable to say that this time he sent a messenger to the sincere memory of the past years. Painful to say that the past brotherhood of revolutionary friendship, things still have room to turn around, not too unmanageable, but with his scolding, things went bad and completely pushed Ingbu into Lu Bang's camp. Ingbu knew his dominance and fierceness very well, so he turned from resentment to fear, and coupled with the lobbying efforts of Lu Bang's emissaries, he completely turned to Lu Bang, and as expected, for his betrayal, Xiang Yu not only did not put himself in his shoes, but instead, like a tiger being stabbed in the buttocks, he became furious and immediately dispatched Long Zi to attack him, a 2/5 boy, and after defeating him, he took a terrible revenge on him, slaughtering his family, wife and children. Since then their friendship has collapsed and they have become deadly enemies. Thinking about these past events, Xiang Chang heart sighs, old man down to the present situation. Is his own son have to say blame yourself? While there is certainly an ungrateful side to Ingbu's betrayal, Pops is at least 70% to blame. Through his past with Ingbu, it can also be clearly seen, Pops rely on their past achievements, extremely superstitious and proud of their own force, no one in the eyes, not in the heart. Even Ingbu was also condescending to him as if he were a slave, call and shout at him to take what he wants. Han Xian's assessment of his feudal bravery is so incredibly accurate that it kind of puts him through his paces. In view of the history of Han Xian's ending, he was completely mesmerized by the caring and loving appearance shown by Lu Bang, and did not see Lu Bang's dark nature at all. So it can be seen that Han Xian's ability to read people is just so. And on the Han Xian this shallow art of reading people, actually will be able to see through the old man, but also revealed that the essence of the old man is a self-reliant, courageous and unscrupulous bare child. No heart, no wrist, no strategy, no city, do nothing without vision and planning, completely by their own preferences and wantonly acted. Then again, Pop's political strategy on this idiotic, short board short scary, but by virtue of the courage of one man to fight the world, but also alive to hold on for so long time, have to say that his strengths in the force, but also the indeed grow enough amazing. Again, back to him and Ingbu, he treats Ingbu like a slave is just, but where he has a little bit of the upper hand of the heart of the wrist, even if there is a little bit of sincerity to treat people to restore the magnanimity of the chest also line, are not to let Ingbu made to the point of treason. Xiang Chang sighed tersely in his heart, with the past grudges and entanglements of Pops and Ingbu. It can be summarized in one sentence, a muddled account between two steel-straight men. Throughout the Chuhan dispute in the previous life, the achievements made by Ingbu after he defected to Lu Bang were far less impressive to Lu Bang than Han Xian and Pengyu, and looked very inconspicuous. And in the end, after the establishment of Han, Lu Bang still made him king. It seems that Lu Bang is a man of understanding. Ingbu's rebellion itself is the biggest loss of father's camp in Chu, for father can be said to be at the bottom of the payroll. Not to mention the same Chu origin of Ingbu, since then has been in the father's base camp in Chu wreaked havoc, and even after the Zhouyin can be said to be surrendered by Lu Jia, but also with him out of the picture. Therefore, it is perfectly fair to say that the Ingbu rebellion was the beginning of the defeat of Pops. Alas, now that he's decided to be Pop's pop, what can he do in the face of the mess he's made like a clueless child? Only himself as the old man to clean it up. Looking at the fast approaching Ingbu, the original king of Zhejiang appointed by his old man and the later king of Huainan appointed by Lu Bang, Xiang Chang folded his arms and opened up another great challenge after his rebirth. During the new book, Incomparable Delicate, I implore you big brother more mercy, collection, recommend more support, the fire cow foot worship head, pro-texts not thankful nah. End of chapter. Chapter 30, another gift. Dasi Ma, why are you here? Didn't you send a message saying that there was an important military matter for you to discuss in your tent? Also, where is Captain Lu Jia? Seeing Zhouyin waiting here from afar, Ingbu was surprised and could not help but be on guard, waving his hand to the elite riders behind him, slowly stopping his horse after a few dozen meters and asking in a somewhat puzzled manner. Zhou Yin's throat wriggled a bit, his face tense, and he was thinking about how to reply, when Xiang Chang beside him steered his horse forward and raised his voice. King Zhejiang, do you still remember me? Ingbu froze. This title was something he had not heard for a long time. Staring at this heroic young man for a closer look, he abruptly changed his face slightly, raising his arm to put the elite cavalry under his command on alert while turning his head to angrily curse at Zhouyin. You old cow, are eating back the grass and surrendering Xian Yu again? You mindless fool, what are you messing around with? Apparently Ingbu has already recognized Xiang Chang's identity, thus instantly deducing that Zhouyin has reverted to Xiang Yu. Thinking that last night this guy also stood side by side with himself and Lu Jia, sitting and watching the king of the hegemony carry out the feudal struggle before the overthrow of the king. One night passed, actually defected to the old master. Ingbu's heart cannot help but surge up a huge sense of absurdity and unreality. Is this asshole treating surrender and betrayal like child's play? Does he have any credibility as a human being? You think you're Liu Bang? Does Sima has never rebelled against the overlord? Why would he resurrender? Still not waiting for Zhou to reply, Xiang Chang said in a calm tone, moreover, whether the Grand Secretary is surrendering to the Han or returning to Chu is not something for King Jiazhang to worry about. What King Jiazhang should be concerned about is where he should go from here. What is your choice? Me? I naturally want to pacify the rebellion and exterminate the rebels. Lone is not one of those people who are 3 years old. Ingbu had a murderous look on his face. As his words left his mouth, the aura of a group of generals behind him changed abruptly, from diffuse to murderous, like a sheathed blade. Spears, halberds, and gorgets raised, pointing at the Zhou army, with a powerful oppressive force emanating. Xiang Chang and Zhou stood side by side waiting for him, the purpose of which was clear to Ingbu, so he did not show the slightest hint of resignation. Although he was still afraid of the overlord, he also had a deep-seated hatred for him, so how could the two still make peace? Especially at the moment, the overlord's destruction is imminent, so for Xiang Chang and Zhou Yin's attempts, he instinctively wanted to laugh. What a loyal and righteous king of Huainan. You're still addicted to being a dog for Liu Bang. Do you know who my father hates the most? Not Liu Bang, not Han Xin, not Peng Yu, but you, Ingbu. When I was king, I trusted you, and you were the only one who was king. What have you done? You betrayed him. Father's temperament you also know. Last night's raid on the Han camp you also saw, just 800 riders, crisscrossing the Han camp, killing and wounding more than 10,000 Han generals, and finally even overthrew Liu Bang's most elite 5,000 cavalry army in one fell swoop, decapitating the main general. Not bad. It's true that there are not many remnants of the Chu army left, but do you think you're going to be overthrown soon? So you can rest on your laurels, go and work as a dog for Liu Bang, and enjoy glory and wealth? I tell you, Ingbu, you are wrong. Although the Chu army is small, it still has the power to fight. Plus Zhou Yin's Grand Secretary has flashed his flag and rejoined the Chu army, and added another 50,000 troops, both of which are attacking you. Do you think you can withstand it? As father's most trusted general, but actually chose to betray at the most critical moment, letting people like you continue to live. That is the greatest injustice under the sky. Therefore, my father has decided that even if it means death, he will first kill you, so that he can fulfill the hatred in his heart. Now, I would like to ask you, Ingbu, don't you think you are a great military strategist, and it's hard to find an enemy in the world? Under the 2 attacks of my father and Zhou Yin's Grand Secretary, you may be able to carry it off? In the face of Xiang Chang's harsh and contemptuous angry scolding, Ingbu actually did not move in anger and coldly said, Kid, verbal arguments are the weakest of all. If Lord Xiang wants to kill me, he must be able to break through Han Xin's siege first, and Han Xin with soldiers can be far above me? He can't break through Han Xin heavy siege, just with Zhou Yin District 50,000 rabble. Ha, do you think I will put on the heart? Ingbu is the same as last night's Zhou Yin. Both think that a few days ago Xiang Yu with 100,000 troops out of the city to fight with Han Xin, but lost a big defeat, and then decided that he is not capable of breaking through the heavy siege of Han Xin. They are negligent. At that time, Xiang Yu went out of the city as an attempt to defeat Han Xin in one fell swoop, such as if he only led the cavalry to break through the siege. Han Xin simply cannot stop him. If he had only led the cavalry to break through, Han Xin would not have been able to stop him. A heavy sneer then surfaced on Xiang Chang's face. Ingbu, when have you also been allowed to doubt your family's great king's martial valor? Just listen. As if to corroborate Xiang Chang's words, just at this moment, a roar of joyous voices that rushed to the sky and shook the ground abruptly erupted from the south of Gaixia city. Kill, kill, kill. Xiang Chang leisurely said, right now all the 20,000 cavalrymen in the city who are capable of fighting are out of the city in formation, and father has taken out all the gold, silver and jewels to incentivize and reward them, and now the Chu army generals' morale is high, and their will to fight is sky high, and all the generals are reorganizing their cavalry, and they will start attacking the right army next, and when they break through the right army, they will come charging at you. I'll just ask you, is it an accident or not? Is it a surprise or not? Ingbu's face finally changed drastically. The words break the cauldron and sink the boat flew through his mind, and his hands couldn't help but grip his spear fiercely, as if it was the only thing that could give him the strength and courage right now. And just then, in the army of Zhou Yin, a thick, black wolf smoke rose up in the sky, like a thick black pen exuding on the green and blue cloth of the sky, clearly visible from near and far. As if getting a signal, Gaixia City then woo 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 dashed the majestic and cool horn blowing, the Chu army killing shouts from afar. The right army of the Han army followed by the sound of fierce resistance. Obviously the Chu army on the right army of the Han army launched an attack. The 50,000 strong army of the Decima is now fully prepared, waiting only for an order to attack your camp. You are now in the camp without a leader. Do not know that it is possible to withstand the well-prepared and ready to attack the army of the Grand Secretary General? If the army is routed and killed in one fell swoop, without the army, I wonder if Liu Bang will still give you the chance to continue supporting you to rise again and still appoint you as king? Ing Bu snorted coldly, seemingly not even bothering to refute Xiang Chang's words as he turned his horse around and was about to return to the barracks. Obviously no matter for his own military strategy or for the generals under his command. Ing Bu is extremely confident, conscious that as the army is now facing the surprise attack of Zhou Yin's army, a short period of time will be panicked and disoriented, and even suffered a defeat. But as long as he returns to the camp, he will definitely reverse the disadvantage. Even if Xiang Wan can kill through the right army and charge over, he can withstand the first wave of attack, and Han Xian will command his army to close the siege. Xiang Wang will still have no chance to win, and he can only be completely besieged to death. It must be said that Ing Bu, the man who fought 100 battles and was crowned as the king, is indeed strong-willed enough, and is not at all something that Xiang Chang can say with the threat of his mere words. Seeing that Xiang Chang's lobbying failed, Ing Bu turned around and was about to return to the barracks, and next to him, the Grand Secretary Zhou Yin could not help but look gray and his heart tightened. Xiang Chang ha 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 ha, another burst of laughter issued, leisurely said, Ing Bu, and slow line, allow me to finally send you a heavy gift, the delicate new book. I implore you all, big brother, pity, more support. The fire cow protects not, cannot thank. End of chapter. Chapter 31. With the Zhou Yin army stationed in the southeast of Gaixia City, rolling smoke rose up in the air. In front of Gaixia City to watch the Liu Bang and a cadre of fierce generals and good ministers under his command, had already been shocked by the Chu army's broken kettle to the whole body tight, and now under the first sight is more colorful, Zhou Yin and Ing Bu's army, which is rebelling again. As the wolf smoke rose, the overlord, who had been encouraging his soldiers while patiently waiting in front of Gaixia City, with an anxious look in his eyes, was greatly energized, and raised his halberd, waving it in the air. Blow the horn and attack. Receiving his military order, Wu the majestic and cool trumpet at the head of Gaixia City immediately blew. The Chu army under the city quietly lined up 20,000 elite cavalry, like being awakened by the tiger and wolf pack, under the leadership of their respective officers. This flood like wild roll out, toward the southeast of the direction of the wolf smoke rises rushed. Xiang Zhuang's face overflowed with unbelievable excitement as he rushed to Xiang Yu and exclaimed, Great King, Elder Duke has really succeeded. This is too unbelievable. Xiang Yu nodded his head heavily. His double pupil eyes have the comfort and pride of his son's talent and excellence, but also the concern for his son's safety, urging his piebald horse, holding his halberd high, and rushing to the forefront in this regard. Both Xiang Zhuang and Xiang Guan immediately rushed forward on their flying horses, rushing ahead of him to act as the vanguard and clear the way for him, and from afar to see the king rushed in the forefront, holding high the halberd first, up to the generals, down to the sergeant, all the body blood agitation, a time of life and death are thrown out of the sky, the face of the grim, roaring, followed by, and fight to the death of the onslaught. Han Xin, who had moved his commander-in-chief's tent to the front of Gaixia City, was fully armored and stood on a high watchtower, and had been quietly checking the posture of the Chu army. When he watched the wolf smoke rising from Zhou Yin and Ing Bu's army, as well as the Chu cavalry's boisterous and frantic attack towards the southeast, he couldn't help but be surprised. His pupils contracted dramatically, and his fists hammered heavily on the wooden fence, and then his tone of voice was cold and stern, and a series of commands were issued one after the other. Send an order to the Pengyu army in the northeastern periphery to hold their camp and not to move. Send an order to the left army to hold the camp while closely monitoring the movements of the Pengyu army. Once there is any delusional movement, attack immediately. Send orders to the rear troops to hold their camp and not to move. Send an order to Chao Shen to sit in the center of the army. Reorganize the soldiers, and be ready to cope with the support. Send an order to the right army, Shen He, to make sure to block Xiang Yu's cavalry at all costs. Once Xiang Yu's cavalry breaks through, I will behead him. Send an order to Jin Shi to lead the cavalry under his command and keep a close watch on Zhou Yin and Ing Bu's army. Send orders to Fu Quan, Shui O, Wang Suk, and Ding Fu to lead the cavalry under their command to assist Chen He and snipe Xiang Yu's cavalry. Send orders to Fan Kuai and Chai Wu, the generals, to lead their troops and horses, and come with me to meet the battle. After the military order was given, Han Xin got off the watchtower. rolled over and mounted his warhorse, and headed toward the right army. Halfway to the right, Fan Kuai, Jin, and Chai Wu's generals, leading their respective soldiers and horses have converged, forming a vast torrent, moving towards the right army, and Fu Quan's 4 generals led their respective cavalry troops, and with their high-speed locomotion, they had already preempted the onslaught towards the Chu army. Just as Han Xian rushed to the right army to supervise the battle, Lu Bang was also busy jumping onto a horse led by his close servant, and was about to return to the rear tent under the escort of Xia Hoying's 3,000 elite cavalry. As the main general of the rear army, he was also to go back to sit in the town according to Han Xian's military order. And right now, he really doesn't have the guts to continue accompanying Han Xian to see Xiang Yu's overlord's power. Currently is the little cute, can also see that the Chu army is crazy, to fight a trapped beast, attempting to join forces with the mutinous Zhou Yin and Ing Bu's army to make a final strike. However, Lu Bang turned his head and found that Xiahou Ing and Chen Ping were all around him, but only Zhang Liang was not seen. Looking around, he found that Zhang Liang had climbed up to the watchtower in front of the commander-in-chief's tent at an unknown time, and was watching the wolf smoke carefully. Lu Bang was busy beckoning to Zhang Liang while shouting, "Zifeng, go quickly and follow me back to the rear army." This is what Han Xian asked of him when he delivered his military power to him and appointed him as the commander-in-chief, allowing him to sit at the rear of the most secure army. Firstly, to ensure his safety, and secondly, to avoid his constraints. After some careful observation, Zhang Liang climbed down from the watchtower, quickly stepped to the front of Lu Bang's horse, and said in a solemn voice, "King Han, right now." Looking at the direction of the wolf smoke, it should be that there is a change in Zhou Yin's army. Lu Bang nodded heavily and hurled curses. This dog thief. I knew it wasn't that simple for him to surrender. Where is Lu Jia? Last night he sent a message back saying that everything was smooth and normal, and Zhou Yin was watched over by him. After one night, he's actually rebelled? Is he oblivious? Is he a pig? Zhang Liang knew that right now Lu Jia was afraid that he would be in a bad way, and he categorically said, Zhou Yin was easily persuaded to surrender by Lu Jia and raised his army to join him, which was originally quite suspicious. After all, as Xiang Yu's grand secretary, he was highly trusted and relied on by Xiang Yu. Although Xiang Yu was defeated at that time, as long as Zhou Yin kept the Chu land, plus Jiangdong as the backing, Xiang Yu was definitely able to regroup, and now it seems that his surrender is most likely for this moment. With Xiang Yu being able to coordinate with him, Xiang Yu is currently leading 20,000 elite cavalry to charge towards the southeast, and is obviously also playing with this idea. Once the two of them merge, the 10-sided ambush formation laid by King Qi will be lost. Lu Bang has been in the battlefield for a long time, and is obviously well aware of the current situation, and nodded his head in hatred at the words. As to whether he surrendered fraudulently or not, we had already made up our minds at that time, and I also listened to Yurin Chen Ping's plan, letting Lu Jia watch over him to the death, letting Ing Bu's army deter his army from the side, and at the same time dispatching a large number of generals to take control of his army. What made us miscalculate was that we only guarded against him, but we could not imagine that Ing Bu, the criminal dog thief, would also rebel with him. Zhang Liang shook his head, his handsome face filled with solemnity, and flew on. According to my inference, it should only be the Zhou Yin army that has changed. Zhang Liang is equivalent to repeating what he just said again, as if he was talking nonsense. Lu Bang undoubtedly reacted extremely fast, immediately heard and understood Zhang Liang's meaning, and was stunned. Zifeng, you mean, Xiang Yu and Ing Bu have the hatred of killing his wife and children and destroying his entire family, so he is not going to resurrender Xiang Yu easily. But Xiang Yu? No, it should be. No, it must be that Xiang Chang, the eldest son of Xiang Chang, should already be in contact with Ing Bu at the moment and will be desperately trying to bully him in an attempt to resurrender him. King Qi has just deployed his troops in order to stifle this struggle of Xiang Yu and quell the rebellion of Zhou Yin. We should help King Qi next instead of returning to the rear army. The key winner of the southeastern situation now lies in Ing Bu. Once he is convinced to resurrender to Xiang Yu, the extermination of Chu will become difficult to realize. Once he can be stabilized and maintain the Han army's position, just Zhou Yin's army's rebellion, although there are some twists and turns, the general situation is at least not harmed. Therefore, I would also like to ask King Han to immediately go to the Ing Bu army at that moment and pacify the king of Huainan so that he does not waver, while at the same time urging him to march in to exterminate the Zhou Yin army. When Lu Bang heard this, he hesitated a bit. Thank you for your collection, monthly votes, recommendation, bounty, comments, for the strong support of all the brothers. The Fire Oxen head bowed to pay thanks. I cannot thank you enough. End of chapter. Chapter 32, A Place of Trouble. Although Lu Bang appointed Ing Bu as the king, in fact, Just like the treatment of Han Xin and Peng Yu, it was a last resort in order to defend against Xiang Yu, and he never trusted them in his heart. Now that Zhou Yin's army has rebelled, no one can tell what is the situation of Yingbu's army, as it is shrouded in mist. It may not have rebelled, but it may have long been privately hooked up with Xiang Yu. For recognizing people, Lu Bang is undoubtedly very good at it. No matter Yingbu or Peng Yu was seen through by him long ago, and it can also be said that they are all in the same category with him. People like them, the first thing they think about is always how to save their old lives and power. The rest, even if it's their wives, children, and old age, are all at the back of the list. In their view, as long as they live, as long as they can keep their power, then what women can't they get? How many children can't be born? Therefore, for them, as long as the conditions given are sufficient, the revenge for the murder of their wives and children is not impossible to resolve. Therefore, under these circumstances, just by virtue of Zhang Liang's deduction, he decided that Yingbu had not rebelled, and hastily went to pacify him, which was too risky, and a great irresponsibility to his own life. You should know that Yingbu military camp for Lu Bang, but no doubt the nest of tigers and wolves. In the past he has never gone forward. Seeing Lu Bang's concern, Zhang Liang stepped forward and said softly, with Xiahou Ying's 3,000 elite cavalry to protect him, even if Yingbu's army has a recurrence, he can still be safe. King Han, this risk is worth taking. Zhang Liang now Xiang Chang has not dared to have the slightest underestimation, completely as the original Fan Zhang to look at. Vigilance and attention directly pull full. Yingbu is just a brave man with military specialties. Let this kid lobbying and ignore. Then without much thought, we'll soon fall into the trap of this kid's conspiracy. Once Yingbu rebels, then Zhou Yin can bring too much harm. Not only the Chu inferior Han superior situation will be a sea change, and even the Han army overthrow the Chu, pacify the world, may become an empty word. This was also the reason why he insisted that Lu Bang go ahead to meet Yingbu in person. According to his guess, if Xiang Chang wants to convince Yingbu to rebel, there are not many conspiracy tactics that can be used and take immediate effect. The most likely one can only be the stratagem of separation. And the stratagem of separation, to put it bluntly, is to artificially cause the exchange of information is not fluent, so as to produce a fatal misunderstanding. As long as Lu Bang personally go, then that kid, no matter what disassociation tactics, are like ice and snow under the sun, difficult to play the slightest effect. Lu Bang hesitated slightly and finally nodded slowly. Zhang Liang has already proved himself with countless instances in the past. No matter the grasp of the world's momentum, the direction of the situation, the insight into the hearts of the people, the implementation of schemes, have never miscalculated. Long ago to let him form a dependence. Convinced, Lu Bang turned and ordered Xiahou Ying to protect them as they rushed to Yingbu's army. This is Lu Bang. You may be able to spit on him for his coarse demeanor, vulgar speech, pleasure-seeking, fear of death, and hooliganism, but at critical moments, he is always able to listen to the right advice and dares to go against the tide, regardless of his own safety and security. They had just left the barracks not too far away when Lu Xian came running headlong with dozens of cavalrymen with arrows stuck in their bodies and armor full of puncture marks. Upon seeing Lu Bang, Lu Xian was like a motherless child meeting its father, joyful and terrified, and immediately reported the news of Yingbu's rebellion and the attack and killing of his uncle Lu Jia to Lu Bang at the first time. Lu Bang immediately froze. Cursed, this criminal dog thief. I have long known that he cannot be relied on, and now it is true. Xiang Yu killed his wife and son back then. He should have chopped him up too. Zhang Liang sighed long and hard, realizing that he was a step too late after all. Thinking of the Xiang Chang son of planning, from last night to now, interlocking, meticulous and comprehensive not to give people the slightest respite. Their own people have no defense. Has been passive response to fall in the wind, but cannot help but extremely admired. What puzzles him is that according to the performance of Xiang Chang from last night to today, he shouldn't have been silent and unknown in the past. At least Xiang Yu had him to help him and didn't end up being surrounded in Gaixia. This kid, it's as if he was suddenly enlightened last night. Could it be that the great Chu kingdom should not be extinguished? Chen Ping, who had been quietly following alongside, keenly sensed the suspicion in Lu Xian's narrative and inquired, "Are you saying that you were halfway to Yingbu's military camp when you met him and were attacked and killed by him? Tell me honestly, did you see Yingbu's face, and it was definitely him?" Zhang Liang also heard a steep realization. Understand Shen Ping meaning, if the attack to kill Lu Jia is really Yingbu, he can wait in the barracks for Lu Jia to arrive, and then capture the turtle in a jar. In that case, will be a person cannot escape. Why let so many people to come back to inform the message? Lu Xian was stunned, his eyes blinking for a while, half shaking his head. No, no, immediately, he said with a burst of defiance, it's definitely him. The silhouette is very similar, especially wearing that eye-catching golden armor. When he said that, not only Zhang Liang and Chen Ping were more and more sure that the man was not Yingbu. Lu Bang also reacted and was so angry that he cracked his horsewhip. Uncle died, but you came back in one piece, and you swore that you brought back false information. You idiot, how come you are not the one who died? King Han, time is running out. Hurry and continue to Yingbu's army. With that kid's cunningness, generals like Yingbu who are simply overly talented militarily are simply no match for this kid. If we're a little later, I'm afraid that we'll really fall into his trap and be forced by him to rebel. Lu Bang looked at Zhang Liang and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. I'm afraid that it's already too late now. Yingbu, but one of the few fierce tigers in the world besides Xiang Yu. Zhang Liang heard the unfinished meaning of Lu Bang's words. Yingbu did not rebel before. Lu Bang has never been to his camp, and now this situation is chaotic. Perhaps indeed not yet rebel, but it must be said that there is also the possibility of rebel. Lu Bang to go is equal to the risk of risking his life? It is really too risky. And once Yingbu really rebel, with his strong army, tens of thousands of people under his command, the district Xiaohong 3,000 elite cavalry, I'm afraid that it really can't protect Lu Bang. Seeing Lu Bang's mind, Xiaohong said beside him, it is indeed too dangerous for a Han king to go to an unpredictable place and put his own safety on the good thoughts of a fierce tiger. Even if King Han doesn't go, what can he do? Even if Yingbu and Lu Jia all rebel, together with Xiang Yu's remnants, the total number of troops is only more than 100,000, while we still have more than 400,000 troops, and the King of Qi as the commander-in-chief, the advantage is still with us, and they are still defeated as usual. Lu Bang clapped his hands and nodded. That's right, that's the truth. For a while, Chen Ping was silent and Zhang Liang frowned. Both of them, that is, even Lu Bang himself, and even including Xiaohong who said this, knew that war is not something that can be won simply by having more people. But the reason why Xiaohong said this was obviously speaking for Lu Bang, and it was essentially Lu Bang who was fearful. Zhang Liang pondered for a moment and said, this kind of disassociation can never be left unchecked. If the King of Han cannot go in person, he should still send a messenger to explain the situation, reaffirm the King of Han's trust in the King of Huainan, and endeavor to appease and win him over. To this Lu Bang immediately agreed, and then ordered Lu Xian to go to Yingbu's army with his own writ to pacify him. Lu Xian heard that he had just escaped from life, and when he heard that he had to go back again, his face was bitter, but he didn't dare to disobey. Lu Bang immediately assigned dozens of cavalry escorts to escort Lu Xian and headed for Yingbu's army. End of chapter. Chapter 33, Hostage-taking. Xiang Chang waved his hand, and the several cavalrymen located at the end of the array, at this time, carried a human head, pressed 2 Han soldiers, and walked towards Yingbu. When he reached the front, he placed the head respectfully in front of Yingbu's horse, and then tore away the masks on the heads of the 2 Han soldiers who were escorting him, and the cloth and silk stuffed in their ears. Yingbu's face sank when he saw that the man's head was clearly Lu Jia, for which he had been psychologically prepared and was not really surprised. To his surprise, the 2 soldiers looked familiar. It is the guards around Lu Jia. After seeing him, his face sad and angry, cursing what traitor shall not die, the bastard who failed the King of Han's favor, the traitor who was always on the move and so on. Damn and so on, let him puzzled, but also a little uneasy. Xiang Chang waved his hand and the cavalryman chopped off the heads of the 2 captive cavalrymen in this regard, and then a general behind the array who was similar in stature to the King of Zhejiang and similarly draped in a tawdry golden armor rode out beyond the crowd, clasped his fists at the King of Zhejiang, and returned back to the queue. Xiang Chang looked at the King of Zhejiang and leisurely said, I would like to apologize to the King of Zhejiang. Just now I had this general dress up as you, and attacked and killed Lu Jia here as he attempted to rush to your camp. Unfortunately, Lu Jia's generals were not killed cleanly, including his nephew Lu Xian, who escaped with his life, and I'm afraid that he has now returned to the Han army camp. Looking at that general who was very similar to himself, and then thinking of the insults that the 2 guards around Lu Jia have just made to himself, Yingbu has already made some vague guesses, and now listening to Xiang Chang's words, there is no more chance. His whole body is cold, and his eyes are rounded and full of fury, and he grips his spear tightly and is going to charge at Xiang Chang. If I were you, right now I should calm down and think about what to do next. At that moment, Lu Xian must have already informed Lu Bang of your rebellion. Who did you kill? But a cousin who has made great achievements for him. Ah, needless to say that he will not let you go at all if he continues to make you king. Bull *********. I didn't kill the people. As long as I make it clear with King Han, he won't blame me at all. That makes sense. Then go ahead and make it clear. Looking at Yingbu as if he was an enraged tiger, roaring in anger with open teeth and claws. Xiang Chang instead relaxed more and more. The reason why he dared to take the risk to come and convince Ingbu was certainly out of necessity, but he had also done his homework beforehand. By recalling the impression of Ingbu in his mind, combining the historical materials of his past life, and the rumors and deeds collected about Ingbu, after some careful speculation, he vaguely grasped Ingbu's character, and felt that he should have 70% to 80% certainty in convincing him. Like Ingbu, originally just a criminal, by virtue of his own strong military talent, as well as the times, luck, in the end of the Qin dynasty, the tide of change in this stormy times, successfully sitting in a place, was appointed as a king, realized the life reversal, access to supreme power, wealth and glory. And what is the greatest fear for people like him? Lost, to lose everything he had at the moment, to become nothing again, to become that lowly criminal again, that would be like killing him. This can be seen from the fact that he betrayed his old man to join Liu Bang, was defeated by his old man with nothing to lose, went to see Liu Bang, found that Liu Bang was incredibly contemptuous while letting his maidservant wash his feet to receive him, and tried to commit suicide after he withdrew. He had nothing at that time, and if Liu Bang did not accept him and support him, he would have no chance to rise again. So he, a bottom-feeding outlaw who had been to the top of the mountain and tasted power, lost it all and, in total despair and without a thought of life, wanted to end his old life. Other than that, things like wife and children, family and friends, these are important to Ingbu, but definitely not the most important. In this respect, he, Peng Yu, Liu Bang, and Wu Qi, who killed his wife and sought a general in Lu during the Warring States period, are all in the same category. Too eager to succeed, too much want to get power. As long as they can climb up, can have power and wealth, the rest of the external things, even if it is affection, for them can be given up. Perhaps this is also a common problem of the bottom of them who have gone through a lot of hardships and endured who knows how many times of skinning and skinning before they finally manage to scrape their way up. The greatest fear is loss. So what does Ingbu want most? Simply, greater power. For outlaws like him, there was no limit to his desires, and he wasn't afraid to gamble as long as the payoff was big enough, even if it's to gamble with his life. And the experience of winning many bets in the past had also given him a deep and mesmerizing confidence that as long as he dared to gamble, he would surely succeed. So that made him not fear, or directly ignore the risks involved at all. Otherwise, he had already been crowned king back then, but he betrayed his old man to join Liu Bang. While there was certainly an element of fear of his old man, the bigger reason was that Liu Bang tempted him with greater power and higher status. Since we have grasped his weaknesses, found what he fears most, and understood what he desires most, it is simple. As long as the targeting of the development of strategies, threatening to his immediate possession of the treasured, it is possible to deprive him of all of it, so that he becomes nothing again, and then use what he desires to seduce him. Then ultimately he will then follow his own plan to the letter. And this is where Xiang Chang dared to come and convince Ingbu, the fierce tiger of the world. At this point, Ingbu, what are you still holding out for? Ask yourself, are you the kind of man who trusts his own fate, his own life, to the mercy of others? My father is treating you like a drought, and when I came here, he said that as long as you rejoin him, he will be your brother and share the world with you. My father's credibility is also known to you, compared to Liu Bang, that sinister villain with no credibility. Who do you feel is more reliable? In the face of Xiang Chang's eloquence, Ingbu took a long breath and coldly said, if you want me to join you, you can, but just with a mouth won't do. Xiang Chang, you should show some sincerity too. Otherwise, even if I end up with nothing, I won't want to follow you and your son into this mess. What sincerity do you want? It's simple. You serve as a hostage and follow me back to the military camp. As long as you agree, I'll immediately reorganize my army when I return to the barracks, respond to the overlord, and attack the Han army. Never. Xiang Chang didn't wait to speak, but Zhou Ying beside him burst into flames and scolded. Ingbu, don't treat yourself too much like a kettle of meat. Without your rotten reed leaves, we will still be wrapped in rice dumplings. If you want to die, we'll let you. If you want Mr. Chang to be your hostage, you've lost your mind. Regarding Zhou Yin's scolding, Ingbu ignored it and remained motionless, with a pair of eyes like a falcon, staring straight at Xiang Chang. Xiang Chang's eyes slowly narrowed, his heart quickly measured. A smile, turned his head to Zhou Yin, Grand Secretary. You immediately returned to the barracks to reorganize the army, to be after 2 meals. Did not receive my signal, you immediately attacked the Zhejiang King's army. After saying that, he urged his mount and single-handedly broke away from the Chu army's column and walked straight toward Ingbu. End of chapter. Chapter 34, Losing the ship for the sake of one basketful. Zhou Yin's face changed greatly. Wanting to block, and finally hatefully and forcefully waved his horsewhip, angrily looked at Ingbu, and snapped, "Ingbu, Duke Chang is in your hands. Mr. Chang is the future of Chu. If you are still a Chu man, keep your promise. If you continue to be a man of Chu, then I'll swear to kill you even if I don't want my tens of thousands of troops. If you break this oath, I'll let Zhou die by 1,000 arrows." Saying this, Zhou drew his long sword, and the blade made a cut on his cheek, and blood flowed straight out, drenching and covering half of his face. Then he sheathed his sword on this and turned around with the cavalry to return to the barracks. The oath of cutting one's face is one of the most poisonous oaths of the present time, representing the determination of the swearer to achieve it at all costs, even if he or she has to give up his or her life. Ingbu was greatly moved, and when he looked at Xiang Chang again, his eyes became even more grave. Xiang Chang threatened him by forcing him with great power, and framed him by plotting and scheming, which inevitably made him resentful and angry, and naturally, he could not talk about it in the slightest when it comes to being convinced. However, now Zhou, this hall of Chu Sima, actually so dead to him, is really out of his expectations. For Zhou, Ingbu is naturally very familiar with, is a self-reliant talent, is extremely proud of the person, even for the king also cannot help but quite slander, is not really very convinced. And now look at this situation. To this milky boy actually really dead heart? First time hostage and no experience. What next? Do I need to be tied into a dumpling and tied to the horse's back? Or will it be fine to just tie my hands? Xiang Chang hung his spear next to his horse's back and held his hands high as he coldly said to Ingbu. Seeing this, Ingbu also had to admire his boldness, and at that moment, without binding or tying, let 4 elite riders guard him closely, and with a wave of his hand, he turned around and returned towards the barracks. Looking at his tall figure, Xiang Chang's eyes were deep, and a cold smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. For Ingbu's request for him to be a hostage, it was in fact just what he wanted. Xiang Chang knows very well that the key to whether or not you can truly usher in that glimmer of life and crack the tragic end of Gaixia's overthrow lies in this king of Zhejiang. That is to say, since last night, he encouraged his father to attack the Han camp at night, set up an ambush in advance to eliminate the Han army's 5,000 elite cavalry, asked his father to scatter his wealth to motivate the army, and persuaded Zhou to do all of this despite his life and death. All of this is for the present moment, to resubmit Ingbu to the army. Renewed Ingbu said to surrender to caste. Therefore, even if Ingbu didn't ask for it, he had to follow his side with a deadbeat to avoid any more accidents and repetitions. And the current Ingbu actually heart has been biased in favor of rejoining the Chu, just out of their own forced, framed, equal to the heart holding down his head to let him bow down low, the heart of the great indignation. It is difficult to accept for a time only. Ingbu scrutinized him sideways for a few moments and said coldly, "You've changed a lot in this period of time. There's not a hint of what you used to be. Your father has given birth to a good son." When Xiang Chang heard this, he was very emotional for a moment. "Yes, sometimes I have to admire my father's good fortune. I never thought that he would be so shameless, almost comparable to Lu Bang." Ingbu's eyelids drooped and he stopped making a sound. At that moment there was suddenly another rush of hoofbeats coming from the rear. Ingbu only thought that it was Zhou Yin's anger that could not be dispelled, and he went back to lead the army to surround and kill himself. His eyes sank. And the first time he ordered the cavalry to guard Xiang Chang, he turned back to look, but he found that the ones who rushed were only a few dozen riders, and they were not Chu army, but Han army. From a long distance away, the Han general at the head slowed down and held his hands high to show that there was no hostility while calling out in a loud voice, "King of Huainan, I'm a messenger from the King of Han. The King of Han has a message for you. Please also pause in your footsteps." As he slowly approached, the leader of the general was clearly Lu Xin, the nephew of Lu Jia who had escaped. Xiang Chang was secretly shocked and knew that it was not good. He turned his head and swept towards Ingbu's military camp. A flash of child anxiety flashed in his eyes. Ingbu raised both eyebrows and immediately stopped his mount, looking at Lu Xin, who was slowly approaching, with a hopeful expression. With regard to the fierce reputation of King Ingbu of Huainan, Lu Xin naturally knows it incomparably well, and now under his forced gaze, his whole body is chilled. In fact, until now, he also thought that this is the guy attacked and killed Uncle Lu Jia, but Zhang Liang, Chen Ping swore, and there is the king of Han's military orders, but not by him not to come. He stiffened and braced himself to come a little closer again, and shouted to Ingbu, "King of Huainan, the king of Han knows that Lu Jia was killed and that you were wrongly accused. The king of Han has ordered you to make sure that you guard your camp and do not fall under the spell of Xiang Chang, Zhou Yin, etc. If necessary, you must keep Zhou Yin's army under guard and not let him merge with Xiang Yu's army. As long as you can do that, after overthrowing Xiang Yu, you will split the land and be crowned king, with rich rewards, and King Han will never go back on his word. As soon as Lu Xian opened his mouth, Xiang Chang knew it was going to be bad and grabbed his bow and arrow, wanting to shoot him to death with one arrow. However, just as he made a move, the 4 elite riders watching beside him launched their spears in unison, forcing him to hold him back. Ing Bu was overjoyed and hurriedly greeted Lu Xian, asking him in detail how the king of Han recognized Xiang Chang's insidious and poisonous plan. Lu Xian was greatly surprised, and only then really believed that the attack and killing of his uncle Lu Jiao was not his doing. Busy Zhang Liang, Chen Ping's deduction in detail. Kid, don't think that you're the only smart one in this world. You're still young after all, and compared to the 2 Zhang Liangs and Chen Pings, you're still far away. Ing Bu smelled a good mood, looked back at Xiang Chang, had laughed. Xiang Chang shrugged and sneered. You're too easy to fool, aren't you? The whole a brainless fool. Lu Bang really thinks that you are wrongly accused and should personally come to appease you. But now he has sent such an insignificant commodity. But isn't it clear that he doesn't trust you and will stabilize you for the time being? As long as you pass this hurdle, pacify De Chu. His great power has become, then he is the knife and chopping board. You are the fish meat. How to fine cut you as bashful. You still have room for resistance? Humph. At the moment this kind of critical juncture, I am afraid do not have to wait until the aftermath. Lu Bang is going to find ways to lay hands on you. Will you this unsettled molecule to deal with? After all, you under the command of tens of thousands of elite Chu army, really can sway the final direction of the final battle of Han and Chu. The matter is important, that even if you have a trace of signs of instability, Lu Bang will not tolerate you to go down. To this, you should know it well, right? Lu Xian on the side. See Xiang Chang lips closed, tongue stirring, eyes will be full of joyful Ing Bu. To say the re look gloomy, eyes hesitation, cannot help but be alarmed. Life and death, some anxious eyes of him, thinking clear as never before, out of the mouth. King Han is magnanimous and treats people with utmost sincerity, whereas he is shameless as you say. King of Huainan, don't you still believe in King Han's character? Besides, do you really want to give up the King of Han's side and surrender to Xiangyu? Then wouldn't you have paid in vain for all the years you surrendered to King Han, marching east and killing west, with countless credits to your name? Ing Bu was startled. A feeling of sudden realization surged up, thinking that he was really a bit spooked just now, almost being compelled by this kid alive. He couldn't help but a hint of vigilance flooding over him, glaring fiercely at Xiang Chang and ordering, tie him up, gag him, and give him to the King of Han to dispose of to show that I am determined to be at loggerheads with Xiangyu. Lu Xian was overjoyed. Xiang Chang sighed in his heart, but on the surface, he laughed coldly in succession and did not move, binding his hands. Great King, great King. At this time, in the direction of Ing Bu's army, suddenly there are a dozen or so more horsemen of the Chu generals hastily sped to come, while shouting in a frightened voice. During the new book period, I implore my fellow readers not to raise the book, but to catch up and support it. The new book after reading is very important, very important. The Fire Ox is grateful. End of chapter. Chapter 35, Face Like a Pig's Liver. For these cavalry, Ing Bu is incredibly familiar with them at a glance. They are all his personal guards, and the leader is Wang Qi, who is a close minister next to him. Looking at their panicked appearance, Ing Bu instinctively felt that something was wrong and charged straight at them. And Lu Xian's eyes blinked, unconsciously slowing down his horse and falling behind. Great King, something bad happened. Just now the army sub-general Lu Matong, holding the Han King's order, sounded the drum of gathering generals, sat down in the position of the commander-in-chief, and took away the great general's seal and ribbon, saying that you surrendered to the overlord again, and therefore he was ordered by the Han King to replace you as the army's commander-in-chief. The dozens of generals that King Han has planted in our army have all rallied behind him. Generals such as Left Sima Tianbian and Protector Captain Yu Hai could not resist him, and made false pretenses with him, allowing us to escape to find you and tell you to return to the barracks in a hurry. Your Majesty, what should we do? Are you really surrendering the overlord again? Wang Qi saw Ing Bu, overjoyed, could not care less about running wildly from the head drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. In the shortest possible time will be the changes in the barracks set as 7 or 8. Ing Bu heard, actually really by Xiang Chang to say. Lu Bang explicitly sent Lu Xian to pacify and stabilize himself, but secretly sent a letter to Zhou Tang to seize the military power. A time of anger burning. It's rare for me to trust you for once, but you really can't get rid of your rogue nature. You're not trustworthy at all. He angrily twisted his head to look at Lu Xian, to ask him for a statement. That no, not to look okay, a look more almost gas explosion. Lu Xian leaned over his horse, jerked his warhorse wildly, and fled in haste toward the way he came. As for the dozens of escorting cavalrymen who had escorted him here, they still didn't know what had happened and remained frozen in place like wooden geese. not knowing what to do. I have to say, the old Lu family's escape talent aptitude, really outstanding. Never put themselves in a dangerous situation. Always in the wind rises at the end of the Qingping can be detected in advance of the danger to come. Lu Xian fled while secretly cursing Lu Bang for not being a human being, sending himself to pacify Yingbu on the surface, but secretly actually sending a letter to let people seize Yingbu's military power, and not taking his own little life as a life at all. As for whether the passing of the order to seize Yingbu's military power was the work of Lu Bang or not, neither he nor Yingbu had any doubt at all. With their knowledge of Lu Bang, who else but him could pull off such a tawdry maneuver? This really cannot be blamed on others, but only blame the past Lu Bang. This kind of tart operation. Black history is too much to the people to form the inherent impression. For example, in the past, when Lu Bang was defeated by Xiang Yu many times, he sneaked into Han Xian's army and seized his military power before regrouping. The reason why he was able to seize the military power so smoothly was that he had placed many generals in Han Xian's army in advance. These generals naturally obeyed his orders, and Han Xian was only the nominal commander-in-chief. After doing this kind of thing, no matter Han Xian or Peng Yu, Yingbu, or even Zhou Yin, they are all very alert. Although they can't stop him from installing generals, but they all promote and reuse their own beloved ones to fight against him. A large number of generals, such as Tian Bian, the left secretary of the army, and Yu Hai, the lieutenant of the army, were promoted by Yingbu and were loyal to him. Lu Xian's escape undoubtedly reinforced the fact that the seizure of Yingbu's military power was the work of Lu Bang. Yingbu let out a curse, took off his longbow, bent the bow and drew an arrow. Was a bowstring vibration. Lu Xian, who had fled dozens of meters away from his horse, crashed to the ground in response to the sound. As for the dozens of cavalrymen who were full of confusion and still don't know what happened, they were swarmed by more than 100 of Yingbu's personal guards, surrounded and killed, and not a single rider escaped. An arrow killed Lu Xian to vent his anger. Yingbu's anger did not diminish, and he went forward personally with his spear, thrusting several more Han cavalrymen to death one after another before stopping his men. When all the Han cavalry had been strangled clean, he raised his spear high and roared to the generals around him, "Follow me and kill back. Kill Lu Matu and the other cadre of traitors. All of them." Xiang Chang is extremely accurate in watching Yingbu. Military power is his lifeblood. Lu Bang's seizure of his military power is undoubtedly digging up his lifeblood. Where he can tolerate it? These close ministers and generals are loyal to Yingbu, and many of them are even life and death brothers who have followed him for many years, and their wealth and honor are all tied to him. So they promised with a roar at the same time. At this time a horse suddenly rushed to Yingbu near. The horseback horizontal placed a person, tied up. Mouth is blocked. This time cannot stop the silkworm like shrugged. Mouth whine screaming. At the sight of him, Yingbu thought him up and signaled the guarding cavalry to unbind him and return his weapon to him as well, then straightened his horse and galloped off sharply towards the military camp. Xiang Chang, freed from his bonds, secretly breathed a long sigh of relief, retrieved his weapons, bow and arrows, energized, and steered his horse to closely follow the queue. He could see that Yingbu's heart was like a volcano spewing out anger, so he kept quiet and didn't provoke him with words. Yingbu military camp. In front of the great general's tent, the two teams of generals were walled off, facing each other, on the verge of a firefight, and around them was a circle of armored and tough soldiers, surrounding the two teams of generals tightly. The atmosphere at the scene was grave and solemn, oppressive to the extreme, as if the slightest spark might explode. Tian Biao and Yu Hai, let me ask you, are you still Han troops and do you listen to the King of Han's military orders? Now that I have been ordered by the King of Han to temporarily take over the position of Great General, not only do you refuse to listen to the orders, but you also lead the army to besiege. Is this an attempt to rebel? Standing in the center position, a narrow face full of irritation, Lu Matong, one hand holding the general's seal ribbon, one hand holding a golden arrow, forced to look at the opposite side of the cadre of generals and shouted. Behind him, a dozen senior generals such as Li Wu, the former general, Wang Meng, the rear general, Yang Shi, the center general, and other senior generals that Lu Bang had planted, spread out like wild geese's wings and arched over him, also blaring angrily across the room. Most of the generals on the other side are middle-level officers such as generals, Longjong jockeys, and jockeys, although their positions are not as good as LV Matong's side, but they are better in number, with more than 30 of them, led by Tian Bian, the left secretary of the court, and Yu Hai, the lieutenant, who actually did not lose out in the confrontation with LV Matong and other high-level generals. I also asked General Ye to be at ease. It is well known that our great general has always been loyal to King Han, and now that you rush to Zhou Yin's army to discuss military matters on the front foot, you are forcibly seizing military power on the back foot. And although you have the King of Han's military orders, how do you know that the King of Han is not listening to slanderous rumors and has been hoodwinked? In the face of LV Matong's questioning, Left Secretary Tian Bien piled on a fake smile. But his words were incomparably cold. That's right. We can't just let you dispose of the great general, who has done so much, because the King of Han has been hoodwinked and we have to carry out the wrong military orders. Why can't we wait for the great general to come back and make it clear face to face? In case you make a mistake, if the general is wrongly treated, it's not a big deal, but if the King of Han's cause is jeopardized, LV Matu, can you bear the responsibility? Protector Lieutenant Yu Hai also interface loudly said. A big hat first evil first accusation buckle down. The two men did not even speak with superficial respect, and kept calling Lu Matong's original military position, obviously not identifying with him at all as a freshly minted great general, with the two of them standing out like heads of state at the front. The moment the words of rebuttal fell, the cadre of generals behind them clamored up, gathered in clusters to come forward, and roared loudly, "Well said, brothers! How can we agree that the great general has been vilified and is going to have his military power taken away by the King of Han? Never agree. I will cut down whoever takes the great general's military power." Lu Matong and a bunch of other high-ranking generals, their faces were like corrupted pig livers, as ugly as they could be. During the new book period, I implore my fellow readers not to raise the book, but to catch up and support it. The new book after reading is very important, very important. The Fire Ox is grateful. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Red Hot. Seeing this situation, Lu Matong realized that he and others used to think too simple, only thought that occupying a high position is equal to control the army. But now Ing Bu is using the reality to give them a good lesson. They are senior generals, but do not directly control the soldiers. Ing Bu greatly promote and reuse the middle generals, so they easily hollowed them out. Normally, you can't see anything during the battle, but like now when the two camps are facing each other in a life and death duel, it is immediately obvious. And the most damaging and headache for Lu Matong and the others was that the Captain Yu Hei held the center army. Compared to the front, back, left and right armies, the center army has the smallest number of people. Weekdays is also to undertake the protection of the general, supervise the war military law and other duties, unless the critical moment, otherwise not directly involved in combat. LV Matong has just seized the military power in the commander-in-chief's tent, and was immediately surrounded by Yu Hai, who realized that it was not good, commanding the guards of the Chinese army to surround him, so that he could not get out of the army tent, and recruited a large number of loyal middle officers to build up the momentum, and directly formed the confrontation situation at hand. By this time, Lu Matong has already understood in his heart, these officers are all die-hard loyalists of Ing Bu, absolutely will not bow down to obey his orders. Every minute of delay, Ing Bu may come back at any time, and at that time, it will be all over. Lu Matu did not even look at Tian Biao, Yu Hai and other generals, but instead forced his eyes on a young officer with a hideous arrow scar the size of a finger on his cheek, and snapped, "Wu Liao, what about you? Do you also want to disobey the Han King's military order and walk the same path with them? If you obey the Han King's military order to take down and guard these head-clamped goods, I will immediately promote you to the rank of Protector Captain." This officer of Wu Liao's, his official position is to ride a horse, and the soldiers gathered around the group at the moment are under his direct control. LV Matong brain reaction is also fast, to the other side of the same way, bypassing Tian Biao, Yu Hai, directly to the middle-level officers to order, and Wu Liao was promoted to guard army captain at once, equal to 3 consecutive promotions. The strength can be said to be great. Xiao Liao Zi, we are the ones who rolled out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood after the great king. When the time comes, don't lose your part. Yes, that's right, get some spirit. In the face of this tawdry maneuver by Lu Matong, the cadre of middle-ranking officers around Lieutenant Wu Liao laughed coldly in succession and agitated. Asterisk. Lieutenant Wu Liao's eyebrows went straight up. His cheek arrow scars were red and purple. He threw his battle robe back violently and crossed the crowd, striding forward with an angsty stride. Good man, good man. A cadre of middle-ranking officers lifted their spirits, gave thumbs up, and exclaimed their admiration. Wu Liao took a big step closer and stood side by side with Tian Biao and Yu Hai, pointing at Lu Matong and cursing. Lu Matong, I'll make your mother. You're a servant of Xiang's mother, and the King of Kings has honored you by making you a general of Longzhong. What have you done? You surrendered to Lu Bang. You're a CHU man. You betrayed your old master. You've lost the face of your ancestors, and you're flaunting your honor here? I may as well tell you, there's no way I'll follow your orders. I've died several times before, following the king, so I'm not afraid of you. Unexpectedly, this extremely unassuming middle-ranking officer was so tough that he dared to confront LV Matong, a sub-admiral, who could be described as a man of wealth and might. Tian Biao, Yu Hai, and the rest of the people all looked at him with sideways glances and astonished faces. Being insulted in public by a mid-level officer who was no bigger than a mole cricket, Lu Matong's face could be said to have been disgraced. His face was iron blue, and he grasped the cross-sword in death. That is to say, these guys were outnumbered, and the soldiers who surrounded them were all his subordinates, or else he was going to come out and personally cut this bastard to death with a sword. Well, since you are bent on rebellion, let it be as you wish. Let you do as you please. Let you fool around here. Let's go. Lu Matong knew that he could not continue to delay, and had to get out of the siege of these assholes as soon as possible. As long as we get out of the siege, let Li Wu, Wang Meng, Yang Shi, etc. go to mobilize the soldiers under their command, and take down all of these rebellious goods. Things will have a chance of war, and we can control the army. And at this time, Lu Mata could only hope that Lu Jia would be able to hold Yingbu back long enough to give them plenty of time to yes. That's right, the order that Lu Matu received was not sent down by Lu Bang, but was sent by Lu Jia to his close servant, Li Wu, Wang Meng, Yang Shi, and the others obviously understood this, and responded in turn, closely following Lu Matu, regardless of the fact that they were about to rush outward. AI, all generals anxious what? A little calm, and wait a little longer. When the great general returns, if it is true that the great general is guilty of a crime, with the great general's strictness of discipline, he will surely comply with the Han King's military order. Tian Biao, Yu Hai and the others there dared to let them rush out, busy stepping forward to stop them. At present, Lu Matong's heart is anxious, and Tian Biao, Yu Hai and others are like ants on a hot pan. They also have no way back at the moment. It's either enter or die. After all, Lu Matong and the others occupy the name of the Great Righteousness, while they use the soldiers of the Chinese army to carry out the siege. The following offense, in the end, it cannot last long, so they only hope that Yingbu can come back earlier. What? Do you still want to detain us? I'll see who dares. Lu Matu shouted angrily while he and the generals drew their swords one after another and charged outward hard under the protection of their respective personal guards. Tian Biao and Yu Hai naturally commanded their soldiers to fight to the death to stop them. Both sides have no retreat, and both are soldiers, hot-tempered. I do not know who cut out the first sword, on which the situation completely out of control. In front of the commander-in-chief's tent, swords chopped and knives cut, spears stabbed and gorges thrusted, killing in a mess, and with the blood spattering, limbs flying, in a very short period of time killing into a white-hot, just as a cadre of generals were infighting with each other, killing each other red-handed and killing each other, and the scene was a mess. A team of cavalry rolled their hooves and galloped in. Both sides stopped their hands at the same time, full of hope to look over, to see the face of the people who came, especially the leader of the general is a great figure, face stern, draped in a tawdry gold armor. Suddenly one side completely despair, one side of the spirit of the big boost. When he reached the front, Yingbu jumped off his horse. His face was ironic, and with a tyrannical cruelty in his eyes, he slowly swept the whole place around. In front of the main army tent, which was noisy with people and horses, there was a sudden silence. Discovering that the military power was not taken away by LV Matong, Yingbu was secretly relieved, and when he saw the tragic battlefield in front of the tent with corpses all over the place, limbs and blood everywhere, his heart sank violently, and his indignation was inexplicable. The two camps, which were originally separated into two distinct camps, were entangled into a mess at this time, with you having me and me having you. 5 or 6 high-ranking generals, including former General Li Wu, were killed on the spot, and the remaining ones, including General Lu Matong and Rear General Wang Meng, were all wounded, especially Rear General Wang Meng, whose left arm was cut off by his elbow. As for the center General Yang Shi, he was nowhere to be seen. On the other hand, although Tian Biao and Yu Hai's side had the advantage of more people, they could not resist the ferocious guards around LV Matong and others, and at least a dozen of mid-level officers and dozens of soldiers were killed on the spot. Lu Matong knew that the momentum was gone, and smiled miserably at Yingbu and hated it. Young Bu, halfway through his sentence, a bowstring sounded behind Yingbu, and an arrow shot out like electricity, hitting him squarely in the forehead and killing him in one fell swoop. Lu Matong's eyes widened, his expression froze on his face, and his body fell limply to the ground. Yingbu burst into a rage, his eyes fierce, like an enraged beast, turning back to see who was trespassing. He saw the cold-faced Xiang Chang slowly putting away a big bow. This kind of traitor, what's the point of talking nonsense with him? Yingbu, why do you feel that you are not like the king of Zhejiang I used to know? You have become a sissy, and do not have the slightest air of killing and determination. Yingbu sighed in his heart. Knowing that there is no more room for turning the tables between him and Lu Bang, he raised his arm and waved it feebly. Tian Biao. Yu Hai and other spirits were greatly energized, commanding the soldiers to swarm up, including Wang Meng and other remaining generals, to all the indiscriminate slashing to death. Looking at Lu Ma Tong, who was killed by one of his arrows, Xiang Chang narrowed his eyes. His heart quickened to the extreme. This LV Ma Tong was originally a general of Pop's ministry, but surrendered to Lu Bang. In the annals of his previous life, when Pops was exhausted from his strength on the banks of the Wujiang River, it was when he saw him that he cut his own throat and gave him the credit for killing himself. However, what did he do? With Wang Fei, Yang Shi, Yang Wu, Lu Shang and other 4 generals like hyenas snatched the body of the Lion King, scrambling for the body of the old man, and finally split the body into 5 pieces, holding to see the king of Han to ask for rewards, so that the old man, the hallowed king of Chu, overthrowing the tyrannical Qin's great heroes, but actually ended up in the miserable end of the corpse is not complete. As for him, he, along with the remaining 4 hyenas, was made a marquis by Lu Bang. How could Xiang Chang let such shameless traitors go? Naturally, he would want to get rid of them. End of chapter. Chapter 37, No Way Back. When the last rebel general was beheaded on the spot, Ing Bu frowned tightly and grimaced, stepping over the horizontal flow of blood and water, crossing over the layers of corpses, walking over to LV Ma Tong, who had been killed by Xiang Chang's arrow, repelling the guards, personally picking up the seal ribbon of the general that fell on the ground, and then scooping up the golden arrow from the pool of blood, getting up and striding to the commander-in-chief's tent in front of him. Being affected by the violent battle just now, his main commanding tent was now full of arrows, spears that made huge cracks, and was in a state of disrepair. Walking to the front of the tent, he heard the noise behind him suddenly disappear and become silent. Ing Bu's heart fluttered and he turned back to see Tian Biao and Yu Hai surrounded by a cadre of mid-level officers such as Wu Liao, looking at him blearily, their gazes obscure and unspeakable. Ing Bu's heart was shocked, steeply awakened. Without thinking, will be in the hands of Lu Bang, awarded under the seal ribbon of the general, the commander-in-chief of the Gold Order arrows, heavily thrown on the ground. You guys have done a good job. That bastard Lu Bang doesn't trust us, and if we continue to follow him, we won't end up in a good place after all. From now on, we are sworn to be at loggerheads with that dog thief. Tian Biao. Yu Hai and a bunch of other generals' tense nerves loosened at the words. Their faces showed joy, and they raised their weapons, letting out a burst of cheers. Ing Bu secretly sighed of relief. Know that he just acted. Let these generals mistakenly think that they still want to make peace with Lu Bang. Their hands can be stained with the blood of Lu Bang's generals. There is no turning back to the road to go. Really their own peace with Lu Bang. Then they, in order to survive. I do not know what they will do. For this group of outlaws under his command, who were nothing less than tigers and wolves, Ing Bu knew them all too well. Ing Bu beckoned Xiang Chang to come closer again, raised his arm, and shouted, "The king has sent his eldest son to be my brother, and as long as we help him defeat Lu Bang, our 2 families will share the world equally. Thereafter, each of you must fight bravely, and as long as you are successful in battle, you can also be crowned as kings and lords." Upon hearing these words, the cadre of generals steeped their spirits even higher, and a frenzied light shot out from their eyes as they roared, "Kill Lu Bang and be crowned! Kill Lu Bang and be crowned!" It is no wonder that these generals are so fanatical. There is really the example of Ing Bu in front of them. The original Ing Bu is only a criminal. The status is not as good as theirs, but the battle is heroic. Repeated successes, and finally by the king of the Zhejiang king, to become a country, the mighty lords of the side. Ask them, these generals, can be said to be all ambitious people? And which one does not want to copy his road to success? At that moment, Yu Hai commanded the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. Will die in the infighting just now on their own side of the generals and soldiers, well collected and buried. Will be Lu Ma Tong and a cadre of Lu Bang inserted. The body of the generals will be dragged away to be buried. As for Tian Biao, he led a group of soldiers with a murderous spirit, and personally went to clear the rest of the mid-level generals that Lu Bang had installed in the military camp, and was about to purify all of Lu Bang's infiltration of the military camp. Ing Bu walked into a nearby tent, waved off the guards, and greeted Xiang Chang as he entered. As soon as Xiang Chang went in, he steeply pulled out his long sword and put it on his neck, like a furious tiger, and roared lowly, "Say, you asshole, is this another one of your tricks?" Xiang Chang frowned. "King Zhejiang, I don't understand what you mean. Why don't you make it clearer? Don't you dare play dumb for me. I am very familiar with that arrow. It was given by Lu Bang to Lu Jia to act cheaply, and Lu Jia was killed by you. So the order arrow also fell into your hands. But didn't you let the captured Lu Jia's close minister, while I was not in the military camp, bring the order arrow to Lu Ma Tong? fraudulently claiming that it was Lu Bang's military order, so that he could seize my military power? Ing Bu's face was grim, gritting his teeth, looking like he really wanted to tear Xiang Chang alive and eat him. Xiang Chang frowned, put his finger in front of his mouth and made a silent gesture, repressed his voice with a displeased face and scolded, "Can you keep your voice down? What if the generals under your command hear it? They are loyal to you. In order to help you keep your military power, they have just eliminated the generals that Lu Bang has installed. If they hear it, won't it chill the hearts of all the generals?" Listening to Xiang Chang's words, Ing Bu was really furious for a while. His hair stood straight up and his two round eyes spewed out in anger. That is, he really had no choice at the moment. Otherwise he could really gnaw Xiang Chang alive. Before Lu Jiao was killed, it can be said that he was wrongly accused by Xiang Chang, but Lu Xin, undoubtedly by him to an arrow shot to death. LV Matong and a cadre of Lu Bang's generals, undoubtedly by his generals to the extermination of the situation. Is the yellow mud into the crotch of the pants? Is not a is also a, even if he looks for the Lu Bang cries, Lu Bang and where he can still trust him? Not to mention that the generals under his command would never allow him to do that. I have to say, this kind of being under the eyes of this milky child, to hold down the neck of the raw head bowed down the flavor, it is really too difficult to bear, regardless of the previous overlord, or the Han King behind him, none of them had ever made him the titular Zhejiang King. This stifled. This was naturally indeed another ploy of Xiang Chang's, only that Xiang Chang himself did not anticipate that this last kick would be so effective. There's no turning back. I don't understand what you're still struggling with. Now the king is fighting with the Han army to the death, and urgently needs you and Zhou Yin to lead the army to attack, but you are here being indecisive. In the end you are a man, aren't you? The time limit is up. I need your word now. What do you want to do? If no signal is sent out, Zhou Yin will lead his army to attack your camp. Do you want to be a rat in the wind box? Listening to Xiang Chang's nonchalant and threatening words, Ing Bu was so angry that his arms shivered, and with a loud roar, he grabbed Xiang Chang by the neck and flung him onto the case, then raised his long sword and slashed down. The blade of the sword was almost close to Xiang Chang's head, chopping deeply into the casework next to him. The cold sword wind cut his face like a knife. Ing Bu was still not relieved, drew his sword, sword after sword, couldn't stop tyrannizing and chopping down at the documents. The hard, sturdy datewood casework was cut in two raw and hacked to pieces. Xiang Chang is lying on the case, his eyes slightly closed, peacefully immobile. His mind is serene as an ancient well. As the saying goes, planning is in the hands of others, accomplishing is in the hands of heaven. Since he followed his father to leave Gaixia to attack the Han camp, he had already completely abandoned life and death, and was mentally prepared for anything that happened to him, and was completely able to accept it openly. After chopping the last sword, Ing Bu gasped for breath and stabbed the long sword, which had been chopped with speckled gaps, through the wolfskin carpet with force and plunged it deeply into the ground. Grabbing Xiang Chang by the neck and forcing him to look at him face to face, and said hatefully, "Send a signal to Zhou Yin to lead the army under his command to attack the right army of the Han army and join forces with the overlord inside and outside. As for my army, I will also divide a part of it to attack at the same time. As for the other part, there is another direction of attack." After a pause, perhaps knowing that Xiang Chang did not understand the intention of his military strategy arrangement, Ing Bu pushed out Xiang Chang, whose unchanged face looked detestable and repulsive, and continued, "Every move of the overlord involves the hearts of all the generals up and down the Han army. When he currently raids the right army of the Han army with 20,000 cavalry, Han Xin will inevitably have to respond with all his strength, mobilizing all the troops he can to surround him. Under these circumstances where the Han army's strength is far superior, even if Zhou Yin and I put all 90,000 troops into it, it will ultimately just form a rolling porridge like melee, and it will be difficult to achieve any colorful results." This arrangement of Ing Bu's military strategy is very different from Xiang Chang's original expectation, so he was very surprised. And when he heard this, he realized that Ing Bu was planning to win by surprise, and his eyes brightened up. "Then I wonder where you are planning to attack when you divide that part of the army?" Ing Bu snorted coldly and looked up to the west of the Han army camp, his words revealing a powerful confident coldness. "The rear guard of the Han camp." End of chapter. Chapter 38. Quite a show. South of Gaiku Castle, the two armies of Chu and Han are in the midst of killing each other. If you look down from the sky, the 20,000 Chu elite cavalry under the personal leadership of Xiang Yu, the mighty and renowned king of Western Chu, is like a vicious scaly dragon, rolling and raging and scolding in the vast sea of the boundless Han army, and a strand of Han army cavalry, infantry, under the command of Han Xion's fine and incomparable control, like a rope, a hilt of a big knife, stretches to this evil scaly cut, binding and go. not leaving the slightest opportunity to catch their breath. Although under the invulnerable impact of the evil scaly dragon, it was torn and shattered time and time again. But how can we help that the Han army is really too much, tearing off one line after another, crashing into one handle after another, and that wolf smoke to the southeast looked from afar, but it just couldn't rush through. Several times, the Chu army tried their best, and saw that they were about to stand out, but Han Xian personally supervised the battle, chopped off 3 of the defeated cavalry generals, and forced Fu Quan and other cavalry generals to personally lead their cavalry to charge, and then pressed them back again. On the outskirts of the southeastern battlefield, on a 7 or 8 meter high watchtower built from giant trees, a general clad in morose iron armor, his body gilded with a thin layer of gold by the hot autumn sun, and with a powerful aura, slightly squinted his eyes and gazed coldly at the distant battlefield that was in chaos and a pace-like mess. Under the watchtower, 20,000 Han cavalrymen are lined up in perfect formation, with their backs to the east and their faces to the west, just like a bloodthirsty beast waiting for an opportunity to move, spying on the Zhou army that is not far away from where the wolf smoke rises up like a pillar. General, it seems that the Xiang thief, even if he is the world's overlord and is extremely brave, will not be able to escape defeat this time. I have to say, King Qi's use of military force is truly divine, and it is breathtaking. Standing next to this general, the Longzhong cavalry general Lu Ying, who is in his mid-30s or so, listening to the battlefield information sent by the messenger cavalry, could not help but sigh in admiration. This middle-aged general in his late 50s, with a powerful Chinese character face full of sternness and killing, is Lu Bang's newly appointed cavalry general Jin Shi. Turning his head and sweeping a few glances at Zhou Yin's army, he smiled coldly as he said with a certain amount of disdain, "With the king of Qi around, it seems that the Xiang thieves do not need us to deal with them. As long as we can kick over Zhou Yin's army next, this battle will be won safely." The current under his command is only a district of 20,000 cavalry. Actually looks as if he does not put Zhou Yin's 50,000 Chu army in his eyes. In the face of this arrogance of his, Lu Ying is not only unsurprised, but instead agrees to nod his head, and is very much in a state of doubt. Zhou Yin's army has lit up the wolf smoke and greeted the Xiang thieves to charge at him, so it is reasonable that he should have moved and commanded his army to meet the Xiang thieves to break through the encirclement, but now he has been keeping his troops still. What is the reason for that? Could it be that when it comes to the end of the day, he saw our 20,000 cavalry guarding against him, cowed by your reputation, General, and knowing that he is not going to be able to defeat you, he started to regret rebelling against the Han, and twisted his arms to not want to rebel? Jin Shi shook his head. His mighty national character face is full of contempt. That can't be left to him. He thinks this is a small child playing house? Oh, right now is the best time for him to attack. Further delay, the Xiang thief cavalry exhausted. Even if he sent troops to meet, it is also too late. But if he really dares to attack, let's see how I'll make him come back with no return. Jin Shi's main goal is to keep Zhou Yin's army in check. The longer the delay, the more favorable it is for them, so if Zhou Yin doesn't go to war, he's naturally happy to ride and wait. However, with his measurement, Zhou Yin would definitely not sit back and miss the opportunity, and would definitely send out troops to attack. But he was not afraid at all, and had prepared for everything, so as long as Zhou Yin dared to send out troops, he would dare to deal a head-on blow. Jin Shi is so confident and proud, but also has a strong capital. In the Han after the establishment of the founding of the 18 meritorious marquis, he is also ranked among them, not only very early to follow Lu Bang, the qualification is extremely old, but also very military talent, especially in the command of the cavalry combat, is one of the few under the command of Lu Bang can stand alone generals. In fact, before the Battle of Pengcheng, he had also been the one who served as the cavalry officer of the Han army camp. As early as when he followed Lu Bang to fight against Qin, he won every battle. In the Battle of Jiang County, he defeated Li Yu, a famous general of Qin at that time, and his fame was so great that he gave a wave of face to Lu Bang among the vassals, and he was appointed by Lu Bang, who was still the Duke of Pei at that time, as the Prince of Linping, and at that time, the irrigation of the baby, is still just an inconspicuous middle-level generals. Needless to say, the back of the item simply cannot even see his butt. After Lu Bang was crowned king of Han by Xiang Yu, he was bestowed the title of Marquis of Jianwu and appointed as a cavalry captain. Since then in the Hanchu dispute, he is even more brilliant, like hanging, not only across the Liang land, galloping Zhao, repeatedly made meritorious achievements, captured, forced to surrender more than a dozen cities, in the fierce battle with the Chu, like Xiang clan general Xiang Wan, Xiang Hum, but also have been defeated by him, suffered a big loss under him. With such profound qualifications and dazzling achievements, It is reasonable to say that with him around, there would not be any chance for Gu Ying to rise to the top. But how can he not carry the original sin in his body, as he was following Lu Bang's great-uncle, Lu Zhe of the Lu clan, to start an army? Therefore, although he also belonged to the camp of the Han army, he was not a direct member of Lu Bang's lineage. After the Battle of Pengcheng, Lu Bang's men were strong and had abundant resources, so he started to support Gu Ying vigorously. Plus Gu Ying was really good at commanding the cavalry, thus smoothly replacing him as the general of the cavalry. However, who would have thought? Today at dawn, Gaixia city battle, irrigation baby accidentally ambushed and killed. Under the command of the 5,000 elite cavalry was also a total loss of troops, so Lu Bang urgently will follow him to stationed in the rear of the army. Jinshi, reactivated, assigned to Han Xin command. Because of his own talent, the 20,000 cavalry under his command of self-pride, let Jinshi eyes this confident. Of course secretly he was holding his breath, bent on making another distinction in this battle. General, just now the king of Han sent a message that although the king of Huainan's army may not necessarily rebel, they should be on guard in case of any mishaps. Could it be that the king of Huainan is really the same as Zhou Yin and has resurrendered to the Xian thieves? Lu Ying was Lu Zhe's cousin's nephew, and had been following Jinshi's battles for many years, and could be called his aide and lieutenant, so he spoke casually with him. Jinshi slowed down and nodded, coldly said, although Xiang Yu is not as good as Han Wang can get people, but he is also a hero of the world. The key is that no matter whether Zhou Yin or Ying Bu, they are all choose, for them are their own family, so it is hard to guarantee that they will be brain dead and really go back to the way they were. Lu Ying was dumbfounded at his words and said anxiously, then what should we do? We only have 20,000 cavalry, so it's fine for us to resist Zhou Yin's 50,000 troops, but can we resist Ying Bu's 40,000 Chu troops? The king of Huainan's military maneuvering is deeply rooted in the essence of the Xiang bandits. Jinshi obviously is also extremely jealous of Ying Bu, but shook his head and said, there may not be any harm in it. The king of Qi's use of troops is watertight, and just now he has already sent a letter to me, dispatching Zhou Bo and Chai Wu to bring an army that has already been standing by in a tight formation. Even if Ying Bu is on the verge of rebelling, he definitely can't turn over much of a wave. Lu Ying sniffed and breathed a long sigh of relief. The entire Lu Bang camp was greatly impressed with Han Xin's military prowess. Jinshi stroked his jawbeard. Ha, cold laugh. Han Xin swept across the land of Qi, Ying Bu across the old Chu. Both are military wizards, both by virtue of the military success of the king, and now the two of them over the hand. There is bound to be something to see. End of chapter. Chapter 39, another distinguished honor. Although the 20,000 Chu army elite horsemen are brave and fight to the death to raid and kill, how can they not help that there are too many Han troops? From all sides continue to come, which can be said to be endless. Xiang Shang, Xiang Zhuang, Xiang Guan and other Xiang clan members, as well as Jibu, Huan Chu and other foreign generals, all took turns to lead the charge on the front line to inspire morale. At the moment, not only the cavalry has suffered serious losses, but also Xiang Guan and Jibu, who are the most valiant, have been wounded, and no matter how to charge and kill, far from the Yin army rising wolf smoke is clearly visible, but just cannot break through the heavy siege, shall not merge with them. The short-tempered Xiang Guan hurled loud curses. What is this deadbeat Zhou Yin waiting for? If you don't hurry up and command your army to attack the Han army and stay there honestly without moving, are you breastfeeding your child? Huan Chu rushed his horse to Xiang Yu and called out anxiously, Your Majesty, our soldiers are badly damaged, and Han Xin is determined to surround us to death. His soldiers are too superior and we are at an absolute disadvantage, so a prolonged battle is not in our favor. Should we not retreat to Gaixia city for the time being and think about it in the long run? Xiang Zhuang suddenly strangled his horse and angrily shouted, No! Turning to Xiang Yu, he said, My lord, although this is a difficult time, it is our last chance. We must not retreat. Once we retreat to Gaixia city, everything will be over, and it will be hard to boost up our morale again. The fact that Duke Chang was able to convince Zhou Yin to rebel is already unexpected, and I am greatly impressed. But he is after all a man, not a god, and besides, he himself is only a 16-year-old boy. Who is Ying Bu? That is a tiger that chooses to eat. Sitting on the side of the vassal, the determination of the heart is not below the king, is not just anyone can convince, even if you think about it with your horse's hooves. What reason does Ying Bu have to betray Lu Bang and join the king again? Is it not too much of a child's play to trust the lives of 20,000 soldiers to a 16-year-old boy? Xiang Yu is sitting on his tall piebald horse, ignoring the bloody and tragic killings around him like hell, and Xiang Zhuang and Huan Chu's arguments. A double pupil can't help but scan far toward Zhou Yin and Ying Bu's army. Xiang Shang, the Grand Secretary who was at the forefront of the charge, was replaced at this time, panting and steering his horseback. Nearly half of the familiar faces of Xiang's children and guards around him have been missing. Hearing Xiang Zhuang and Huan Chu's argument, Xiang Shang sighed and said, "Your Majesty, Han Xian's banner has always been in front of us. He is personally sitting on the front line, holding the great general's sword given by Lu Bang himself, and there is no general who dares not to use his life. If there is no external force, it will be hard to break through the heavy siege he laid down just with us." After a pause, Xiang Shang took a long breath and said in a deep voice, "Whether to fight or retreat, Your Majesty should make a decision early. At the moment, the generals still have the strength to fight. If we retreat at this time, we can still kill through the siege and return to Gaixia city. If we delay any longer, our energy will be depleted. And Duke Chang has not convinced Ingbu. Our situation will be critical, and we are bound to be trapped alive by Han Xian's sea of men tactics. So far, Xiang Yu has reserved 3,000 elite cavalry for maneuvering, and has not yet committed to the battle. This is also his practice of using troops for many years. When he personally leads the 3,000 elite cavalry to charge, it will be the key to finalize the victory or defeat. The reason why all the generals are not panicked even though the current battle is so fierce is because of the 3,000 raw power elite cavalry. Xiang Yu personally led these 3,000 elite cavalry, which is enough to kill a bloody path in the chaos and bring them back to Gaixia city safely. There are still 30,000 troops in the city of Gaixia, under the leadership of the General Zhongli Chair, although the battle strength is not as good as their 20,000 elite cavalry, but it is not difficult to receive them back to the city. Ding Gu, the uncle of Ji Bu and the general of Chu army, couldn't help but ride up and said to Xiang Yu, "Your Majesty, you should make a decision quickly. Do you really think that Prince Chang can convince Ingbu? Even if Ingbu can be convinced, how can he do it in half a morning? Time is too short." Ding Gu, this is not wrong. The past messenger lobbying, are repeatedly 3 times to go, cannot stop the facts and reasoning to say the situation. Slowly penetrate, and only perhaps some success. And now think of half a morning time. Persuade a princeling to vote. This is simply unthinkable. Belongs to the whimsical He Shi, who had retreated after Xiang Shang, burst into flames at the words and stepped forward to roar angrily. "What you can't do, don't think that Mr. Chang can't do either. You are nothing but a bunch of mediocre talents. The mighty Chu has fallen to the present state under you. Do you think that Mr. Chang is like you?" Last night, the Han army camp was surrounded by enemies, and the army in the city was in a state of panic. Who stepped in to save the disorganized army and reorganize its morale? Early this morning, who set up an ambush under the city of Gaixia in advance, decapitating the general of the Han cavalry and destroying 5,000 elite cavalrymen in one fell swoop? Just now, who was it that did not hesitate to return to danger with his body, and went alone to Zhou Yin's army to convince it to change its flag again? All of this, all of you, who can do it? Speak, who can? Since you can't do it, since you don't have that ability, shut your stinking mouths and honestly follow the prior arrangements and commands of Duke Xiang Chang. Mr. Chang went to the den of tigers and wolves to lobby for a way out for you and thousands of soldiers, risking his own death. But what about you? What about you guys? You can't even help. But you're still dragging your feet by blabbering in the back, trying to be a bunch of losers who don't have enough to accomplish anything. You want to go back to Gaixia? If you retreat to Gaixia, you'll live? I don't think so. A weakling who wants to retreat at the first sign of danger is a joke to me. Master He Shi, instead of waiting for death in Gaixia city, I'd rather die in a fierce battle, kill a few more Han soldiers, and show Lu Bang the bloodthirsty nature of the men of Chu. He Shi this a number of scolding but scolding painfully, and he scolded a sentence. Xiang Zhuang, as well as Ho Xie, Hua Li, and other last night Xiang Chang mentioned the report of the middle generals, on the look of exhilaration, all waving their weapons to respond to a sentence in a loud voice. After he finished cursing, not only Xiang Shang, Huan Chu, Ding Du and a bunch of other generals who wanted to retreat had faces like pig's liver and were in a sorry state, but the overlord also had heavy pupils that were lowered and a sullen look on his face. Last night, at the head of Gaixia city, under the assignment of Xiang Chang, He Shi insulted the Han army camp for half a night, like opening the door to a new world, accidentally awakening the talent of cursing in his bloodline. Now it seems that he not only scolded the Han army generals to kill and kill, but also scolded his own army, which is called a whiplash hard to hear. Xiang Zhuang swept his head sideways to Xiang Yu's face and his heart jumped, knowing that He Shi, the rash young man, cursed painfully, but he could not have imagined that the great king would also be cursed into it. He, who has an unparalleled understanding of the overlord's heart, was just about to think of how to speak out to excuse a few words so that He Shi would not be heavily blamed, when Xiang Yu raised both of his eyebrows. His heavy pupils widened and rounded, and he snapped. Well said. My son went into the den of tigers and wolves without regard for his own life and death to find a way out for us. How can we retreat? Pass the order. Anyone who dares to say that we should retreat to Gaixia again will be beheaded. Being completely defeated and crushed by Lu Bang and Han Xian in the field he is best at, this is a heavy blow to the king's confidence. Currently, he has no regard for others, and only wants to preserve his son and continue the Xiang family line. So how can he abandon his son and retreat back to the city when he is alone in the tiger's den, disregarding his life and death to fight for a ray of hope? It must be said that even at this point, the king's control over the generals under his command was still unquestionable, and in the face of his strict orders, all the generals had no more objections, and all of them answered with solemn promises. And just at this moment, woo, the sound of a majestic and cool horn blew from Ingbu's army, and at the same time, a rolling wolf smoke rose into the air. Looking at the pre-agreed signal, the Chu army generals, including the king, all face ecstasy. The mind flashed a thought: Chang really managed to retalk Ingbu into surrendering? Dong, dong, dong. At this time Zhouyin army, also war drums ringing, has long been lined up ready for a big battle of 50,000 Chu army. On this poured out, to Jinshi 2 million cavalry rushed, rolled and came. As the majestic and cool trumpet blew, Ingbu's tens of thousands of troops were like awakened beasts, coming out of their holes in the same way, with their troops pointing straight at the Han army to receive them. And at the forefront of the queue, the flag was held high and fluttering in the wind, with a tawdry, full-bodied general draped in gold armor, visible from near and far, extremely eye-catching. I can't imagine that Ingbu really rebelled and joined the war. The Han army's new cavalry general Jin Shi, double eyebrows straight up. His face changed greatly. For a while he hated his fists so much that he crunched them together and gritted his teeth. Ingbu, you've really lost your head and actually rebelled against the Han king again. Next, he angrily descended from the watchtower, leapt onto a high steed mount with fur pieces red as fire, and while sending an urgent message to Han Xian and Lu Bang, he commanded the cavalry under his command to meet Zhou Yin's army. The 50,000 troops under Zhou Yin's command were enough to keep his 20,000 cavalry busy, and for Ingbu's tens of thousands of troops, they could only be thrown to Han Xian. Not long after, Zhou Yin's army and Jin Shi's 20,000 cavalry army were like opposing tidal waves, crashing together fiercely. At the same time, Ingbu's army also rushed into the right army of the Han army. For a while, the wide battlefield in the southeast of Gaixia, shouting and killing sounds, rushing sounds shook the sky and earth, and then plunged into a more violent and tragic melee. End of chapter. Chapter 40, Beheading on the Spot. Just when the Zhouyin army was burning the smoke of wolf, rebelling against Han and returning to Chu, raising the banner of responding to Xiang Yu's cavalry, a gnarled general with ringed eyes and beard and a simple strength quietly left the camp of the Zhouyin army, circled around far away from the army, and passed through the gap of the army, touching the east gate of Gaixia city. Looking at the closed city gates and the Chu soldiers guarding vigilantly at the top of the city, this naive general threw back his head and howled loudly, "Open the door! Open the door! I am sent by Xiang Chang's eldest son to see Zhong Lichair's great general and Wu Shibi's right counselor." Currently guarding the east side of the city wall is Tianjie, one of the young officers promoted by Xiang Chang last night. Listening to the soldier's report, he climbed to the city wall, and probed his body to ask carefully, and learned that this naive general's name is Xiang Shi, and he comes from the Yin army of Zhou, so he didn't dare to be negligent, and he ordered to open the door, and at the same time, sent a message to the main general of the guarding army of the city of Gaixia, Zhong Lichair. The city gate opened a gap that only allows one person and one horse to enter. The soldiers stood inside the doorway and beckoned. Xiang Shi was also fearless, urging his horse to enter. As soon as he entered the city gate, a few Chu soldiers surrounded him, first unloaded the weapons on him, and then searched his body once again before taking him to see Tianjian, on a wide street behind the city gate. Tianjian, who was already waiting on horseback, looked him up and down a few times and coldly dropped a sentence. "Follow me." He urged his horse and left, leading the way in front. Xiang Shi hurriedly followed with his horse, and had the intention to chat and tease a few sentences, but seeing Tianjia's silent and cold expression, he shut up and kept his mouth shut. Xiang Shi was brought to a residential area in the city surrounded by ancient trees, with exquisite and elegant houses, which seemed to have originally belonged to a rich family's residence. Pushing the door, there were already several generals and bureaucrats waiting in the spacious courtyard dotted with ponds, flowing water and pavilions. The one at the head is about 40 years old, with a tall body, broad shoulders, thick waist, and two gleaming eyes revealing a calm, majestic light, gazing at Xiang Shi, his tone carrying a few points of urgency. "I am Zhong Lichai, Are you dispatched by Elder Duke Xiang Chang? What are the instructions from Duke Xiang Chang? You flash aside. There's nothing for you. I'm not looking for you. Where is the right admonisher of Wu Shibi? Eldest Prince Xiang Chang has something to say to Right Admirable Dr. Wu Shibi. Xiang Shi tilted his head and glared at Zhong Li chair. Facing him, this great general of Chu, actually also a full of care. Straight through. Tianjian, the gentleman who led him here, was shocked by his rude words, and instinctively thought that he was going to have bad luck. Zhong Li? In the past, those who dared to do so, the grass on their graves would be taller than a man's head. Even if Zhou Yin personally came, he wouldn't dare to speak to Zhong Li with this kind of tone of voice. However, to his surprise, Zhong Li chair general actually silent, a look of disinterest, not surprised on the spot. What Tianjian doesn't know is that Xiang Chang's status and importance in Zhong Li chair's mind is soaring straight up, and he actually convinced Zhou Yin, the traitor who rebelled against Chu, to revert, which is too counterintuitive to operate. And as a guardian of Gaixia City, he desperately wants to know all the details and the inside story. So it doesn't need to be said that Xiang's words are rude, and he's going to bear with it, even if he pulls out a gun and bares all of his body on the spot. At this time has been standing aside a body thin, dressed in a collar black diamond pattern train deep coat of the courtier. First complacently swept Zhong Li chair a glance, and then stepped forward. To Xiang she proudly said, I am the Chu right admonishing Dr. Wu Shibi. Xiang Chang Prince have any words to bring to me? As the right counselor of Chu, Wu Shibi, chin like a shovel, extremely eye-catching, but also like to rise, thus appearing to be a great style, quite a personality. Xiang she swept him a glance with a crooked head, pulled out a roll of cloth and silk from his pocket, threw it into his arms, and opened his mouth to say loudly, Elder Duke said, Wu Shibi, the king sent you to lobby Han Xin before, and you ended up making a mess without any success. Are you a waste of space? You claim to be a strategist. You boast about your ability to talk like no one else, but when it comes to the key time, you are useless. So what kind of face do you have to serve as the right counselor of Chu? And now that I've convinced Zhou Yin and Ing Bu, both of whom have resurrendered to Chu, I've left the simplest one for you. You immediately go to Peng Yu's army and lobby Peng Yu to take his army and roll it back to Liangland. You will only be given one more chance. If you still can't convince Peng Yu in this great situation, you will stay in his camp and not come back. My great Chu army does not raise waste. Not expecting such rudeness from Xiang Chang's eldest son, directly insulting him in public, Wu Shibi slanted, askance eyes widened, nostrils flared, and anger spewed out. The child is rude. I'm the right counselor of Chu, and he's just a small general. How dare he speak to me in such a tone? Besides, what does he have to brag about? He only convinced Zhou Yin. When did he even convince Ing Bu? Wu Shibi. Report, Great General. Ing Bu's army has also lit the wolf smoke, while blowing their horns, and have begun to pour out to attack the Han camp, joining with Zhou Yin's army to receive the Overlord's cavalry. One of the soldiers came to Zhong Li chair and reported the latest military situation to Zhong Li egg chair. There was a dead silence in the courtyard. All the generals and ministers were stunned by the whole news. General Zhong Li chair is very energetic. He knows very well what it means when Zhou Yin and Ing Bu rebel against Liu Bang and return to Chu. This means, they are on the verge of collapse, is about to face the danger of destruction of the Chu. Finally took a breath of fresh air. The original darkness of the situation is completely unresolved. Look at the darkness of the flowers bright up. All the generals and ministers also surged with endless ecstasy at this time, waving their arms and letting out a cheer. Except for Wushu. Although Wu Shibi was also surprised and pleasantly surprised, but when he thought of Xiang Chang's words, he was angry again, and indignantly said to Zhong Li, Great General, Elder Duke has humiliated me in this way, and I have to. Zhong Li gave him a cold look and interrupted him. Duke Xiang Chang even killed the Shinshu order with an arrow. Wu Shibi's complaining words ended abruptly, replaced by a trace of panic swept over. Staying half a minute, he let out a low roar, eyes red, raised his sleeves to cover his face and flew away from the compound. Zhong Li frowned at Xiang Shi. Really, Duke Chang has allowed you to humiliate the right counselor in this manner, and it is not your own initiative? Xiang Shi crooked his neck and said with a big stab. Eunuch Chang said that some goods just can't be squeezed without oil. With that, he shouted again at Wu Shibi's back. Look at that roll of cloth and silk. How to convince Peng Yu. Eunuch Chang has taught you. Zhong Li, you protect the right admonishing doctor to go to Peng Yu army. Know how to do it, right? Tianjie bowed and arched his hand, and said in a dull, cold tone, if the right counselor doctor surrenders to Liu Bang halfway, or stays with Peng Yu's army, he will be beheaded on the spot. Zhong Li nodded his head in satisfaction. End of chapter. Chapter 41, beaten to death with a stick. Not long after, under the escort of a group of cavalrymen such as Tianjie and others, Chu's right counselor Wu Shibi went out of the North City Gate, and hurriedly sped toward the Pingyu army stationed a dozen miles away to the northeast. Truth be told, Wu Shibi is still quite talented, but his self-esteem is higher. Arrogant. Not many people in the camp of Chu can be in his eyes, even to Xiangyu, the king of the belly, that the fall of Chu to this state is entirely his fault. Originally, he was furious at Xiang Chang's strict orders and humiliating accusations, thinking that Xiang Chang was not happy with him and was bent on sending him to his death. Before leaving the city, he opened the roll of cloth and silk and read it carefully a few times, and was really pinpointed, and he felt that according to the analysis of the cloth and silk, it was really possible to persuade Pangyu's army, numbering 80,000, has always been scorned by Liu Bang, and has been stationed in the northeast periphery of Gaixia city as a defense maneuvering force, and has also been monitored by Kong Shi's left army. Now, with Zhou Yin's army and Yingbu's army rebelling one after another, the situation of Chu is about to become alive. So Han Xin, the commander-in-chief, will not let these two armies remain stationary. Once these two armies were thrown into battle, the situation in Chu that had just turned for the better was bound to tumble away once again. The Chu-Han dispute, standing in the Han camp point of view, can achieve the final victory, in general, is based on a threefold element. The first factor is that Liu Bang personally led the main force and held Xiangyu in front. The second factor is that Han Xin carried out a 1,000-mile detour and swept Zhao Yan and Shi. The last factor is that Pingyu led a partial army to wander around, and did not live to scourge the center of the heart of the Chu, and continued to bleed the Chu continuously. During the Battle of Pengchang, Liu Bang was beaten the hell out of by Xiangyu and fled in haste. At that time, the reason why Xiangyu could not move westward and take advantage of the victory to completely finish off Liu Bang was that Pengyu was guarding the Liang land. For Liu Bang, in terms of battle achievements, Pengyu was still above Yingbu. Therefore, the two camps of Han and Chu were extremely aware of and convinced by the military talents of Pengyu, who was regarded as the originator of guerrilla warfare in later times. After the establishment of the Han dynasty, Han Xin and Pengyu were killed by Liu Bang, and Yingbu was afraid to rebel. He once said that he was afraid of Han Xin and Pengyu, and the rest of the generals under Liu Bang were Cao Shen, Fan Kuai, Guang and Zhou Bo, all of whom he didn't care about. This also shows the strength of Pengyu's military ability. So now lobbying Pengyu army is a priority, whether to persuade him to retreat, even if it is to maintain the status quo ante, the situation of the death of Chu even if it is stable. Finding that lobbying Pengyu may really succeed, Wu Shibi steeply came to the spirit. Before leaving the city and found Xiang Shi, carefully asked Xiang Chang how to lobby Zhou Yin, as if he had gained the most precious treasure. His eyes glowed, and he walked out of the city with the wind in his heart. It must be said that another good thing about Wu Shibi as a human being is that he is also truly convinced of those who can overpower him. As a strategist, he was hardened by Xiang Chang's writing face in his area of expertise. At the end of the Qin dynasty, the chaos and strife, dragons and snakes, the forces entangled in the fight. There is no lack of ferocious and tyrannical people, but for the envoys who came and went to lobby, they all coincidentally maintained the courtesy, and there were few acts of brutality without special circumstances. The so-called two countries at war do not chop the envoys. For this reason, Wu Shibi came to Pengyu's army without any cover, and let Tianjian go up to inform his identity, and then sat on his horse peacefully, raising his iconic chin and squinting at the sky, waiting for Pengyu's summoning. True enough, not long afterward, a Zhongwan came out quickly to greet them and led them into the barracks, through the heavy tents, to a gorgeous, huge white cowhide tent. Along the way, I saw that the barracks were arranged in a good way, and both the guards and the soldiers on patrol were tall and strong, with distinctive armor and excellent blades, and when I arrived at this tent, I saw that the defense was strict and there was nothing to be missed. So Tianjie, the primus general of the Chu, could not help but be secretly shocked. Tianjian and a group of cavalrymen were left outside the tent, and Wu Shibi was brought into the white cowhide tent alone. The space inside the tent was extremely wide, with a thick sheepskin carpet. There was nothing extravagant. It looked extremely simple. Around placed a few huge weapon racks, on top of the sword, spear, shield, bow and arrows and other colors of weapons, in addition to hanging a few pairs of fine iron armor. Very military characteristics. At the position of the two sides, several jujube wood cases were displayed, on which were piled up old tall silk books, bamboo slips and so on. In the middle of the tent, wearing a collar of black silk straight traincoat with scrolling cloud pattern, Pengyu, sitting there, embracing two maids in his arms or playing and laughing. For the middle one's breathing as if he did not hear, and this will bow and salute Wu Shibi to hang out to dry there. Among the three kings in the early Han dynasty, Pengyu was the oldest, now close to 50 years old, but he was still strong, no old age. His resolute face and deep, determined eyes show his extremely strong character and deep heart. Wu Shibi had lobbied for him before and was considered familiar with him, and when he saw him in this manner, his heart was moved and he took a step forward, keeping his bowing posture unchanged, and bellowed out, Wu Shibi, messenger of the king of the Chu hegemony, pays his respects to the prime minister of Liang, Peng Yu. With these words, Wushu was clearly shading Peng Yu. Peng Yu with excellent guerrilla harassment tactics, in the battle against Chu gave full play to the effective stick. A large number of attacks on the rear of Chu, repeatedly cut off the Chu army grain road, many times so that the Chu army into the dilemma of the enemy's back, and make Xiang Yu, the king of the western Chu exhausted, anxious. After making such outstanding achievements, Liu Bang did not make him the king, but only appointed him as the prime minister of the state of Wei. Later, the king of Wei, Pao, rebelled and was killed by Liu Bang, but he was not corrected. Hearing Wu Ji's words unlike words, Peng Yu finally raised his head, swept a glance at him, and casually waved his hand. Get up. Then there was no more following, neither arranging for Peng Yu to sit nor saying anything, continuing to flirt with the maid, revealing his contempt for Wu Ji as an emissary. No wonder Peng Yu contempt. The last time Wu Shibi to lobby. In addition to the mouth of the Han King, Liu Bang treats people lightly, insulting the generals as scolding slaves. Xiang Yu, the king of the sincere treatment of people, as long as they are sure to join the high reward, and then nothing new. Peng Yu listened to the taste of the same as chewing wax, and thought that this time he came to the same old talk, the ancient tune of the same tune, naturally uninterested. Wu Shibi's heart was on fire, and he stopped talking, drooping his donkey face and just holding his arms, his eyes coldly looking down at Peng Yu. This time it was Peng Yu's turn to be unable to hold up, looked up at Wu Shibi, the tone of arrogance knowingly asked, Doctor, this time to come, and what is the matter for? Wu Shibi humph, coldly said, I heard that the Fei state suffers from a serious eye disease, suffers from a serious leg disease, not only can not walk, but also almost blind. Wu Shibi consciously in the Fei state has a friendship, specially came to visit the sick. I realized that I have a friendship with Shangwa, so I came here to visit him. Sangwa, you have to take care of your body. Peng Yu was dumbfounded, did not think that Wu Shibi would say something like this, blinking his eyes and stayed. Where does this come from? My legs, eyes, are all fine. How come there is a disease said? Hey, how can it be good? As a deceased member of the Fei state, I came to visit. The Fei state open leg Keiji sitting still, standing in front of you as if you do not see. This is not blind. Legs are broken? Peng Yu then understand. Feelings this guy is again in the yin and yang themselves. Angry, heavy slap in front of the several cases. Will let the soldiers will be this rude guy dragged out to beat to death. End of chapter. Chapter 42, Struck by Lightning. Thinking of the identity of the messenger of Wu Shibi, Peng Yu held back his anger again, waved his hand to let the two maids retreat, and said resentfully, Alright, now there is something you can say. If you're still acting as a lobbyist for Xiang Yu, just dispense with it and return the way you came. Wu Shibi had already done the worst intentions. I'll listen. Heart jumped, knowing that the king of last night's raid on the Han camp victory and return, and set up an ambush in one fell swoop to destroy the Han army irrigation baby 5,000 elite cavalry, ruthlessly deterred the Peng Yu and other onlookers such as the forces of a hand, the Xiang Chang Duke and successive persuasion of the Zhouyin, Ing Bu, so that the original situation has become clear once again fuzzy. The original precarious Chu look really can be flipped, so the Peng Yu cannot help but heart the original precariousness of the great Chu seems to be able to turn the tide, so Peng Yu heart cannot help but hesitate to shake up. If he had come to lobby yesterday, he would have been thrown out. Wu Shibi heart bottom, silently chanting I came to persuade him, is saving his life? Give him a great favor, while across heart, completely let go of the self, 2 steps forward to bend over a few cases, full of anger stared at Peng Yu. Who said I'm acting as a lobbyist for Xiang Yu? I have a friendship with you, Xiang Yu, and seeing that you are committing foolishness, my heart itches to show you a clear path. Since you have preconceived notions in your mind, I'll leave it at that and take my leave. With a heavy flick of his sleeve, Wu Shibi twisted away. While walking, he mentally counted. 1, 2, 3, stop me, stop. Indeed, Peng Yu drank coldly from behind him. Let's hear what you have to say. Humph, let's say in advance. As long as you are a lobbyist for Xiang Yu, then let's try my sword to see if it's sharp or not. In the face of Peng Yu's murderous words, Wu Shibi, on the contrary, more and more determined, and secretly said, the eldest son said really not wrong. As a lobbyist, first of all, to hold each other on the momentum. These big people, that is, one aspect than the usual people specialties, the rest of the aspects are not as good as the usual people, as long as their own strengths to attack their shortcomings. No harm. The more and more into the state of the Wushibi, twisted to walk back, reaching out to the finger in the air pointing at Pengyu. Cold Bang Bang said, I think you're addicted to being a dog for Lu Bang, and you've been confused by Lu Bang's rice soup. What's your purpose? Isn't it that you want to be crowned king? Have you achieved it? Lu Bang has made you king? The king of Han promised me that as soon as he overthrows your Chu, he will make me the king of Liang, Pengyu said in a cold tone. Hearing this, Wu Shibi let out a loud laugh, almost tears coming out of his eyes. If I hadn't heard it from your own mouth, I wouldn't have believed that the great General Pengyu, who had crossed the world, was actually such a childish and simple person. Lu Bang would make you king? I've only heard of a cunning rabbit dies and a traitor cooks. I've never heard of a cunning rabbit dying and fattening a traitor. By your saying so, Lu Bang is the greatest good man in the world. Nah. Lu Bang even had to drink a bowl of soup cooked by his old man, and even kicked his sons and daughters out of the car in order to flee for his life. And with this kind of urbane nature, how dare you believe his promise? In front of the whole world, together with the king, he grandly announced to the gods and ghosts that they were brothers and made the Hongo Pact. But what happened? In less than a fart's work, he backed out and then attacked the Dechu army. This kind of even the heavens and ghosts have no fear of the goods, lithe and piss and are smooth, casually cajoled your ghost words. You even hold in the heart of the hand convinced. You are not a little cute, right? You conquered the east and the west and made great achievements for him, and his weak Han was able to beat the strong and unrivaled Chu to such a weak point. You accounted for at least 30% of the credit, right? What reward will you get? But with a small Wei Shang will fool you. He said he'll make you the king of Liang after he destroys Chu. Why don't you die? What kind of dream are you having? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such nonsense. Ha ha ha, what a laugh. In the face of Wu Shibi's reckless mockery, Pengyu's face was mortified and angry. His clenched fists bulged with veins, and he snapped. Old man Lu Bang has no credibility. What good is Xiang Ji? Back then, when he divided the 18 vassals, could he look me in the eye? Needless to say, he didn't even have a miscellaneous general, and directly ignored me. This kind of humiliation, I have not forgotten it all the time after so many years. When it comes to the past events of that year, Pengyu emotional. Obviously this matter on his mind has caused a lot of damage. He said this, obviously by the Wuxi said, secretly actually do not think Lu Bang will fulfill the promise. After all, Lu Bang's past deeds are too glorious, so his credibility is infinitely close to bankruptcy, and his words are no more credible than those of a whore. As for the fact that Pengyu was not granted the title, Xiang Yu could not be blamed for it. In the process of anti-Qin, Xiang Yu did not work with Pengyu and did not know him well. Pengyu also did not make any eye-catching achievements, but more than 10,000 men under his command, or mud-legged origin, was overlooked by Xiang Yu, who has only the nobles in his eyes, which is more than normal. So how did Pengyu make his fortune? He was disappointed that he could not get anything from the feast of dividing up the world, and when he was wandering around without a master or land, he accidentally met Tian Rong. Tian Rong is a member of the Tian clan, the old Qi royal family, and the elder brother of Tian Hung in the famous Tian Hung 500-strong soldiers in history. He became a vassal of Qi by virtue of his family's power when he rebelled against the Qin dynasty. At that time, Xian Liang marched westward and fought against Qin general Zhang Han, and sent a messenger to ask Tian Rong to send troops to assist, which he refused. Xian Liang lost the battle and was killed by Zhang Han, and Tian Rong was hated by Xiang Yu, who deliberately did not make him king when dividing the 18 vassals. Tian Rong was naturally not convinced, so he raised the flag of rebellion and fired the first shot against Chu. Lacking of allies, he met Pengyu, who was like a treasure. He immediately made Pengyu a general and easily gathered people to fight against Chu with him. The two disillusioned people of a beat, which opened the Pengyu's rise to fame and fortune. Pengyu did not see the Qin army as a great warrior, but the Chu army was very energetic and helpful, and he broke the Chu army many times, which caused a lot of trouble to the Chu army. Later, when Tian Rong was defeated, Lu Bang came out to the east to fight for the world. Pengyu logically joined Lu Bang, and then step by step, by virtue of his outstanding achievements, he had more and more troops under his command, and his territory was bigger and bigger, and he grew up to be a powerful vassal nowadays. It must be said that Pengyu can be ranked with Han Xin and Ing Bu, known as the three great generals of the early Han dynasty, but also has the same defects as Han Xin and Ing Bu, that is, military genius, political idiocy. They are all mud-legged children, by virtue of their own talent, coupled with luck, trend push, and finally stood to the world's top position, precisely because of the limitations of the birth. Let them focus on their own interests, hope to be able to firmly control their own gains, small wealth, narrow-minded, not only do not have the ambition to compete for the world, and even sway the direction of the world's momentum, so that they cannot be done in their own favor. For the emperor's mind of sinister ruthlessness, but also muddle-headed, unaware, it was precisely because he realized that he had fully grasped Peng Yu's character and demands that Xiang Chang was so confident that he dared to send Wu Shibi to lobby for him. You're talking like a child. Ask yourself, with your battle achievements, reputation, and troops at that time, who could have made you king or appointed you as a general? You're obsessed. Wu Shibi fries, skimming his lips and glaring. This world is so realistic. Without strength, don't complain about the environment. In the past is not qualified. Now, but not enough? With the Western Chu king's disdain and arrogance, no one in sight, did not also send me? Rush to appoint you as the king of Liang? You should be assured of the king's credibility, right? As long as you agree, the king will immediately notify heaven and earth and spread the message to the whole world, so that your title of king of Liang will be well deserved. And you need to wait for the windless and shadowless words of that old vegetable gangster Lu Bang? Peng Yu stroked the beard on his chin, his face hesitant and silent. Oh, what's the matter? Can't get the idea? I have to say, this is the common problem of you military generals. In the battlefield with soldiers like God, spread out, stirring up the wind and clouds, but to other aspects, it is obvious that the brain is not enough to use. Thinking is not clear. Don't be anxious. To be I give you one by one analyze clearly, after listening to ensure that you are enlightened. Life goal clear. Feel the previous decades are living in vain. Wu Shibi face relaxed. The more he said the more into the port he felt never like the eye so confident. Has been hidden to Peng Yu, the mighty general of the world's life tutor for himself. Hands dashing in the buttocks behind a stroke. Posture beauty handsome peacefully kneeling on the soft seat beside the Peng Yu. Thumbs, food and 2 fingers gently flick the beard. Leisurely, said, after King Hegemony appointed you as the king of Liang, what do you think is the next focus? Is it the primary consideration of how to pass the throne on to your children and grandchildren for 1,000 generations without being taken away from you? How can this be done? As Han and Chu are in constant contention with each other, it would be best if the 4 kingdoms of Chu, Han, Liang and Qi coexisted in the most favorable manner. At that time, the 2 big guys of Chu and Han will fight each other to the death, and will only pull in your Liang at the same time, so you will benefit from both. But the kingdom will not be as stable as Mount Taishan? Under what circumstances, then, is there a danger of being exterminated? Naturally, the world will be mixed up and one country will be the only one. And then, how can we allow others to snore on the side of the couch? Wouldn't it be a repeat of the Qin's destruction of all the states back then? Think about it. Is that the truth? Do you understand? Applause. For the sake of your Liang country, your children and grandchildren will enjoy wealth and prosperity forever. My mouth is dry from talking, and I don't see you serving a pot of wine. Peng Yu was struck by lightning. Stroking the hand of the beard stood still, mouth slightly open, frozen into deep thought. Thank you to all the brothers who rewarded me. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for recommendations and monthly votes. Thank you for collecting and reading the brothers. The fire cow and mind the 5 inner. Here pause feet to worship thank. End of chapter. Chapter 43. Ing Bu, who had finally shed his tawdry and eye-catching gold armor and replaced it with a metaphysical black iron armor, rode on a green horse with long legs and round hips, full breasts, and a tall and robust body, standing on an inconspicuous hill, frowning and looking uncontrollably to the northeast. In the small hollow behind him, there was a full 5,000 elite cavalrymen, fully armored and standing in silence, waiting for his orders. These 5,000 cavalry, look at the number, is not much, but Ing Bu from the army under his command carefully selected body strong, limbs healthy, valor and dare to fight, equipped with the most excellent armor, weapons, steeds. Fighting force can be said to be extremely strong, has always been in his hands like the existence of the big killers. Will Xiang Yu's use of the cavalry army to learn a full 10 Ing Bu? With this fine cavalry army across the world, invincible, the reason why the feudal lords and kings, almost half of this fine cavalry to fight down, 7 or 8 miles to the northeast is where the Han army's rear camp is located. The distance between the two is so close. 5,000 elite cavalry, a full-speed charge, will completely break into it, rushed before the Han army reacted to it, ruthlessly hit it a surprise. However, Ing Bu unexpectedly did not order a surprise attack, but instead ordered the cavalry to rest in this small hollow. In order for this battle to be a surprise attack, Ing Bu also took great pains. He had a soldier quite similar to himself wear his own gold armor and lead his army to cooperate with Zhou Yin's army to attack the Han army and receive Xiang Yu, which was used to attract the attention of the Han army. He personally led these 5,000 elite cavalry, quietly from the rear of the camp, hidden from the sky. God unknowingly touched the Han army rear camp as only a stone's throw away. In order to avoid alarming the Han army's rear troops, The distance is still more than 10 miles away. Slowed down. All the cavalry dismounted, wrapped the horse's hooves in thick straw, and led the horse to come on foot. And now the Han army rear army close at hand. A battle can be determined. He an actually big prickly order rest, and did not choose the first time to raid, but not let a person elusive. For this inside information, the Lieutenant Yu Hai is undoubtedly clear. Stretching his neck is also looking toward the northeast, eyes full of anxious color. Finally, he couldn't wait any longer and said in an urgent voice, "Your Majesty, how much longer do we have to wait? That kid's mouth is hairless, but he's not as reliable as he should be. The battlefield opportunity is fleeting. If we delay any longer, if Han Xin realizes that the king leading the attack is a fake, and that our elite cavalry is nowhere to be found, he will definitely deduce that we have come to sneak up on the rear of Han's army. You are also well aware of how strong Han Xin is with his troops and how well he knows you. And when the time comes for him to send a letter to Liu Bang from his flying cavalry, we are bound to lose the battle even if we make a surprise attack at that time." Yu Hai said these. Ingbu obviously have considered. Heard slowly exhaled, showing that his heart is not as calm as the surface shows, but still slowly shaking his head. Unquestionable tone reveals inexplicable firmness. It's worth waiting a little longer, even at the risk of losing it all. Yu Hai was stunned, his eyebrows raised in great indignation, and he was about to persuade him further. But Ingbu waved his hand to stop him. The Han's rear army is 60,000 strong, and the camp stretches endlessly. It is possible for our 5,000 cavalry to raid among them and crush them in one fell swoop. But it is also possible that we will rush into the quagmire and be entangled in a bitter battle. But even if we crush it, it will hardly play any decisive role in the battle between Han and Chu in the southeast of Gaixia city. Han Xin has his own way of using his army, which you also know very well. Do you think that our mere routing of the rear army will make him give up his imminent victory? Spare the king and Zhou Yin's army, and come to his rescue instead? That's impossible. Therefore, if you really want to decide the final direction of the current Hanchu war in Gaixia city, there is only one strategy: to find the location of the rear army Liu Bang's commander-in-chief's tent, and implement the hollowing out tactic, to break or even exterminate it in one fell swoop. In this way, not only will we be able to take away all the money from the bottom of the cauldron, but we will also be able to accomplish all the work at once, and we will not be afraid that Han Xin will not come to save us." Yu Hai suddenly realized. His face changed, grinning widely, stuttering a bit under the excessive nervousness. "So, in that case, we are betting?" Ingbu's eyes are red, deep gaze is full of cold ferocity. "Can't see a bit of temperature, like patiently waiting for the best time to kill the cruel beast. Good. Is gambling on which one is the destiny of the heavens, Chu or Han?" Looking at this familiar scene reappearing, the king once again completely turned into a gambler. Yu Hai's whole body chilled to the bone, yet an inexplicable and bizarre exuberance flooded his body, and he gripped the handle of his long sword with a death grip, only barely able to suppress the restlessness in his heart. Since Ingbu followed the king of the hegemony to rise up against the Qin dynasty, I don't know how many times he has recklessly pressed all of his money and made a big bet in the crucial battles and critical moments, without regard to anything else. For example, to defeat the famous Qin general Zhang Han with fewer than many, such as accidentally rebelling against the hegemony of the king to join Liu Bang. Every time he gambled he won in the end, or achieved brilliant results, or gained a generous return, which made him almost form the path dependence. When the key battle or key moments are not, flinch boldly bet. Just as the two men forced themselves to calm down and wait patiently, suddenly, a thick black column of smoke rose up in the air from the rear camp of the Han army in the distance, circling and tumbling, wantonly smearing the green and blue dome of the sky, and that was clearly visible even from a distance of more than 10 miles away. Yu Hai was overjoyed, his eyebrows leaping as he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, that boy really made it. Chu's fate should not be over." When he turned around, he saw that Ingbu looked peaceful and didn't seem to be much surprised, as if he had already anticipated this scene, and couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Ingbu coldly said while ordering the cavalry to mount their horses and line up in preparation for a surprise attack, "You know nothing about this Xiang Chang Chang. Last night he was the first roar of the tiger, the face of hundreds of thousands of Han army surrounded by the famous generals such as Clouds, strategists such as Rain, but he was a tiger's mouth to pull out the teeth, set up an ambush to the Han army's premier cavalry generals to be cut down, 5,000 elite cavalry all destroyed. What kind of skill is this?" In addition, it is rumored that when he persuaded Zhou Yin, he was even more sweeping and disdainful, and he was able to crush Zhou Yin, the Grand Secretary, into bowing his head and obediently resubmitting to the overlord. Yu Hai is also a battle-hardened general under Ingbu's command, and when he heard of Xiang Chang's highly legendary feats, he couldn't help but round his eyes. Such overbearing tactics and ferociousness, truly worthy of being the son of the king of hegemony. What Ingbu did not finish is that the kid also performed a series of conspiracy and trickery, and he was born to force him, the king of Huainan, who was dead to Han King Liu Bang, to turn against him as well. Thinking of this stifling and nagging experience, Ingbu's cheeks twitched, the black letters tattooed on them trembled violently, making him look more and more hideous, and he said grimly and coldly, "That kid did what he was supposed to do, so it's up to us next, and we can't be underestimated by him." End of chapter. Chapter 44, Being a King and a Dog. Just as the battlefield stretching 20 to 30 miles south of Gaixia city where the Han and Chu armies were killing each other had entered into a white heat, the state of the Han army's rear battalion camp more than 30 miles west of Gaixia city was in a much looser state. The battlefield is fierce killing, not the slightest wave to hear, although the camp soldiers also wearing armor, patrolling and guarding closely, but not much in the war in the tense atmosphere, but accidentally revealed a quiet and calm meaning of the child. To the southeast of the camp, 3 soldiers of the supply battalion, 1 dragging and 2 pushing, drove a small wooden cart pulling 2 large barrels, greeted the soldiers guarding the wooden gate of the camp, and unobtrusively went out of the camp to fetch water from a small river not far away. On both sides of this meandering creek, there is a small dense forest. Into the forest, not far away, suddenly came on the branches of the chattering magpies. The soldier who pushed the cart, who was powerful and around 30 years old, looked up, his eyes lit up, and licked his lips and said, "The dog thieves. The food of the dynasty is not even as good as the dog food. Just a handful of beans, a handful of millet. I can't imagine that there's a piece of good meat here. It's always possible to fill up the belly." He took out a pair of bows and arrows from the wooden cart and aimed an arrow at the magpie on the branch, and the flower magpie fell down in response to the arrow. The other soldier who was pushing the cart ran over, upside down, and picked up the flowery magpie and threw it into the cart. 3 people are smiling, quickly walked to the side of the creek, the wooden cart and barrels. A throw, powerful soldier carrying the flower magpie walked to the river. Belly also do not want to dig out and throw away, so with wet mud thick lump wrapped in a layer. The other 2, 1 picked up a pile of firewood, a flint lit a pile of fire. A black smoke rose from the dense forest beside the river, and throwing the thick, wet mass of mud into the fire to burn it, the 3 men cursed again and took the barrels from the wooden cart and began to walk to the river to fetch water. After fetching 2 buckets of water and loading them onto the carts, and after sitting by the river for a while and chatting, the soldiers began pulling out hard-burned lumps of mud from the charcoal fire and placing them on the carts before pushing the wooden carts back to camp at a brisk pace. With the guard soldiers and farted a couple of sentences, the soldiers pushed the wooden cart smoothly into the camp gate. The guards did not realize that when they went out, there were 3 soldiers, but when they returned, there were 4. Entering the camp, looking at the dark and dirty tents dotted around one another, the dirty ground that emitted a foul odor, especially the cow and horse feces mixed with the dirty water, which was filthy and unpleasant, the newcomer's sturdy soldier couldn't help but frown slightly. Stopping the wooden cart, 2 of the soldiers came forward to unload the barrels, intending to carry them to the cattle and mule barn, pouring them into the troughs, and giving water to the livestock. In the past, these animals were driven to the river to drink water, but now that the battle was raging in Gaixia, the animals were not allowed to leave the camp, so the water they needed fell on them, the soldiers. The 2 wooden buckets were filled with water, incomparably heavy, and the 2 soldiers, exhausted, complained to the newcomers, "When did we ever do this kind of rough work before? And when we arrived at this Han army camp, we were actually thrown into this supply camp, and directly turned into grandchildren, not only eating rough boiled beans and fried beans, living in this kind of rotten tents, repairing instruments, carrying munitions, serving as oxen and horses. What dirty and hard work we have to do, and even more so, there is no one left to serve." Follow the Xiangju caste Han's crowd. In addition to the Xiang clan, is the Xiangtang and Xiangju father and son of the close guards, beloved generals, in the Chu that are high above the people on the people, serving maids, servants a bunch of. Last night to the Han camp, because the Xiangtang horizontal death, Xiangju weight is not enough. It is quite cold treatment. Early this morning, the cavalry general irrigation infant ambush was killed. They were subjected to anger, directly kicked into the supply wagon camp to do hard labor up. This is undoubtedly a world of difference in treatment. Following Xiangju to join the Han's cadre of natural resentment. All the people who followed Xiangju to join Han are now relegated to hard labor? The upright soldier said in a deep voice. All of them were thrown in this barn, feeding the cows and mules, carrying and repairing them, and being used as cows and horses. The powerful soldier was full of resentment, and then looked at him with hopeful eyes. For these days of being a slave for a servant, these people who are accustomed to being a human being with fine clothes and food, are not able to live on even for a single day. The upright soldier nodded his head and whispered to the two soldiers, "You gather the rest of the people and so on. And then this and this and this and this." The two soldiers' eyes lit up wide and they gritted their teeth, swearing and betting that they would complete the task. The holy soldier glared at them and gave them two more stern instructions. Then holding the muddy mass, he led the upright soldier out of this dirty camp and towards the depths of the barracks. Two soldiers full of hope looking at the two figures, to look at the hands of the large wooden barrel, and then the face of indignation up, flung toward the ground, hasty split up to go. The forceful and powerful soldiers led the upright soldiers in the barracks for quite a while, gradually leaving the dirty and smelly camp, and entering a yellow sandy and quite clean camp, where a tent also became clean and spacious, and where the soldiers who came and went were all in full armor and in high spirits. The guard post also became dense. At the critical junction, from time to time see soldiers standing guard, just to this powerful soldier seems to recognize, coldly swept a glance, and then no longer pay attention. Two soldiers holding the black mud mass, smoothly came to a not too big and not too small cowhide tent in front of the holy soldier, lifted the curtain, probed in to see, and found that there is a young general inside, dumbly kneeling on a mat. The two soldiers lowered their heads and drilled in. The holy soldier guarded the entryway, and the upright soldier took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the young general with a sneer on his face. "Xiangju, looking at you, it seems that you are not very happy after surrendering to the Han army. What's the matter?" From Chu's princes and lords to the Han armies, a small insignificant transparent. This difference. Feel a little uncomfortable? Oh, this is not to blame for others. Can only blame your deadbeat old man. This young general, naturally, is Xiangju, the son of Xiang Tang, who surrendered to the Han army. And this upright soldier is Xiang Chang, the eldest son of Chu, who has a father's murderous grudge against Xiangju. Xiangju cast Han. Read his old man Xiang Tang's previous achievements. Originally Zhang Liang was quite warm to him, which know that last night he was Xiang Chang waste use. Indirectly in Lu Bang A. Directly led to the cavalry general irrigation baby ambush was killed. 5,000 most elite cavalry army was wiped out. If not Zhang Liang protect him, angry Lu Bang will cut him. As a result, he was also driven out from Zhang Liang's side and casually thrown into this tent. As for the relatives and guards around him, they were also stripped away and thrown far away to the supply army as slaves. Xiangju looked up. His face changed greatly. Under the horror, open mouth instinctively want to shout, that no the next is sharp and cold sword, straight on top of his throat, so that his shouts do not wait to send out and force to swallow back. Xiangju looked up and once again froze in place. The one who drew his sword and pointed it at him was clearly Xiang Go, whom he trusted immensely and who had been serving as their father and son's personal bodyguard. You. Xiangju didn't know whether it was anger or fear. His body shivered and stared at Xiang Go, unable to speak. Xiang Go also seems to be very somewhat ashamed. Grinning bitterly, said, "Your Excellency, my wife, children are all under the control of Duke Chang. Last night you and Shang Shuling were ready to join the Han, and Duke Chang found me, and if I don't follow the order I will have to, and I don't want to join the Han either." Xiang Chang leaned down, incomparably roughly grabbing a handful of Xiangju's hair, and condescendingly and ferociously forced him to look at him. "Xiangju, you don't need to blame them. After all, they still know that they are Chu people. They have a righteous heart and are not willing to be a dog with you. You cast Han also have a daytime. How is the taste? Also feel it, right? Humph. I don't say I think you also know clearly. Right now the Han army is in the fierce battle with the Chu army. Can't care about you yet. When Lu Bang vacates his hands behind, do you think he will let you go? I don't need to say you, even your father, is far less important than the irrigation of the baby to Lu Bang. But because of you, the general of the cavalry was ambushed and died. Think about it. Behind you, will Lu Bang cut you into 1,000 pieces and chop you into mincemeat? The face of the devil is threatening as the full meaning of Xiang Chang. Last night he shot his father with an arrow to death. Of the horror of the scene in front of the reappearance. Xiangju heart not only cannot give birth to the slightest idea of revenge, but instead a wave of fear was born. Body cannot help but slightly trembling up. Want to anger and dare not. Stifled almost cried out Xiangju. Eyes lax. Murmured, "It is you. It is you pitched me." Bitter. Xiang Chang will undoubtedly Xiangju to see through. Not at all like his old man Xiang Tang, that iron blood and ruthless. The essence is a weak and timid goods. Cut the bull ********. Let me ask you, do you want to continue to be the noble son of Chu, the prince of Xiang, or do you want to continue to be a cheap dog to be slaughtered in the Han army? In the face of Xiang Chang's coercion, Xiangju's mind is incomparably clear. If he answers to be the Han army's cheap dog, he is afraid that the next moment his throat will be added a bloody hole. After much thought, he said dismally, Do I have a choice? looking at Xiangju's depressed mood and sheepishly lowering his head to obediently follow orders. Xiang Chang revealed a satisfied look and grinned. End of chapter. Chapter 45, Cardiac Localization. Not long after, Xiangju walked out of the tent. The clay lump turned into a rest in his hand, followed by 2 guards behind him, discerned the direction and walked towards the depths of the barracks. Through the heavy tents, walked for a long time. The more you go, the tighter the defense. The barracks guards and patrol sergeants can be seen everywhere. The 3 of them passed through 3 barriers, and in the 4th one, they were stopped by the guards, only allowing Xiangju to pass by. These dozen or so white camel tents in front of us are the residences of King Han and his generals and ministers, and Lord Military Master also resides in them. I will personally roast this bird of prey and offer it to Lord Military Master as an expression of filial piety, so the 2 of you should go back. Xiangju turned back to the 2 guards to command a sentence, holding that mud lump, slightly bent over to control the back, look respectfully through the barrier and pass. Zhang Liang is Xiangju's subfather. Although Xiangju is not treated by Lu Bang at the moment, but he can still meet Zhang Liang at any time. Within this barrier, illuminated by the golden autumn sun, a dozen huge white camel tents looked grand and imposing. The 4 sturdy soldiers guarding the pass, seeing Xiangju just driven out not long ago, turned his head and burned a bird, came back to flatter and fawn on Zhang Liang, couldn't help but swipe his eyes with a touch of childish contempt. The 2 guards bowed in agreement and turned to head back the way they came. After turning a few tents, the 2 slowed down when they could not be seen at the barrier behind them. Xiang Chang turned his head to look around and found a dark, dry and thin elderly sergeant driving an ox cart full of broken weapons, clothes and armor that had just been replaced, slowly walking towards the back of the camp. Xiang Chang threw a wink at Xiang Go, who quickly stepped forward, looking cordial and chatting with the elderly sergeant. Xiang Chang then silently touched forward, picked up a spear with a broken spear shaft from the bullock cart, and with the sharp tip of the spear, aimed at the 2 bells on the crotch of the bullock pulling the cart and stabbed them fiercely. The next thing I heard was a miserable howl from the big, sturdy black ox, clamping its tail, reddening its eyes, and pulling the ox cart forward as if it were mad and scurrying out furiously. The elderly sergeant tugging on the cow's reins was caught off guard and stumbled and was yanked to the ground. Frightened, he is not clear how this bullock, which has always been docile, suddenly went crazy. However, in the depths of this barracks, he knows too well what the sin of galloping bulls is, so the bullock was scolded and shouted, while holding on to the reins. However, his district body thin old dry thin, there can pull the bladder waist round completely crazy big bullock, was dragged out of 7 or 8 meters away, ultimately powerless to let go. Watched the bullock dragging the bullock in the barracks rampage, one after another, washed down 7 or 8 tents, stirring up the camp in a mess. For a time the soldiers in the camp everyone looked sideways, shouting, went up to try to stop some of them, gloating and strange shouting some of them, harsh and angry scolding more of them. Xianggo knew that his mission was accomplished, and quickly left the scene, returning to the logistics supply battalion to look for the rest of those subordinates. Xiang Chang's gaze flickered as he turned his head and looked around, selecting a tent, quickly walking over and flashing in. This tent inside a pile, stacked full of neatly stacked cotton and linen uniforms, but a munitions storehouse. Take a closer look. Most of the uniforms are very dirty. A large portion of them are also incredibly familiar. It is clearly deprived of scavenging since the defeat and death of the Chu army soldiers. Xiang Chang's gaze was cold. He took out a leather pouch from his pocket, opened the plug, which was filled with thick grease, and at that moment, he evenly poured it on the pile of military uniforms, and then took out a wooden pipe, pulled it open, and waved it in the air with force for a few times, and a ball of fire light came out. Then stepping forward he set the uniforms on fire one by one, then stood still again and waited. Until this time, Xiang Chang realized that he was still incomparably calm and composed. Not only did he not have the feeling of panic with his hands and feet trembling, he did not even have the emotion of exuberance. It was as if he was out of the picture, and all of this was not what he did. Since last night, he had clearly sensed this trait in himself several times that he didn't know whether it was psychologically strong or psychopathic, but in any case, it was very suitable for doing bad things and big things. Shaking his head, he discarded the wild thoughts that had sprung up, and waited for a while longer, until the fire got hotter and hotter, roasting his entire body to the point where he couldn't stand it, and the original burns on his body ached intensely, before he drew his long sword, slashed open the tent, and rolled out from behind it, with a few flying flashes, and was far away from this place. And at this time, that tent fire has been unstoppable. Dazzling fire mixed with rolling black smoke, straight into the sky, in the current clear autumn sky, that even a dozen miles away is clearly visible. The surrounding soldiers had just held down the bullock, and then saw the uniform tent on fire. Another burst of panic and busy, noisy and shouting, making a mess. Some officers ran over, scolded and organized the soldiers to put out the fire. The tent is full of military uniforms, originally flammable, at this time completely turned into a large fireball. The soldiers were afraid to carry buckets of water, but also cannot get close, can only watch it burn, and the strong wind blowing, holding up a ball of tent-burning sparks thrown in all directions. In the late fall, the tents, fences, frames, armor, flags, and almost everything in the camp is dry and incomparable, and when it comes to fire, it will ignite, so the next can be lively. Around can be said to be everywhere fire smoke. Officers were shocked, shouting, commanding soldiers to fight desperately, but how to hold down the gourd started the ladybird. Still one after another tents, one after another fire burned up. In desperation, the officers assigned their soldiers to either dismantle and move the surrounding tents, or to pour water on them in advance to soak them, in order to stop the fire from spreading. Fortunately, the wind was not too strong, so after a lot of panic and busy work, the fire really managed to circle the fire, and did not continue to spread to the entire camp, making such a big commotion. Not far from the White Camel's tent, Lu Bang and a group of generals and bureaucrats were startled and ran out to watch. It wasn't long before a sergeant came to report, "It's a tent on fire." It seems like the sergeant burned the fire to cook and accidentally floated a spark that ignited it. Xia Hoing was furious, "Asshole. In wartime, isn't it not permissible to build fires for cooking?" Xiang Ju hand of the black mud lump, this time in the hands of Zhang Liang, looking at the fire tent, black smoke in the sky, incomparable, blinding, visible near and far, and see in Lu Bang and other commanders' tent at hand. Face changed, urgent voice, "Send someone to find out if it was a real fire, or if someone did it on purpose." Lu Bang turned his head to look at him and hesitantly said, "What does Zifang mean?" Zhang Liang threw the mud lump in his hand on the ground and said sternly, "If it is done by someone, I am afraid that it is for." Before he finished speaking, he heard the dull sound of hooves in the southwest like a tidal wave, while shouts and killings shook the sky, and a large number of cavalry troops came suddenly. Lu Bang was taken aback. "Whose troops are these?" "These? Old man Lu Bang, you're dead today. Take your life. Kill Lu Bang and be crowned Marquis of 10,000. Brothers charge. King Ingbu of Jiujiang of Chu is here. Death to those who stand in the way." The cavalry, while roaring harshly, rushed into the rear camp like running thunder, pointing directly at the black and smoky tents, likewise, coming straight at Lu Bang's center tent. Upon hearing that it was Ingbu's army, and seeing the domineering and overpowering sound of this cavalry army, no matter Lu Bang or a group of ministers, all of them bluffed as if their faces were as colorful as earth. End of chapter. Chapter 46, Stupid Donkey and Stubborn Seed. This cavalry army broke into the Han army rear camp, like a stupid big black thick big iron gun stabbed into the bullock's belly. Incomparably smooth, this stirred up a heaven and earth, although the Han army's troops and horses in the rear army, but the change of the elbow, the face of the incoming wind like thunder of the berserk Chu riders, can only be in vain to help, seeing that this cavalry is not dragging its feet, charging straight towards Lu Bang's middle army in a straight line without any detours. Zhou Chang and Shuo, the cavalry lieutenants of the Han army's rear army, have become anxious, and without waiting for all the cavalry under their command to organize themselves, they take the several hundred cavalrymen who have gathered together in a hurry to meet them face to face in a diagonal manner in an attempt to stop the momentum of the forward charge. Ingbu knew that the success or failure of this strike, so he took the lead and led 5,000 elite cavalry to charge in person. On the surface, Ingbu sent his left horseman Tian Bian to lead the army to attack the Han army and receive Xiang Yu, but secretly he personally led the elite cavalry to come and raid the rear army of the Han army, exercising the stratagem of striking the east in words but striking the west in reality, in order to solve the siege of Gaixia city in one go, and he greatly approved of this Chang. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the raid and to be able to accomplish it in one go, Xiang Chang volunteered to rush to the rear of the Han army and sneak into the camp to implement the positioning of Lu Bang's central army. As early as last night, Xiang Go was turned by Xiang Chang through coercion and lure, and agreed to meet with him every morning at the river outside the Han army, so that Xiang Go could pass on the information about the Han army camp to him, but now it is just right to use. Under the cover of Xiang Go led, without blowing dust, sneaked into the Han army camp, as if by divine help. Or perhaps it is true that the throne of the Great Chu should not be cut off. Xiang Chang's plan was carried out incredibly smoothly, successfully positioning Lu Bang's center army and igniting the tent with a single fire to pass the signal to Ingbu's cavalry. Facing the hundreds of cavalry troops that came in a hasty head-on impact, Ingbu's eyes were cold, the black characters on his cheeks trembled, and he smiled coldly and scornfully as he led the cavalry troops to crash straight through without dodging or avoiding. And on that note, the result was naturally unsurprising. Zhou Chang and Shuo's hastily organized several hundred cavalry didn't even make a splash, and were silently torn apart and drowned out by this cavalry. Ingbu under the command of this cavalry of the elite, almost not under Xiang Yu's army, the same strength, dared to charge with any of the world's cavalry. The Han army's cavalry would have had to rely on the number of people doubled or even doubled in order to barely win the Chu cavalry, and now was crowded against the few. Completely one-sided slaughter. Wins simply do not too easy. Zhou Chang and Shuo two generals rely on the rescue of their own soldiers to force to escape, to avoid the tragic death of the chaos of the army. Han army rear army and the infantry lieutenant Wang Ling, Yang Tooth, barely rectify riding up soldiers, but far water cannot put out the fire. Futile to follow the 5,000 elite cavalry ass after eating dust. Looked like a landslide like sound amazing Ingbu iron horsemen rushed closer and closer. Lu Bang's face white, heart drumming, but forced to hold on. Horse whip imaginary finger. Haha even cold laugh. Ingbu children stupid and unattainable. Really fell into the Xiang Chang children enough to raise the flag of the opposition. Simply unattainable fools. He knew that he couldn't escape now. Once he escaped, the whole rear army was bound to collapse, and thus even the great battle in the southeast of Gaixia city would be a lost cause. So he held on to his head and held on for dear life. At the same time, he also knew that at this point in time, even if he spoke out to beckon him to surrender, it was already too late, and it would be of no use at all to a lord like Ingbu. For a while he could not help but regret that he did not listen to Zhang Liang's words to personally go to appease Ingbu, only thought that the Han army was winning, and Ingbu is not a stupid donkey, even if Xiang Chang stirred up lobbying, but also not to rebel. I never thought that this guy was really a stupid and stubborn donkey. What puzzles him is that, obviously, yesterday the situation was very good. Xiang Yu's command is only 50,000 remnants of the army, trapped in a lonely city. The destruction of the city is imminent. How suddenly the picture of a sudden change. The situation has turned sharply downward, and now their own rear army was suddenly attacked, and it seems to be in a precarious situation. That Xiang Changnian is only in his teens, not yet dried up, but he has this kind of means of turning his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain, and he will play with the top civil servants and military generals under his command in the palm of his hand? This is also too heavenly, right? Before Lu Bang's middle army tent, Xiahou Ying's 3,000 elite cavalry led by himself set up a battle formation, and at this time, they also started to charge their cavalry, meeting Ingbu's army straight on. Xiahou Ying personally led the 3,000 elite cavalry as the last line of defense of Lu Bang's army. Now the situation is critical, but also had to personally on the battlefield. Xiahou Ying saw clearly, Ingbu's cavalry army is only 5,000. The Han army rear army has 60,000. This 60,000, even if you remove 10,000 thousands of auxiliary soldiers, there are more than 40,000 soldiers. 40,000 against 5,000. The advantage in me, as long as he under the banner of 3,000 elite cavalry can block the Ingbu cavalry charge. Zhou Chang, Shuo, Wang Ling, Yongtooth then bring the army to come to close the siege, and then the deer who died is not yet known, so he is determined to try with the Ingbu high and mighty. However, just at this time, behind the formation suddenly came another burst of hooting and shouting and killing sounds. Xiahou Ying hastily turned back to look, immediately hair straight up, the whole body icy cold. See from the direction of the logistics supply camp, fully hundreds of bullocks, 3 or 5 in a row, neck clamped wooden stick, tail flame straight, eyes blood red, crazy as a madman on Lu Bang's Chinese army to storm over. Hundreds of mad cows rushed indiscriminately, and all the people, tents, and fences in front of them were crushed, and the area they passed through was ravaged, and behind the fire ox formation, there were nearly 100 soldiers in Han army attire following closely with their horses, while shooting a rocket continuously into the surrounding tents, made of cowhide or cloth. Dry and incomparable tent, when on fire, was ignited by the fire ox, was ignited by the rocket, and soon burned into a large fireball, whistling like strong wind. Also rushed too hard to join in, will be chaotic straight sparks thrown around, so that the flame quickly spread in all directions. Not long the small half of the camp completely into a sea of unmanageable fire. There was no wind last night when Xiang Yu raided the Han camp, and although Xiang Chang shot rockets indiscriminately, it did not cause much killing. Today, the wind is not too strong, but it is not small either, and now the wind and fire are lending each other momentum, quickly turning the camp into a crimson inferno of rolling smoke and flames. In all directions are all the fire. I do not know how many soldiers were burned, covered in fire on the ground rolling and howling miserably, or while screaming while running wildly, but let the situation is even more unmanageable, and kill and set fire to the camp in the wind and wreak havoc in a gas of 100 soldiers in Han army attire. The leader of the general's stature is upright and robust, but the age is very light. But the appearance of the teenagers, it is the Xiang Chang, Xia Hoing heart snow bright. Instantly see that these soldiers are obviously follow Xiang Ju surrendered over the Chu army, and now obviously backwash. Looking at this unimaginable scene, Xia Hoing can't help but wonder if Xiang Tang is willing to be shot by Xiang Chang for the sake of the great Chu kingdom, in order to win Lu Bang's trust and thus set up this poisonous plan. After all, this morning has just killed Guiying, and now come to raid the rear army, attack and kill Lu Bang. This plotting and scheming flavor is simply not too strong, and how not to make people suspicious. Thank you for your reward and votes, favorites and readings. Please continue to support us, especially by reading the latest chapter and catching up on the latest reads. End of chapter. Chapter 47, Heaven's Destiny. Xia Hoing did not have the heart to meet Ingbu's army anymore and anxiously looked toward Lu Bang's center army. See, those bullocks rushed to the front of Lu Bang's center army, and were shot into hedgehogs by the last of Lu Bang's guards' arrows. How do you know these bullocks' tail was burned? Completely crazy, even if the whole body is full of arrows. As long as there is still a breath. Still bored head forward wildly scurrying. At this time Lu Bang under the strategist Qin Ping see these fire cattle, is used in the year of Qi Tian single fire cattle array of the old plan. Several cattle side by side in a row, the neck with a wooden stick tied, so can only be impacted in one direction, and at that moment said to Lu Bang said in a hurry. Lu Bang suddenly realized, panicked and led a group of generals and strategists beside him to leave the commander-in-chief's tent under the escort of the guards, panicked and moved hundreds of meters to the right, and really avoided these fire oxen peacefully, not waiting for Lu Bang to breathe a long sigh of relief. Xiang Chang led hundreds of incomparably exuberant soldiers bent on seizing the supreme honor of hunting and killing Lu Bang, following the passageway created by the fiery oxen trampling and clashing, and just about rushed and killed in front of him. At this time, Lu Bang clearly in front of hundreds of elite generals, enough to fight. However, he did not know what nerves, suddenly body shaking, and then simply twisted body, lying on the saddle riding hasty escape. Xia Hoing, who was watching from afar, secretly said, "It's over." Xia Hoing undoubtedly knows Lu Bang better than Lu Bang knows himself, and now that he has watched Lu Bang flee in haste, his heart is shocked but not very surprised. Lu Bang is nearly half 100 years old to come out to rebel. So far the size of the war through I do not know how many battles. The heroes of the same generation died a batch after batch, only he survived to the present. Relying on what? It is this talent that can accurately predict and successfully escape from danger before it arrives. As long as I timed my escape well and fast enough, the enemy's gunfire would never catch up with me, especially Chu and Han these 4 years of war. How many times by the berserk Xian you beat a great defeat, but ultimately time and time again to escape peacefully. The danger is proved. Just now this escape, no doubt the consequences are somewhat serious, will inevitably trigger a series of chain reactions. Xia Hoing sighed in his heart. Lu Bang has fled. He resisted Ingbu cavalry also became useless. At that moment a dial horse head, with more than 100 of his personal guards around him, turned his head and quickly chased to protect Lu Bang and went. As for the 3,000 elite cavalry that had begun to charge, they couldn't really care less. Lu Bang has escaped. Kill. Don't let Lu Bang escape. Slaughter this old man. Lu Bang has been killed by me. I'm going to be crown marquis of 10,000 houses. Lu Bang is dead. Lu Bang is dead. Long live. Long live. Xiang Chan commanded a cadre of soldiers. A burst of chaotic nonsense call. The entire Han army rear army generals called distracted. Alarmed. Stretching the neck cannot stop looking. Really see Lu Bang's crimson commander-in-chief flag tilted. Fleeing to the west. Suddenly a great chaos. The 3,000 elite cavalry under Xia Hoying's command who had started their charge and were about to engage Ingbu's army naturally heard this shouting behind the formation. Quite a few generals and cavalry on the hasty look back, found not only the Lu Bang center army handsome flag cover down, together with their main general Xia Hoying also disappeared, turned his head to search sharply, found that he bent over the back of the horse to the direction of the handsome flag of the Lu Bang rushed to. As for them, completely abandoned? Generals and soldiers, this shock is not trivial. Some of the sharp-minded generation instantly heart snow bright. Lu Bang seems to be non-death that is to escape. Xia Hoing this black-hearted dog thief. This is to use their lives. To him, to Lu Bang in exchange for the time to escape. Want to understand this point? These mind lively goods, naturally not willing to let Xia Hoing exclusively in front of the beauty, immediately follow the example. A set of horse head, diagonally out of the charging queue, muffled to catch up with Xia Hoing and go. There is one person naturally there are 10 people. There are 10 people naturally there are 100 people. There are 100 people naturally there are 1,000 people. In this life and death situation, the smart people simply don't have too much. So when this short charging distance disappeared, and began to fight with Ingbu's army, The 3,000 elite cavalry had only a few hundred cavalry whose limbs were overdeveloped, whose minds were obviously not enough, and whose heads were stifled as they blatantly rushed at the front. And when they were opposite to look at the smile of the Yingbu 5,000 elite cavalry to a swamp, one after another fell off the horse or died horizontally, unwilling to look at the world's last glance, only to find that they have been behind a bare piece of 3,000 robes of 6 or 7 have been dispersed and fled, and their muscular heads clearly haven't figured out what's going on. Yingbu's army swallowed Xiahou Ying's sparse remnants of several hundred cavalry with little effort, and then Yingbu led 1,000 cavalry troops to rush after Liu Bang, leaving his lieutenant Yu Hai to lead 4,000 cavalry troops to continue to storm the Han army's rear camp, making sure to crush it completely. For this military order of the Yingbu, Yu Hai implementation of the extremely thorough, leading the cavalry in the Han army camp and the rear army cannot stop stirring, killing, the Han army to kill the ghosts and wolves howling, screaming father and mother. Coupled with the rapid spread of the intense fire, the entire Han army rear army situation quickly and completely out of control. Lu Horse stood on the spot. Xiang Chang turned his head to look around. See the Han army camp as far as the eye can see, everywhere in flames, people and horses, a chaotic, and around the side of a cadre of soldiers waving a big gun, pick, stab, penetrate, insert, poke, ruffle, dialing, are still desperately trying to kill, and constantly will be a Han cavalryman stabbed off the horse. His heart has been taut as a steel wire, like nerves suddenly slightly loose, for a time to breed a sense of unreality. In front of the bloody and cruel battlefield seems to be far away from their own. Only a thought ran up. Himself, and really made it? Since last night's rebirth, he keenly grasped that line of opportunity, put together all his talents, painstakingly went all out, bit by bit gradually expanding it, finally changed the final direction and end of the great battle of the siege of Gaixia at the moment. He, indeed, made it. Endless joy and exuberance slowly grew out at this time, and his body felt endless power gushing out. Xiang Chang let out a tiger's roar, waving his spear, like a dragon stirring up the sea, like a python turning over, wantonly slaughtering the surrounding Han soldiers. I have to say that his body is worthy of the king's seed, stepping into the battlefield, like a fish in the water, like a tiger in the wind, charging left and right, wantonly charging and killing, almost cannot feel tired, as if born for the battlefield and born. Liu Bang, who fled in haste and defeat, was also incomparably stifled. In fact, he does not want to escape. In fact, he wants to stay. Since the army against the Qin so far, the size of the war experienced I do not know how many games, although fear of death, but also not so afraid of war as a tiger. Just now a cold arrow shot from there, hit his left arm, almost shot him off the horse. At that time, the soldiers were in chaos, and it was impossible to see where the cold arrows came from. In case of another arrow, this became the last straw that crushed him, and instinctively turned his horse's head, discarded the army, and fled. Xiahou Ying was not wrong about him. Fleeing for him is indeed familiar, and even some familiar and skillful. The situation is again critical. The defeated army is again chaotic. Are not expected to be able to give him fatal injuries? Every time you can get away safely. And past experience also told him that as long as he could save his life, he could always make a comeback later. So time and time again, he escaped more and more simply and without any psychological burden. As for the generals abandoned by him, it depends on their own destiny. If you can escape, it is your hard life. If you cannot escape, it is your own back wind. Only this time, Liu Bang, who smothered his horse and fled desperately. In addition to the huge pain in his arm, there was also a conical pain that flooded his heart. Once he fled, there was no doubt about the collapse of the 60,000 strong rear army, and under the chain reaction, the 10-sided ambush formation that surrounded Xiang Yu's evil dragon would surely collapse, and the siege of Gaixia, which had been formed by exhausting all the efforts and energy, would disintegrate. This instant Liu Bang really bewildered, and for a while also doubt, is not the Great Chu really the destiny of the bell, should not be cut off? End of chapter. Chapter 48, the final word. Not far from the front line with Xiang Yu's 20,000 cavalry, 2 large green flags were set up. The wide flag face was flying in the wind, on which were written the words Han and Qi. Inexplicable majesty flowed out. Under the banner, Han Xin sat on his horse, the great general's sword given by Liu Bang hanging from his waist, gazing hesitantly at the fierce battle in the distance. Under his command, Jin Shi's 20,000 cavalry army blocked Zhou Yin's rebel army, and Zhou Bo and Chai Wu led a Han army to stopping Bu's army. So although the two armies suddenly rebelled, which can be described as a change of circumstances, it is difficult to merge with Xiang Yu's army so far, and did not cause any difficult situation. The Han army currently claimed to be 600,000 strong, but in reality, it was naturally not so much. but only more than 500,000. Among them, Zhou Yin and Ing Bu's army totaled 90,000. Pang Yu's Liang army 80,000. Han Xian's Qi army 90,000. And Liu Bang's Han army 260,000. Han Xian's use of troops is called a lot of good. No matter how many troops are able to maneuver freely, command like a certainty. At present, more than 500,000 troops are all loaded in his head. Under his methodical arrangement, it can be said that all aspects, no omission, almost not waste every member of the generals. Every army is the best use. According to his military order, Kong Shi led the 70,000 left army to stay put and defend against the Pingyu army in the northeast. At the moment when Zhou Yin Ing Bu's army suddenly rebelled, this left army dared not move even more. Liu Bang led 60,000 troops to sit at the rear, far away from the battlefield. Chao Shen led 70,000 troops to sit in the center of the army, acting as a backup reserve army, and at the same time monitoring and defending the remaining troops in Gaixia city. Chen He commanded the right army, together with the cavalry of Fu Quan and other generals to besiege Xiangyu, and not long ago, they finally could not resist Xiangyu's 20,000 elite cavalry's charging, and were crushed one after another. Han Xian has also budgeted for this and has already set up a new encirclement with the army he is holding in his hands one step ahead of time, launching a new round of siege against Xiangyu's cavalry. I have to say, whether it is people or goods, I am afraid to compare. Compared with Han Xian, Liu Bang used to lead hundreds of thousands of troops that were free and loose, almost no different from the state of free range, simply no eyes. It is no wonder that Liu Bang, with an army of 560,000, was defeated by Xiangyu, who had a long-distance attack, with 30,000 tired cavalry. In the face of Xiangyu's cavalry, who broke through the siege, Han Xian changed his strategy from defending to attacking, commanding Dong Xie, Zhang Yu, Ding Li, Wang Suk and other generals to take turns to attack one after another. Han Xian has never fought such a rich battle, although he and Xiangyu are both unparalleled military geniuses, and their command of the army is considered to be the peak of excellence, and in a match of equal strength, Xiangyu is clearly superior, and he is not an enemy. But who let him have plenty of troops in his hands now? The army is the guts of a general, and with a sufficient army in his hands, Han Xian was naturally complacent and looked down upon the world. Even when he was facing the mighty king of West Chu, he was not concerned and had no pressure. This man, known in later times as the Soldier Immortal, had just the right stuff. Xiangyu led the 20,000 cavalry, although horizontal as a dragon, fierce as a tiger. The battle force is wild and extraordinary, but in the eyes of Han Xian is also a piece of stubborn iron, and he is like a masterful blacksmith, wielding the Han army this sledgehammer. Hammer after hammer stretches one after another to smash, and froze to hammer more and more smaller and smaller, and the extremely patient man, at that moment, was quietly waiting for the arrival of that final moment of smashing Chu Rider into pieces and thus crushing him into powder, killing to now. He has seen the decadence of the Chu army. The surface still looks alive and well. In fact, is close to the end of the crossbow, and then raised the flag of Zhou Yin Ing Bu army was firmly blocked in the periphery. The two convergence cannot be, so the Xiangyu now is the real end of the road, the destruction of the immediate future, and even in the next moment. According to his estimation, Xiangyu should still have a force that has not been used. He naturally also has a corresponding backhand hidden. As long as the last of Xiangyu's death struggle, this big fish will fall into the net for peace, the real situation to set. Until now, all the Han generals involved in the siege of Xiangyu are cold and timid, and all of them agree that it is Han Xian who is in command and can trap Xiangyu's 20,000 fierce Chu cavalry riders like a dragon, while the rest of the people, including Han Wang Liu Bang, have been broken through the siege by Xiangyu and converged with Zhou Yin and Ing Bu's army. Think of the famous, to the unrivaled Qin Empire digging the grave of the king of Western Chu, and now come to the end of the mountain. See, this body legend will end in their hands. Spare a Han Xian war for many years, early sharpened the heart heavy as a mountain. Idle waves cannot afford to be, but also cannot help but rise a few points of arrogance. Let him some unexpected. He sent Zhou Bo, Chai Wu two fierce generals snipering Bu army, but also make the center of the army of Chao Shen ready to receive at any time. That no, according to the feedback of the battlefield, the Ing Bu army attack is called weak. The two play hard to distinguish. The flag and drums are equal. This is similar to Zhou Bo and Chai Wu's army's strength, and Ing Bu's Zhejiang army's past style of toughness and dominance, raiding and killing like mountains and rolling stones, but it's very inconsistent. Han Xian was greatly surprised, keenly sensed that there was something fishy hidden in it, asked the messenger cavalry in detail, and then heard that Ingbu had been sitting in the army to boost morale without charging in person. His eyes narrowed, and a trace of coldness rose in his heart. After some more eager questioning, I learned that Ingbu's 40,000 strong Zhejiang army has no shortage of infantry, but there seems to be a gap in the cavalry army attributed to Ingbu's personal leadership. Ingbu, after all, had surrendered to Liu Bang for a long time, and the Han army was incredibly familiar with the number of infantry and cavalry under his command. Han Xian slightly closed his eyes, his brain rapidly running. A calculation found that his battle array arrangement can be described as watertight. No matter what direction Ingbu came to attack, are enough to calmly deploy, will be trapped, even if he is the famous king of Huainan, known for the use of cavalry overbearing. He also has a very good understanding of Ingbu's military tactics, which have been passed down from Xiangyu, especially for the use of cavalry, which can be said to be profound, and can always accurately seize the weakest part of the enemy army on the chaotic battlefield, and then use the cavalry to launch a surprise attack to seal the deal. Where is the weakest part of the Han army that can make the most difference to the battle? Almost instantly, Han Xian opened his eyes, his face changed abruptly, and two words flew into his mind: rear army. Han Xian, realizing that most of his mind and heart were tied up by Xiangyu, and that he was careless for a moment and fell for Ingbu's open and secret way, busily recruited the messenger cavalry and hurriedly reported that Liu Bang was careful to pay attention to it. He counted the time, and knew that it would be too late to send a message, but he thought that Liu Bang's rear army had 60,000 soldiers, and Ingbu's cavalry would not be too many, at most several thousand. So even if he was able to deal a certain blow to Liu Bang's rear army, it would be difficult to crush Liu Bang's rear army at one stroke, unless he could accurately probe the location of Liu Bang's central army and perform the heart attack. With this in mind, Han Xian puts his heart at ease, but he is still a bit uneasy. After all, the rear army is under Liu Bang's command, not under his control. Han Xian secretly inhaled a breath. Tang straightened his body, and was about to use his reserve army to charge Xiangyu's cavalry with all his might regardless of the casualties, making sure to crush them in the shortest possible time, and completely end this battle. The war has now become a situation that both Xiangyu and Han Xian hate the most, without the slightest room for maneuvering. It is purely a hard and fast hedge to fight and consume. Request for followers, favorites, recommendations, and monthly tickets. Roll over and request. Oh, end of chapter. Chapter 49, The King of Cheese Might. Han Xian said in a deep voice to Fan Kuai and Li Shang, who have been poised on standby. It's time for you to take the field. Lead the armies under your respective command. Attack Xiangyu's cavalry and make sure to crush them. Both Fan Kuai and Li Shang belong to the 18 meritorious marquis of the founding of the Han dynasty, and also belong to the category of fierce generals. Especially Fan Kuai, who was born from killing dogs, was brave and courageous in battle, often charging at the front, but at the same time, he was also fine and sensitive, not fighting stupid battles, so he was the right choice to charge and win at the critical moment. Fan Kuai and Li Shang have been carefully observing the state of Xiangyu's 20,000 cavalry, and when they heard Han Xian's military order, they were slightly hesitant. In their opinion, Xiangyu's 20,000 cavalry troops are not exhausted yet, and launching a final attack at this time will definitely cause much more casualties, which is not the best choice. However, seeing that Han Xian's face was resolute and unquestionable, the two men looked at each other and took the order solemnly. Han Xian continued to give military orders and adjust the battle formation, when suddenly he stood rigidly on the ground and listened uncontrollably with his head turned sideways toward the rear, saying hesitantly as he did so, "Do you hear anything? Is someone shouting something?" All the generals are busy also side ear hard to listen. Really behind the army formation vaguely noisy yelling came, but not very clear. Han Xian's heart inexplicably raced, vaguely having a terrible guess. Indeed, in the hesitation of the generals shaking his head, the yelling in the fast approach, gradually from vague and chaotic become clear, until everyone heard clearly, but it is a cadre of soldiers full of ecstasy roar. Liu Bang is dead! Liu Bang is dead! Liu Bang is dead! Say the good news 3 times. King Ingbu of Zhejiang has raided the rear of the Han army and attacked and killed King Liu Bang of Han. Chu has won a great victory, and the Han's rear army is completely defeated and wiped out. Liu Bang is dead. Chu will be established. Run away. Liu Bang is dead. If you run away late it will be your turn. The terrible speculation in his heart turned into reality, but Han Xian became more and more incredulous, instinctively feeling that this is just a bluff of the Chu army to disrupt the heart of the army. In such a short period of time, how could the rear army suffer such a great defeat? That is 60,000 troops, or 60,000 pigs. The mountains led Ingbu army to catch, but also at least 1 or 2 days of work. The generals who surrounded Xiang Yu's army changed their colors and were in a state of agitation. They see that the situation is going well, and they are going to surround and kill Xiang Yu, but they don't know that the situation has changed so much that they have actually been stolen from their home, and the commander-in-chief has been killed, which is simply too much. Don't panic. The rear army has 60,000 troops, and there are Xia Hoing, Zhou Chang, Shui O, Wang Ling, and Young Tooth generals. It is not so easy to overthrow. This must be a bluffing scheme of the Chu army. Han Xian forced himself to calm down and drank to all the generals, while immediately dispatching his scouts and horses, splitting his soldiers into two, one rushing to the rear army, the other probing this group of Chu soldiers who had gone crazy and howled with great joy. Not long after the scouting horse galloped out, Chao Sun, who was sitting in the center of the army, got the exact news and sent a messenger cavalry to come here. The rear army was attacked by Ingbu's cavalry, and suffered a great defeat, and the king of Han fled in defeat, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The generals no longer have a chance. A time was shocked by the look of fear. Face to face cannot speak, and at this time, no matter the besieged Xiang Yu's army, or Zhou Yin's army or Ingbu's army, they also learned the news through these messenger cavalry, as if they were pumped with chicken blood, steeply boosting up their spirit and morale, and their battle strength soared straight up. The two generals, Fan Kuai and Li Shang, who were preparing their troops for battle, heard the news and coincidentally ordered their troops to stand by, turned around and flew back with big strides, saying to Han Xian in a deep voice, "Great General, we believe that the top priority is no longer to overthrow Xiang Yu, but to hasten to retreat and find the king of Han." Fan Kuai and Li Shang both see clearly. Now the rear army is defeated. Lu Bang's life and death is unknown. With this news spreading in the army, it is bound to lead to the army's heart fluctuation. The soldiers have no heart to fight, and the generals will have the intention to retreat. Instead, Xiang Yu, Zhou Chang and Ingbu's army's morale is high, and their strength is soaring. If we don't hurry to retreat in this situation, we are afraid that a carelessness may lead to a big defeat. As soon as the two men's words came out, the surrounding cadre of Han generals also immediately responded, saying yes in a row, with a look of impatience to get out of the battlefield. I have to say, Han Xian's strict rule of the army, the military strategy of the strong, really the name is not false. This situation actually up to the generals down to the army, did not panic, completely chaotic, unmanageable, for the behavior of the generals is tantamount to disobedience. Han Xian is not how angry, a frown, to patiently explain the stakes to them clearly. In Han Xian's opinion, although the rear army is defeated, it is not harmful to the current situation, and the strength of Han army is still absolutely superior. So as long as he inspires all the generals to resist the final counterattack of Xiang Yu, Zhou Chang, Ingbu and other armies, the victory will still belong to the Han army. If you retreat at this time, Lu Bang's several years of hard work, and paid a large price to invite himself and Peng Yu to form the siege of Xiang Yu, will be a complete failure. This kind of ambush on all sides cannot kill Xiang Yu. He was given a chance to catch his breath, and after that, it will undoubtedly be difficult to have this kind of opportunity again. The city of Gaixia, which had been quiet since the start of the war, suddenly howled again from the loudspeakers at the city's head. Han Xian, what are you waiting for? We've already destroyed Lu Bang as promised. It's up to you next. King of Qi, remember the original agreement, and destroy the Han army from the inside and the outside. The King of Qi is mighty. The generation of Han shall rise. The allied forces of Qi and Chu are invincible. The only heroes in the world today are the King of Hegemony and the King of Qi. Upon hearing this fervent shouting, the surrounding cadre of Han generals suddenly looked at Han Xian, their eyes all out of place for a moment. According to reason, these generals are naturally able to hear that this is just the Chu army's disengagement trick, to be put in the past. They do laugh it off, will not believe in the slightest. However, he has just rebelled against Zhou Yin and Ingbu. If Han Xian is more loyal to the Han king, how can he be more loyal than Ingbu's hatred to Xiang Yu? But he surrendered to Xiang Yu again, so who can guarantee his loyalty? Besides, the bottom line is that Han Xian himself has under his ass, leaving the generals to wonder. Since the beginning of the war, under his command, those who fought with Xiang Yu's army and suffered heavy casualties were the Han army under Lu Bang's command. As for the Qi army under his own command, it has not been put into battle, and led by Chao Shen to sit in the center of the army, with almost no loss of a soldier. In the past, Lu Bang was well, it would be fine, but in today's Lu Bang's rear army was suddenly attacked, and Lu Bang's life and death is unknown at the fateful moment, which inevitably appears to be incomparably eye-catching. The situation fluctuates when people's hearts fluctuate. In case this guy really harbors evil intentions, then the entire Han army can be rested. I have to say, this shouting of the Chu army, accurately captured the mustiness of the two armies of Han and Qi. And at the same time the timing was selected in the time when Liu Bang suffered a serious injury and did not know when he was dead. Attacking the hearts and minds of the people, counting on human nature, cannot be described as a stratagem of disassociation, but there are a few points of the flavor of the unanswerable Yangmo. End of chapter. Chapter 50, Inadequate and Inadequate Plans. Looking at the skeptical gazes of the generals, Han Xin was truly furious, his short eyebrows throbbing and his face turning blue, yet he also knew that a little impatience is a big plan, and he forced himself to explain. This is the stratagem of the Chu army. Can't you hear it? I, Han Xin, am grateful to the king of Han for his kindness, so how can I be a capricious villain and rebel against him like Yingbu and Zhou? Although the rear army was crushed by Yingbu, the king of Han is just escaping. He should not be worried about his life. In this situation, we should focus more on the front, and work together to realize King Han's previously established military strategy of overthrowing Xiangyu in one fell swoop. In the face of Han Xin's patient explanation, Fan Kuai's face was wooden as he took a step forward and bowed slightly. Great General, we do not doubt your loyalty to the Han King, but right now you want to continue to overthrow the Chu army. You can, but please also ask the Great General to lead the Qi army under his command to be the first to set an example and take the lead in charging the battlefield, so that we, the Han army, and I, Fan Kuai, should follow closely behind. Not bad. As long as Great General personally leads the Qi army and attacks Xiangyu, we will naturally follow everyone's orders and fight bravely. Li Shang also opened his mouth to match Fan Kuai and squeezed Han Xin. Fan Kuai's words were undoubtedly extremely revealing and hit Han Xin right in the head. Fan Kuai was outwardly crude, but inwardly he was extremely meticulous. In his opinion, the most important thing now is not to kill Xiangyu's Chu army, but how to keep the vital force of Han army, especially to keep the overwhelming strength advantage over Han Xin's Qi army and Pang Yu's Liang army. Which is more important? The Han army originally had 260,000 troops, Han Xin's 90,000 troops, and Pang Yu's 80,000 troops, and had been maintaining total suppression of Han Xin's and Pang Yu's troops. But now the Han army's rear army of 60,000 is destroyed, and with the losses from the great battles with Xiangyu, Yingbu, and Zhou Yin's armies, it is no longer dominant over Han Xin's and Pang Yu's armies. If we continue to fight and destroy Xiangyu, Yingbu and Zhou Yin's army, at least tens of thousands or even more than 100,000, even if we win, how can we suppress Qi and Liang's armies after the war? Therefore, at this time to retreat, to welcome back Liu Bang, regroup, then forced Han Xin army and Pang Yu army down, the three armies to deal with the Chu army. But is not better than the Han army alone to bear the casualties of the destruction of the Chu army? From Han Xin's standpoint, he was made a great general by Liu Bang, and it was necessary for him to fulfill the tasks set by Liu Bang for him to achieve the set combat goals. However, the extermination of Xiangyu was the primary desire of Han King Liu Bang, not his or Pang Yu's will. Therefore, he can command Liu Bang's Han army as the main force to kill Xiangyu. As for his Qi army, Pang Yu's Liang army, to help surround and kill Xiangyu, playing auxiliary, it is just, go to fight in the front line, especially also have to withstand Xiangyu's last berserk blow, with the cost of heavy casualties of the soldiers under his command to do the dowry for the great Han, and they are not crazy, how can they possibly agree to it? You should know that right now. Han Xin and Pang Yu, one of them actually got the land of Qi, and the other one owns the land of Liang. Both of them have got what they want, and they are willing to be enough. And how are they willing to fight for Liu Bang for their own family background? So a disagreement arose between the two sides and there was a stalemate. Han Xin angrily pulled the great general's sword from his waist and raised it high. Are you trying to disobey me? I am still the great general. Military orders are like mountains, and those who disobey them will be beheaded. So think carefully. As a last resort, Han Xin used his own authority as a great general in an attempt to subdue the dissension of Fan Kuai and other generals, which no Fan Kuai blatantly unafraid, eyes round open, Hedgehog Zhang's beard straight up, mighty as a furious tiger, one hand holding a shield and one hand pressing the sword, shouted. King Qi's position as a great general was also conferred by King Han. Right now, the King of Han's life and death are unknown, so our first priority is to seize the time to find the King of Han, and secondly, to maintain a living force for the King of Han. Therefore, forgive us for being difficult to follow orders. Fan Kuai is not only Liu Bang's youngest son, but also Liu Bang's brother-in-law who has been following him since he started the war against the Qin dynasty, so he has a special status, and now he is taking the lead to disobey the order. And the generals of the Han army around him responded one after another to stand behind him and look at Han Xin angrily with their swords, not waiting to overthrow the Chu army. See the Han army itself, this is going to implode, and from this it is not difficult to see. Han Xin, this great general, have Liu Bang's support, but can do the military order, lost Liu Bang's support, such as the eye. Like a joke, Liu Bang under the trekking brigade, no one really bird him. A sense of powerlessness flooded Han Xin's heart, that even if he was divine in the art of war and commanded battle formations to the highest level, he was still powerless in the face of this scene. In the past, Liu Bang under the banner of Zhang Liang, Chen Ping and other strategists used plotting and scheming to calculate Xiang Yu, resulting in Xiang Yu aid one after another dark loss. They looked on with cold eyes, cannot help but feel good, but now the turn of their own head, only to find that the taste is really too mother of a hard time. Just as the air between the two sides froze and wanted to explode, the messenger flying cavalry had come to report one after another. Report, Zhou Yin's army. Ingbu's army's military heart is greatly boosted. Morale is high. Blocking Jin Shi's army, Zhou Bo's and Chai Wu's armies. Generals are beginning to appear to flee, and have been about to be unable to stop them. Report, Xiang Yu personally came to the front line and started to personally lead the cavalry charge. The besieged Xiang Yu's army of Dong Xie, Zhang Yu, Ding Li, Wang Suk and other armies have an unstable front line, faltering, and are in jeopardy under Xiang Yu's army's attack. Report, the Chu army in Gaixia city led by Xiang Sheng suddenly killed and rushed towards General Chao Sen's center army. General Chao Sen asked the great general to send troops to support him immediately. News after news came flying in, but there was not a single piece of good news. It was all a chain reaction brought about by the collapse of Liu Bang's rear army. However, even so, Han Xin still looks unchanged, still has full confidence. Can be one of the pacification. Of course, the premise that the Han army generals to obey his orders. Great general, order a retreat. Fan Kuai pleaded in a deep voice. Great general, order a retreat. Li Shang stepped forward and bowed. Great general, order a retreat. All the Han generals shouted in unison. Shut up, if you don't want to fight. I'll transfer Pang Yu's army and Kongxi's army to join the battle. Now is the opportunity of a lifetime. The destruction of Xiang Yu is today. There is no room for error. Han Xin drew his great general's sword and slashed it hard on a few cases, his beard and hair flying, and shouted angrily. Fan Kuai, Li Shang and other generals were shocked and looked at each other, unable to speak. Report, great general. The Pingyu army suddenly pulled up their camp and began a slow retreat to the northeast. General Kongxi sent his men to probe, and could not get a reply. General Kongxi asks what to do, whether to block, defend, or attack. Han Xin's tall body shook with a look of disbelief, clearly shaken by the unexpected news. Fan Kuai and Li Shang's generals were also dramatically changed in color. Peng Yu has also been convinced by Dechu? Could it be that this is truly the will of heaven? Send a message to Kongxi, keep a tight defense, as long as Peng Yu's army doesn't take the initiative to attack. Don't block, let alone attack, let him leave, Han Xin sharply ordered, turning his head to point at a group of Han generals, indignantly saying, you and other harpies are not enough to conspire with. At this moment, Han Xin knew that defeating Xiang Yu and overthrowing Chu had become a complete impossibility, and with a long sigh, he completely cut off his thoughts and said with a cold face, it's okay to retreat, but can you follow my orders? If you still disobey me like this, or disobey me like this, then you can do it on your own, and retreat on your own. Fan Kuai and Li Shan looked at each other, but they didn't dare to make any more fuss at the moment, and said in unison, the great general has promised to retreat, so how can we not follow orders? If we don't, we will be subject to military justice. Both Fan Kuai and Li Shang know very well that it is easy to retreat from the current situation, but if they are not careful, it may turn into a big rout. Both of them undoubtedly don't have the ability to withdraw hundreds of thousands of troops from the battlefield comfortably and bring them out safely. After all, Xiang Yu, Zhou Yin, Ying Bu, Xiang Shang and other hundreds of thousands of troops are still eyeing on the sidelines and wanting to tear off a piece of fat meat from the Han army. There is only one person who can do this currently, and that is the great general Han Xin in front of us. The reason why Han Xin was so highly respected by the current and even later generations was his superb ability to command troops. Han Xin naturally knows that his military law, right now to these Han army generals is a joke, but also know that the retreat is what they expect, but also will not disobey, and do not bother to say more. Immediately began to pass down the military orders one by one, to arrange for how the various armies retreat. At the end, he snapped again, order all armies to beat the war drums to motivate morale. At the same time, send a military torture team to patrol the camp, and if there is any military spirit floating around in those who flee in disorganized formation, regardless of the generals and soldiers, behead them, then pass the heads to each battalion. Fan Kuai and Li Shan looked at each other, their hearts secretly relieved. They had no objection to the military strategy of retreat arranged by Han Xin. And as for the final battle drums to motivate morale and the harsh suppression by the military torture squad to forcefully suppress the fluctuation in military morale caused by the attack on the rear army where Lu Bang's life and death were unknown, it was even more agreeable to them. The two men followed closely beside Han Xin, not moving an inch. Fan Kuai, in particular, had his hand on his sword, and his eyes were fierce. So it was clear that once Han Xin commanded an unfavorable retreat and put the Han army into a rout, he would not hesitate to kill him immediately. End of chapter. Chapter 51. Xia Hoing led hundreds of his personal guards to rush out of the rear army, discarding the entire rear army which was already in complete chaos and hitting his horse with all his might to chase after Lu Bang in the direction he flew away. As Lu Bang's coachman and personal army captain, the most trusted believer, Xia Hoing did not let down Lu Bang's trust, and gave his own duty. Positioning has been incredibly clear. The first task is to defend Lu Bang, to ensure his safety. Therefore, as soon as Lu Bang fled, he immediately did not hesitate. Even if the 3,000 elite generals are also said to give up on the abandonment, not frowned, those of the 3,000 elite riders who, like him, had broken away from the line halfway and fled, gradually rode to catch up with him, slowly allowing him to regroup nearly 1,000 people. If you want to protect Lu Bang, you need to have enough troops in your hands. For these soldiers who fled from the battlefield, Xia Hoing did not blame them and collected all of them. At the same time, Ingbu led more than 1,000 horsemen to chase after him like crazy, searching desperately in all directions, obviously wanting to find Lu Bang and kill him. I also don't understand how he suddenly seems to be suffering from this insanity, with a posture of not stopping until he kills Lu Bang. Perhaps in the hands of Xiang Chang was defeated again and again, by his repeated plots to force him to surrender. And now the raid on the rear camp of the Han army was completely stolen by this kid, so that he held back a belly full of heart fire with no place to vent it, and then all dumped on Lu Bang's head. After chasing for a while, Ingbu suddenly saw from afar a remnant army of 110 men dragging Lu Bang's handsome flag, fleeing in a hasty manner towards the northwest. He was overjoyed and led his horse to rush desperately. After catching up with him, he realized that it was Lu Shang, the Longzhong riding beside Lu Bang, who deliberately flaunted Lu Bang's flag and dressed up as Lu Bang to lure him to come after him. Ingbu, making peace with the Xiang traitors who killed his wife and children. You are shameless, betraying the king of Han, being capricious and going back on your word. You shall not die. Lu Sheng cursed. Ingbu was furious and stormed with his horse, routing this Han army in one fell swoop, and Lu Shang was stabbed to death by his own spear as he rushed forward, knowing that chasing the wrong Ingbu, leading the cavalry and turned to the southwest to chase down, halfway accidentally met Xia Hoing. They had a fierce battle, and each of them was killed or wounded. Ingbu knew that he had lost the best time to kill Lu Bang, but he was also concerned about the situation in the rear camp, so he led his troops back with hatred. Along the way back, constantly encountered the fleeing Han army soldiers, immediately riding to kill. Han soldiers cannot escape, kneel down to surrender, like cattle and sheep gathered, driven back, to return to the camp, captured as many as 3,000 or 4,000 people. Xia Hoing originally also pursued to the southwest, and a great battle with Ingbu, from his mouth to learn from the northwest to chase over, just killed Lu Bang Longzhong riding LV Shang, the spirit of a revitalization, and when Ingbu led the army to retreat, he turned to lead the troops and turned back to the northwest to chase. As expected, after pursuing for more than 20 miles, he really caught up with Lu Bang, who was fleeing in haste under the escort of 100 or 10 generals. Lu Bang is worthy of being the originator of the escape. The escape trick is more. He fled in front, let LV Shang Zhang banner fled in the back. LV Shang was caught up. Ingbu instinctively thought that Lu Bang fled to the other direction, so no longer chased, so that he was able to get out of the trap peacefully. Seeing the rear of the chase is Xia Hoing, Lu Bang hanging heart finally put down, grabbed Xia Hoying's sleeve and cried bitterly. Tears and snot straight up. Will be messy beard dip moistened a mess. Xia Hoing is his hair little and beloved. Understand him better than understand themselves. Know that he yesterday sees Xiangyu destruction is imminent. The situation is very good. Secretly has begun to do up face south said I sit in the world of the Emperor's dream. Today the situation suddenly turned sharply down a mess to this point. Not only the death of Xiangyu turn over, their own Emperor's dream cannot be done. And more precarious almost like a lost dog hunted down on the side of the road. This huge gap for a time led him hard to accept, and therefore emotional outburst. This huge gap for a time led him difficult to accept, so the emotions out of control. Xia Hoing whispered, King Han respects himself. Right now all the generals are looking at you. You still need to give a boost to morale. Lu Bang's howling cries stagnated, and then he wailed, Zifang, my Zifang is dying. My heart aches. Xia Hoing was shocked, turned his head and looked around, and realized that only Chen Ping followed beside the strategist, and Zhang Liang was really missing. Xia Hoing was shocked and said, "How could the military counselor die when he followed the king of Han around?" Lu Bang, who had finished performing the scene of grieving heartbreaker for a group of generals, wiped his tears and sighed. Zifong was also hit by a cold arrow. "That cold arrow hit me first, then the second arrow hit Zifong, hitting his right rib." Lu Bang held up his left arm, wrapped in white silk and bloodstained, to show Xia Hoing. In front of the soldiers carrying a stretcher in fear and go. This time the stretcher carried back, lying on top of Zhang Lian unconscious, handsome face pale as white cowhide, thin body, chest position wrapped thick layers of white silk, a dark red blood stain seeped out. The injury is not light. Xia Hoing was furious. Cold arrow? It's that dog thief. Such audacity. Lu Bang shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying in a certain tone, "Xiang Ju, that dog thief is a fraudulent surrender." Xia Hoing was shocked, couldn't help but say, "Xiang Ju father Xiang Tang was shot by Xiang Chang himself. Can't it be that Xiang Tang voluntarily sacrificed himself to gain trust?" Chen Ping, who has been silent, opened his mouth and said, "Xiang Xiang is not great enough to do this, but Xiang Ju has been turned back by Xiang Chang, since Xiang Chang was able to persuade Zhou Ying Bu, and other first-class figures in the world to resurrender. How difficult is it to persuade Xiang Ju?" Lu Bang also holds this view. With his cleverness, secretly measured the reason why Xiang Ju can be so smooth by Xiang Chang persuasion. Forget the father's revenge to return to Chu. Half of the reason to be in him the Han King. It is that he first treated Xiang Ju with contempt, and then because of the death of the irrigation baby, he was very angry, making Xiang Ju fearful. For a while Lu Bang was greatly chagrined. Just this mind he naturally kept secret. There is no need to explain to the generals. Xia Hoing thought of the previous Zhang Liang through the Xiang Tang constantly informed of the Chu intelligence, access to a variety of facilities, ultimately leading to the Xiang Tang anger overlord father and son, in last night by the Xiang clan to clean up the door, suffered a horrible death, and the turn of the day today he was seriously injured in the hands of the Xiang Tang son. Xiang Ju can be described as out of the mix. Sooner or later we'll always have to pay back. Think of the Han army dominance. Look at the situation against the final. That no but a day and night work. The situation suddenly flipped to this. Even with Lu Bang almost died. And this is all due to that is just a teenage boy. Review his series of mean strategy. Let Xia Hoing cannot help but think of a person. When the 6 countries to wear the seal of the Prime Minister, with 3 inches of tongue to stir up the world's wind and clouds, so that the vassal states have to dance with his tongue and the vertical and horizontal Suqin. Xiang Yu, with the help of such a son, is afraid that it will be more difficult for him to be overthrown in the future. By this time it was getting dark, and the people who were out of trouble began to rest on the ground. Without food, the crowd had to endure hunger. Some cavalrymen found a small river nearby, and the crowd barely drank their fill of water. On the second day, the cavalry was sent to the neighboring villages to search for food and drink, and at the same time, they went to Gaixia city to inquire about the news. In the afternoon, the cavalryman who went to Gaixia city to find out news led Chao Sin and Fu Quan to come. As soon as Lu Bang saw them, he only thought that his army was also crushed by Xiang Yu and his face changed greatly. Fortunately, the two of them were busy informing him about the war information, which made him put down his heart. Yesterday, Han Xin and Fan Kuai and Li Shan personally went into battle, leading an elite force to attack instead of defend, blocking Xiang Yu, Zhou Yin, and Ying Bu's armies, while dispatching generals to command the army to orderly detach from the battlefield and slowly retreat toward the north. Among them, Zhou Yin was greedy for success, separated from Xiang Yu's army and Ying Bu's army, and pursued the attack alone in an attempt to crush the retreating Han army and make a great success. But he was heavily attacked by Han Xin, who seized the opportunity to set up an ambush. Xiang Yu and Ying Bu, who had been following closely and waiting for a chance to fight, were deterred from pressing too hard, and with Kongshi 70,000 troops watching from the sidelines, the Han army finally succeeded in breaking away from Gaixia and retreated peacefully. At present, the main force of the Han army was not lost, and retreated to set up camp in the north of Gaixia city, in which Han Xin sat down and waited for Lu Bang. Lu Bang was delighted at his words. End of chapter. Chapter 52, Death to All. You say that it was you who shot 2 cold arrows in a row, one hitting Lu Bang and the other hitting Zhang Liang, causing Lu Bang to flee in fear? So the first credit for this great victory against the Han army's rear guard lies with you. Xiang Chang had his hands behind his back as he looked at the familiar figure kneeling in front of him and was surprised. Xiang Ju kneeled on the ground and didn't dare to move. His voice with inexplicable timid cowering came from under the sleeves of his robe. It was eunuch Chang who drove the fire ox to disorganize the queue of Lu Bang's onslaught, and personally charged to attract Lu Bang's attention, which allowed me to succeed in stealing the shot by a fluke. The first credit goes to Duke Chang. Xiang Chang tilted his head back and laughed. but his eyes were icy cold, without a trace of laughter. For this uncle of his, at this moment he admitted that he was a bit blind, only thought he was a timid and cowardly to some wimpy goods, such as even to avenge his father did not dare. Who would have thought? In the critical moment of opportunity, this guy also has a categorical strike to seize the ruthlessness. Xiang Ju shot Lu Bang. Xiang Chang was not surprised at all. Since his treatment in Lu Bang's army, we can see that Lu Bang was not a fan of him, and he was with the welcome to marry Lu Bang's daughter that burning heart to cast Han. This cold treatment, no doubt by the head poured a pot of cold water. And that's not all. His defection to Han was utilized by Xiang Chang, which directly led to the destruction of Guing and his 5,000 elite cavalry in an ambush. Lu Bang, who had no place to vent his anger, turned his wrath on him and drove all the clansmen, generals and guards that he had brought with him to do hard labor. Although he was not punished at the moment, there was no guarantee that he would not be settled in the future. In the past, in the Chu army camp, Xiang Ju was highly regarded because of Xiang Tang's identity and power. In the Xiang family clan is also extremely attention, has been not weaker than the existence of Xiang Chang, to Lu Bang Han army camp after the fall to this point, such a huge psychological gap, for him in the past is no different from the proud son of the sky, and how can he stand it? Under the resentment. It is not surprising at all that Lu Bang shot Lu Bang to take the credit for rejoining the Chu army. What really surprised Xiang Chang was that he actually shot an arrow at Zhang Liang in an attempt to kill him as well, but Zhang Liang had taken him in as his nephew and treated him well. It can be seen that he is timid and cowardly is true, but in order to their own interests, such as returning to the Chu, have enough credit to enjoy the glory and wealth again. The key time is still clear-headed enough, but also really dare to put his life on the line to fight. The head is not confused and the honest man is not honest. This is Xiang Chang's assessment of this uncle of his. Xiang Ju, since you know very well what you want and dare to fight for it, even if it's cowardly, you're not really a loser. You're available. Although Lu Bang was defeated and the siege of Gaixia city was temporarily lifted, the overall strength of the Han army has not been lost. In order to defeat the dreamy group led by Lu Bang, Xiang Chang desperately needs to build up his strength, and he will not let go of any little bit of it. As for whether these forces are thorny or not, whether they contain poison or not, Xiang Chang smiled coldly. If he doesn't even have the heart to accommodate forces with ulterior motives and selfish motives, what is there to talk about taking over the world? Directly last night, there is no need to struggle. Peacefully lying equal to death is. You are my uncle. How can you kneel and worship me? Get up quickly. You've made a great achievement. And in Chu, we reward for achievement and penalize for fault. So we make a clear distinction between reward and punishment. After I report to my father, I will edict my officials that you went undercover with the Han army last night, and then you will inherit Xiang Tang's patriarchal position. Listening to Xiang Chang's words, the surrounding 110 Dichu clansmen, generals, and guards who had been following Xiang Ju's casting into Han with tense faces, breathed a long sigh of relief and let out a cheer. They are all incredibly clear in their minds that following Xiang Ju to join the Han has made them all carry original sins on their bodies, and even if they come back, they will be typed into another book and won't be trusted again. In order to regain the trust of Chu, back to Chu to retain the original status and power. Today followed Xiang Chang's scourge of the Han army rear army. They one by one, brave and fearless, until the Han army rear army completely collapsed. They are all exhausted before giving up. Naturally, during the period of death and injury is also not light. What they can't imagine is that their master, who is a bit of a wimp, brought them a big surprise in the nick of time, and actually saw the right time to put a cold arrow to shoot and injure Lu Bang and Zhang Liang, and made such a great achievement. Xiang Chang's words, equal to the direct whitewash of a group of them. Not only to join the Han is no longer a sin, but instead is the fear of danger and humiliation of the merit. So how can they not smile and look relaxed? Listening to Xiang Chang's words, Xiang Ju was not how joyful, keeping the posture of worship motionless. This scene as the surrounding clan generals will not be a whole. One by one, looking at him, heart anxious, itching to go forward to help him up to thank you. Xiang Chang was also stunned. A turn of the mind. Immediately understands Xiang Ju meaning. The eyes of the child chills slowly spread to the face, slowly stood up, examining the ambush of this uncle. Silent, sensing the change in Xiang Chang's attitude. Xiang Ju, who was crouching on the ground, had his heart tightened for a while, and his body shivered slightly under excessive fear. To their nephew of the sly and venomous, far-reaching planning, watertight means, since last night to now he is really to area 16 years of age froze Lu Bang, Ying Bu and other old geezer, Zhang Liang, Chen Ping and other strongest brain to play to fool the group, even if he is an uncle and now on it is also afraid as a tiger. Fear has added. Xiang Tang is my father after all. My father did something wrong in a moment of confusion, then I have to be the son to correct and repay. I would like to give up the patriarch's position and start from an ordinary soldier, to atone for my father's sins with this bit of insignificant merit of my own, and I hereby implore eldest prince to be able to give him a little bit, and retain a little bit of decency for him. Xiang Ju hardened his head and pleaded in a low voice. Xiang Chang narrowed his eyes and thought for half a second and slowly nodded his head, the coldness of his face melting away. It's rare that you have such filial piety. Well, I will allow your father to be buried in his ancestral tomb, and thereafter, our Xiang clan's clan register will continue to list your father as the patriarch in the Grand Chu Shengshu order. But you have to remember, your father's offense is unpardonable. The reason for this grace lies entirely in the merit you have made today. Xiang Ju was overjoyed and panicked as he kowtowed repeatedly. The position of clan head is also still temporarily assumed by you, and in the future, you must remember and always be like today, to distinguish between inside and outside relatives and enemies, to safeguard the interests of my Chu, to safeguard the interests of my Xiang clan, and to kill without amnesty any being who harms my Chu or seeks to gain the interests of my Xiang clan. These words, likewise, are addressed to you, Xiang Chang said in the end, looking towards those clan members and escorting generals who followed Xiang Ju to join Han. His tone was stern and not angry. All the clansmen and generals were in awe, kneeling down and bending their heads in response. Xiang Ju's tone was choked with sobs, raised his head and swore, I Xiang Ju hereby swear that in the future, I will always obey the admonitions of Xiang Chang's eldest son, shoulder the duties of the patriarch, and safeguard the interests of the Dechu and Xiang clansmen. If I violate this, everyone will be executed. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Distribution of the Spoils of War. Under the impact of Yu Hai's 4,000 iron horsemen, coupled with the burning fire, the Han army's rear army completely collapsed. The soldiers who were lucky not to die, routed and fled in all directions, and those who could not escape in time or had no way to escape, had to kneel down and surrender. The cavalry under Yu Hai's command also split up into several groups, some chasing around to kill the deserters, while others stayed in the camp to continue clearing out the surrendered soldiers. These Chu cavalry attacked and killed the destruction of no one to stop, for the battlefield cleanup after the battle is also rough and rough, completely wanton. Some Han troops are kneeling to surrender, but also vertical troops trampled through, randomly slaughtered. After disposing of Xiang Ju, Xiang Chang opened his eyes and looked around, frowned when he saw it, and immediately commanded Xiang Ju to lead the clansmen, generals, and guards to gather the descending troops, extinguish the fire, and clean up the battlefield. For those beasts like killing Red Eye, to the descending army massacre of the cavalry, he also did not pretend to color, personally went up and scolded, forcing them to converge. One of the generals was killing, and he was scolded, and saw that Xiang Chang was only in his teens, so he was even more contemptuous, and he stood up his blood-drenched lance. There's a little boy here who's making a lot of noise, and I'll kill you with one shot. At this time, a general recognized Xiang Chang and busily went forward to pull the general and whispered something to him. That writing general's anger was suddenly eliminated, shrinking his neck, twisting his head and going straight away, really not daring to continue to slaughter the descending troops. This writing general in the back gave Xiang Chang a humble smile and turned to yell at his generals to start cleaning up the battlefield according to Xiang Chang's arrangement. This Chu right now many know the identity of Xiang Chang, know that today's so smooth to achieve such a big victory, and also very low battle losses. The first credit lies in the Chu Long's son. First lone deep into the Han army's rear army successfully locate Lu Bang's old man in the army tent, so that they hollowed out the tactics can be carried out. And secondly, drive the fire oxen array to preemptively impact Lu Bang's middle army. Lu Bang scared of the guts of the hasty and fled, which led to the Han army's entire rear army collapsed, so that their raid became incredibly easy. Their surprise attack became incredibly easy. Otherwise, even if they won, it would be incredibly difficult, and it was not known how many of the 5,000 cavalry would remain after the battle. Therefore, in response to his strict orders, no one dared to act out for a while. Seeing that his order was successfully conveyed down, the Chu army began to drive the disarmed prisoners together to concentrate on guarding and extinguishing the fire, counting and collecting the armament and armor, flags, grain and grass and other military supplies. Only then did Xiang Chang really relax and stood up on a small hill to rest. Until then, the nerves that had been as taut as iron wires since he crossed over, only then did he truly relax, and Xiang Chang felt a huge wave of fatigue sweeping over him, and he couldn't wait to fall head over heels and go to sleep right away. Knowing that now was not a good time to rest, he stood on a small mound, stuck his halberd in the ground, and stood with his back against the pole of the halberd, resting slightly. At this time, Yu Hai, who was chasing the fleeing army, rode back and saw the cavalry methodically counting the battlefield, extinguishing the fire and escorting the captives, and couldn't help but be greatly surprised when he asked the generals, He heard that it was the arrangement of Xiang Chang's eldest son, and he was busy beating his horse to come and pay his respects. When he reached the bottom of the small mound, he jumped off his horse and was just about to walk up to greet him when he saw Xiang Chang let out a loud, bright and affable laugh that came over first. But General Yu Hai? General just defeated the Han Army's rear army in one fell swoop and achieved such a great victory. You've labored hard and made great achievements. Quickly accept Xiang Chang's gift. Hearing this, not expecting Xiang Chang to treat him with such affection and respect, Yu Hai was pleasantly surprised for a while. Yu Hai's mouth stinks behind his back, and he seems to despise Xiang Chang's teenage boy, but when he sees him in person, he is in awe. Xiang Chang was born in the old Chu noble family, and is currently the eldest son of Chu. The identity can be said to be honored to the extreme. How can he be compared to this mud-legged boy? Moreover, today, he is bold enough to go deep and make the first achievement of overthrowing the Han Army's rear guard. For those of them who rolled out of the sea of blood in the mountains of corpses, the military success of the hard sword and hard shot, undoubtedly the most valued by them to recognize. Xiang Chang quickly walked down from the small mound and held Yu Hei's hands and shook them vigorously. Today in the camp of the king of Zhejiang, the general saved the day. Hardened LV Matong, thwarted Liu Bang's plot to seize the military power of the king of Zhejiang, and made a heavenly achievement, which is really a loyal and good general of the king of Zhejiang's humorous in heart, and a loyal and good general of the liver and guts. After a pause, Xiang Chang added with emotion, according to my observation, most of the generals who talk in a boastful manner are useless and incompetent. Only General Yu Hai, who is not good at talking, straightforward and without so many flowers, has real talent like iron and stone. Just now, when I saw it, it was true. General Yu Hai's use of military veteran, like wildfire invasion, unstoppable. 60,000 Han troops were crushed at the touch of a button. I think it's not below my father and the king of Zhejiang. After this kind of achievement, the king of Zhejiang will not be stingy with the reward, and the future of General Yu Hai is just around the corner. My father's 18 vassals have all been poisoned by Liu Bang, and there are a lot of empty thrones. One of them, I am afraid to fall to the head of General Yu Hai. Ha ha ha. Yu Hai, a big old man, was the king of the eldest son, shook his arm in such praise, for a time with his mouth wide open, completely speechless. Only think that the one who gave birth to me parents, know me Xiang Chang's son also. At this time there were dozens of soldiers, carrying a dozen large wooden boxes, planted a dozen quail-like, shivering and pathetic frightened maidens in ox carts, and walked under the mound. A general stepped forward and whispered a few words to Yu Hai. A trace of embarrassment flew past the corner of his eyes. He grinned a forced smile and said stiffly to Xiang Chang, eldest son, just now the soldiers cleared the battlefield and there was a big harvest. This battle was a great success for eunuch Chang. This is 1,000 pounds of gold and 12 women, the share of the battle catch that should be distributed to you. Upon hearing this, Xiang Go and other generals who stood behind Xiang Chang were overjoyed and were about to step forward to receive it. Xiang Chang is the heart of the cold smile. Liu Bang and a cadre of beloved bureaucrats fled in a hurry. The accumulation of recent years cannot have time to take away. Stayed in that dozen of white camel tents, just gold at least to 10,000 pounds to count, beautiful women, brocade, beads and shellfish. Money is estimated to be more than counted. And now come up with these su liao liao. This is to send out the cholera. The corner of Xiang Chang's mouth curled up, not even looking at the dozen or so boxes of gold, and said indifferently, General Yu Hai has a good heart. Here I would like to ask General Yu Hai for one thing. I don't know if General Yu Hai can promise? Seeing that Xiang Chang did not seem to be annoyed, Yu Hai's weak heart settled down a little and he busily said, please feel free to do as you please, eldest prince. Xiang Chang sighed and looked up at the corpses of the Zhejiang king's cavalry soldiers who died on the road of the charge just now and are now being collected and buried by their robes, and said with a sullen and solemn face, the soldiers who raided Liu Bang's Han army today are all good men of my Chu. For those who survived and lived, the king of Zhejiang will surely reward them without stint. As for these soldiers who died, I would like to ask General Yu Hai to evenly distribute these dozen or so boxes of gold to their families. They all have parents, wives, sons and daughters, and this treasure will surely help their families slightly, so that when their souls return to the ground, they will not be so worried about their living relatives losing their reliance, and will be able to walk a little more at ease. Thank you, brothers, for catching up on your reading, rewarding, favoriting, commenting, recommending and monthly votes. I really appreciate it. I'm so grateful. End of chapter. Chapter 54, impressed. Not expecting Xiang Chang to say something like this, Yu Hai was astonished. Both the generals escorting the gold and the generals behind Xiang Chang also had their mouths wide open, not knowing what to do. In this present age of low productivity, they came out to rebel. But it was just that Dechin's strict laws and overexpression had made it impossible for them to live, so they had to put up a fight. Therefore, since the day they came out, they have already put their heads on the waist of their pants, living one day at a time. If by any chance they can live to the end, it is their luck and good fortune. If they die in the middle of the road, it is also their bad luck. No one else. Whoever is their general is not obligated to give them a war death pension. At most, some generals, the looting or war reward money, in advance with the good robe agreed, if he died in battle, by the robe to send home. And now Xiang Chang actually will be 1,000 kilograms of gold, without blinking to those who died in the war. A time really will be confused them. Yu Hai couldn't understand Xiang Chang's move. In his opinion, these lowly soldiers can be selected into the cavalry, ride big horses, wear armor, eat well, and have rewards for meritorious service, which has already given them a face, like in heaven, but also want to get a pension after death? Thinking of farts to eat it. However, seeing that Xiang Chang did not look like he was joking, he assumed that it was this noble gentleman's quirk, and although he felt troubled, he still clasped his fists and promised to do so. So those soldiers lifted up these dozen boxes of gold and transported them back. Just as they walked, they couldn't help but look back towards Xiang Chang. At a time when it was completely natural for generals and other higher-ups to eat more and take more, soldiers like them at the bottom of the hierarchy were living in dire straits, such as like food and drink, which was just barely enough to eat every day. They are still the cavalry army. The treatment is still relatively good. The rest of the infantry army, and even the logistical supply wagon army, even beans, millet cannot eat enough yet, precisely because it has always been like this. They are used to it and have no complaints, nor do they feel that there is anything wrong. Xiang Chang to the identity of the eldest son of Chu, for the first time to pay attention to their soldiers who have been killed in battle, but let their hearts flooded with a strange feeling. A thought cannot help but jump out. If you follow the eldest son of Xiang Chang to fight, to become his subordinates. Xiang Chang turned to look at Xianggo and the other guards, pointed out 12 people and said in a deep voice, "This time, you guys have done a good job in undercover work and also fought bravely, especially the 12 of you. You've won the most battles. I want to reward you. These 12 women, each of you will take one as your wife. Battlefield soldiers can't take women with them. They can be sent back home to serve their parents first." Xianggo and the other 12 soldiers were overjoyed. These women were pretty in appearance and were enjoyed by the top generals and courtiers of Lu Bang's camp. Where in the past could it be their turn? Panically kneeling down to thank Xiang Chang for his grace. One by one, their faces red with excitement, they walked to the ox cart, and in the envious eyes of the rest of the soldiers, slightly clumsily led a woman each. The reason why Xiang Chang chose to merely assign these guards, is certainly that these guards are brave in combat, but also lies in the fact that after those clansmen and generals return to the Chu army camp, there is simply no shortage of beautiful women based on their status and power. Xiang Ju on the side of the heart a touch of bitterness swept through, knowing that their own batch of father left behind the loyal guards, thereafter undoubtedly have to heart to Xiang Chang, thinking of Xiang Chang's generosity and generous treatment of his soldiers, which is very different from the overlord's small-mindedness, and that Chu might really be able to regain its past glory in his hands. He inexplicably perked up again. For Xiang Chang's move, Yu Hai on the side was truly stunned. Xiang Chang distributed thousands of kilograms of gold to the dead generals, and he was still unimpressed, only thinking that he was not fond of money. Then he knew that all the beautiful women that came to him were also casually rewarded to the soldiers under his command, and for a while he was really impressed. Why is it that a noble, upright, fair and just character is inherently respected by people and has great prestige and appeal? It lies in the fact that the vast majority of people know that it is the right thing to do, but they cannot resist their own greed, give in to their own greed, and realize when it comes to the end of the day that they can't do it at all. Xiang Chang knew in his heart that this treasure was too huge and favorable to move people's hearts, and that it would never be handed over to Ingbu's Zhejiang army if it fell into their hands. If we forcefully ask them for it, it will only cause gap and annoyance between the two sides. The next step is to rely on Ingbu and the Zhejiang army to continue to conquer Lu Bang. We must enlist them, so simply give them all good. Ingbu was forced to surrender by his neck, and his heart has been resentful, and getting this rich treasure will make him dissipate most of his resentment. Thinking clearly about this, Xiang Chang had no more hesitation. Since they decided to give all their wealth and goods to the Zhejiang army, these 12 beauties also simply did not take any of them, and completely set up their persona of not loving wealth and not being horny. For his style, not only Yu Hai, the rude fierce general was surprised and in awe, next to Xiang Ju and a bunch of other clansmen and generals, also looked at the eyes of the strange light flickering, especially Xiang Ju. He knows that no matter whether it is the king or his old man Xiang Tang, or Xiang Shang, Zhong Lichair and other generals are here, they will absolutely red eyes. even if it is with the king of Zhejiang and some fire, but also want to take this batch of goods back. They also know that this batch of treasures back will affect the relationship with the Zhejiang army, will affect the combat against Liu Bang Han army after this, but just cannot control. Profit moves people's heart. Can't move people's heart as profit is not enough. This huge wealth is enough to make anyone lose their mind. Xiang Ju looked at Ju Hai, the Zhejiang king's beloved generals, and Xiang Chang met so far but only briefly to a fart's work. Xiang Chang has been a heart-to-heart for the reverence of the posture. The heart of that idea cannot help but more and more determined. At this time another general came to report to Yu Hai. Captured the Han army rear army prisoners. Has been counted. There are more than 14,000. Asked how to dispose of. 60,000 Han army rear troops. Died in the battlefield. Fire. Trampled on each other. More than 30,000. More than 14,000 captured and surrendered. Scattered and fled is estimated to be about 15,000 or 16,000. In addition, this battle also captured grain, tents, armor, flags and drums and other provisions without counting, is undoubtedly a great victory. Yu Hai's face is fierce, about to kill the 14,000 soldiers. This is also customary. Prisoners of war to stay is ultimately a hidden danger, but also to consume their own food. It is better to kill 100. Xiang Chang frowned and spoke. Dispatch soldiers to escort these prisoners of war to Gaixia city. I have my own use for them. Yu Hai had no objection to this, and immediately ordered the soldiers, after cleaning up the battlefield, to send it to Gaixia tomorrow. Seeing that Ing Bu has not returned from his pursuit of Liu Bang so far, Xiang Chang is concerned about the city of Gaixia, bids farewell to Yu Hai, and hurriedly returns with Xiang Ju, Xiang Go, and other clansmen and generals. End of chapter. Chapter 55, Turning the Tables. Han Xin, Fan Kuai, and Li Shang personally led 30,000 Han troops to attack Zhou Yin's army and Zhejiang's army, replacing Zhou Bo's army and Jin Shi's cavalry, which were caught in a bitter and precarious battle. Zhou Bo's army retreats quickly to support Chao Sen's center army, which is attacked by Zhong Limei's Gaixia garrison, while Jin Shi's cavalry rushes to support Fu Quan and other cavalry troops, combining their efforts to attack Xiang Yu's cavalry. Han Xin as a great general, Fan Kuai as a former general, Li Shang as a military protector. The three highest-ranked generals personally came to the battle, coupled with the 30,000 troops and raw strength. A time the momentum of the attack is like a hurricane across the field. Raw will be the morale of the Zhou army, Zhejiang army to the impact of the uncertainty of footholds, and backward again and again. After severely thwarting Zhou Yin's army and Zhejiang's army, Han Xin didn't keep on fighting, and led his army with Fan Kuai and Li Shang to retreat immediately. Halfway back, they met up with Jin Shi and Fu Quan's cavalry. So the cavalry and infantry covered each other, and kept retreating to the north of Gaixia city alternately. Zhong Limei's Gaixia army is mostly old, weak and disabled, and the elite are all in Xiang Yu's 20,000 cavalry, so he has to leave some of his troops to defend the city, and he can barely spare 10,000 troops to raid the city. Chao Sen's center army is Han Xin's Qi army, which is not under his direct command. Originally, he could not make the military order as smooth as his arm. And now his army is floating, so he was taken by surprise. Seeing that Chao Sen's Chinese army was disorganized, Zhong Limei was just about to order a surprise attack to expand the results of the battle and crush them in one fell swoop. Zhou Bo's army had already arrived, and in turn almost put him in the pocket, and in his haste, he was busy returning to Gaixia with his army. Chao Sen's army and Zhou Bo's army belonged to the main force of the current Han army, and without the threat of the Chu army around them, they breathed a big sigh of relief, and took a step ahead of them and retreated towards the north of the city of Gaixia quickly. Xiang Yu's cavalry army, Zhou Yin's army and Zhejiang's army finally converged, and the three armies drove side by side, closely biting at the back of Han Xin's army, not balking and cruising, just like three giant scaly scallops showing their fangs, waiting for the opportunity to move, attempting to take a bite out of Han Xin's army. Zhou Yin saw Han Xin, Fan Kuai, Li Shang three generals personally come to the line to encourage morale, the Han army strength, and Jin Shi, Fu Quan and other cavalry escort. The rear army defeated the news on the impact of the minimal. For a time to find what the opportunity to fight, cannot help but feel anxious, as a highly valued by Xiang Yu's trust in the Grand Secretary, the old home of the Chu military and political power delivered to him, but the fraudulent surrender of the Han army into a real surrender of the farce, completely cut off the back of the Xiang Yu, although now in the Xiangchan long son of the call to return to the right path, to set things right. With the more close to Xiang Yu, the heart is more and more weak and timid. Thinking of how to set up a merit will be a crime, so that his face look good some. See Han Xin army defense of watertight. No opportunity to take advantage of. He cannot have Xiangyu with the patience of the army. Heard the sentry cavalry return. Retreating Zhou army. Chaosun army camp quite see the hasty and scattered. A bite will be under the command of the army to separate out of 10,000 elites, personally led by the, bypassing the army of Han Xian, like a vicious wolf ruthless pounce, attempting to play a beautiful cover up the war. However, when it comes to the use of military force, Zhou can only be described as a child in front of such great geniuses as Han Xian and Xiangyu. Just when he led his army to the front of Chao Sen's army, an elite cavalry army suddenly came out from Chao Sen's army and beat his 10,000 strong Chu army to death. This cavalry army is the Qi cavalry army that Han Xian has not been willing to use and is under his personal leadership. Zhou wanted to show his face, but he did not expect to show his ass. But fortunately, he was rescued back by his own guards, and he was able to escape with his life. After Zhou suffered such a big defeat, Xiangyu's cavalry and Jiuzhang army, who were following him, were shocked, and since they were tired after almost a day's battle, they didn't dare to push them too far, as they were escorting, and watched Han Xian's army, who was breaking the back, retreating to the northern part of Gaixia city peacefully. The left army of the Han army, Kongxi's army, which had been stationed in the north of the city, blew its horn at this time and changed its left army into the front army, taking over Han Xian's army to hold against Xiangyu's army and Jiuzhang's army. The 80,000 Liang troops of Pengyu, who were stationed aside, have retreated without a trace, after Han Xian's army bathed in the golden afterglow of the setting sun and slowly retreated to Kongxi's army, never to be seen again. Inside and outside of Gaixia city, Xiangyu's great Chu army, Jiuzhang army, and Zhou Yin's army, steeply let out a burst of shocking cheers. All the generals raised their blades and waved their flags, roaring and jumping, giving vent to the ecstasy in their hearts, and their faces were filled with the ease and joy of surviving the calamity. The 600,000 Han troops besieged the tiny city of Gaixia, and the Chu troops inside the city, especially the defenders on the city's top, were under tremendous pressure every day, thinking that this time it was impossible to escape from the calamity, and that death was the only way out. Many soldiers were even ready to die. Never thought that the situation flipped, actually froze the Han army to force back, successfully get rid of this great difficulty. All the surviving Chu army generals to their king cannot help but increase the worship. Early in the morning Heisher, who has just been promoted to the position of benefactor general by Xiangyu, stroked the short messy beard on his chin, squinted his eyes, and smugly said to the young escort Chu Bing beside him, "What did I say? No matter what time it is, no matter how dangerous and critical the situation is, as long as the great king is there is absolutely nothing to worry about. The great king will definitely lead us to beat those unknowing bastards to death." Who is the king? He's a giant god in the sky. How can an old man like Lu Bang be his enemy? The young guard Chu Bing's face was red with excitement and he nodded his head vigorously, then suddenly hesitated. "Last night you cursed the Han army generals and bureaucrats from top to bottom, and when you were tired of cursing and napping, I heard you talking in your sleep, clearly saying it's over. This is going to be a dead end, and there's nothing the king can do about it." Blackshear's face did not change, snorted lightly, and said categorically without any doubt, "You must have misheard me. Could it be that you are dreaming? Coward." Being refuted by this old scoundrel, the young guard Chu Bing really not confident up, secretly suspecting that could it be that he is really not confident enough in the overlord himself in a dream? Sitting on his piebald horse, standing in the north of Gaixia city, looking at the Han army slowly disappearing in the horizon, Xiangyu's solemn and cold face could not help a trace of relaxation. "I can't imagine that Prince Xiang Chang has truly created a miracle. The old minister is really old. Just now on the battlefield actually suspected Duke Chang. Fortunately the great king did not listen to the words of the old minister. Otherwise my Chu is not really going to be ruined." Xiang Shang, who was standing beside Xiangyu, looked at the sunset in the western sky and was overwhelmed with emotions. If not for Heisher's scolding and the king's worry about his son, he would have made the decision to retreat back to Gaixia city. Then everything would be over, and there would not have been a chance for the situation to turn around. You don't have to feel apologetic, even I, for one, didn't think that Chang'er would actually succeed. At that time, not only you, I was also a bit hesitant. Xiangyu shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, as I see it, Duke Chang's personal bravery and battlefield maneuvering are not as good as yours, but when it comes to strategic maneuvering, vertical and horizontal lobbying, and even his control and knowledge of the entire situation, he is no longer below you." Xiang Sheng peered at Xiangyu's face from the side and said with a hint of caution in his tone. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Delusions of Grandeur. Xiangyu has an inexplicable gratifying pleasure spreading between his eyebrows. As if he remembered something, He waved his hand and said categorically, "It's all because of the spirit of our Xiang's ancestors. You don't need to worry about my face. Chang'er is not as good as me in using army, but in strategizing and lobbying, he not only surpasses me, but I am afraid he is no longer under Yafu." After a pause, Xiang Yu sighed again. Since last night, Chang'er seems to be a different person, acting and speaking unexpectedly, but in the end we'll find that there is a target, a great reason. Can see the critical battlefield, really will be in the shortest possible time, will be a person ripe, will potential to completely forced out, courageous in the face of setbacks, fearless in the face of danger, worthy of being the seed of our Xiang clan. Xiang Shang is Xiang Yu's younger brother. His brother can be said to be incomparable understanding. Know that he relies on his own courage, arrogance, headstrong. One person's strength is enough to defeat the whole world. For other people's talent has always been disdainful of the thought of who is not as good as he is far away. He said these words with the intention of testing to see Xiang Yu's attitude towards his son's talent. In recent years, the repeated defeats, watched the whole of Chu by the flames of the flourishing vertical world unrivaled, step by step to the present thinning of the mountains precarious and almost collapse. Xiang Shang, such as Xiang's clan, senior generals of Chu, can be called a number of smart people at that time. The heart has a hidden feeling, continue to follow the king, so go on, there is no future, will only be the road to death. And since last night, Xiang Chang suddenly had, the face of the Han army laid a 10-sided ambush, such as the death of the killing array, and not afraid, to meet the challenge, leading them step by step, born in the impossible out of a road to the situation of certain death to live, so that the moribund Chu revived, ushered in the opportunity to live. When the Han army retreated and the siege of Gaixia city was lifted, Xiang Shang, who was enveloped in endless relaxation and pleasure, admired the talent of Xiang Chang's eldest son, and also keenly saw the possibility of revitalizing Chu to bring back its past glory. But whether this goal can be realized or not, one key point lies in how the king treats his son Xiang Chang. If the king is as arrogant as ever, then the breath of life that Chu has managed to breathe will eventually be cut off again. And now that he saw the overlord saying this, quite pleased and proud of Xiang Chang's talent, Xiang Shang also secretly let go of his heart. Xiang Shang secretly pondered, it might be that Liu Bang, Han Xin, Chen Ping, Ying Bu, all of whom he used to look down upon, combined together, were actually so powerful that they hammered him, the king of the world, to death, and almost left him in this small city of Gaixia. This made him realize that the courage he used to hold in himself was simply unbeatable under the siege of a group of males, and the cruel reality had painfully awakened him, and by the way, it also knocked his arrogance out of him, so that he had to face up to the talents of other people. At this time a general riding alone, a tattered armor, robes covered with bloodstains, helmet is also lost, topped with a head of white hair. From the distance bashful eyebrows drooping slowly walked over, the distance is still far, has jumped off his horse, lowered his head, full of shame walked to Xiang Yu's horse, kneeling on the ground. Xiang Shang saw that it was Zhou, and he thought that the unrivaled Chu was forced to defend Gaixia city, with no way to retreat, no place to escape, and almost all of them could not be recovered, which could be said to be due to this guy in front of him, and he was furious for a while. Xiang Shang pressed his sword and was about to leap off his horse and go forward to cut this asshole over with his sword. Xiang Yu, one step ahead of him, jumped off his horse and walked to Zhou. Without saying a word, he swung his horse whip and lashed his head and face. Xiang Yu's strength is too much. Whip apparently did not stay. A whip down a blood scar. Zhou tattered armor is not the slightest protection. Not a few lashes. Whip the back of the spine of the skin and flesh. Blood and flesh. Zhou was also tough. His body was pumped uncontrollably, but he lay there motionless, gritting his teeth and muffled his voice. The guilty minister deserves to die, failing the king's trust, and is willing to suffer death. He didn't speak well. Once he heard this, Xiang Yu was even more furious, dropping his whip, stepping forward and grabbing his disheveled white hair, a pair of double pupils with horrifyingly sharp eyes shooting out, staring at him dead on, a devouring ferociousness emanating from him, roaring lowly, "Death? You deserve to die. There is no way to redeem yourself." However, when he saw the face of Zhou that he grabbed, his eyes were dead closed, but his face was drenched with tears. He could not help but be stunned, and with an angry cry, he heavily threw him on the ground. Xiang Yu's face changed rapidly, his chest rose and fell dramatically. The hand that grasped the sword at his waist almost pulled it out several times, and after a half-long time, he drew a long breath, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a cold and hard tone, "I should have broken you into pieces, but since you were convinced by the elder duke to hang on to the cliff, I will spare you. I will demote you to the rank of protector captain, and leave the army in the hands of the elder duke. Get lost." Xiang Sheng on the side was greatly surprised and looked at Xiang Yu as if he was looking at a stranger he didn't recognize. Based on his understanding of Xiang Yu, according to his past temperament of being arrogant, overbearing and ferocious, and treating others like grass, Zhou Yin should have been chopped into pieces by him right now. If you don't see Yingbu, after betraying him, he was defeated by an army sent by a furious man, who ordered his entire family to be slaughtered clean. In addition, when he destroyed Qin and established himself as the king, some people lobbied for him to build the capital of Guangzhou, but he refused to do so, and because that person slandered him by saying that he was like a monkey with a crown, he was cooked alive. The danger of Zhou Yin's betrayal was far greater than that of Yingbu, and he let it go with a few lashes? Is he still the same king? Elder Prince was able to convince Zhou Yin, and obviously promised to keep him safe at that time. The overlord would rather forcefully suppress his volcano-erupting anger than let Elder Prince break his trust. Well, it's evident that he holds Elder Prince in high regard. Xiang Sheng's eyes glowed with realization. In the past, the king was reckless and did not listen to anyone when his anger erupted, whether it was Xiang Sheng and other Xiang clan members, or Zhong Li Mai, Ji Bu and other generals, who knew that what he was doing was wrong. But none of them were able to persuade him, and they were all very helpless about it. But now Xiang Sheng is seeing hope. With Xiang Cheng's intelligence and wisdom, and his ability to make the king willingly listen to his advice, will those low-level mistakes not be repeated? Zhou Yin was also greatly surprised. This time he came alone and rode alone. He was ready to be killed. How could he ever think that the king had really spared him after giving him a whip? Zhou Yin kneeled down and kowtowed several times, and when he was about to climb up, his body swayed, but he fell headfirst to the ground, did not move, and passed out. With an impatient wave of his hand, Xiang Yu asked the soldiers under his command to drag him away and treat his injuries. Report, Your Majesty, Duke Chang has returned. A scout rider came flying to report. The annoyance and indignation on Xiang Yu's face immediately dissipated, and a strong color of joy flooded his face. End of chapter. Chapter 57 Appointment to the Rear Guard. Xiang Chang returned to Gaixia, and received the battle reports from Xiang Zhuan's flying cavalry along the way, and soon fully understood the beginning and end of the battle in front of Gaixia City. As we get closer to Gaixia City, traces of the aftermath of the great battle can be seen everywhere. Burnt black land hills covered with corpses, also interspersed with abandoned broken weapons, smoldering banners, broken vehicles, all tell of the tragic battle just experienced. A team of soldiers hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield, collected and buried the corpses, and organized the armament and armor. The Han army retreated in great haste, and left behind a large number of armament, provisions, uniforms, flags, wooden utensils, cloths, hides and other provisions, which fell into the pockets of the Chu army, especially armament, armor, food and grass. Is Gaixia City Chu army is in short supply at the moment. The battle catch, which can be described as generous, has made the soldiers joyful and demoralized, and some of them are even humming the war song Wuchang which was sung last night. Watching this scene, Xiang Chang was in a good mood and hummed along softly, followed by Xiang Ju, Xiang Go and so on also slowly joined in, thus forming a chorus of majestic sound. For a time the crows standing on the branches of the high trees by the roadside were frightened. Gaga caught and flew away with their wings. From the mouth of the messenger flying rider, he learned that Pops and a group of generals were waiting for him in the north of the city. Still far away from the north of the city, Xiang Zhuan first led a cavalry formation uniformly dressed in black armor, riding black horses with black banners to welcome him. When he came near, Xiang Zhuang waved his hand, and the cavalrymen raised their spears, axes and battle axes. Flags were displayed, and at the same time, Wu blew the majestic horn, but it was full of ceremonial feeling. The generals stationed nearby, the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield, were instantly attracted and stuck their heads out to see. A general shouted in surprise, "This is the Overlord's honor guard. The king's flag welcomes the expedition. Is this the general who has made a mark?" Xiang Chang frowned and patiently waited for the knights to finish their performance, then turned to Xiang Zhuang and said in dissatisfaction, "The enemy is at hand and the military situation is urgent. What's the point of engaging in all this nonsense?" Although they were only separated for a day, Xiang Zhuang felt that it was so long that he simply had the feeling that several years had passed. He looked deeply at Xiang Chang, his eyes showing endless colors of relief and appreciation. Xiang Zhuang was the only person in the Dechu camp who had full knowledge of Xiang Chang's plan in advance. Last night, Xiang Chang put his calculations, and told him the same thing. After hearing this, Xiang Zhuang's entire body froze, half speechless. Although Xiang Zhuang feels that the plan is quite feasible, accidents may happen at any time during the implementation process, and any small accident may cause the whole plan to be lost and never be recovered, especially when it is filled with endless difficulties and dangers. Just thinking about it makes people shudder. Worried and apprehensive, Xiang Zhuang instinctively tried to dissuade him, but seeing that Xiang Chang's mind was made up, Xiang Zhuang hesitated for half a second and eventually crossed his heart and began to cooperate fully. The reason why they agreed to do so lies in the overbearing and savage ruthlessness of the Chu people that flows in their blood. For them, the Chu people would rather live in song than die in silence. To Xiang Zhuang's surprise and delight, Xiang Chang really turned the plans into reality one by one and brought the dead game with no life to life. Listening to Xiang Chang's complaint, Xiang Zhuang lightly laughed, surrendering 3 kings in one day, retreating 600,000 Han soldiers with a wave of your hand, and solving the siege of Gaixia in a laugh. You deserve this feat. This is also the meaning of the great king. Xiang Chang was greatly helpless and sped over to the north of Gaixia city with his horse in the lead. From afar, Xiang Chang saw his old man Xiang Yu leading dozens of generals standing in front of the north city gate of Gaixia, waiting in line to greet him now. Xiang Chang had already learned by this time that his old man had decided to appoint him as the rear general, and Zhou Yun's 50,000 troops would be placed under his control. Just now, the king's flag welcoming the expedition, and now gathering all the senior generals to greet him, are all to pave the way and build momentum for his ascension. After all, Xiang Chang is currently only a district 16-year-old boy. Before the inch of success has not been established, although today's success is not small, after serving as a general is still a bit too large a span. These years of war and meritorious veteran generals are afraid that the heart will not be too comfortable. Xiang Chang naturally decided to accept his father's good intentions. Now that the siege of Gaixia has been lifted, but the crisis is still not over. The Han army still has enough troops to overthrow Chu, and the commander Han Xian's art of war is so powerful that he can't afford the slightest hesitation and retreat. Thinking that he would finally have a force of his own as well, Xiang Chang couldn't help but feel a burning in his heart as well. Well done, worthy of being my Xiang Yu's son. Our Xiang clan ancestors will be proud of you. Xiang Yu pressed Xiang Chang's shoulder hard and looked him up and down. Seeing that he was intact, his expression loosened and he said with a happy face. Xiang Chang was originally worried about whether his achievements would cause suspicion of his old man. After all, Pops was beaten by Lu Bang dying, trapped in a lonely city at his wit's end. Are going to break out and flee? Is his own deadlock froze to do live? Such a comparison is too obvious. And no matter how wise and majestic a male lord is, when he is taken out of the limelight and threatened with a position, he will become cold and suspicious, and that even fathers and sons are devoid of affection. If the old man is also suspicious of the mind, after this can be troublesome. I am afraid that there will be a dog blood plot to play. And now see the old man look. Xiang Chang is completely put down the heart. Quite born understanding, the old man temperament is not a grown-up child, and the child's feelings for loved ones is often the most pure, unadulterated utilitarian. Great General Zhong Li Mai, Rear General Jibu, Xiang Clan clansmen Xiang Shang and Xiang Guan, and all of the current core senior generals of the Great Chu, have all come forward, one by one, to greet Xiang Chang. The generals see Xiang Chang followed by Xiang Ju and others, and then think of Zhou Yun just now, as well as at the moment have not yet met Ingbu. A strange feeling flooded the heart. The old man will be forced away. The son this is one by one to collect back? Xiang Chang see all the generals do not know whether it is true or not. In short, in front of their own performance is a face full of admiration, praise, gratification. In the past on their own contempt, disregard, overlooking the look all disappeared, and at the same time, also with a smile one by one to respond to the situation. Know that from now on, the Chu this table, he is finally qualified to be on the table. Just now, we were discussing the military situation. Chang you also come to listen and talk about your views. After meeting and greeting, Xiang Yu opened his mouth. Xiang Chang nodded his head and stood aside, silently listening up. After listening for half a second, he quickly realized that at that moment, although Zhou Yun's army and Ingbu's army rebelled, and Peng Yu led Liang's army out of the battlefield to return to the Liang land, Han's army and Han Xian's Qi army still numbered more than 200,000, and maintained an absolute advantage over the Chu army. Han Xian led the center and right armies of the Han army and retreated to the north, and the original 70,000 troops of Kongxi of the Han army were changed from the left army to the front army, which settled down and stayed at the front. Such a formation is self-evident. Han Xian and the Han army obviously die. My heart is not dead. Do not want to give up. Not only to set foot after the sword will rise again. Even tonight I am afraid that it is difficult to pass through peacefully. After all, Kongxi's left army of 70,000 troops have been defending against the Pengyu army, did not go on the field. The war force is abundant. Today the Han army ate such a big loss to Han Xian's use of the army. Tonight there is no guarantee that do not make a bit of trouble to make up for it. Because of the fear of the Han army to kill back, Ingbu's army stationed in the west of the city, Zhou Yin's army stationed in the north of the city. As a precautionary measure, long battle fatigue of the Chu army returned to the city of Gaixia, with the captured grain and grass of the Han army, after a hard meal, seized the time to rest and recuperate. Chu, a cadre of generals currently discussing the discussion. It is Kangxi army night will come from that place to raid, and what tactics will be taken. Hearing that all the generals have their own opinions and are arguing, making it difficult to come to a final conclusion, Xiang Chang shook his head repeatedly with a disbelieving look on his face. Xiang Yu, who has been silent, raised his eyebrows at the sight. Chang'er, what do you think about this? Requesting votes, favorites, and support. Ow. End of chapter. Chapter 58, How to Play Defense. I never thought that Xiang Yu would really consult Xiang Chang. The arguing generals were stunned, but on the surface, they all smiled and looked at Xiang Chang, quietly waiting for him to give his opinion. Xiang Chang, 2 shoulders to carry a mouth. Today will be Zhou Yin. Ying Bu said surrender. Will be said back Peng Yu. In their view, as a strategy lobbyist is naturally qualified, but on the battlefield with the army, the district a teenage milk not yet dry child and know what? To ask him to ask the policy is not the same as asking the blind? Xiang Yu is headstrong and dictatorial, insisting on asking. These generals naturally have to pinch their noses and agree, even if they secretly think nothing of it. For a cadre of generals belly bends and turns, Xiang Chang naturally know well. The color is not moving, but the tone is nonchalant. Just now I listened to half a day, so that I do not understand is, why do we have to defend? Listening to his childlike words, all the generals frowned, greatly displeased, and the quick-witted general Zhong Li Mai, with his eyes shining brightly, has vaguely grasped the meaning of Xiang Chang's words. The best defense, as far as I know, is always an offense. Since we don't have full certainty of defending against it, then why defend? Why not just take the initiative to attack? Not letting the deer eat grass even if we can't hit them, harassing and stabbing the Han army, so that they will be mentally strained and tired, and not have the energy to come on a surprise attack. But isn't it better? Well said. Chang'er's words are exactly what I want. The best defense is always an offense. Chang'er's words are exactly where the essence of my army lies. Xiang Yu raised both eyebrows and said with high spirits. The rest of the generals only realized it at that moment, and instinctively felt that it was unbelievable, murmuring, still want to toss, still want to go to the sneak attack ah? Chu army long battle fatigue, Zhou Yin army, Ying Bu army newly surrendered, but also after a fierce battle in the daytime, in the psychology of the instinctive in a defensive posture, since there is no thought of night raid this strategy, if you all can't think of it, the Han army will naturally think of it even less. The way of war is also the way of trickery. For the general to use the army, the first thing is to jump out of the enemy's thinking stereotypes, with the right combination, to win by surprise, the battle of surprise, no disadvantage. Looking at Xiang Chang who talked eloquently, the surprise in the eyes of all the generals could not be concealed, even if they did not admit that in the use of troops as a general, Xiang Chang, the little child who is not yet dry, also has unique insights. Spare a thought, they still do not attach much importance to the battlefield with soldiers. The strategy formulated again good, the mouth cannon played again loud, but it is on paper. Everything still depends on how to implement in the end. Can really win on. Seeing that you have your chest full of confidence, this battle is in your hands. Do you dare to take over? Why don't you dare? Know that the old man this is intentional in pushing their own. The battlefield or to rely on the performance to speak. As long as this night's raid is really successful, his post-general position even if it is completely secure. And this in his own will also coincides with his urgent need to establish their own prestige, have their own power. The current critical situation does not leave room for him to excuses and humility, and so the voice of angrily, when the benevolent, Xiang Yu nodded his head in satisfaction, looking confident in Xiang Chang, not the least bit afraid of the possibility of Xiang Chang's surprise attack this night to lose big and lose an adult. Xiang Zhuang next to him glanced at Xiang Yu and swept the surrounding generals with a cold smile. As Xiang Yu's escort captain, he does not know clearly that Xiang Chang's surprise attack tonight. Overlord Xiang Yu obviously intends to go out in secret and escort him a bit. Next, Xiang Chang told Xiang Yu and his generals about his night attack plan. After hearing this, not only were all the generals dumbfounded, but the king of the country, who is unpredictable with his troops, was also amazed and impressed by his son, and his secretly worried heart was completely relieved. Zhou Yin's military camp, the center army tent, lying on a low couch covered with colorful tiger skin. Zhou Yin's face was like gold paper, and his bare back was covered with horrible whip marks. A military doctor was carefully applying medicine to his injuries. Inside the tent stood a dozen or so generals high and short, seeing Zhou Yin flogged in such a miserable manner, each with a different look, some with angry faces, some with worried eyes, and some with a fearful face. One of the fierce-looking young generals, his fists clenched rattling, roared, "The overlord is so excessive. A great man suffered this kind of humiliation. How can he endure? Decima, you are the pearl of light." We simply, without waiting for him to finish, Jo-in, who was trembling in pain, suddenly twisted his head back and shouted angrily at him, "Shut up, do you want to get everyone killed? Get the hell out of here. That young general will be a stagnant momentum," shouted, turned around and angrily out of the tent and went. Jo-in threw a wink at Chu-fu, the partial general. "Go out and keep an eye on him. Tell him to be honest and not cause trouble." Cotter nodded and chased after him. Jo-in sat up with great pain, gasped for half a second, and said to a group of generals, "It is I, Jo-in, who have wronged all of you. All of you are good sons of the Chu land, and are loyal to the overlord. Because of my incompetence as a commander-in-chief, I was dragged down by the fraudulent surrender turned into a real surrender, and there was a loss of great integrity. Fortunately, Duke Xiangchang has come alone, allowing us to pull back from the brink, set things right, and rejoin the Chu camp." After a pause, reaching out to wipe away the cold sweat from his forehead, Jo-in gritted his teeth and muffled his voice. "Don't worry, the king has lashed me with this whip, which means that this matter of us joining the Han is over, and I am the only one who is to blame, and all of you will not be blamed for anything after this. You all know the king's character, so you can put your hearts into your stomachs." Another good news is that our army is now the rear army of Chu, led by Mr. Xiangchang, who has been promoted to rear general. Mr. Xiangchang is a generous man with outstanding talent, so if you all work hard in the future, you won't have to worry about high rank and salary. Hearing Zhou Yin's words, the oppressive and tense atmosphere in the tent was eased greatly, and the taut nerves of the generals were invariably loosened. All of the generals spoke out to comfort Jo-in, telling him to recuperate at ease, and as for the words of rebellion, none of them mentioned it again. For their original King Xiang Yu's terror, they all know it very well, and they are always in awe of it. Seeing that Jo-in was heavily blamed by Xiang Yu's anger, he could not help but feel apprehensive, and hearing that he was not to blame, he immediately let go of his heart. "Not bad. What Lieutenant Jo-in said is what I have to say." A clear and powerful voice came from the back. The generals were startled and turned around to see the upright and athletic Xiangchang, holding his waist sword in his hand, leading the generals such as He Shi, who became famous for cursing, the naive and rash Xiang Shi, and the high-cool junior Langjun Tianjie, to walk in slowly. The generals are in an uproar. Most of them are seeing Xiangchang for the first time. Although they have already heard that Xiangchang said 3 kings in one day, that is so bizarre that it is a legendary level of achievement, but now they are seeing him in person. Especially this young are a bit too much, still a bit unbelievable, and even more can't help but be a bit contemptuous. For a time there was silence in the tent. Xiangchang smiled and walked himself to the center of the tent, and the generals standing next to each other, blocking him, couldn't help but move aside to the sides, flashing a path. End of chapter. Chapter 59, shouldering a heavy responsibility. Standing tall in the middle of the tent, Xiangchang turned his head to look at the generals one by one. The hearts of all the generals were tightened, and they felt that this kid's eyes were sharp and aggressive, full of aggressiveness and oppression, and unconsciously all of them avoided their eyes. "It seems that all of you don't seem to be very satisfied with me as a rear general." Xiangchang's eyes narrowed slightly, his face seemed to be smiling, and he said in a long drawn-out tone, "Jo-in, who was lying on the couch, was in a great hurry and struggled to get up, leading the way to Xiangchang, but was pressed down on the couch by Xiangchang with a stretch of his hand on his shoulder. The generals saw that this kid was in the middle of their siege, but treated them as if they were nothing, but instead threatened them. Their hearts beat wildly, and they dared not slow down anymore, bowed and saluted, and called out unevenly, 'See you after the general.'" Seeing that all the generals saluted themselves, recognizing themselves as the commander-in-chief and establishing a name, Xiangchang's face eased greatly and paced around the tent with his hands folded. All the generals unconsciously retreated in all directions in a slight panic, relying on the tent to give him enough space. Looking at this scene that was like a tiger king patrolling his territory, with the wolves and leopards retreating, He Shi, who stood outside the tent, couldn't help but snicker. Xiangchang coldly said, "When I came here, my father said to me that your Chu army has been stationed in Chu for a long time, and has rarely experienced battles, and now they have all turned into soft crabs. This since today's battle, was Jin Shi 20,000 cavalry to the death suppression can be seen. In the past, under his command, Jin Shi 20,000 cavalry to the pocket, a mouth to swallow. Let me as the main general, after a good training, otherwise it is difficult to be used. I don't know what you guys think about this, General Ho. I am not convinced by this statement of the overlord. This is underestimating. Piss me off. Upon hearing this, the generals' faces turned red with shame and anger, and they shouted, "He, it seems all are unconvinced," Xiang Chang said with a smile, and then his face changed as he said sternly, "That's what I said to father. I said that all the men and women of my Chu land are all good. There is not a single coward. I, the men of Chu, would rather die in song than live in silence. Even though there are 3 households in Chu, the Qin Empire is strong enough. Is the Qin Empire strong enough? Is the Qin army strong enough?" In the end, they were beaten down by our Chu army. The generals felt that Xiang Chang really spoke to their hearts, and one by one, they raised their arms and shouted loudly. The atmosphere was blazing. But, then again, how can an army make friendly troops raise their heads in awe and enemy troops tremble in fear? By virtue of our own mouths and arms here. Can we do it? On what grounds? You guys tell me. Blood battle military merit. This time, all the generals roared in unison, and the deafening waves of sound nearly toppled the tent. Well said. Your answers can be said to coincide with mine. Doesn't the Han army despise us? And doesn't the rest of Ingbu's army and the Great King's army also look down on us? I have already made up my mind. Just this night, I personally lead an army to raid the Han camp, ruthlessly give the Han army a lesson, and make a merit, so that all those who do not look down on us will shut their mouths, and all say in admiration, this is a fearless and sharp army. Do you all have? War. Lord Chang. No. General Ho. I, Wei Lu, request to follow the battle, and I, Ning Shi, would like to serve as the vanguard, with the rear general's permission, and I, Han Hu, can't ruthlessly cut down the Han army and make a great achievement. I'll die in battle in the Han camp tonight. This last voice was extremely familiar, and it was the young general with the fierce face who had just spoken out, and then followed Chu Fu back into the tent, waving his fists angrily and asking for battle. Xiang Chang looked at him approvingly, his right hand cupping his fist and swinging heavily in the void. Good. It seems that all of you are good men. Hey sure. You follow the generals, go to the barracks and select 5,000 elites, eat a full meal, equip them with fine armor, and then rest well and wait for my orders. As for the rest of the generals who have asked for help and dared to fight, I will then have military orders to issue. After Xiang Chang's command, all the generals were in high spirits and hurriedly went off with a few impatient clusters of Heisher and the others. When all the generals were out of the tent and the 2 of them were left, Joeen looked blankly at the sky above the tent and sighed with a face tinged with a few moments of dullness. Compared to you, I realize that I've been living as a dog these past few decades, although he has seen Xiang Chang's tongue, and now he talked about a few words, grace and power, provoke stimulation, collect the hearts of all the generals, so that all the generals will be high. Everyone fights for the first, and willingly draw 5,000 elites to raid the Han camp tonight to fight to the death. But still let him look at the god of the dazzle. Sigh of wonder. As for these 5,000 elites, it is obvious that Xiang Chang is going to follow the example of Overlord in Ingbu, and directly serve as the center army in the future, which will be led by him personally. Xiang Chang waved his hand and waved away the military physician, taking over the pot of medicine himself to personally medicate Joeen, and throwing the bandaged linen to the military physician to go and boil it in boiling water for a while, then wringing it out and drying it before bandaging it up again. Frowning, didn't you agree to wait for me to come back to take you to see Father King? Why do you want to go see it yourself first? A big part of the reason why Xiang Chang rushed back was because he wanted to meet the Overlord one step ahead of time and bail out Joeen, and he didn't expect Joeen to be greedy at the last minute and suffer another big loss at the hands of Han Xin, losing a lot of soldiers, so it was like adding insult to injury. Now that his father had fallen to such a miserable state, almost falling to his death and never recovering, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his heart was filled with hatred towards Joeen. Adding to this, Joeen had caused such a great defeat, new hatred and old hatred. According to Xiang Chang's understanding of his father's character, he would definitely want to chop him into meat paste, which had thought that the old man simply flogged him, and gently let it go, and he was surprised to learn this news. Joeen did not speak further on this topic, slowly reclining on the soft tiger skin couch, enjoying the meticulous service of Dichu's eldest son. His body completely relaxed, with a few points of gloating tone. This burden will be handed over to you after this period of time. I realize that my own governance of the internal affairs is still quite poor. For the military strategy, the commission is really not capable. There are also this group of arrogant soldiers and tough generals, one prick after another. All of them will be handed over to you for a headache. Xiang Chang was silent. With his intelligence, he had guessed it without Joeen saying it. The reason why Joeen had taken a step ahead to meet the Overlord was because he was afraid that if he got involved, it might affect the relationship between their father and son, leading to discord between them. Joey knows too much about the Overlord's headstrong nature and his tendency to kill in a rage when he is disobeyed. With his knowledge of Xiang Chang, it is obvious that Xiang Chang's temperament is also not a savior. Since he promised to protect himself, he will definitely do what he said. In this way the father and the son are bound to be at odds with each other. He went to see the king first. Naturally he didn't want Xiang Chang to be caught in the middle of it, and he also put his own life and death completely at risk. His intention is also self-evident. This time he resurrendered to Chu, not because of the king, but completely optimistic about him, betting on him Xiang Chang. Xiang Chang steeply felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders, the responsibility of carrying his subordinate's body and family life fully entrusted and unreservedly trusted. End of chapter. Chapter 60, The Greatest Taboo of the Military. The Left General's Tent of the Han Army. The Left Army General Kong Shi, dressed in dark green silk Kuei dragon's train deep clothes, looked leisurely crooked in the soft couch, holding a volume of military science books Wei Yao Zi bamboo briefs. Read the mesmerized. See happy place? Then leaned over and picked up the wine bowl on the several cases in front of him to drink a few mouthfuls. Vice General Dingley, dressed in iron armor with a sword at his waist, hurriedly came in from outside the tent, and when he saw Kong Shi's lazy appearance, he stamped his feet and said anxiously, "My great general, why do you still have the heart to read military books and drink idle wine? You don't even hang your armor. Are you really not afraid of the Chu army coming over?" Kong Shi lifted his eyelids and glanced at him, putting down his wine bowl with a disdainful face. "You are also too high on them. Xiang Yu's army is tired of fighting for a long time. Ingbu led his elite to sneak up on the rear army and was not in the camp. Zhou Yin's army just suffered a big loss under the great general. Who is going to attack? Who dares to attack?" Han Xian led the center and right armies to withdraw far to the north, and their left army became the front army, alone against the Chu army of Gaixia city, and Dingley, the vice general, felt a lot of pressure. Currently, the Chu army, Ingbu army, and Zhou army have converged, and although there are quite a few losses in today's battle, they still have more than 100,000 troops. Compared to them, their 70,000 left army is at an absolute disadvantage. Especially, the Chu army forced the Han army to retreat and succeeded in relieving the siege of Gaixia, which was so aggressive that all the generals including Dingley were anxious. Just now, Dingley toured all the camps in turn without stopping, and passed down strict orders to all the generals to make sure that the soldiers were reorganized and closely guarded. After that, he quietly slipped out of the camp, sneaked to the front of Gaixia city not far to check the military situation of the Chu army camp, and just returned. Listening to Kong Shi's analysis, although he knew that what he said was not bad, Dingley still could not help but frown and shake his head. Even so, it cannot be so. What if the Chu army has hit the wrong tendon and is suffering from insanity? The biggest problem is, to put it nicely, caution, but to put it cowardly, too little guts. Kong Shi dropped the bamboo slips and stood up from the soft couch, stretching his muscles while walking around with his arms open. "Tell me, you risked death to sneak into Gaixia city to spy on the military, so you must have made some earth-shattering discovery, right?" Kong Shi, who was able to be trusted by the General Han Xian and appointed as the commander of the left army, was extremely famous in the Han army camp, but actually meeting him in person is going to be a big disappointment. Medium stature, ordinary appearance, looks very inconspicuous, put into a group of generals like a grain of sand was thrown into the sand pile, easily be ignored. Only a pair of triangular eyes from time to time reveals the cunning and cold light. Let people see and cannot help but feel a chill, showing that he is not as mediocre as the surface reveals. Being appreciated by Han Xian, who was a military immortal, Kong Shi was naturally unique in his use of military force. In the many great battles in which Han Xian swept through the three kingdoms of Zhao, Yan and Qi, he showed his extraordinary military talent, especially in the Battle of the Defile, a famous battle that shocked the whole world. Han Xian personally led his main force to fight against the backwater, and sent another elite to sneak into the base camp of Chen Yu of the Zhao army, cutting off the retreat of Chen Yu's army, and finally achieved a brilliant victory of breaking Zhao's 200,000 troops with 30,000 troops. One of the people who led this elite cavalry in the sneak attack was Kong Shi. Han Xian had something to say about Kong Shi. Using the army like a panther means that on the battlefield against the enemy, Kong Shi is very good at holding back. There is no favorable time to attack, to be able to do not lurk, patiently waiting, and once the opportunity arises, but also be able to launch without delay, the speed of lightning, give the enemy a fatal blow. As for the mockery in Kong Shi's mouth, Dingley showed a helpless look. Although he is also very good at using soldiers, not a lot of war achievements, and is also Liu Bang Zhongwan origin, very trusted by Liu Bang, but compared to Kong Shi is much worse, can be said to be fully crushed by him. Your expectation is not wrong. Xiang Yu's army is too tired and has returned to Gaixia city to rest and recuperate, while Zhou Yin's army and Ingbu's army are stationed outside the city. Among them, Zhou Yin's army is stationed in the north of the city, and Ingbu's army is stationed in the west of the city, and it looks like they are also defense-oriented, with no signs of launching offensive raids against us. When it comes to military matters of business, Kangxi is also solemn, murmuring. The great general retreated to the back of the formation. Can you leave any words behind? Ding Li shook his head, and half a dozen times, with an odd expression on his face, he vaguely said, right now, the king of Han's life or death is unknown, and the two generals, Fan Kuai and Li Shang, are like a pair of chopsticks pinching meatballs, and do not move an inch away from great general Han Xin. As for the rest of the generals, each of them led a cavalry to rush to the west. Looking around for the Han king, Kangxi nodded his head, understanding the meaning of Ding Li's words. At the moment when the whereabouts of the king of Han is unknown, all the generals in the Han camp are restless, and General Han Xin has a bunch of bad things around him, so he has no time to take care of them. After another brief thought, Kangxi slapped his palm on several cases and categorically said, since the great general has no military orders to pass down, then tonight, let's play a hand with the Chu army by ourselves. Ding Li was startled and stunned. What do you want to do? Do what? Ingbu's army and Zhou Yin's army have been fighting hard for a day today, and their soldiers are tired. And Ingbu is not in the camp. Zhou Yin by the great general ruthlessly thwarted the sharpness. Right now the two armies but not like it a night of women's men. Look at the mighty and majestic. In fact, the sinews are sore and bones are weak. As for our left army, we have been defending ourselves against the Pinyu army, and we have never been to the battlefield. Originally thought that this battle, our left army is destined to be the life of the maid of honor. How could I have thought that now also have the opportunity to become the attention of the big woman? How can we let go of such a heavenly opportunity and not make a good profit? Kangxi looked like a viper that had found its prey, his grim triangular eyes exuding a greedy and ferocious light. Ding Li looked hesitant and said, General, now that the king of Han's life and death are unknown, is it not better for us to be quiet rather than move, and keep our camp safe? Let's wait until we find out the real situation of the king of Han, then we can make a decision. Kangxi glanced at him and smiled disdainfully. King Han's rear army has 60,000 troops and is escorted by a number of generals such as Xia Hoang, so even if Ingbu were to descend from the heavens, it would be impossible for him to kill him so coincidentally, and the current situation is a once-in-a-lifetime situation. Once you miss it, tomorrow when the Chu army has finished resting, it will be too late to regret. Today, the Chu army was able to break the siege of Gaixia, because Xiang Yu's good son Xiang Chang said 3 kings in one day. Right now, the Chu army is joining with the rebel Zhou Yin army and Ingbu army, and their momentum has been greatly boosted. Their troop strength has increased dramatically, and they have enough food and fodder, so once they rest and recuperate again, it will be difficult for my Han army to annihilate them again. The siege of Gaixia, which King Han has worked so hard for, will be lost for good. Hearing this, Ding Li frowned and thought for half a second and slowly nodded. Alright, you've convinced me. What are you going to do? The cavalry of my left army has been siphoned off by the great general, and most of them are foot soldiers. I've selected 30,000 elite soldiers to rest immediately after a full meal. After midnight, you and I will each leave 15,000 and double-prong our attacks on Ingbu's army and Zhou Yin's army respectively. Ding Li was startled and lost his voice. Split the army in 2 directions? But isn't this a major taboo for soldiers? End of chapter. Chapter 61. Soldiers are unpredictable. How can we be rigid and generalize? If we just sneak attack an army, even if it is annihilated, it still does not help the overall situation. Only when the newly surrendered Zhou Yin and Ingbu armies are all crushed, Xiang Yu's newly gained advantage is knocked out in one fell swoop, leaving him with 50,000 exhausted remnants once again, and bringing the situation back to the original point. Will he be truly shaken to his core? Such a feat of turning the tide and recreating Han is enough to overwhelm Chao, Zhou, Fan and Li, and is only worthy of you and me. Listening to Kangxi's eloquent and confident words, Ding Li's heart beat wildly. Farewell Kangxi out, back to their own tent, unarmored full meal, and lying on the wolfskin mat. Ding Li tied ups and downs of the mood is still difficult to calm down. It is said that there is no righteous battle in the spring and autumn, no gentleman in the warring states, for the end of the Qin dynasty is not the same, but a group of profit-seeking people to kill each other for selfishness and power only, and after a round of bloody battle of the elimination of the weak to stay strong, can remain to this day. Are the utilitarian heart of want as charcoal fire of the people? Once the opportunity arises, absolutely will be crazy biting up to seize the death and do not let go of. For example, Kangxi and Ding Li at the moment, for Kangxi's ability to use troops, especially on the choice and grasp of the opportunity to fight. Dingli has always been extremely admired, have never doubted. Thinking of tonight's battle, really as Kong Shi envisioned, will be Zhou army, Ingbu army to a one-off collapse. The two of them are bound to exceed the previous years of hard work and bloodshed, and later rise to the top. Writing to Chao, Zhou, Fan, Li and other generals' head. Thinking so, Dingli fell asleep in a daze. Years of tense and menacing military career, so that he developed the habit of sleeping on sight, and when he had the opportunity, his body lay down, and without the need for 10 counts, he had fallen into a deep sleep. And tonight was probably too much excitement for him to sleep soundly, and he stayed half asleep. In the haze, suddenly vaguely heard the sound of shouting and killing, the sound of fighting continuously, at first still sparse and distant, gradually clear and loud up. In this silent autumn night seems quite ear-piercing. The intoxicated dream of Dingli is still unwilling to wake up. The heart is still strange, not yet out of the army. How the bottom of the already fought? Could it be that Kong Shi's guy sneaked out of the army first? General, wake up, wake up. The Chu army is killing. Someone shook his body hard and said anxiously. Dingli was startled, and under the conditioned reflex reaction formed by years of fighting, his mind had not yet completely cleared, and he had already instinctively jumped to his feet. After shaking his head a few times with force, and with the cool airflow of late fall seeping in quickly from his mouth and nose, Dingli came completely to his senses and angrily said, "What's the situation?" Several guards in the tent gathered up, each hand holding a piece of armor. 7 hands and feet began to give him a cloak. Some are alarmed, the soldiers are sleeping. That thought suddenly shouting and killing sound of the sky. The Chu army actually killed into the barracks to come. How many Chu troops are there? Dingli asked after him, but the cadre of guards shook their heads in bewilderment. Dingli held back his impatience, and easily waited for his armor to be draped, received his spear, exited the tent, and leaped onto his warhorse. At this time the camp has been messed up into a cauldron of porridge. Killing sound shouting deafening. Black lights do not know how many Chu army killed. See another piece of rockets cut through the dark night sky, shooting in all directions, like shooting stars flying in the sky. Obviously the Chu army tasted the sweetness of the great effectiveness of the rocket attack camp. This night and repeat the same trick. Fortunately, last night and today ate the Chu army 2 rockets in succession. Kong Shi had prepared. Let the soldiers in the daytime with water to soak the tent, with soil to cover the grain and grass, and prepared to put out the fire water. And now the rockets are full of sky. The 4 fall on the camp, but did not cause any difficulty to clean up the fire. Lu Bang is dead. The army has all run clean. You are the only lone army left. Brothers of the Han army, what are you still holding on for? Hurry up and run away with your pants too. Don't be cannon fodder for those noble lords for nothing. Just now, Han Xian had a firefight with Chao Xin and Fan Kuai, and chopped up both Chao and Fan Kuai. He went back to Qi with his army. If you guys still don't run, you'll die here. The king of the great Chu hegemony has decreed that the Han army will not be killed if it surrenders. If the Han army kills the general Kong Shi, they will be rewarded with 1,000 gold and 10,000 vassals. Brothers of the Han army, take a chance and turn a civilian into a marquis. Do it quickly. The soldiers of the Chu army who attacked at night, while hacking and slashing left and right, let go of their throats to call out uncontrollably. With a roar, Dingli led the escorting cavalry behind him and charged towards where the shouts of murder were most intense. Halfway suddenly encountered a group of cavalry, clustered around a general, is watching the battle from afar. With the help of the flickering firelight, Dingli saw that the general was none other than Kong Shi and rode up to him. Seeing that it was Dingli who came, Kong Shi grimaced, nodded to him, and coldly said, "There is no need to go forward. The Chu army is just less than 10,000 men. The generals are preparing for a night attack tonight. They are all prepared, and when they encounter the Chu army attacking the camp, they will immediately reorganize their soldiers to defend against it, so they will not be able to cause many major battle losses. Can't take much advantage. Soon the Chu army will retreat." Dingli sniffed in secret relief. Currently, whether it is the Chu or Han army, the soldiers have varying degrees of night blindness, so they will rarely choose to fight at night. Tonight, if it is not really a merit worth the risk, Kong Shi will not choose a night attack. Because of this, the army is attacked at night, and it is also extremely easy to be one. In the torchlight, Dingli see Kong Shi a face black like the bottom of the kettle, to be more ugly and ugly, cannot help but also heart-bitter smile. Know that the two have been planning a night attack on the Han army. In one fell swoop will be seriously injured, and set up the dream of the world's achievements. By the Chu army this stirring up is completely broken. The overlord deserves to be the overlord. The strength of using the army is beyond my reach. Kong Shi exhaled heavily and thrust the large spear in his hand heavily into the ground. Looking at Kong Shi's resigned and helpless look of indignation, Ding Li was silent. Even if you are at a disadvantage, you will never sit back and wait for death, but you will take the initiative to seek war and use offense instead of defense. This style of soldiering is indeed that of Xiang Yu, the overlord, undoubtedly. Originally they thought that the Chu army long battle fatigue, and in the past the lack of rations, and now gained a precious respite, should immediately rest to restore vitality is, which had thought that it would be unexpected brazenly chose to go against the trend of the night attack, which goes against the common sense of the operation, so that they secretly understand that they want to defeat the king. Undoubtedly there is still a long way to go. Kong Shi deduction is very accurate. The Chu army stirred like a stick in the Han camp, vigorously stirred for a while, in the guarded Han army's siege, quickly out of support, knowing that he could not take advantage of anything. A burst of rapid Diao Do knocking sound, before the Han army to complete the siege, quickly retreat out of the Han camp, pulling legs to the way to escape. The Han generals led the army to chase and kill for a while, the autumn night like black glue, difficult to see, for fear of being ambushed by the cunning Chu army again. Do not dare to chase more, angrily retreated and returned. Not long after, all the generals have gathered over to the main general Kong Shi report just now the Chu army night attack caused by the damage. Hearing that the soldiers lost about 3,000, while the rough estimate of the Chu army also has more than 2,000, the two under the big difference, cannot be considered a loss? Kong Shi's ugly face greatly eased. End of chapter. Chapter 62, Discouraged. Kong Shi ordered all the generals to restrain their soldiers and guard the camp. As for repairing the camp, burying the soldiers, and counting the losses, all will be discussed tomorrow. Ding Li also secretly sighed of relief, knowing that if not for the two of them planning to raid the Chu army in advance, the soldiers prepared their armor in advance, with the heart of the battle. This night attack, the number of casualties will be afraid to be incredibly ugly. After giving his orders, Kong Shi pulled out his spear, urged his horse back to his tent, and went to sleep by himself. Ding Li also returned to his own tent, asked the guards, "There are about 2 hours to dawn." He stood in a daze for half a second, and then suddenly kicked up his feet and knocked over the several cases in the tent, cursed fiercely, and then, with a gloomy face, with the help of his guards, he unlocked his armor, removed his weaponry, and, wearing a single garment, fell headfirst onto a wooden couch, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The day is again to guard against Pengyu, but also to pay attention to the Hanshu war. The spirit is highly concentrated for a day, and at night and after such a mess, Ding Li is also tired, and soon slept deeply and fragrantly. I don't know how long it took, but just when he was at the height of his sleepiness, someone else was shaking his body hard, saying anxiously at the same time, "General, wake up, the Chu army is coming to kill." Listening to the incomparably familiar words, the incomparably familiar movements, Ding Li instinctively thought that he was dreaming, impatiently rolled over on his back, and muttered sullenly, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The Chu army is killing again? The Chu army is ironclad." Pop pop. The next thing Ding Li felt was a hot stinging pain in his cheeks, but he had been slapped hard with 2 big slaps. Needless to say, this stuff just worked, and Ding Li woke up abruptly and said angrily, "Who is it dash?" See 7 or 8 guards clustered around again, each holding a piece of armor. See him wake up, without saying a word, go forward to give him 7 hands and feet tied up. One of the guards said anxiously, "General, the Chu army has killed their way into the camp again. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk." They before he finished his sentence, Ding Li froze at once as the shouts and killings that resounded outside the tent swept in like a wave, almost collapsing his tent. Ding Li's face changed greatly, and he stuttered a little in his haste. "How many Chu troops are there?" A cadre of guards shook their heads in bewilderment. Ding Li felt that this scene was incomparably familiar, but he did not have time to think about it in detail, and stood his ground patiently waiting for the armor to be finished. However, unlike just now, this time the Chu army attacked and killed so fast. Ding Li only tied up the upper body, but also bare 2 legs armor did not tie. Just listen to the raid shouting and killing sound has been deafening. As far as at hand, it seems that the Chu army has rushed to the near not far. Run, help, OMG, heaven forbid, I don't want to die. Oh, outside the tent resounded the sharp and ear-piercing sound of arrows flying, and at the same time came the screams of the Han soldiers screaming for their parents, fleeing in panic, as well as the mournful screams of the dying. Puff, puff, there were constantly arrows hitting the cowhide tents, penetrating viciously, protruding a full half-foot, the sharp arrows flickering eerily with an icy cold light. The cadre of guards were so alarmed that they threw the pieces of armor they hadn't yet finished tying up for Ding Li with their hands, clustered around him and rushed out of the tent, jumping onto their war horses. Ding Li turned his head and looked around. His heart sank violently, like being wrapped up in the entirety of the cold stream of the third 9 days. his body completely chilled through. Unlike the fight with the Chu army during the attack just now, this time the entire camp was in chaos. Countless Han troops were routed by countless Chu troops, and then driven like a large herd of chaotic cattle and sheep, fleeing towards the north in a hasty manner. The whole camp is completely out of control. Ding Li sentenced the soldiers to a night attack. Did not even think that the Chu army will be insidious again to kill a horseback and carry out a second night attack. All the mind lacks. Disarmed and lay down in the camp to rest assured of a great night's sleep. And this surprise attack of the Chu army and just now is obviously also not a team. The fighting force is much stronger. The Han troops who were sleeping soundly. I don't know how many of them lost their lives in their sleep, being awakened to climb out of the tent. No armor protection. Some were shot by arrows. Some were trampled by the hooves of the horse. Some were killed by a variety of weaponry. Of course, the most dead, or panic under the frantic fleeing from each other and trampled to death. Ding Li's eyes protruded. The corners of his eyes cracked. Blood red. Raised his spear, still wanting to call on the soldiers to organize resistance. But the guards knew that the situation could not be salvaged, and ruthlessly whipped his horse's buttocks, escorting him to the north to flee away. Ding Li was still not giving up his breath, cursing endlessly, while struggling to turn back to fight with the Chu army. At this time I do not know where to fly from a stray arrow, shot in his thigh without armor. Ow, the teeth of a pain scream. This time honest, not yell and do not make noise. Bent over on the back of the horse to urge the horse wildly scurry. A breath of running out more than 10 miles. See far away from the Han army camp is already in sight. Hear the rear without the shouts of the pursuers. Ding Li only stopped the horse, slightly put down his heart. By this time, the sky has gradually brightened, and the mountains are full of scattered Han troops. Looking at this tragic scene, Ding Li wanted to cry without tears, wanted to hate without power. Sitting on the back of the horse, face stagnant, eyes wooden, as if there is no living breath. The guards raised their spears high, flashed their Ding Li names, and began to gather the generals. The surrounding generals and soldiers who were fleeing hurriedly saw Ding Li, the vice-general, in this place, immediately stopped fleeing and quickly gathered together. Before long, thousands of people had gathered. At this time just in the chest and back position tied 2 pieces of iron armor of the main general Kongxi, bare head and bare feet, looks even more woeful than Ding Li, also led thousands of soldiers and generals converge over. The two looked at each other. Both could see the discouragement in the other's eyes, and a trace of last night's spiritedness was gone. The two men set up camp thereon, dispatching their soldiers to gather in all directions as they did so. When did the Xiang traders use their troops in such a ruthless and devious manner? Ding Li threw the half-remaining horsewhip in his hand onto the ground with force and said indignantly. Kongxi slowly shook his head. A pair of triangular eyes, fierce, light, intimidating. This army style is not like the king. If my guess is good, it should be his good elder son Xiang Chang. As for this army, it is not the Chu army either. The Chu army is tired from a long battle and doesn't have this kind of strong combat power. And Ing Bu's army won't follow this kid's command. So it should be Zhou Yin's army. Zhou Yin army today with 50,000 people, and Jin Shi 20,000 cavalry battle. Slow to break through the Jin Shi defense line, playing into a weak and feeble stalemate war. Cannot have this kind of harsh and ferocious offensive strength. Kongxi smiled bitterly. The same army, in the hands of different generals, but it will play out a very different, or even a world of difference in combat power. Ding Li drew a breath of cool air. You mean that Xiang Chang kid not only has the power of speech, but also uses his army with such overbearing ferocity? Kongxi has been too lazy to say anything more. Looking at the distance, has been alarmed by the Han army camp, began to send out a fine cavalry to meet them. Think of the consequences of this defeat. Their own this way army generals afraid of the seat cannot be kept, cannot help but more demoralized. End of chapter. Chapter 63, the main idea remains the same. By virtue of 2 raids in one night, which is a trick almost unexpected by everyone, Xiang Chang led the rear generals to break Kongxi 70,000 men, and in addition to capturing countless tents, weapons, armor, provisions and other provisions, he also collected 10,000 thousands of surrendered pawns who could not escape before kneeling down to surrender, which is undoubtedly called a sound and great victory. He Shi, Xiang Shi, Tian Jian, as well as Han Hu, Ning Shi, Wei Lu and a host of other rear army generals, led a cadre of soldiers gathered around Xiang Chang, who was personally leading the army for the second round of raid, raising their arms high, waving their weapons, and letting out a cheer that shook the heavens. Like Han Hu, Ning Shi, Wei Lu and other generals, the daytime is with the Han army has just fought a big battle. Riding, infantry all have each other to cooperate with the combat. They are 50,000 people. Actually cannot help the Han army. Jin Shi commanded 20,000 cavalry army, and to the night, With the newly appointed General Xiang Chang Duke slightly trick, has been raising fine attack did not put into the battle of 70,000 Han troops. Actually they gave a sneak attack to break down. The army was a place that served the strongest. Only a strong enough general could lead an entire army to a steady stream of victories. The reason why Xiang Yu was so loved and worshipped by the generals of the Chu army was that he was so strong that he was able to lead the army under his command to achieve one unbelievably great victory after another. And now this great victory led by Xiang Chang has conquered the hearts of all the generals in the rear army in one fell swoop. And they have no more doubts about him. For a time, the entire camp was filled with an atmosphere of exuberant ecstasy, with all the generals and soldiers' eyes shining brightly with inexplicable excitement. Covered with blood and armor messy rather woeful Xiang Chang is also full of joy, riding on a big black horse, waving halberd with the generals to celebrate. Generals, you are most valiant. Lu Bang's Han army is not invincible. As long as we hold tightly together, work side by side, and fight bravely to kill the enemy, we will surely achieve ultimate victory. Long live! Xiang Chang raised his halberd and roared angrily. Hurrah! Long live! Long live the overlord! Long live General Ho! The demoralized rear guard, conscious that they were horribly strong at the moment, let out a responsive cheer. Hearing the general shouting long live the king and then long live General Rear, Xiang Chang frowned. However, he could not stop the situation, so he sighed darkly and looked back towards the direction of Gaixia city with gloomy eyes. He knew that his old man was most likely standing at the top of the city right now looking this way, patiently waiting for the final outcome of this battle. This battle he fought so beautifully. The post of rear general is considered to be completely secure. Just how to get along with the old man next left him a little worried. What he is most afraid of now is that with the siege of Gaixia city already lifted, the situation has eased, and the urgent atmosphere of life and death is not there. The old man will return to his old ways, and become headstrong and arbitrary again, not listening to the good advice, and neglecting the wise. With the authority of the old father's hegemony, the current unquestionable supreme leader of the Great Chu, if he continues to be bent on tossing in the past, then the second siege of Gaixia, I think it won't take long for it to appear again. And that situation was something Xiang Chang could never accept. How can you keep Pops listening to your golden advice? And what is the right way to open up Pops? Xiang Chang lowered his head, unable to stop thinking secretly. For the great defeat of Kong Shi's army, the Han army camp was also informed of the news at the first time. Han Xin, as the commander-in-chief, looked calm and emotionally stable, with an appearance of not feeling the least bit surprised, not to mention showing any expression of indignation, but only passing orders to all battalions to do a good job of protecting their camps, while sending an army to pick up Kong Shi's army and minimize losses. It's sad to say that the Han army still has an unquestionable overwhelming military advantage, but because of the uncertainty of the life and death of King Lu Bang, the internal constraints of the generals to guard against Han Xin, the great generals are tied up, all the skills froze and could not be utilized. Compared to Han Xin's calmness, Fan Kuai, Li Shang and other generals could not help but be greatly embarrassed. Kong Shi's army suffered such a big loss, and in detail, the culpability is still attributed to them. If they hadn't held Han Xin in check, but had chosen to let him do whatever he wanted to do, the defeat could have been avoided, and even if they had been attacked, they wouldn't have lost as much as they did. With apologies passing through their hearts, the two of them pulled themselves together, but their original idea remained unchanged. Not far from the southeast of Kong Shi's army, hidden in the deep darkness, an elite cavalry army of around 3,000 stood still, silently waiting for something. Even at night, wrapped in thick blackness, this cavalry still exuded a fierce and murderous aura that intimidated the heart and made one's heart beat wildly at the sight of it. Standing at the forefront of the cavalry army was the hegemony king with a sturdy body and twin pupils. For his son to command the first battle after serving as a heavy general, even if according to Xiang Chang's prior planning at least 80% of the probability of success, the king is still not assured, did not choose to wait for news in Gaixia city, regardless of the daytime battle day fatigue. From the Zhongli chair state in Gaixia still have the power of a battle under the banner of the cavalry, out of the city lurking in this, ready to make a good in case of one of the Chang have a lapse, ready to take over at any time. I can't imagine that Chang'er not only has deep intellect and tactics, but he is also so outstanding in fighting with soldiers. Xiang Yu, who is riding on a piebald horse, quietly listens to the cheers of the Chu army's rear army's victory coming from the camp, faintly smiles and says, 2 attacks in one night. This strategy is not worth a penny to say it's broken, but the implementation of it has a miraculous effect, hitting the enemy's army's unpredictability. It's difficult to see how that brain of his thought of it. Xiang Zhuang, who was accompanying him, smiled from ear to ear and nodded his head. I have to say, Duke Chang is worthy of being your son, and his use of military force is very much in the style of your majesty. Originally, I was worried that he was afraid of making a mistake as he was serving as a general for the first time, but now it seems that we were overly concerned. This is Xiang Yu, the king's favorite words, even if he has always been in the past to the solemn face to the people, seldom moved, even more rare appearance of a different look, cannot help but also laugh quite happy. Xiang Zhuang let out a whistle and led thousands of elite cavalry, flanking Xiang Yu to slowly return to Gaixia city. As the day dawned, the news that the Chu army's nighttime raid had beaten the Han camp's Kongxi army to a great defeat seemed like it had grown wings and flew back to Gaixia in the shortest possible time, spreading rumors all around the military camps inside and outside the city. The Yingbu army in the west of the city is not so bad, but the Chu army resting inside the city is greatly excited and honored. Although the Han army had won 2 big victories in a row, destroying 5,000 elite cavalry of the Han army and breaking the back of the Han army in a surprise attack, and successfully relieving the siege of Gaixia, the Han army was too big after all, and the heavy pressure brought by the Han army was still overshadowed by the Chu army in the city. The nighttime raid by the rear army led by Xiang Chang was yet another victory, like another timely rain, allowing their tense emotions to be greatly relieved once again. End of chapter. Chapter 64, The Joy of Winning. Lu Bang collected the defeated soldiers of the rear army along the way, and also had to be on guard against the surprise attack of the mad dog like Yingbu, circled far and wide, and by the time he returned to the camp that Han Xian had re-established dozens of miles north of the city of Gaixia, it was already noon on the third day. Han Xian, Fan Kuai, and Li Shang led an elite cavalry to welcome them a dozen miles away. When the king and ministers met each other, Lu Bang's thick skin was really not to be blown away. Obviously, because of his abandoning the army and fleeing, the rear army collapsed, and the siege of Gaixia collapsed, but he was looking forward to it and was full of vigor and did not see the slightest sense of shame. After the generals and ministers had finished paying their respects to him, they flanked him back to the camp and took their seats in the tent of the commander-in-chief of the center army. Lu Bang grinned, smiling, and was about to speak when Great General Han Xian already stood up, walked to the bottom of the hall, bowed down to the ground, and unhooked the Great General's sword, which was chipped, and held it high above his head. I am grateful to the King of Han for his trust and appointment of me as the Great General. In the battle of the day before yesterday, I could not imagine that I would lose one after another, and I lost a lot of soldiers and generals, which made me ashamed of myself, and I know that my talents are limited. I hereby surrender my sword, seal and arrow, and ask King Han to choose another famous general to fight with Xiang Ji again. Listening to Han Xian's words, Fan Kuai, Li Shang and other generals standing in the tent could not help but feel a little red in their old faces. Lu Bang's appearance is calm, but in fact, it is just a strong support. The rear army suffered such a great defeat. The mood in can be beautiful there, and several days of fleeing has been fear, uncertainty of the soul, coupled with the arm arrow wound has not yet been healed, the pain piercing the bone. Sit down and not wait for a steady gasp. Han Xian on the public to do such a hand. A moment of time, the heart of the anger, annoyance, indignation, hate intertwined. The 5 senses are distorted for the distortion. Instinctively want to jump up to use the instinctively. He wanted to jump up and use the great general's sword to cut this bastard into 2 pieces without looking at his eyes. Chen Ping, who was standing by the side, hurriedly took a few steps forward and blocked in front of Lu Bang, and said to Han Xian in a warm voice, King of Qi, why do you say this? When the rear army was attacked by Yingbu's treacherous thief, King Han was hit by arrows and fell into danger. But fortunately, God had the eyes to see that he managed to escape. Along the way, King Han disregarded his own injuries, and was most worried about fearing that the center of the army would also have a lapse. Hearing that the King of Qi led the army, successfully forced the Chu army to retreat and peacefully detached from Gaixia, his heart was overwhelmed with joy, and I don't know how many times he praised us for the King of Qi's fine way of using the army, and that the army's handing it over to you was absolutely assured to be the most astute decision he ever made. And now how could the King of Qi make this kind of resignation again? Lu Bang also came back to his senses. The current situation makes it clearer to him that if he wants to realize the original plan of overthrowing Xiang Yu, the only way is for Han Xian to be the commander-in-chief of the army, and no one else will be able to do it. Lu Bang stood up, walked around the case, and when he came to Han Xian's body, his face was already full of amiable smiles, and he personally helped Han Xian up, and said warmly, King of Qi, quickly get up. I know that King Qi has labored and exhausted himself these past few days, and that not only are you not at fault, but you have been meritorious. Don't excuse yourself any longer. My trust in you is the same as it has always been. It has never changed, and this post of great general will continue to be a hard work for you. Other generals, ask them, who can have the skill of using troops as you do? The ability to overthrow Overlord Xiang Yu? I have to say, for useful people to enlist and appease, Liu Bang is a handful. Hit the precise. In particular, he had already penetrated the character of Han Xin. This style of Han Xin in his eyes is a child's tantrums, and then blowing and praising. Not a few words will be said to Han Xin's face touched in feelings. Resignation words can no longer be said. Knowing that the reason why Han Xin made this mess was obviously his resentment towards the fact that at that time, when the king of Han's life and death were uncertain, he and a group of other generals did not listen to the military order and forced him to retreat, thus missing the best time to overthrow the Chu army. At present, naturally Han Xin was right, but at that time, they also consciously thought that their own opinions were the most prudent. However, seeing that Han Xin's emotions were so strong that the king of Han had no choice but to come down personally to pacify him, Fan Kuai and Li Shan looked at each other, took a few steps forward, bowed and also confessed their sins in unison, willing to be punished by General Han Xin for not obeying the military order. Liu Bang looked as if he had just learned about this, and burst into a rage, kicking the paperwork away. Unexpectedly, the documents are built of date wood, heavy and hard, toe recoil almost broken, pain he a burst of grimacing, jumping to his feet like that. Liu Bang pointed at Fan Kuai and Li Shan and angrily cursed. How dare you? What did I say? When marching and fighting, it is most taboo to have poor military orders. Once the general's military order is issued, all of us should follow it with aplomb, and if you dare to violate it, you will be killed without amnesty. How dare you question the general's order? How dare you? If I don't kill you today, how can I convince the public? Great general, go ahead and give the order. Don't condone these two bastards because of me. Behead them to give the three armies a wake-up call. Naturally, Han Xin is not a real cutie pie. As both Fan Kuai and Li Shan were important officials of Liu Bang's inner circle, Liu Bang's words were just for the sake of sounding good, so how could he let him really kill him? However, this perversion of Liu Bang's coloring still made him very popular, and he felt that he was much more important in Liu Bang's mind than Fan Kuai and Li Shan. He coldly ordered, "Will Fan Kuai, Li Shan this time the crime of temporary deposit, later again dare to disobey, double crime and punishment, fixed beheading will not be spared, this matter will be let go." Fan Kuai and Li Shan saw that he actually took the gavel as an arrow, and did not take the opportunity to forgive his own and other people's sins, but sent them down temporarily, and then punished them again later? He could not help but be annoyed, but he was afraid that Liu Bang was beside him, so he could only thank him for his kindness and retreated. King Han, review the previous few days in Chu army combat successive losses. The battlefield Chu army mastered the full initiative, almost completely in the lead us by the nose. In my view the biggest reason lies in the Xiang was cleared. We are on the internal movements of the Chu, especially the core of the senior management, become two eyes a black, know nothing about it. The so-called know each other and know yourself cannot be dangerous. Therefore the most urgent task, we need to reinsert or buy secret agents in the Chu internal, as our eyes, a comprehensive understanding of the internal situation of the Chu army. Easy for us to target the development of coping strategies. Jinping stepped forward at this time and opened his mouth in a deep voice, breaking the atmosphere of awkward rage within the tent. All the general's mind was attracted at once, especially in this big battle and the successive defeat of all the generals. All slowly nodded their heads. Big feel reasonable. Just no matter whether it is buying or inserting secret agents. It is easy to say, but it is so simple to do. The generals left behind in Chu are like gold in the gravel. All of them are die-hard fans who are loyal to Xiang Yu and would rather die than repent. Liu Bang is also a great sense of helplessness. Then as if remembering what extremely unwilling to recall the past. A strange face, there is such a person. Perhaps you can go to the seduction to try this matter and let's talk about it later. Liu Bang next to fully understand the current army reality. Gaixia City Han Xin commanded the Han army to fight with the Chu army, the Yingbu army and the Zhouyin army, and after yesterday's count, he found that he had lost almost 30,000 soldiers and horses. The rear army of 60,000 troops collected the remnants, but about 15,000, the loss of more than 45,000. The left army, Kongxi's army, 70,000 soldiers and horses were attacked by the Han army twice the night before, and lost a big defeat. The remaining less than 40,000 people, discounted, and now Liu Bang's Han army but the remaining 170,000 or 180,000 troops. Liu Bang sighed in his heart, knowing that the difficulty of destroying Xiang Yu with these troops will undoubtedly increase several times compared to the previous day. Fortunately, he was defeated by Xiang Yu has become a routine, have been accustomed to. This time, although the ambush on all sides of the failure, no success, but the main army has not been lost, but not how discouraged. He raised his head and looked around, found that the tent a cadre of generals frowned down, the face of mourning. The atmosphere is extremely depressed. Touching the beard, haha, a burst of laughter. Why do you all look like this? Our army is still in good shape, and we have the advantage in terms of strength. Although Xiang Ji's son has the assistance of Zhou Yin and Ing Bu, he also suffered losses in the battle the day before yesterday, so he must have only 110,000 to 120,000 soldiers, and he is tired of fighting for a long time. So what is there to be afraid of? Come on, set up wine, play music and dance. Let's have fun and get drunk. It must be said that although Lu Bang's speech is vulgar and his behavior is crude, he is a first-class person when it comes to the atmosphere. As the banquet was set up, the music was played, the beautiful maids began to dance. Lu Bang and the generals were also rowing and guessing, mingling, you call me, shouting, hooking shoulders, and soon the atmosphere was very warm to the extreme. Readers of the Lords, pleading to catch up on the reading, favorites, recommendations, and monthly votes. Fire oxen to thank. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Dirty and Unpleasant. The banquet was carried out to the half. The high interest of Lu Bang bottle to wine dry, has been drinking some excess, an old face becomes red moist, a pair of old eyes become drunken haze. Lu Bang is the king of Han. Are all the generals to toast to him? Only for Han Xin. He personally toasted several cups in a row, but also praise Han Xin credit, but also consider Han Xin hard, but also praise Han Xin military talent, and during the period of time, also recalled when Xiao He recommended Han Xin to him. Let him worship as a general. He was how doubtful, hesitant, and finally proved to find out that the day decision is how wise. A set of combinations of punches down, will be Han Xin respect, trust, goodwill manifested to the fullest. In the face of Lu Bang's cordial toast, words of boasting, next to the general's envious and jealous eyes, Han Xin, although not much to drink, still retain a sober, but also cannot help but some drunkenness. Wine is not drunken but the people themselves drunk. All the generals drank a little too much, and they slowly drank in piles of 3, in groups of 2, and chatted with each other. Lu Bang carried a wine bottle, walked to Han Xin's side askew, and sat next to him on the soft seat. Come on, King of Qi, I'll toast to you again. Wishing you good fortune and a long life. Han Xin was too busy to get up to thank him, but Lu Bang held him down and pressed him to the mat. There are so many customary rituals. Today we are not talking about ruler and subject, but about brotherhood. I'm a few years older than you, so it's not too much to ask you to call me your oldest brother, right? Saying this, Lu Bang drank half of the wine in the bottle in one gulp, and handed the remaining half to Han Xin. If you recognize me as your elder brother, you will drink this half of the remaining wine. I can't imagine that Lu Bang, with the respect of the Han King, recognized himself as a brother. This kind of honor, but no matter Xiao He, Chao Sun, Fan Kuai and other loyal and close ministers have never had. Han Xin's face red, excited, without hesitation to take it, a mouthful of dry. Good brother, I, Lu Bang, have not misjudged you. Lu Bang haha laughed merrily and raised his hand to stroke Han Xin's back, patting it vigorously. Half a sigh, he suddenly sighed, full of worry. Brother, since you and I are a family, let's not talk about two families. Panyu was persuaded by Xiang Chang's son to return to Lian without saying a word, and he has lost my hope. Now, Xiang Ji has been assisted by Ing Bu's army and Zhou Yin's army, and he is showing signs of resurgence, so it is difficult to destroy him with just the troops under my command. After this battle with Xiang Ji, we still need your Qi army to join in as well. Our two families are united, truly undivided, and only then can we hope to really succeed. Don't worry, since I promised to make you the king of Qi, I will never go back on my words. After I destroy Xiang Ji, I will immediately announce to the world that you will enjoy the honor of being the king of Qi, and pass it on to your children and grandchildren for 10,000 generations, and rest with the Han. In the face of Lu Bang's sincere and emotional words, Han Xin felt his body's blood rushing to his head, and was touched by his feelings, so he felt willing to die for Lu Bang, and knelt down to make a vow. Brother's order. How can I, Han Xin, not dare to die to help him? Lu Bang was delighted. The atmosphere of the banquet grew more and more enthusiastic. The generals also gathered around and gave more than one toast to Han Xin one after another. At this moment, Yang Tim, a close minister of Zhongwan, came into the tent in a hurry with an anxious look on his face and offered a roll of cloth and silk in his hand to Lu Bang. Lu Bang looked unhappy and said drunkenly, "You bastard, can't you see that I'm having a banquet for the king of Qi and all the generals? What is it that can't wait until tomorrow?" Yang Tim smiled bitterly, but did not retreat, insisting on holding the cloth high. Lu Bang glared at him and gripped the cloth, disturbing my mood. If it weren't for something important, let's see if I don't whip you. Open the cloth and silk. Rough look. Lu Bang suddenly eyes wide, face changed greatly. the body of the spirit of a shiver, full of wine and a cold sweat seeped out, stayed stunned on the spot. At this time, all the generals could see that something was wrong, and gradually stopped feasting and toasting, and slowly the tent quieted down. Ha ha, Xiangji's son really has some tricks up his sleeve. Is he being pushed to his death and jumping over the wall? Lu Bang raised his head to look at all the generals' searching eyes, laughed dryly for a few moments, and turned to his back and said, Zifeng, come and see. When he realized that Chen Ping was standing behind him, he remembered that Zhang Liang had been wounded by an arrow and was still recuperating, so he handed it to Chen Ping. Chen Ping stepped forward to receive. Open a look, eyebrows steeply raised, handsome face a flash of horror, then the cloth and silk a pinch up. Look contemptuous said, Han Wang, this kind of demagoguery need not pay attention to, directly discarded and burned can be. Shu was about to be overthrown. Xiang Ji will also be dead. Even if you pass down this kind of edict, who will serve? It will only make the world laugh. Lu Bang see all the generals look more and more curious, are staring at the roll of cloth and silk, know that Xiang Yu since he sent someone to pass, must have been edict to the world, and widely spread. Forbidden is forbidden. As for the book on the name of the people are afraid of the edict are also passed to their respective armies. A face of magnanimity. Do not think of waving his hand said. What's the point? It's good to pass it around for everyone to see, so that everyone knows how ridiculous Xiang Ji's trick is, and how hamstrung the king of the hall is at the moment. Indeed, at that moment, the servant of Han Xin, the king of Qi, also held a roll of identical cloth and silk, and even a sword, a seal in a wooden box, and a large banner of basalt blue brocade, and entered the tent to offer it to Han Xin. Han Xin inexplicably took it and opened it, and then his mouth was wide open, greatly surprised. This is instead an edict for Xiang Yu to enthrone a new round of vassal kings in the name of the Great Chu hegemony. The edict said that the 18 vassal kings who had been appointed in the previous period had either rebelled or were killed by Lu Bang, and not many of them remained. In order to stabilize the world, pacify the people, recuperate and enjoy peace forever, a new round of vassal kings is hereby appointed. Looking at the list of newly promoted vassal kings written on the imperial decree, other than Han Xin, the generals in the tent, along with Han Xin, all had odd faces. Some of the generals looked at each other, then quickly retracted like an electric shock, lowered their heads and hung their eyes in silence, and just in this glance, all vaguely see each other's eyes in the heat and desire. On this edict, all the heavy generals and bureaucrats under Lu Bang's command, such as Lu Zhe, Chao Sun, Wang Ling, Zhou Bo, Xiao He, Fan Kuai, Zhou Chang, Li Shang, Jin Shi, and so on, were all on the list, and they were made kings. Although Xiang Yu's Chu looked dying, after all, has not really breathed his last, as long as still hangs a breath in, is a piece of loud and clear signboard, has the inheritance of the Qin that the world's orthodoxy, has the natural unquestionable legitimacy of the feudal lords and kings, all the forces of the world, all the local magnates, all the vassals, even if the Han King Lu Bang, then all have to recognize. See, all the generals are silent, some actually cannot hide the flow of joy, although Lu Bang had psychological expectations, but still cannot help but be greatly annoyed and angry. Chen Ping, seeing that Lu Bang is not in a good position, said, what King Han said is right. Xiang Ji is at the end of his rope and his defeat is just around the corner. Who in the world still recognizes him as the overlord? The implementation of such a cunning plan, but want to separate the king of Han and all of you only, in order to slow down the army. Really ridiculous. All the generals immediately came to their senses and echoed, loudly stating their hearts, saying that they would never be compelled by the Xiang thieves. After such a disturbance, the banquet could not go on, and was hurriedly dispersed. Lu Bang returned to the rest of the tent, pulled out the long sword, all the furnishings of the tent chopped to broken, cursing the whole half of the night, cursing that called us stolen and hard to hear. End of chapter. Chapter 66. North of Gaixia City, in front of the tent of the commander-in-chief of the rear army under Xiang Chang's command, a large flat open space was covered with a layer of light yellow cowhide floor carpet. A soft mat was placed on it, and a few tables were furnished. The imposing and majestic body of the overlord, in a standardized posture that can be described as textbook, sits motionless on his knees in the main seat. Below are 2 rows of cases. On the left side are Xiang Shang, Xiang Zhuang, Xiang Guan, Xiang It and other Xiang family generals. Among them, Xiang It, the original rear general, was transferred by the king to be the upper doctor. What is surprising is that Xiang Ju, in his capacity as the head of the Xiang clan, actually knelt at the end of the seat. On the right, naturally, were Zhong Li Mai, Ji Bu, Huan Chu, Zhou Yin, and other foreign generals and courtiers. At the bottom of the list was another unexpected and reasonable general, He Shi, who was born as an officer at the bottom of the hierarchy, was first recognized by Xiang Chang and promoted to the middle level of the officer hierarchy, and then he was promoted to the rank of a general by the king of the kingdom for his meritorious achievement in the ambush of Guiying the day before yesterday. Afterwards, in the critical moment of the battle with the Han army in Gaixia, he became famous with a curse, and to a certain extent, he also claimed to have swayed the overall trend of the Hanchu dispute with his own strength, and was immediately promoted to the rear army as a lieutenant general afterwards, in just 3 or 2 days, by a bottom officer helicopter to the top of the middle generals. The distance from the Chu high-level corps generals is just a step away. This promotion speed in the Chu is also considered unprecedented. Although the Blackshear in the Shangchan Long Prince's guidance to open the door to a new world of personal ability, but the mouth stinks, but is not stupid. Self-knowledge of their own promotion so fast, is the Shangchang Long Prince behind the vigorously promote the result. Even now this Chu's highest level of corps generals and bureaucrats of the banquet, originally also not he a lieutenant general can participate. The reason why kneeling sitting here, but also Xiang Chang Prince's special arrangement. Xiang Chang's intention, He Shi vaguely grasp, is intended to treat himself as a benchmark, to inspire all the generals and soldiers of Chu in the battle with the Han battalion to strive for success. So knowing that he is now too hot, some attract people's cynicism, He Shi is still high head, trying to make the tent around the more generals, officers, soldiers, guards to see, and in front of all the generals and bureaucrats on several cases, there are a few skewers of barbecue meat, a bowl of rice, a plate of soup. Rice is a mixture of rice and millet boiled into brown rice. Soup is also salted fish peeled and boiled into a cheap soup, are supplied to the soldiers of the ordinary rations. Not in the past for these senior generals to enjoy the carving of hu rice, lu kwai soup. As for the wine is directly no trace. The generals were amazed to see such frugality in food and drink. Overlord Xiang Yu comes from the noble family of Dechu, and in the past banquets, were extremely luxurious, although now almost overthrown by the Han army. Food and fodder are sleepy, but the great battle of the day before yesterday and robbed a lot of the Han army, and there are sufficient food and fodder Zhouyin army, Yingbu army support, not so tough to this point. Xiang Yu helplessly looked at a few cases next to his nearest, located on his right-hand side of Xiang Chang, turns solemn, depending on the blessings of our ancestors, and depending on the lives of all of you and your generals, we have successfully broken through Lu Bang's 10-sided ambush. When I think of the generals' lack of food and starvation, but still sacrificing their lives and fighting endlessly, it is always hard for me to sleep at night. Therefore, in order to express the intention of sharing the pain with all the soldiers, from now on, without destroying Lu Bang, Xiang Ji's diet is the same as the ordinary soldiers can be satiated, in order to maintain the physical strength to add some meat, and never overspend again. Listening to Xiang Yu's words, all the generals look revitalized. Their minds instantly swept over the old stories of the famous General Wu Qi and his soldiers sharing the same pain and suffering with his soldiers, as well as Go Jian overthrowing the state of Wu by lying down on his salary and tasting the guts, to know the past king quite loved to enjoy, whether clothing, food, horses, vehicles, a dry use are extremely extravagant and gorgeous. Since the establishment of the king, in and out of the front and rear embrace to talk about the scene. Almost with the year he saw the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang travel ceremonial comparable, and that even if the army battle, also carry concubines, his headstrong and self-opinionated behavior, even if the subordinate bureaucrats feel too extravagant, but also do not dare to advise. And now the sun comes out from the west, he began to encourage himself to wake up. A big change, a look to share the pain with the soldiers, naturally led a cadre of generals surprise inexplicable. Xiang Shang and Zhong Limai are the most meticulous. Coincidentally looked at Xiang Chang, who was sitting still with a smile on his face, and at the same time got up, with an energetic face, stating that they will also be the same as the king of the country, and that they will not exterminate Lu Bang, and they will not engage in extravagance. The rest of the generals responded at that moment. The generals are all from the military and have been fighting for many years, so they naturally know what to do to win the hearts of the soldiers and make them use their lives. But still, everyone knows the correct principle, but few can really do it. Xiang Yu is undoubtedly on the right path by starting with his diet and personally setting an example. For them, the generals, following closely and controlling their desires for the time being to go for the ultimate victory, are of course gladly accepted. It is also the Han Army 600,000 army of 10 ambush really scared them. Right now as long as they can defeat the Han army, not to mention make the district dietary restraint, even if the years of asceticism they are also willing. There is no wine, let's use soup instead. Come on, gentlemen, drink victory. Xiang Yu was greatly pleased to see that all the generals responded eagerly and actually did not whine or feel dissatisfied. The generals raised their soup plates and roared their approval. Counting the time. Lu Bang should have received the king's edict by now, right? I wonder how he will react. Will he be furious? Without wine to drink, the general started a casual chatting mode while sucking on the salted fish soup jelly, among which Xiang Zhuang said with a smile, "Ha ha ha ha." Once General Xiang Changho's plan came out, it definitely disgusted Lu Bang's old man. Thinking about Lu Bang's old man's constipated-like look of defeat, my heart is so happy that I can't help but want to laugh. Great General Zhong Limei glanced at Xiang Chang and also said with a pleasant look on his face, "Mr. Xiang Chang's farsightedness and his directness to the people's hearts have given us a great deal of anger. In the past, the Han camps Zhang Liang and Chen Ping were full of tricks and plots, which made us Chu overwhelmed and suffered a lot of losses. Even the former Yafu, mostly in the military strategy, has a strange plan. For this kind of people's hearts and minds, is not a strong point. Now that we have Duke Chang, I think we won't have to suffer from that kind of harboring in the future." Ji Bu's words caused strong resonance among the generals, who nodded their heads in agreement. Former General Xiang Wan said in a strange voice, "I'm afraid that in the future, it will be the turn of Lu Bang's army to have a headache and be upset." The generals followed with another round of laughter. Looking at the cheerful and exuberant look of the generals, Xiang Yu, who sits high on the throne, can't help but show a hint of a smile on his face, which has always been upright and solemn. This scene he has not seen for a long time. Since the middle and late stages of the Battle of Chengao, the smiles on everyone's faces began to become less and less, and by the time of the Battle of Gaixia, it had completely disappeared. Fortunately, and now it has come up again. At this time Wushu, who had been sent on a mission to the Imbu army, returned in haste and also brought back good news. Readers of the Great Old Ones, I implore you to show more support for Spread. End of chapter. Chapter 67, The Three Big Prices. Xiang Chang's rear army was stationed in the north of Gaixia city, defending the Han army directly. The main force of Ingbu's army, under the master of the left secretary Tian Biao, had been stationed in the west of Gaixia city. As for Ingbu himself, leading 5,000 cavalry troops, he has been staying in the rear camp of the Han army under attack all this while, and has been slow to come to see Xiang Yu, knowing that he did it on purpose, wanting to see what the attitude of the Chu side to his defection, whether it will really abide by the promise. Xiang Chang knows this very well, after discussing with his father, and then called all the generals and bureaucrats to discuss, and finally made the decision to send Wu Shibi to Ingbu's military camp to make a mission, to bring 3 conditions to Ingbu. At this time, the overlord was repeatedly hammered by Lu Bang, who united many forces, and his past arrogance was greatly dissolved. In fact, before the siege of Gaixia, he began to recognize the reality, and sent Wu Shibi to persuade Han Xin, whom he had always looked down upon, to stand up as the king and watch the struggle between Han and Chu, which was a clear proof. It is only that Han Xin, remembering Lu Bang's favor of pushing food and clothes, plus Lu Bang's higher and more affordable price, did not agree. In addition, he also deeply realized that he only had the capital of oppressing the heroes on the battlefield, and the rest of the world. Whether it was to formulate a strategy to take over the world according to the world situation, or to unite various forces for his own use, or to select and appoint good people, or to stabilize the people in the territories to collect taxes and supply food and fodder, were not his strengths. Therefore, except for the battlefield, Xiang Yu began to restrain his headstrong temperament and called a group of generals and bureaucrats to meet and discuss. For example, the conditions offered to him when he went to Ingbu was the result of a group discussion with all the generals and bureaucrats. For the king of this can be called a huge change. All the generals and bureaucrats naturally overjoyed, happy to see it, for their own people can participate in a series of major events related to the survival of the gods of the earth and grain of Chu and the long-term development of a series of major events. One by one is also in the mood of excitement, active and enthusiastic. The king of Zhejiang was so happy that he decided to personally come to Gaixia city tomorrow to pay his respects to the overlord. Wu Shu recounted the results of his mission and the performance of the king of Zhejiang to Xiang Yu as well as all the generals and bureaucrats. Xiang Chang laughed coldly in his heart and slowly nodded his head. The 3 major prices offered by Chu are completely aimed at the nature of Ingbu's emphasis on practical benefits and light feelings. First of all, Lu Bang's rear army's batch of rich goods. This completely belongs to him, and the Chu army will not ask for it again. Secondly, he was named king of Zhejiang by imperial decree. Although the king's title remained unchanged, the territory of his old husband, King Wu Rui of Hangshan, was also included. That's right, King Wu Rui of Hangshan was the Taishan boss of King Ingbu of Zhejiang. Only that his daughter and grandson were all exterminated after Ingbu rebelled against Xiang Yu and was defeated by Xiang Yu's dispatch of his great general Long and Wu Rui, the king of Hangshan, was originally one of the 18 vassal kings appointed by Xiang Yu, but later on, under the compulsion of Zhang Liang, he even turned his head to Liu Bang. Xiang Chang naturally will not be spoiled by this kind of two-dimensional boy. The reason why he has so infeft Yingbu, the intention is very obvious. One is to reward Yingbu's merits, and the other is naturally interested in letting Yingbu to annex Wu Rui's Hangshan country. Finally, Xiang Liang's daughter Xiang Ji, who lived far away in Jiangdong, was promised to Yingbu as his wife. This is to strengthen and consolidate the relationship between the two sides, to politely express the apology for killing Yingbu's wife and children, and also to convey Xiang Yu's attitude of treating him as a brother, to be famous, to be advantageous, to have territory, to have emotional appeasement. In the face of Xiang Yu gave this kind of generous conditions, how can King Yingbu of Jiuzhou not be happy? As for the equal division of the world promised by Xiang Chang when he lobbied him, it was not mentioned in the edict, but both sides also have a tacit understanding on this. If you want to divide the world equally, you can. First you have to show your ability first and be able to fight half of the world. Xiang Chang could foresee that with this edict from his old man, Yingbu had the legal support, and would definitely choose to make a move on his old husband Wu Rui next, swallowing him up, with the territory fully allocated to his own kingdom of Zhejiang, to be able to annex a country, so that their own kingdom territory area increased dramatically. In the face of such huge benefits, coupled with the character of Yingbu, such as the importance of practical benefits rather than feelings, needless to say, Wu Rui is his father-in-law, even if his own father, I'm afraid that he would choose to do it. What's remarkable is that Wu Rui was not yet known for his military prowess, and annexing his kingdom wouldn't have taken much for Yingbu, who claimed to be a military wizard. This edict from the overlord was tantamount to delivering a heavenly opportunity to enhance his kingdom's strength and expand its boundaries to his mouth, and there was no way for Yingbu to refuse. It's a long time. Let's take our time. Now Chu is not the old Chu. Since you choose to get on the chariot again, then there is no room for you to retreat. My Chu does not keep idle people. I don't want half the world, right? That's good. What a great goal. I'll help you realize it step by step. All you have to do is to show your true skills. Fight, kill, fight, and rob. Don't worry. Your future life will definitely not have the slightest bit of leisure anymore, and will make you feel explosively fulfilled. Xiang Chang cupped his chin and gently shook the bowl of crude soup, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. In Xiang Chang's opinion, for a vassal like Yingbu, who was a general of the Chu dynasty, his father was too rough and cold in his behavior, and he could be said to have no skill at all. This kind of vassal should be driven like a falcon or a hound, giving him a target to hunt that is not only of interest to himself as the master, but also of interest to him. At the same time, after the capture of the prey, the first time to reward, so that the next time to continue to drive, so as to form a virtuous circle. In addition to rewarding Yingbu, Xiang Yu also sent another messenger to chase Pingyu's army and conveyed the imperial decree to make Pingyu the king of Liang, according to the promise made by Wu Shibi, and vested all the original land of Wei to him and made a pact with him as a brother. It was when he was writing these two edicts of enthronement that Xiang Chang had a flash of insight and suddenly came up with a brilliant plan to discuss Liu Bang and separate him from his subordinate generals. Xiang Chang had previously meticulously studied the 18 vassals that his old man had divided after the destruction of Qin, as well as the kings of the opposite sex that Liu Bang had divided after the establishment of Han, and found that there were similarities as well as great differences between the two. The similarity lies in the fact that both Pops and Liu Bang have coincidentally adopted a suppressive attitude towards the old princes of the Six Kingdoms. For example, at the time of Pop's partition, the Six Kings clans were still relatively powerful, like Zhao Xia in Zhao Land, Wei Bao in Wei Land, Han Chang in Han Land, and Tian Du and Tian Shi in Shi Land, each of which owned a large chunk of territory in the course of the destruction of Qin. Pop's was not so much a partition as a recognition of an established fact, but apart from this, no further initiative was taken to divide any of the old royal families. Not only that, but these old royal fathers were suppressed as much as possible. For example, they either moved them away from their homelands or reduced their territories, as well as dividing the generals under their command into vassal kings, thus maximizing their strength and dividing their territories and power. The generals under the old princes of the six states were made vassal kings, such as Shen Yang, a favorite of Zhang Er, whose territory was part of the former Korea, Sima Ang, a general of Zhao, who was made ruler of Hanoi, Tian Du, a general of Qi, whose territory was part of the former Qi, Zhang Tun, a general of Yen, whose territory was part of the former Yen, and Zhang Er, a prime minister of Zhao, whose territory was part of the former Zhao, and so on. End of chapter. Chapter 68, The New 15 Kings. Of course, there was a deeper consideration for Pops in enthroning these generals as vassal kings. Before the division of the feudal lord had called up these generals, as well as Zhang Han and other 3 Qin generals, Ing Bu, Gong Ao and other generals that he favored and divided, and said to them, clad in armor with weapons in hand, camping in the field and leaving life and death for 3 years of hard fighting, finally eliminated the Qin state and pacified the world. This is all the generals and my achievements. The implication is that the world is what we have fought for, and should be divided among us to take charge of it. From this, we can see that Pop's division is more on merit. That is to say, whoever has made great achievements in the extermination of Qin will be granted the title, and everyone will speak on the basis of their strength. The reason why my father was so generous and took the initiative to divide up such a large number of military class was entirely out of self-interest. He was nominally one of the generals under Emperor Xiong Xian's command, and he was the one who made the most achievements in the extermination of Qin. He divided so many generals into vassals, naturally, in order to gain their support, and support him to establish himself as the king of Chu. In addition to his exclusive possession of the Chu to remain intact, the rest of the old 6 countries were these military class and Zhang Han and other Qin dynasty generals, to all break down into 2 or 3 pieces, so that maximize the weakening of the strength of the other vassal states, to ensure that Chu's dominance. With this in mind, Pop's division is not so pure and benign, but also full of intrigue and scheming, seizing up his own interests without mercy. In contrast, Lu Bang's attitude towards vassal kings with different surnames was not to appoint them if he could. For example, when Han Xin, who had done so much, asked for a title after he had defeated Qi, he was strongly dissatisfied. In the end, Lu Bang divided the 8 vassal kings with different surnames, like Wu Rui, Zhang Tan, Zhang Er. All of them were one of the 18 vassals appointed by Xiang Yu. Han Xin, Pong Yu, Ing Bu were also already one side of the vassals, just lack of the name, but it is a recognition of the objective fact, and for the reward of the 3, it was a promise made by Lu Bang before he overthrew the Great Chu. Han Wangxin was established by Lu Bang under certain circumstances in order to stabilize the land of Han at the height of the war with Xiang Yu. The last king of Yan, Lu Hua, was appointed by Lu Bang after he destroyed the former king of Yan, Zhang Tan, and was not one of the first kings to be appointed. Lu was his younger brother. The 2 families had been friends for generations, and the 2 were born on the same day in the same year, same month and same day, so they were as close as brothers, and their feelings were deep and profound. The rest of them, such as Xiao He, Chao Sun, Zhou Bo, Fan Kuai, Li Shang, etc. Even though they had made great achievements, they were not crown kings, but only marquises at the highest. Xiang Chang, who was keenly aware of this problem, gave birth to a poisonous plan of attack. Don't you want to be sealed? Well, then I, De Chu, will do it for you. My De Chu is this kind of person who thinks about people and is happy to do good things. Xiang Chang, after comprehensive consideration and many calculations, carefully concocted a list of the new 15 vassal kings sealed by the hegemon, Xiang Yu, the great king of Chu. His original territory remains unchanged, and his kingly title remains unchanged. The title of king of Linjiang is inherited from his father, Gong Ao, and his territory remains unchanged. The Linjiang king Gong Ao appointed by Xiang Yu is now dead. Zhang Tan, the original territory remains unchanged and the king's name remains the same. Ing Bu, who was crowned king of Zhejiang, was a brother to De Chu, and his fiefdom included the territory of the former kingdom of Zhejiang, plus the entire territory of the present kingdom of Hanshan. Pong Yu, who was crowned king of Liang, was about to become a brother to De Chu, and his fiefdom was the entire territory of the former state of Wei. Han Xin, who was crowned king of Qi, was covenanted as a brother to De Chu, and fiefdomed all the territory of the former state of Qi. Lu Zai, the king of Qin, was given the title of king of Qin, and his fiefdom was all the land of the former Qin state. In addition, Chao Shen was named king of Dai, Wang Ling was named king of Changshan, Zhou Bo was named king of Zhao, Fan Kuai was named king of Liaodong, Zhou Chang was named king of Han, Li Shan was named king of Hunan, Xiao He was named king of Hanzhong, and Jin Shi was named king of Bashu, and the territories that the original kings had been named to belong to them. Lu Bang is shameless, treacherous, perverse, and a thief of the world, so he will be removed from the throne and be attacked by all the lords of the world. No wonder Lu Bang is so furious. Xiang used this enshrinement of the vassal kings, excluding the common lieutenant, Ing Bu, Han Xin, Pong Yu, Zhang Tuan and other chatting about the number of kings. The rest of his Han camp all the high-level corps generals and bureaucrats, all sealed to the, can be said to be a generous mess. But still, Xiang Yu is still the co-lord of the world at the moment, still the mighty king of Western Chu. As long as he is not dead, his enthronement possesses the natural legal justice. In other words, These fierce generals under Liu Bang's command, as long as they have enough strength, can completely take Xiang Yu's enthronement, the matching seal and sword flag ceremonies issued, to accept these territories, and then build a country and claim to be the king, sit on a land and pass it on to their children and grandchildren. These generals and officials under Liu Bang's command, even though they know that this is Xiang Yu's trick to separate them from the Han camp, the temptation of being crowned king is too great for them not to be moved. This is also the reason why all of them coincidentally remained silent when they saw Xiang Yu's enthronement, to be able to follow Liu Bang to fight until now. First to destroy the Qin, followed by the anti-Chu. These generals are not good people, but also understand that their own interests in the end are to go all out to fight for the truth, choose to shut up and sit down and wait, and ultimately can only wait for a loneliness. I have to say that Xiang Chang's maneuver was too tawdry, and standing in Liu Bang's position, he would find himself suddenly in a dilemma. He also chose to crown the generals as kings, right? In that case, the generals would be happy. But even if he destroyed Dechu and his Han dynasty was established, the world would still be full of vassal kings, reverting back to the Western Zhou era, making it difficult to establish a great unified empire like Great Qin. Continue to adhere to the established principle of not generalizing the king to the generals? Then you should also show enough sincerity to appease the generals, right? If you don't show anything, you'll be chilling the hearts of the generals. Then how much sincerity would be considered as sincerity? So that the generals will not be chilled? How do you decide? The most offensive point, Liu Bang treat the generals under his command in the future will still be as trusting and assured as in the past? If these generals lead their armies in the battlefield, what if they make a sharp turn halfway through the war and kill their own kingdoms, leaving him, the king of Han, on the sidelines? It can be imagined that Xiang Chang's plan is going to give Liu Bang an immense headache for a very long time, and he doesn't know how much energy he is going to spend to cope with it. For this scheme of Xiang Chang, there are also generals in the Dechu camp who disagree and are very dissatisfied, thinking that this kind of messy sealing makes the Dechu Empire look like a joke and is a self-defeating act of falling to kingship. This item Chang was scorned. Dechu are his mother's dying, the so-called barefoot not afraid to wear shoes. This time will not be the last trace of its value to squeeze out. Try their best to fight for a ray of hope, but also hold the inherent lofty aristocratic thinking. A little shameless conspiracy means do not want to use, but is not a brain-dead behavior, when it is really destroyed. Pops, as the king of the hall, was divided into several pieces, and the elite of Dechu who had crossed the world were all destroyed. It would be sad, not like a joke, but the question is, who is willing? At least Xiang Chang was his mother's unwillingness. The noise was quickly silenced, and it was clear that most of the other generals were reluctant as well. End of chapter. Chapter 69, the crowd's slogan. The generals of the Chu army camp did not guess wrong. Received the overlord's enshrinement edict. Liu Bang was indignant, cursed for half the night, and slept in the latter half of the night in fatigue, but also still did not sleep well. Dazed and confused sleep not long, coupled with the pain of the arrow wound in the arm is unbearable. The sky just bright woke up. As soon as he saw Liu Bang look annoyed and climbed up, the two maidens who were serving him also got up, not caring about the half-naked plump body shivering in the cold air current in the late autumn, and helped him to put on his clothes and robes in a busy manner. Liu Bang's beautiful women, gold, silver and goods accumulated over the years all fell into the hands of Ingbu's army after he was defeated by a surprise attack, which made him sad and heartbroken when he thought about it in the past few days. Fortunately, he was afraid of Xiang Yu. In the signing of the Hongo covenant, Xiang Yu will be the old man Lu Taigong and his wife Lu Pheasant returned. He immediately sent his generals to escort back to the old nest Hanzhong, handed over to Xiao He, this time to avoid making a big mistake of falling into the hands of the Chu army again. As for these two maids, they were sent by Fan Kuai to warm up the blanket. After all, Liu Bang was old, and his qi and blood were weak, and he was afraid of cold at night, plus his arm was injured, so it was much more comfortable for him to have these two maidservants to wait for him at night. After dressing up, impatient to wear a high crown, Liu Bang waved his hand, let the maid simply tie a hair bun, and then hung up the sword, and received the warm soup handed over by the maid and drank 2 mouths of it, and rubbed 2 handfuls of the maid's towering breasts with his intact right hand, frowning tightly, and came out of the camp tent in a slow pace. Next to a small camp tent rest Xiaohoing, heard the movement, has long been fully dressed waiting, with dozens of elite guards quietly followed behind. Liu Bang lowered his head, an old face full of worry and confusion, and walked around the barracks with faith, and the pain that came from his arm from time to time made him not grin for a while again. Since he started to fight with Xiang Yu for the world, the early stage is naturally a repeated defeat. Was Xiang Yu ravaged and destroyed by the screaming parents? Miserable and incomparable. Luckily, Xiao He, the super milkman, kept on sucking his milk from Hanzhong and Guanzhong to replenish his nutrients, so he managed to hold on. Zhang Liang, his spiritual mentor, made strategic plans for him, pointed out the direction of battle, calmed him down and inspired him when he was confused and panicked, and helped him convince Wu Rui and other vassal kings to join him. In addition, Han Xin, the soldier immortal, used his army like a god, and went around the side of Chu to conquer several kings in a row, successfully capturing a large area of the new territory. And Pang Yu, Ing Bu and other great generals joined him one after another to shine, and the situation finally became better and better day by day. But no matter how good the situation becomes, facing Xiang Ji, the mighty king of Western Chu, it is difficult to completely destroy and defeat him, but instead, he has repeatedly been given a victory, and the good situation has been stirred up into a mess. For example, the Battle of Pengcheng, and then for example, the Battle of Gaixia, obviously their own hand hundreds of thousands of troops, occupying an absolute advantage. Needless to say, a sure victory, according to common sense to measure even if the gods down to earth cannot help it, but that Xiangji child froze on the Jedi turned the tide. So, like this several times, three times several times, Xiangji has almost become an insurmountable mountain in front of Lu Bang, even if he has a tough will, thick skin and resistant to manipulation, but also a bit unable to withstand up. What's the saying? There are times when a man of steel can't stand it. When the worried Iron Man came back to his senses, he unexpectedly found himself standing outside a not too large, rather clean and elegant cowhide tent, and the soldiers serving as guards around him bowed and saluted him. Lu Bang then realized that he had unknowingly arrived in front of Zhang Liang's tent. Waving his hand to stop the soldiers' briefing, Lu Bang lifted the curtain of the tent, heaped up a full smile on his face, and walked in with light steps. After entering the tent, his old face was greatly surprised to see a soft seat in the innermost part of the tent, Zhang Liang's slender aura's body covered with thick brocade, handsome face as pale as paper, from time to time issued a few sharp coughs, but strong support to crouch on a case, struggling to write something on the bamboo slips. Oh, Zifang has already woken up? How is your injury? Lu Bang was very happy, walked towards me, and couldn't help complaining. It is important for you to recuperate from your injury. What are you busy with? The affairs are endless. When you get well, there is always something for you to be busy with. Seeing that it was Lu Bang who came, Zhang Liang panicked and struggled to get up to greet him, but he was held down by Lu Bang who came jogging over with an old face full of concern. Zifang, don't be polite. I couldn't sleep for a long time at night, remembering your injury, and as soon as the sky was leveled off, I couldn't sleep anymore, so I got up and came over to take a look. Zhang Liang, a grateful face, pale face, a touch of child halo red surging up, sharp gasping half a sound, said, my little injury, do not worry about the king. The king himself also has injuries, but also to recuperate is, the current Han camp hundreds of thousands of troops can be tied to the king. There cannot be the slightest failure. Lu Bang turned his head to see the people serving around him, not a single one, and no charcoal was burned in the tent. It was very cold, and he was furious. Where did all these assholes die? You are so seriously injured. Not at the sight of serving. Charcoal is not burning. See my. Zhang Liang tugged at Lu Bang's sleeve and shook his head with a bitter smile. Don't be angry, King Han. It's me who needs quietness to think things over and can't be disturbed by others, so I kicked them all out. Lu Bang, a pair of thick black eyebrows a shake, a face of helplessness. Zifang, injury is so serious. Not properly recuperate. This is again in the laborious thinking about what? How about and say to me to listen. With the rebellion of Ing Bu's army and Zhou Yin's army, the loss of the rear army, and the siege of Gaixia being temporarily relieved by Xiang Yu, the battle situation has suffered a momentary disadvantage. But these, I think, are not enough to make King Han bothered by it. In my estimation, King Han should have another worry at the moment. Listening to Zhang Liang's frank inquiry, Lu Bang sighed long and gently patted Zhang Liang's arm with his hand. Still, Zifang knows me. Although the battle situation has been frustrated for a while, the advantage is still with me. And with the King of Qi as the commander-in-chief to preside over the military strategy, I'm not really worried about it. What worries me is that Xiang Ji's brain seems to have been kicked by a donkey, and he actually uses trickery. He actually sent Han Xin, as well as Chao Shun, Fan Kuai, Zhou Bo, Li Shang, and a bunch of other important officials and generals under my command, an imperial decree of enthronement with arrows and flags, making them vassal kings. Xiangji's son and the self-establishment of the Western Chu hegemony. The feudal vassal king is also quite chapters of the bottom line. But now I cannot think of this shameless and lowly up. The vassal king can be randomly sealed? This kind of childish nonsense. Do not think about how to end up in the future. Vassal states, in the end, will only turn into mutual attack. The world war endless. He such disregard for the people of the people's death of the perverse behavior. Really deserve to die to the extreme. Xiang Yu, this partition really poked Lu Bang pain. said in the end he was furious, spitting and cursing. Zhang Liang was silent for a while. Since the previous Han Xin after the pacification of the Qi land, sent messengers to ask Lu Bang for the Qi king of the seal, Lu Bang burst into color. He and Chen Ping, two of the current world's most intelligent people, keenly grasped the Lu Bang mind. That is absolutely do not want to divide the vassal king. And now these words of Lu Bang are undoubtedly a further indication of the heart. Just that a carry ahead regardless of life and death conquest of the world, attacked a large area can be described as meritorious generals, and ultimately shall not be king. And their old Lu family is the sole enjoyment of the world, the throne as emperor, and passed on to their children and grandchildren for thousands of generations. How to say that this kind of behavior is also the most shameful? Also because of this, Lu Bang himself also feels some cannot be said, so shouted out not to seal the king is to avoid the vassal conquest, so that the people of the people will not be miserable charcoal and other grand slogans, forcibly to their own shameless behavior on a layer of good-looking oil coloring. End of chapter. Chapter 70, the more you think, the better. Zhang Liang pondered for half a second and sighed softly. The king of Han is mindful of the hardship of the people, and this kind heart must have reached the heavens. After a pause, he said with a solemn face, Xiang Ji's intention of this poisonous plan is to separate the king from his generals. Now in this critical moment of the imminent destruction of Xiang Ji, it is to be all the generals to work together as one. Once the gap between the king and the ministers, then the big event will be over. So please also ask the king of Han to the generals to appease them. Cannot be too small to mess up the big plan. Listening to Zhang Liang's earnest words, Lu Bang stood up, flicked his robe sleeve heavily, and said anxiously, how do I not know? Like Fan Kuai, Xiao He, Li Shang, Fu Quan, etc. They do not have the conditions to be crowned king, they also know it very well. But Xiang Ji's child's division, it is still hard to guarantee that they do not move a different mind. Want to let them continue to do not have a second heart, loyal to their duties. You need to be pacified. But just empty words of appeasement, they will not listen and thus not resentment? The rest, like Chao Sun, Zhou Bo, Lu Zhe, Jin Shi, etc., not only have solid and strong military achievements and have fought a large territory, but also have their own powerful armies under their command, so they are truly qualified to be kings. For them, apart from being crowned king, how can other rewards be in their eyes? Since the great king does not want to confer the title of king, then he will reappoint them as vassals. Like Xiao He and Fan Kuai, they themselves know that they are not qualified for the title of king. The great king summoned them one by one, personally appeased them, and made promises, and they will surely obey them heartily. As for Chao Shen, Zhou Bo, Lu Zhe, etc., Captain Chen Ping was sent to convince them to recognize the situation. They are all smart people and will make the right choice in the face of the king's bright attitude. Then the great king will appease them by conferring heavy marquiships and giving them generous cognacs, and the greed in their hearts will subside. Lu Bang frowned. This will only hold them down for a while. They all have heavy armies under their command, so once they are sent out to attack, what will happen if they take their armies halfway to the vassal states that Xiang Yu has appointed them to? It's also simple. As long as they bow down and agree to the great king's vassalization and make a lowly gesture of obedience, the great king will immediately transfer the armies under their command to each other. If the generals and soldiers don't know each other, they will naturally have no basis to stand on their own. If any of the generals disagreed, the great king could just behead the demonstration. In the immediate camp, they can't yet make waves. Lu Bang's eyes lit up. For a while an old face fluttered with color. Clapping his hands and calling it good, I knew that Zifang would have a countermeasure. Oh, with Zifang around, what do I have to worry about? At the end, he was quite hesitant, lowered his voice and said, just so many generals. Specifically what marquis to seal them. Need to be considered in many ways, but not 3 or 2 days can be a thing. Not a year and a half years will be difficult to sort out. Currently in the critical juncture of the war with the Chu army, where can be separated from this kind of mind to, but to delay for a long time. I'm afraid to cause these generals suspicion and dissatisfaction, thinking that in coaxing them, then make a mistake even worse. This is how to do? That's fine too. Do you have any generals? My lord, whom all the generals know and whom you hate the most but who are quite meritorious? There is, Young Tooth. This bastard is my fellow townsman. A powerful man in Pei County, but he has always looked down on me. When I started to fight against Qin and let him stay behind, this asshole betrayed me and took the children of Pei County to Wei. I went back to fight 2 or 3 times and didn't get down, but later I borrowed troops from Xiang Liang to attack. This bastard was not caught and fled to Wei. Later, when I attacked Zhao, this bastard surrendered to me again as a general of Zhao, and I wanted to kill him, but Wan Ling persuaded me many times to let him go. Since then this guy in the battle with the Chu, but also made a lot of credit, so I cannot bear to kill more and more. delayed until now. None of the generals are unaware of this matter. Then first reappoint Young Tooth, and then explain to the generals that they will be rewarded specifically after the great break of Xiangji. When the generals see that Young Tooth has been reappointed, they will be relieved about your promise, Zhang Liang said without hesitation. Lu Bang heard. The more he thought of this plan, the more wonderful. Troubled him all night problem was Zhang Liang dissolved. Excited in the tent to walk around. Even the pain of the arrow wound in the arm cannot be felt. Secretly cannot think of how to do the next specific action. Will be a successful and flawless solution to this matter. Zhang conscientiously head secretly relieved. Face a touch of child deep fatigue surged. Originally white as cream face, vaguely all green up. In order to solve this problem, he strongly support the sick body. Thinking and planning for a whole night, to the moment is really some cannot hold out. Why does Lu Bang have such a headache? Knowing that it is difficult to gain the trust of the generals even if he makes promises of rewards to them? Because his credibility is currently on the verge of bankruptcy, under the banner of the generals to him difficult to do without doubt fully believe. The reason why fell to such a state. The root lies in the day by his Zhang Liang flirting with tearing up the Hongo covenant, led by the army to sneak attack just side by side to show heaven and earth and set up the oath of Xiang Yu, so that sudden and unawares Xiang Yu ate a big loss. At that time certainly cool to fly up, but unexpectedly, the sequelae are also big scary, has been stretched so far not cancelled, and look at the boomerang like to the brain to hit over. Like this kind of notify heaven and earth sent under the oath of alliance. Simply grand cannot be more grand. Lu Bang said tearing up on tearing up. No psychological pressure. Will have no fear of their own shameless old hooligan style show undoubtedly. So for his commitment. Needless to say that the other side of the force is difficult to believe in the Han camp of their own general's heart is also to play a big question mark. After all, Xiang Yu, the deceived cutie. The previous lesson is bright and brilliant in front of them. None of them want to be the second lack of heart. Knowing that his credibility is in jeopardy. Acting difficult to let people trust. More and more clearly feel the seriousness of the aftermath of the Lu Bang. The current heart may not be not grudging Zhang Liang's intention. This was also the reason why Zhang Liang was bracing his injuries and planning to set this matter right even for him. To come up with this kind of insidious plan to crown all the generals of the king, and to stir up the centrifugal separation of the whole camp of the king with just a few imperial edicts. If my expectation is correct, it should not be Xiang Ji, but his son Xiang Chang. In addition, the reason why the siege of Gaixia, which could be called a turtle in a jar, was broken up was also due to his lobbying Zhou Yin and Yingbu to rebel. According to my estimation, this son's strategy is not inferior to that of Fan Zhang. Now that the situation is about to be finalized and Chu is about to disintegrate, Your Majesty must pay attention to this person and not take him lightly, lest the situation recurs again. Zhang Liang was panting dramatically while solemnly admonishing. How do I not know just how to deal with him? Any good ideas? It can be modeled after the old story of separating Xiang Ji and Fan Zhang. People's nature is hard to change. Xiang Ji may listen to Xiang Chang's plan when he is facing a life and death situation. As the crisis lifts, his headstrong and stubborn nature will surely reappear. And then a rift between father and son will surely appear. If you use the stratagem to drive a wedge between him and his father, you will be able to do nothing wrong. This matter is still in the hands of Captain Chen Ping. Lu Bang slowly nodded his head and sighed happily. It is truly a blessing in this life for me to have Zifeng. Zifeng recuperate well, there will be less. Zifeng after this? Zifeng. In the midst of Lu Bang's shrieks, he saw that his Zifeng's eyes were closed tightly, his breath was ghostly weak, and he had fainted on the soft seat. Please catch up on your reading oh so much. Catch up on the data chatter. End of chapter. Chapter 71, Rough and Tough. Xiang Chang was sitting on his knees between the seats, smiling as he watched his old man chatting with the corps generals and bureaucrats at the top of the Chu hierarchy. When Chu Fu, the rear general of the army, suddenly came over in a hurry, bending down to whisper a few words in his ear about what he was talking about. Xiang Chang frowned and his face clouded over, and seeing that the generals and bureaucrats were laughing and joking with their old man and no one noticed him, he quietly got up and left the table. Returning to Gaixia city, Ding Gu, who came from a noble family in Dechu, was ranked as a Zhonglang general, and was also the real maternal uncle of the current right general Jibu, looked at the court food served by the sergeant, and stared at it with wide eyes and an incredulous expression on his face. I'm a center general, and I'm given this coarse diet that dogs and pigs won't eat? Asshole. Who arranged this? I'll chop him up. To Ding Gu's family of origin, the current military position. To say that a high position of power is not too much. In the past the diet is dedicated to the Chu generals of the carving hu rice. Lu Kwai soup, venison, lamb, chicken is essential, but now in front of him is a fishy bowl of salted fish slice soup, a bowl of rice millet mixed brown rice, and a few black wearing on a stick of the unknown pieces of sizzling meat. but how not to be annoyed? Especially when he heard that this was not only today's diet, but that the daily diet would be the same in the future. Dingu only thought that he was being targeted and burst into color. This is the Great King's military order. From the Great King on down, all generals will eat like this twice a day from now on, with no special exceptions. Today, the Great King is having a banquet, and all the generals are eating these as well. The sergeant carefully reported with his hands hanging down. My hallowed Chu treats generals who were born to die to such a mean extent. This kind of diet made by the generals to sell their lives? Dingu said angrily, and then slapped the table heavily. It's just that the food is so vulgar. Where's the wine? Why isn't there a single bottle of wine? The king has also placed a ban on alcohol, and all generals in the military camp are forbidden to drink any more alcohol until Liu Bang is defeated. What kind of military order is this? Liu Bang's army didn't ban alcohol either, and still beat the Chu army to death. I've never heard of banning alcohol to win a battle. I've never heard of banning alcohol to win a battle. If we don't have alcohol, what kind of a battle will we have? Why don't we just break up and go home? Humph. No, I'm going to drink this wine today. Didn't we still have a lot of it in our right army kitchen? Bring me a jar. No, no more. It was all taken away by Lieutenant General Xiang Shi, who was dispatched by Queen General Xiang Chang. The sergeant stammered and whispered. That wine was scavenged by our right army after entering Gaixia city, and it is the right army's private property. What right does he have to take it away? That Xiang Shi was born a pariah, but he was given the surname Xiang by Xiang Chang's eldest son, and now he's using a chicken feather as a token of authority. So he's so arrogant. Where is the wine he took stored? Dingu huffed out of the tent, and the squire brought his horse, rolled over and leaped on it, whipped it down, and galloped off with a cadre of guards toward the center of Gaishan city, arriving in front of a row of rugged, wide tenements made of huge stones in a short time. The original crude diet is not enough to make Dingu annoyed to such a point. Really let his indignation is that he came from the noble family of Chu, followed the king of the birth of death, after years of bloody battles, so far is still only a lieutenant general, and compared to it, that what the Blackshire, mud-legged family background, 3 or 2 days, actually from a bottom officer was promoted into a lieutenant general, with his equivalent. Is there any justice here? Is there any law here? The most annoying thing is that that guy was actually allowed to participate in today's banquet. Instead, nobles like him were excluded. How can people not be outraged by the fact that such a piece of is given such an honor and injustice? This large stone building premises is now the Chu army munitions storehouse, like food, arms, armor, uniforms, etc. are uniformly stored here. The reason why stored in stone premises is also to prevent fire. The fine wine that had just been collected from the entire Chu army was also stored here. Rushed to the front of one of the storehouse, Dingu coldly waved his hand. Behind the guards swarmed up, will be even screaming guards to the side, and then surged into the storehouse to carry out more than a dozen large cans of wine. 2 people carry a, turn around and go. It came and went like the wind, crisp and clean, with a precise and strong hand. In fact, it is no wonder that Dingu's style is so rough and tough. He was born in the old Chu generations of aristocrats of the Ding family, plus nephew Jibu's Ji, that even in the center of the Western Chu Empire at the moment the courtroom is not to be underestimated, and even said that the pivotal political force, Ding and Ji's 2 big families actually controlled more than 10 cities in Chu, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were the powerful ones who sat on one side, and in the course of King of Western Chu's anti-Qin campaign as well as the war with the Han camp, they delivered a large number of soldiers, food, weapons, and armaments. Therefore, for them, these have their own territory and armed forces, the strength of the powerful noble family. The Chu Empire nominally belongs to the head of the King of Western Chu. In fact, there is also a share of their family. In that case, what's the big problem with him entering the storehouse to fetch a few jars of wine to drink? Everything was homegrown. This was also the reason why he had the audacity to criticize even the overlord's military order just now. Of course, this was from his point of view. For the generals guarding the treasury, it was a different matter. Stop! You dare to rob the munitions storehouse? Military law can't control you? Who gave you the guts? Xiang Shi, who was busy in a nearby storehouse with a naive face, ran out after receiving the soldier's notification, tilted his head, blew his beard and glared, and cursed. As soon as Dingu saw that this guy was dressed in the attire of a lieutenant general, which was generally the same as his own, he did not dare to make a move, and the guards came over and whispered a few words to him, only to realize that he was Xiang Shi, a pariah general from Zhou Yin's army, who defected to Xiang Chang when he was lobbying for Zhou Yin, and was promoted to the rank of a lieutenant general in place, and he was suddenly disgusted in his heart. Eyelid clip also not clip him, seems to speak with him will below their own identity, listen as if ignoring, urged the horse long right away. Xiangxi also came to rash energy. See, these guys robbed the wine to go. Robbers do not bring such arrogance. Without saying a word, went forward to Dinggu mount to pull. A good dog does not block the road. Get out of the way. Ding solid a glare. The heart of the anger can no longer suppress. Feel in front of this dark stubborn face cannot be said to be disgusting. Raise his hand. The horse whip unconsciously to the hood on the whip down. With a loud bark, Xiangxi's face was marked with a blinding bloodstain. This is still in view of him as the newly promoted general of the part. Dinggu greatly polite. Change in the past. The pariah dares to speak to him so. Early whip a broken. Good hanging fenders. And smack me with their hands. Xiangxi's eyes wide. Originally a sinewy him. Where to eat this gas? A hand grip Ding solid armor. An arm clamp Ding solid horseneck. Body muscles and flesh a burst of violent beating. Blatant force. Rumbling a sound. Will Ding solid even with the crotch of the warhorse to the heart wrenching down. Heavily smashed on the ground. A time of dust flying. Caught off guard. Dinggu was thrown to the ground. And with the help of the guards who rushed over in a panic, he climbed to his feet in a sorry state. At this time around the officers and soldiers were all alarmed. Have surrounded. C is the too powerful party of the general in the fight. Unknown. Afraid of being splashed with blood on the body. Prudent. Do not dare to get close to stand in the distance while stretching the head to look. While not pointing and poking whispered what? Having lost such an adult in public, Dinggu was truly furious. His face turned iron blue as he barked at his guards. This beast actually dares to make a move on me. Take him down for me. A cadre of guards put down their wine jars and swarmed over to Xiangxi. Those subordinates of Xiangxi, along with the sergeants guarding the storehouse, were cowering and did not dare to go forward. Xiangxi was promoted from the bottom of the hierarchy to master of 1,000 pawns solely on the basis of his military achievements in bloody battles. And the reason why he entered Zhou Yin's army tent as a cavalry horse was because Zhou Yin saw that he fought bravely and was promoted additionally. He was alone against dozens of Dinggu's guards. And he was also unafraid, knowing that he had no armor, no horse, and no weapon at hand. He could not defeat so many of them with his bare hands, but he only had one thought in mind, that General Ho had appointed him to guard the treasury, so no one could take away anything from the treasury without the order of the king and General Ho. At that moment, Xiangxi was like a living tiger, charging left and right, punching and kicking, prim and proper. A cadre of guards at the cost of 5 or 6 were knocked over, before barely restraining him, firmly pressed to the ground. Well, you're a beast with a lot of brute strength. You want wine, don't you? Then I'll give it to you, so you can drink enough. Dinggu became even more enraged and ordered his guards flatly. Fill me up. The guards were also greatly annoyed, heard Dinggu order, just in the heart of the matter, and immediately pressed the hands and feet of the press, strangling the neck of the strangulation of the neck, and then a guard forced to pinch open the mouth. A guard smiling caricaturedly picking up a can of wine. To the right on the pouring down. Xiangxi struggled desperately while hurling curses. Coming from a commoner's background, he has been stubborn since he was a child, and does not know what it means to give in and beg for forgiveness. Dinggu was even more angry. Poured a jar of not too much. A jar and a jar. Pouring 5 or 6 jars in a row. Xiangxi choked and drank. His belly swelled up. Was tossed out of strength. Paralyzed on the ground like soft mud. His body was drenched in wine. Completely soaked through. And he was in a sorry state like a chicken in soup. You lowly beast. Don't think that being a lieutenant general enables you to do anything. In front of us nobles, you will always be a lowly slave. Give me an honest remembrance of your identity. In the future, if you dare to be this rude again, I, Dinggu, will still teach you to be a human being in so many minutes. Dinggu tilted his head back and let out a burst of laughter. His heart was so happy that he scornfully swept around the soldiers guarding the storehouse who had been cowering and watching with folded arms, as well as Xiangxi's entourage of guards, and then, surrounded by the guards carrying the remaining wine, he whistled and left. End of chapter. Chapter 72, Solidarity and Courage. When Xiang Chang arrived on his flying horse, what was presented in front of him was the open door of the storehouse, with an unknown number of fine wines being snatched away inside. In front of the storehouse, the heavy smell of wine drifted in all directions, and 6 or 7 empty wine cans were discarded haphazardly. In the mud soaked by the wine, Xiangxi was lying like a pig in the mud, his nose and face swollen, and he couldn't stop whimpering and screaming. Jumping off his horse and looking at the messy scene in front of him, Xiang Chang grimaced and narrowed his eyes, his cheeks twitching imperceptibly a few times. The following high and cold little Lang Jun Tianjin's face was furious. Ignoring the filth, he went forward to help Xiangxi up, while his mouth couldn't stop hurling curses. During the siege of Gaixia city a few days ago, Xiangxi sneaked into Gaixia city single-handedly, leaving life and death behind, and passed Xiang Chang's order to Wu Shibi in time, and Wu Shibi succeeded in persuading Pang Yu's army to retreat, which could be regarded as a crucial hammer for the successful resolution of the siege of Gaixia city. Moreover, at that time, Tianjian was guarding the east gate of the city, and it was him who welcomed Xiangxi into the city. The two of them are considered to be old, and now they have been transferred to the rear army by Xiang Chang, so they are naturally annoyed with each other. Chu Fu, the general standing behind Xiang Chang, felt his body inexplicably chilled and raised his head to give a quick glance at Xiang Chang's figure. As Xiang Chang's close minister, at this moment, he keenly sensed the anger surging in Xiang Chang's heart. How is it? Can you still hold on? Xiang Chang's words, however, were incomparably calm, and no joy or anger could be heard. Xiangxi, who was barely standing up with the help of Tianjie, lifted up his face, which was imprinted with a shocking whip mark, and endeavored to open his swollen eyes. Seeing Xiang Chang, he grinned nervously. Shame on the general, letting those guys snatch the fine wine to go. Immediately, he defended himself somewhat unconvincingly. It is they who are too shameless. I am not clad in armor, and I do not wield a blade, or else they would not have been able to get their hands on me. Looks like you can still hold on. Then stand behind me. Stand straight and don't embarrass me. Xiang Chang didn't have the good grace to say, I'm awesome. What's this flesh wound? It's just a broken arm and leg. I can't disgrace the general. Xiangxi really stood behind Xiang Chang and tried to stand straight while muttering in a low voice. Chu Fu, go and summon to me the guilty general who broke hard into the treasury and robbed the wine by force. Hearing Xiang Chang use the word criminal general, Chu Fu was shocked. He knew Dingu's origin and the power behind him very well, and instinctively hesitated. However, when he saw Xiang Chang's sharp and cold eyes, his heart jumped and he didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He bowed and received the order in a deep voice, and took a group of guards to get on their horses and hurriedly went away. Chu Fu's heart is clear. To solve the siege of Gaixia city, Duke Chang's first whistling of the young dragon, so that the entire Han camp is not shocked by the sight of the eye. And now in the Chu army camp this is also to send out their own voice. Therefore, this trip absolutely cannot be lost. At this time Xiangxi's guards, the sergeant guarding the storehouse, scowled and came over, but didn't dare to get too close. Just so a pleasing smile, not far from standing there, dragged Xiangxi's guards over here. As a guard, the general was besieged but stood idly by. Such dereliction of duty. What should be the offense according to military law? With a wave of Tianjian's hand, the retainers and guards behind him viciously swooped over and escorted all 12 of Zhonglong General Xiangxi's guards. Replying to Xiang Chang's inquiry in a hushed voice, 30 lashes, plus 10. The punishment is complete, and he is to be relegated to the supply camp. Upon hearing this, a cadre of Xiangxi's guards were shocked and panicked, kneeling on the ground, pleading loudly and swearing that they would do their duty to protect Lieutenant General Xiangxi thereafter. 40 lashes were enough to kill half of them, and being relegated to the supply battalion. Was the supply battalion a place for human beings? Not only do they not have enough to eat, but they also have to do the heaviest and most strenuous work every day, so it is not too much to say that life is worse than death. Without waiting for them to finish, Tianjian's attendant guards pounced on them like wolves, forcing them to take off their robes and lie down on the ground. These Xiangxi's guards were very clear about the harshness of the military law, and knew that if they dared to disobey, they would be beheaded immediately. So they begged for forgiveness while not daring to delay under their hands, and obediently stripped their upper body naked. Tiangon realized that these guards were originally assigned to protect the generals and bureaucrats of the nobles of Chu, so they could not help but develop an arrogant temperament, especially towards the soldiers of commoners' origins, who were totally disdainful and possessed a very strong sense of psychological superiority. Now, Xiangxi, who was sent to protect the commoners, was reluctant to do so and secretly despised him. When he saw Dingu teaching Xiangxi a lesson, he was afraid of Dingu's identity, and he was also very pleased with himself. Therefore, he was punished for his own faults, and did not deserve any sympathy. A cadre of guards were flogged to death. Miserable screams, such a lively who do not want to see it. Not only just onlookers, officers and soldiers more and more move legs, and there are more to be attracted to, and soon the warehouse around the 3 layers outside the 3 layers become watertight. To this Chang also do not drive away. Let open to see. In the whipping feverishly, watching the surroundings of people watching was suddenly from the outside roughly peeled open a gap. The rear army biased General Chu Fu with the center General Dingu, walked in quickly. Surprisingly, behind Dingu also followed by dozens of generals. Langzhong riding, generals, but is a clear color of the noble family of Chu. Dozens of noble generals with cold eyes and arrogant looks rushed into the encirclement and closed in for a few more steps before stopping, each standing in figure 8 steps, standing with their hands on their backs, coldly looking at Xiang Chang. Dozens of people so gathered standing in a group, even if a word is not said, A strong and powerful sense of oppression has been invisible expansion over. Behind each of these generals represented a noble family, and the difference lay in the strength of their power and territory. Dinggu followed Chufu walked to Xiangchang. See, a cadre of guards were whipped spine, blood and flesh. The original sound of the screams of the roof tiles and now also become soft and weak. Looking at the dying, the heart is not shocked not to say, but some funny, the horses will? This kind of childish play tactics. To me this 100 battles tough general with? This rear general is also too young, right? See you, General Ho. Dinggu bowed slightly with a big thrust and saluted Xiangchang. When Chufu found him, he had gathered a large group of noble generals who were mingling and drinking wine, and the atmosphere was quite warm. Chufu ignored the other generals and coldly walked up to him, passing down military orders to him. Dinggu belongs to the General Zhongli Chair's banner. For Xiangchang this rear general's military order, a face of arrogance, want to ignore. But see, Chufu reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword, full of cold face, eyes show killing. As long as he said a word of no, immediately pull out the sword to kill himself on the spot posture. Dinggu's heart was in awe, not sure where Xiangchang got the guts to behead himself without consulting the king, but thinking of Xiangchang's outstanding achievements in the past few days, especially the one day to talk about the three kings, the success of the siege of Gaixia, the night attack on the Han camp of 70,000 troops and the great breakthroughs, whether it is the great General Zhongli Chair, his nephew, the right General Jibu, talked about him in high esteem. His heart could not help but be abashed, not daring to be reckless, not daring to resist. The man was not afraid to be reckless, not to mention not dare to resist, and obediently got up and followed him. Drinking with his wine is nourishing a cadre of noble generals. Originally on today's king of the army order is a belly whining. See Chufu this rude, bursting into color, although they do not dare to block the question, but also not willing to obediently retreat, look at each other a few times, have risen to follow the horse. Come to the Ding's solid courage to solidarity. Xiangchang raised his head and scanned these generals, with an unexpected face, but his eyes also became colder and colder, for the original reason why these generals came aggressively, since he knew it in his heart. Forcing the palace? As an angel investor of the old father, you feel that you can be the master of Dechu, and the moment you don't get what you want, you will make a scene? Old sow-licking millstone, want to blind your heart. Xiangchang turned back, ignoring the curtsy of Dinggu, who was close at hand, and forgave him there, looking indifferently at the whipping in progress. Dinggu for a while to get up is not, continue to keep bowing is not, suffered such humiliation, full of red face, indignation and hatred. However, as the newly promoted rear general of Chu by virtue of his military achievements, not to mention the eldest son of the king, Xiangchang is not from a mud-legged family such as Xiangxi, so he can't afford to be reckless, and even if he is clearly humiliated, Dinggu has no choice but to endure it obediently. When the whipping was finished, Xiangxi's guards were dragged away like dead pigs and thrown to the supply barracks. Only then did Xiangchang continue to coldly say, the soldiers guarding the storehouse were not doing a good job of looking after the munitions and the munitions were snatched by others. What should be the crime? Decapitate according to the crime, Tiangon said in a deep voice. Xiangchang waved his hand, just as Dinggu's eyelids jumped wildly and the faces of a group of noble generals changed greatly. 4 guards were dragged over, and regardless of their pleas of farting and pissing, Tianjin's retainers and guards raised their swords high and chopped off their heads in one fell swoop. At this time, whether it was Dinggu or a bunch of noble generals who didn't know what to do to join in the fun, they all knew that Xiangchang was going to get real. Even though he was calm, Dinggu still couldn't help but blush a little. A group of nobles and generals also slowly moved their feet, wanting to retreat back into the crowd of spectators. Even though they were outnumbered, they suddenly felt a little weak and insecure. The important place of the barracks storehouse should be closely guarded, but actually the items were casually snatched away. Being snatched away is just, but one guard without obstruction, body intact, and smile, seemed to be happy to see it. The general also emphasizes on guarding the land and doing one's duty. Like this kind of dereliction of duty waste, what's the use of not killing and keeping it? Xiangchang dropped such a sentence in a careless manner, giving this matter a fixed character before turning his head to Dinggu, looking up and down, with a playful expression. Are you Lieutenant General Dinggu? Dinggu's heart pointedly neglected a jolt. Instantly a layer of fine cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Generals like him, who had been through the battlefield for a long time and had rolled out of the sea of corpses and blood, had a keen sense of the approaching danger. At this moment, from Xiangchang's uncertain eyes, he clearly read out the hidden cold killing opportunity. He couldn't understand, although he disobeyed the king's military order, even if he also beat and humiliated Xiangxi, the general, but in the end, it was just robbing a few jars of wine to drink, and this kind of crime, with his own origin, military position, and past military service. At most, but only a fine. How did this Xiang Chang, the rear general, move to kill? Where did he get such hatred for himself? He hadn't offended him. This issue is not clear to Dingu, but Xiang Chang has a clear mind. A plea for a monthly vote from those who are handy. End of chapter. Chapter 73. For this person, Dingu, combined with the historical materials he read in his previous life, Xiang Chang was extremely impressed. During the Battle of Pengcheng, Liu Bang's 560,000 strong army was crushed by his old man Xiang Yu's 30,000 iron horsemen, and the capital he had accumulated over the years was emptied in one hand, and he finally fled wildly in a hasty manner under the protection of the few remaining generals. At that time, all the people in Dechu also went crazy, desperately trying to chase after Liu Bang and kill him. The king also issued a mandatory killing order to his opponent. Liu Bang's sneak attack on Pengcheng was successful, and all the gold, silver, beautiful women and goods accumulated by the Chu generals over the years fell into his hands, which can be said to be a heavy loss. So naturally, each one of them gnashed their teeth at him and hated to eat flesh and sleep on the skin. During the pursuit, it was this Dingu, the middle general of the Chu army, who had a stroke of luck and accidentally caught this big fish. With a short battlefield and surrounded by a group of soldiers, Liu Bang was trapped in a desperate situation, and there was no way for him to survive. Under the critical situation, Liu Bang appeared to Dingu and begged bitterly, "We are both good men. Do good men want to make things difficult for each other and have a difficult fight? There is no such reason under the sky. As long as you can spare me, I, Liu Bang, am willing to pay any price." According to the theory, Dingu should lead his army to rush up and kill Liu Bang with a group of generals and soldiers, and then ask the king for the credit, and then at least he will get the title of king and marquis in the end. If he really did that, the war between Han and Shu would have come to a successful conclusion and ended here. However, this goods don't know whether the brain was kicked by a donkey, or which tendon is wrong. Actually really privately let go of Liu Bang, empty-handed to lead the troops and return. This matter is hidden very deep. Only Liu Bang, Dingu and their close subordinates know. In addition, no one knows. Xiang Chang is also based on the history of the previous life to see learned about this matter. To the moment the Han troops pressured the border towards the heart of the anxiety of a few desire to explode. To this bastard, naturally, not to kill enough to quell the anger of the heart. Of course, historically Tingu didn't end up any better. After Xiang Yu's demise, Liu Bang issued the first order to hunt down Xiang Yu's old troops. At this time, Dingu also went into hiding, but not long after that, Liu Bang changed his ways again, no longer hunting down Xiang Yu's old troops, and pardoned and reused many of them, like Right General Jibu, like the Chu Shong Shu Chung Xiang Tang. Dingu, who had been in hiding for a long time and had no money left, had a hard time. When he heard the news, he was eager to get up and thought that Liu Bang would reward him with a high official position by virtue of his credit for releasing Liu Bang. So he showed his face and rushed to Chang'an to pay a visit to Liu Bang to ask for a reward. Then, to his surprise, Liu Bang saw him, indignation and hatred, and immediately ordered to be beheaded. Not only beheaded, but also passed the head of the four directions to show the public. The reason given by Liu Bang was, Duke Ding, being a subordinate of Xiang Yu, was merciful to me, his enemy, and not only did he not kill me, but also let me go. This kind of backstabber should be killed. Xiang Chang naturally did not believe a word of Liu Bang's righteous and impassioned bull *******. In terms of selling out, who is better than Xiang Tang? Didn't Liu Bang still get the title of lord? For the generals and bureaucrats who are kind to him and do not threaten him, I have to say that Liu Bang is still doing a good job. Although it is not understood what happened to Dingu in the process of privatizing Liu Bang to make Liu Bang hate him so much, it does not prevent him from privatizing Liu Bang as a conclusive fact. Well, not to die a good death, that is the last life. This life Liu Bang seems to have no method to clean you up. Then I will be the one to do it instead. For the goods that are eating out of their pockets, only having a good death is the best way to go. Xiang Chang's heart was filled with killing intent. Lieutenant General Dingu, I heard that you were very resentful that I put away the wine and left you generals with no wine to drink. Tianjian, tell him why I put away the wine in the barracks uniformly and asked the king to issue a ban on wine. Tianjia has been following Xiang Chang for the past few days, and he knows what he has done most clearly. And at the words, his spirit was revitalized, and he said in a solemn voice to Dingu as well as a group of noble generals behind him. The latter general collected the wine and, after steaming and distilling it, turned it into a poison-cleansing medicine, which was used exclusively in the wounded soldiers' camps, using it to wipe the wounds of the wounded soldiers, and then applying medicine to bandage them, no matter whether they were seriously or lightly wounded. None of the soldiers' wounds showed signs of pus and ulceration again, like wounds in the limbs. Not only the life of no worry, arms, legs can also be preserved. We all know that in the past, these parts of the injury, once ulcerated, had to cut off. How many brothers broken arms and legs, and how many had to die a miserable death? With this fine wine distilled into a poison-clearing medicine, the injured soldiers in the future will soon be cured and return to the barracks. After listening to Tian Jian's explanation, not only Ding Gu and a group of nobles and generals were puzzled, the surrounding officers and soldiers were also agitated and buzzing. The wounded warrior camp is in that place, and you all know it, so feel free to go and see it if you don't believe me. It's just that the wounded warrior camp is not the same as it was in the past, and there can't be too many people entering it at a time, so you have to listen to the arrangements made by the doctor in the army. In a word, General Ho asked the king to order a ban on drinking alcohol in the army, and then collected the wine and distilled it into a poison remover for the purpose of treating the wounded soldiers. With this poison cleansing pill, the brethren who charge and kill on the front line will have another life, and as long as they don't die on the spot, they'll all be revived when they return. The more Tian Jian said, the more outrageous. The onlookers of the sergeant and officers looked at each other, like listening to a myth. The discussion sound all unconsciously stopped. Behind Ding Gu a cadre of noble generals that a pair of small eyes cannot help but also flow out of the clear stupidity of the light. Full of face, full of body, or written full of will believe, will doubt. Why do you believe it? The wounded soldiers' camp is not far away. They can always go over to check a clear. Tian Jia playing Xiang Chang after the general's banner. As long as it is not brain damaged, naturally will not spread this kind of lie that can be punctured at any time. Why were they skeptical? What Tian Jian said was too fantastic, completely beyond their previous experience and cognition, so that they really could not believe it completely. Especially this is the invention of Xiang Chang's eldest son. This asshole is good at marching and fighting. When did he become a magpie? Why don't you go to heaven if you're so capable? We testify. We testify. What this lord said is true. Just as the sergeants and officers on the sidelines were considering whether to go to the wounded soldiers' camp to see if it was true or not, suddenly a few very excited voices revealing a strong desire to share that could not be held down rang out. Then, in full view of the crowd, he saw 7 or 8 soldiers struggling to squeeze in. What surprised Ding Gu's group of noble generals, as well as all the sergeants and officers, was that the arms and legs of these soldiers were bandaged with cloth, and there was still hidden blood coming through. Obviously all of them were wounded soldiers who had been injured in the previous battle. They were seen to be given cloths to hang on their chests for those who were wounded in the arms, after they were bandaged, and those who were wounded in the legs were straining on their crutches. Each one of them was obviously not lightly injured, yet they looked relaxed, as if they were not in any serious trouble, and the crowd could not help but tsk. Wang Bolt dog, is it really you? I remember that your right leg was clearly penetrated by an arrow of the Han army. At that time, a snot and a tear howling that he was dead. How this is not dead? An onlooker sergeant recognized a sergeant on crutches with his right leg bandaged like a dumpling, as if he had seen a ghost in the daytime, and screamed shrilly. Face due to blood loss, originally some white-bolted dog, this time excited up, but surged a touch of redness, spitting loudly. I thought it was dead. In the past then I was injured much lighter, brothers, and that survived? But after arriving at the wounded soldiers' camp, hey, guess what? The army doctor gave me with clear poison cleaned the wound, and then on the medicine bandage. Actually cannot die, you say? Ha 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 ha. Then what are you doing out here if you're not nourishing your wounds at the wounded warrior? Although you can't die, your injuries don't look light. A sergeant frowned and asked suspiciously. Of course I want to lie there to recuperate. This is not just with these brothers were driven out. Said we are lightly wounded. Do not allow us to occupy the latrine. To be vacated to the more serious injuries of the brothers. And in the future every day to go back to change the medicine on the bandage on the line. Into his mother. You listen to this as human language? Li Zhong, the damn bad old man. When did this kind of injury become a minor injury? See this bolt dog face wrath. Scolding that called his spirit. Surrounding sergeant and officer heart silent. His mother said you seriously injured. That also wants someone to believe. By now, all of them had no more doubts. Especially the onlookers, soldiers and officers, who looked at Xiang Chang as if they had seen the god who blessed their lives. Full of endless reverence and love. Originally listening to Tian Jia's exaggerated words, Xiang Chang's old face was black, and his heart cursed. At that time, he was in the wounded soldiers' camp, and he said to the barracks doctor that this poison-removing medicine is just a miraculous effect on light trauma. Then he knew that in these few days, how did it become that as long as he didn't die on the battlefield, he would definitely be able to save his life when he came back? This is simply outrageous. Grandmother to outrageous. Open the door. Outrageous to home. He just wanted to cough out of words to explain some that no, with 7 or 8 wounded soldiers now say. All the sergeants and officers actually have no doubt. Feel the countless to him through the admiration of the eyes, has a flexible bottom line of his suddenly feel. Let this beautiful misunderstanding continue to be so beautiful misunderstanding. It seems to be also good. Generals, understanding the good intentions of the rear general. What else do you have to say? Could it be that you feel that your own appetites are more important than the lives of your generals? Facing Tianjian's nonchalant questioning, Ding Gu and a group of noble generals really thought that the lives of these pariah soldiers were not as important as their appetites. Just privately can think so. At the moment so many sergeants and officers surrounded, they really dare to say so bare naked. I'm afraid that can be born to live nod. Xiang Shi, with Xiang Chang's cold shout, Xiang Shi, who was serving behind him, jumped out, grimacing with a green nose and swollen face, raised his whip high, and in the horrified eyes of a group of noble generals, ruthlessly lashed at Ding Gu's cheeks. Ding Gu, the middle-ranking general who came from the noble family of Chu for generations and was a very powerful general in the army of Chu, was returned by Xiang Shi, a general of commoner origin, and also added a whip mark on his face. Ding Gu was also dumbfounded by this whip. He did not expect Xiang Chang to do this. Having lashed Xiang Shi himself, he also let Xiang Shi lash himself back. And that's not all. End of chapter. Chapter 74, Military Merit and Knighthood. Xiang Chang continued coldly. You have filled Xiang Shi with some wine. Right now the wine has to be given to the wounded soldiers for medical injuries. So it can't be wasted on you. Although there is no wine, there is plenty of water. Come on. Fill him with 7 jars of water too. He never thought that Xiang Chang would do this for the sake of the pariah generals in the district, and he wanted to retaliate back one for one without the slightest discount. Ding Gu was shocked, angry, resentful and hateful. Xiang Chang, you have humiliated me in this manner. Humiliated a noble general. Do you think of the consequences? A cadre of attendants and guards swarmed up, holding down Ding Gu with 7 hands and 8 feet, and some attendants carried cans of water from the side barracks, and then pinched the mouth of the pinch mouth. Irrigation of the irrigation. Without any hesitation, Ding Gu's angry scolding was dunked back. Seeing this scene, the whole treasury in front of the onlookers of the officers and soldiers were silent. Everyone, including Xiang Shi, Tian Jie and other civilians from his newly promoted generals, look at his eyes. From just a moment ago the reverence has completely turned into fanaticism. Right now for fear of Xiang Chang to let them go jumping into the river, they do not frown without hesitation. At this moment, the reverence for Xiang Chang in the hearts of these soldiers and officers even overshadowed Xiang Yu, the great king whom they honored as a god. Duke Chang, for the sake of a mere civilian general, it's too much for you to humiliate a noble like this. The noble general who had almost retreated back into the crowd finally couldn't stand it anymore and came back out. That's right, General Ho, we would also like to ask here. What do you intend to do by promoting so many pariahs to high positions in the army and favoring them so blatantly? Where are you putting us noble generals? Right. General Ho, this Chu is all our own. Why should we let these dirtbags get their hands on it? That's right. If General Ho doesn't give us an explanation today, we'll go and invite the overlord to give him a ruling. Those pariahs are all greedy for credit and money. They are not trustworthy at all. General Ho, think twice. After all, Great Chu still relies on us. Our own family. He. Finally the picture is gone? Xiang Chang laughed coldly in his heart. Family? It's my son who is your family. Ding Gu hard to rob wine but is a front. The essence is still these military noble generals as a way to express their own promotion of a large number of civilian generals' dissatisfaction. This Chang know very well. On the night when Pops encountered a foresighted attempt to break out, Xiang Chang took advantage of the army's panic. Pops and a cadre of other senior corps generals were distracted by a great opportunity to promote a number of optimistic bottom-level civilian officers into the ranks of the middle-level officers who had vacancies due to the success of major battles. At that time, although the matter was urgent, he knew in his heart that the number of people promoted was too large, and the military position was promoted too high, which would inevitably lead to after effects, but he originally thought that it would not be so early to break out. After all, Liu Banghan Xin hundreds of thousands of troops are still watching. The situation is still critical. As soon as the siege of Gaixia city was lifted and the situation eased a bit, these noble generals were like being stabbed in the ass and couldn't wait to jump out. Moving people's interests, such as a blunt knife cuts flesh, pain in the heart, really sincere awe, and for their own interests, that even to death, but also to hold firmly in the hands, do not allow others to erode. Human nature awe. Xiang Chang sighed in his heart. I understand what you all mean. It's not just that you think you are from the nobility, and you are angry and resentful of the promotion of soldiers from the civilian background, even if they have made outstanding achievements and deserve it. Oh, I'd like to ask the sergeants, are they willing to follow generals who can win battles and make military achievements? Or are they willing to follow incompetent softies? In the face of Xiang Chang's question, All the soldiers and officers raised their blades in unison, looking uplifted, and let out a loud roar, revealing their attitude: victory, 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 facing Xiang Chang's accusation that he implicitly regarded them as incompetent and weak. And listening to the roar of the soldiers and officers, a group of noble generals were red in the face, indignant, resentful, woeful, and weakly timid, to name a few. Do you hear the cry from the heart of the army? Right now there is a strong enemy such as Han in the side eyeing. Chu's situation is critical. At any time there is the possibility of being overthrown. Instead of thinking about how to fight Han and how to bite him hard, you are all angry and resentful about the promotions of your comrades. I will put words here. In the future, needless to say that again dare to like today this kind of trouble. As long as anyone dares to show, I will be heavily punished. Likewise, in the future, in the army, there will no longer be any distinction between nobles and civilians, only military merits. I have decided to implement Great Qin's system of military merit and knighthood in the barracks, regardless of whether it's a civilian or a noble. Anyone who wants to be promoted can take military merit. As long as there is enough military merit, there is no problem to be awarded a marquis, or even to sit in my seat. All the noble generals changed their color and panicked greatly. They could not imagine that they were so weak even if they were united. They were not put in Xiang Chang's eyes in the slightest. Not only did they not force him to back down, but instead they added oil to the fire and stimulated him to throw out the Great Qin military merit feud system. Surrounding the officers and soldiers are breathing heavily, eyes bright. Under the excitement, issued a burst of high-pitched cheers. The Great Qin military merit and knighthood system is a system of awarding knighthoods based on military merit that was implemented by the Qin Empire to motivate soldiers to fight bravely and to enhance the combat effectiveness of the army. The system was based on how many enemies the soldiers killed and how much military service they gained, and they were directly conferred with corresponding ranks of knighthoods and honors, equipped with corresponding acres of fields, mansions, cognacs, fiefs, and yearly pensions, and so on. The highest rank can be conferred with the title of marquis, entering the upper echelons of the empire. It must be said that the reason why Great Qin's system of military honors and knighthoods has his advancement, an important point is that it opened up a channel for the lower-class civilians at that time to rise up, breaking the monopoly of the upper-class nobles on the positions of power and official positions. The noble generals are in a hurry, knowing that once Qin's system of military honors and titles is implemented, Chu's middle and high-ranking powerful and noble classes will usher in a major reshuffle. And those generals who come from commoners and have outstanding talents will be promoted rapidly through the special honors they have made, while they, the original noble class, will usher in the overall decline and recession. After all, for these officers and soldiers at the bottom of the hierarchy, in order to change their own and their family's destiny can burst out how horrible energy, but they are too clear. At this moment they felt incomparable trepidation, but knew that they had no way to suppress Xiang Chang. No matter Xiang Chang's military position or status is not something that they can shake. Especially at the moment, they also gained the embrace of the bottom officers and soldiers. They instead became the isolated minority, and had no choice but to look blearily in the direction of the banquet outside the city. When the current commotion here is so big, the wind must have spread to the banquet. No matter whether it is the overlord or the high-ranking corps generals attending the banquet, they should have known about it. Whether the hegemon chose to protect his calf or side with them, these noble generals were difficult to guess at the moment. If they were in the past, they were very confident that the overlord would definitely side with them. But now that Xiang Chang, as his only son, has done so much for him for Chu, it is possible that the scales in the hegemon's heart will tilt towards him. However, even if the hegemony tilts Xiang Chang's heart, these noble generals are not discouraged, and those senior corps generals at the banquet are the ones who will step in, and are not going to let Xiang Chang go on messing around like this, because it also directly jeopardizes their interests, and they are equally confident beyond measure about this. Taking the faces of a group of noble generals in his eyes, Xiang Chang sneered in his heart. Oh, you can't suppress me yourself, so you're counting on others? Sorry, today, I am destined to disappoint you all. Xiang Chang is very clear about the shortcomings of the army in Chu, especially right now. The biggest problem is that the old man cronyism, reuse of people in addition to the Xiang clan, is the old Chu aristocrats, and then Jiangdong children. These people can be said to be firmly in control of all the current middle and high-level positions in the Chu Empire. How talented Han Xin is. He is only a halberd bearer in Chu. How wise Qin Ping is. He is only a lieutenant in Chu. Of course, there is certainly a reason why Pops does not know people well, but all the generals and bureaucrats in Chu, there is no one who can see their talent? Obviously a lot of people can see, but did not appear a Shao He type of character to the king of the highly recommended. What does this show? It means that they have monopolized all the middle and high-level official positions in Chu, and they already can't tolerate outsiders. Even if they are supreme geniuses, they are automatically or non-automatically excluded until they leave or go out or are killed. Chen Ping, for example, was doing well in the Chu camp, and with his father's victory at the Battle of Pengcheng, he then led the army to defeat and subdue the king of Yin, and returned home victorious, and was reused by his father, and was promoted to the rank of captain. However, not long after that, the Yin land revolted, which was normal, but Lao Dad suddenly made the decision to kill the generals who had pacified the Yin land. This decision, the head of the pacification of Yin land generals Chen Ping, bear the brunt of the natural great fear, will serve since the old man's reward as well as the official seal, sent messengers to return after, only with a sword fled in haste. Why would Pops make such a brain-dead decision? With his habit of being easily persuaded without any intention, it is obvious that it is due to the fact that the important ministers around him have slandered him, and the purpose is to go towards Chen Ping. After all, Chen Ping's position as a lieutenant has already aroused their scorn, and if he makes another achievement, he will be promoted to the position of military protection lieutenant and enter the corps of Dechu's top management, which is undoubtedly something they can't tolerate at all. Xiang Chang sees this incredibly thoroughly and knows very well that in order to defeat the Han group headed by Liu Bang, it is not possible to do so by relying solely on these current goods, and the end result can only be that we all die together. Of course, it was very advantageous for the family clans and the nobles who came to join the army to serve as officials of the empire and the army, especially in the early stage of the revolt, because we are all one family, united as one. The military orders can be communicated smoothly and effectively implemented, so that the whole army can be used as a guide, and the fighting strength is superb. This is also the real reason why Chu's army was invincible during the anti-Qin process, and its combat power was explosive. But with the collapse of Qin, the establishment of Chu, a huge empire, if you still use all the family relatives and friends of the old ministers to serve as official management, but not spit out the old, absorb fresh blood, and vigorously select and promote talented generals and bureaucrats, it can only be the road is getting narrower and narrower. Of course Xiang Chang also knew that his desire to reform and implement the Great Qin military merit fealty system would surely be strongly discouraged by these generals and bureaucrats with vested interests, but just because they stop it, because it's tough, things don't get done. Whenever you want to climb upwards, you will definitely encounter bumps and obstacles. It's not scary to encounter them, it's just a matter of stepping on them and breaking through them. This of course also tests whether he has great wisdom, hard hand, as well as whether there is a super strong determination. Right now there is a strong enemy such as the Great Han on the side. The implementation of reforms, sniping power is undoubtedly the weakest. Taking the opportunity of Dinggu trouble, he did not hesitate to strike. Of course, in order to minimize resistance, he also explicitly said that only in the army to implement. But even so, as expected, it still caused a strong backlash from these noble generals. Xiang Chang, who had foreseen all this, was not afraid and secretly laughed coldly. Before I came, you occupied all the middle and high-level positions in Dechu. After I came, if I still let you occupy all the middle and high-level positions in Dechu, wouldn't it be a waste of time for me to come here? Thank you, brothers, for the recommendation and monthly tickets. Thank you for the catch-up reading, and thank you for the appreciation of the bookworms such as The Sky Without Blade and others. I appreciate it. End of chapter. Chapter 75, Daring to Make a Move. Behind the cadre of senior generals who accompanied Xiang Yu to feast and drink, there are several more figures silently and anxiously reporting something in a low voice. At the moment when Xiang Tang was killed by Xiang Chang with an arrow, although the Grand Secretary Xiang Shang was not Xiang Yu's own brother, he became the undisputed head of Xiang's clan regardless of his military position or age and was regarded as the backbone by the rest of the clansmen. Hearing the report of the general behind him in a sharp tone, Xiang Shang's face was surprised and did not show anything. Instead he raised his head and looked at Xiang Yu first. Seeing the overlord kneeling on his throne with his usual solemn expression, seemingly unaware of anything, he instantly also drooped down his eyelids obediently, and lowered his head to have a nourishing drink of the salted fish fillet soup without saying a word. Seeing Xiang Shang accidentally kept silent, also heard the news of the rest of the clan generals look stunned, blinking a few times, but also do not dare to make a mistake. Like a model also bored to drink salted fish slice soup, as if this fishy salted fish slice soup is much more delicious than the previous Brunswick soup cuisine. As the head horse of the foreign generals, Great General Zhong Li Mai also looked up at Xiang Yu, and his eyes could not help but sink. Right now, Xiang Chang's eldest son has made such a mess that the entire military camp in Gaixia city is almost turned upside down. But Xiang Yu as the commander-in-chief seems to be unaware of anything, which already explains a lot. Heart sighed, if there is a choice, Zhong Li Mai is really do not want to get involved in this bay of muddy water. But the position, his identity, but cannot allow him to retreat. The ceremonial upright posture standard kneeling king, hands naturally separated, flat in front of a few cases, quietly looked up and left the seat. The same posture, meticulous, impeccable, kneeling in front of the general Zhong Li Mai. Tone calm and calm. The great general's meaning. Chang'er wants to implement the Great Qin military merit and knighthood system in the army, rewarding promoted generals with military merits. To which you disagree. The king will always be the king, under his years of accumulated power, even if recently by Liu Bang repeatedly burst hammer. A big change. For the domestic, the military, all affairs are beginning to discuss with them, but now he casually a line of inquiry. Even if there is no great anger, still let the general of the Zhong Li my scalp numbness, the skin of the body a burst of tightness. Overlord, these generals sitting in front of you are all from generations of nobles in Chu, and they have followed you into battle for many years, and they are loyal to you. The reuse of nobles and clansmen, and the control of the army through them, is also the reason why our Chu has superior fighting strength and is so powerful in the world. Now, if you want to reward us for our military achievements, you are not only going against our usual strategy, but you are also destroying the foundation of our Chu army. I implore His Majesty to order Duke Chang to hold off on implementing this system of rewarding military service. Zhong Li Mai's words are earnest and low in tone, and his words are full of feelings. Ji Bu, Huan Chu, and a bunch of other foreign generals also got up and left the table at this time, kneeling behind Zhong Li Mai. Xiang Shang, who remained silent like a mute, suddenly frowned at this time and said unhappily, "If you have something to say, what is the meaning of a group of people kneeling down in front of the overlord to ask him to withdraw the military strategy implemented by Duke Chang? Is this an attempt to force the palace?" Xiang Guan, Xiang Zhuang and other Xiang clan members, looking at Xiang Shang's behavior just now, thought that their gang was going to stand by and watch the show, then knew that Xiang Shang in sudden outbursts clearly supported Duke Chang, could not help but be more confused. Listening to Xiang Shang's words, Zhong Li Mai was so angry that he almost didn't jump up in the same place, and he cursed, "You Xiang's clansmen have realized that as long as Chu is still around, you'll have your glory and wealth, and you'll be rewarded with a high official position. You are full of food, but also cannot ignore the foreign brethren will soon have no food to eat. How can a person be shameless to this point?" Originally, under the plea of Zhong Li Mai, thinking of the past achievements of the generals through the years of bloody battles, and shoulder-to-shoulder back-to-back killing and charging the battlefield, the king of the hegemony showed his intolerance. However, when he heard Xiang Shang's words, his brows frowned, and his countenance slowly sank down again. Next, Xiang Yu slowly stood up straight, slowly pulled out the sword at his waist, and with a flick, he snorted and stuck it in front of a group of foreign generals who knelt down in front of him, looking at the sword with a brightly shining body and a sharp blade that couldn't stop swaying slightly. The generals were startled, their faces dumbfounded and uncertain. "Last night, Chang'er told me to use this sword, cut off his head and kill him." Hearing this complex tone of the king of this meaning is not clear. The banquet steeply boom, a burst of exclamation of surprise issued. Whether it is Xiang clan members or foreign generals, they all raised their heads hastily and looked at Xiang Yu in dismay. Xiang Yu stood with his hands on his head, looking up at the dome of the sky with a ghostly tone. "Chang'er said he had a nightmare. He dreamed that I took 800 elite cavalry with you and others that night, leaving 50,000 generals behind to break out and flee. When the Han army found out at dawn, Liu Bang sent Guing with 5,000 elite cavalry in hot pursuit. We ran all the way with all our might, not daring to stop at all, and when we crossed the Huai River, there were only 100 or so of us left. After another run, we lost our way and asked a farmer for directions, who resented our tyranny and thirst for killing, and deliberately gave us a wrong direction, letting us run into a swamp. By the time we realized we had been deceived and turned our horses around, the Han soldiers had already caught up with us. So we fought with Gu Ying's cavalry while fleeing southeast again. Along the way, the sons and generals of Jiangdong and Chu, as well as you, the great generals, the great prime ministers, the former generals, and the right and left generals, one after another, died in battle in front of me. Among them, Zhong Li Mai, Yu and Jibu died the most tragically, taking the initiative to stay behind to break the back in order to buy me time to escape, and were finally passed through by the Han cavalry in a chaotic manner. Speaking here, even the overlord, the Iron Man of 100 battles, could not go on and stopped his mouth. Zhong Li Mai, Ji Bu, Huan Chu and a bunch of other generals, together with Xiang Shang and a bunch of other Xiang clan members, were completely pulled into the tragic and dismal world depicted by Xiang Yu. One by one, their whole body was chilled and they were shivering slightly uncontrollably. The overlord calmed his feelings a little and continued, "With this precious time you guys bought me, I continued to flee. By the time I reached the eastern city, there were already just 28 riders remaining by my side. However, the Han cavalry, which was biting hard, never got rid of it, and then thousands of cavalry surrounded me densely. I led these 28 cavalry to kill a number of Han generals, cut down hundreds of Han soldiers, protruded from the siege, and all the way to the south, killed to the side of the Wu River. Hearing this, all the generals' eyes lit up, and some of them were even vaguely relieved. Then Xiang Yu shook his head, and his face, which has always remained solemn and seldom has other emotions, slowly a bitter smile spread out. By the Wujiang River, the Jiangdong army that was set to meet us as originally scheduled has not appeared. All the generals heard a burst of clamor, and then looked horrified at Xiang Yu. There is no reception in front, and then there are Han soldiers surrounded by that long battle fatigue and hunger and thirst of the king of the hegemon. End of chapter. Chapter 76, Preferring Death to Repentance. True to form, the overlord was heard to say in a tone that had become somber again. At that time, the chief of the Wujiang pavilion was sailing a small boat, anchored by the river, and when he saw me, he wanted to ferry me across the river. It was refused by me. Next I gave him my Wuzhuai horse, which had accompanied me in battle all my life, and rushed into the Han camp with the remaining brethren. The brothers were all good and fought until the last moment. I met my former subordinate, LV Martong, who had defected to Liu Bang, and was so exhausted that I killed myself to give him a credit. My body was divided into 5 pieces by 5 generals, including LV Martong, and taken to Liu Bang, and all of them were conferred with the title of Marquis. Speaking of his own end, the overlord appeared calm, even to the point of calling it peaceful. Perhaps having fought with Han until now, he had already prepared his mind for whatever end would come upon him. After listening to Xiang Yu speak about this bizarre nightmare of Xiang Chang, the table was plunged into a death-like silence for a while. The generals raised their heads and opened their mouths at the overlord, with the intention of saying that this was nothing but a dream. Whether it was that Guang or Lu Matong, they were both already dead. Surely it was not a reality. Yet the vague uneasiness in their hearts made them unable to speak these words. They vaguely felt that if Xiang Chang, the eldest son, had not stepped forward to save the day, almost by his own strength to flip the situation, allowing them to abandon Gaixia city and the 50,000 loyal remnants of the army to choose to break out of the siege, the end may really fall to such a tragic point. It was this very thought that made their hearts go cold and they could not contain their fear. Even if they had been years of bloody battles, nerves hammered tough and cold-blooded, for their own like a lost dog fleeing, surrounded by people in all directions, as easy as dogs and pigs to slaughter on the roadside and other miserable end, still instinctively feel rebellious and resistance. How did you guys feel when you heard this nightmare of Chang'er's? At that time, after Chang'er finished, he knelt down in front of me with tears streaming down his face, saying that he could never let me fall to that point, unless he died before me first. He told me that next he would use all his strength to reorganize his army, motivate his soldiers, defeat the Han army, and thwart Liu Bang. He will kill anyone who dares to stand in his way. If I get in his way, he'll let me use this sword to kill him, and in doing so, he'll have fulfilled his vow to die before me. My son, he's only 16. Hearing his words, I am ashamed of myself. I, Xiang Yu, am invincible across the world. As powerful as the Qin Empire was also overthrown by my hand. Wherever the flag went, all the heroes bowed down. But now, how did I end up in this situation? I can't even protect my own beloved woman, and I need my 16-year-old son to protect me? Xiang Yu said at the end, letting out a thunderous roar, his face grimacing, his body's crazy tyrannical breath surging, like an offended dragon. He flew up and kicked a few cases in front of him to send them flying out with a loud bang. A few cases exploded above the heads of the generals, turning into countless broken pieces rustling down. The generals were silenced, and even Xiang Shang and a bunch of other clansmen left the table and knelt on the ground, not daring to make a sound. What do I think of from Chang'er? I thought of my subfather Fanzang. It was due to my lack of will that I fell for Qin Ping's stratagem of disassociation and suspected my subfather, leading to his death of indignation. And since then, we have no strategist in Chu who can strategize for us and point out the direction of our campaigns. And now Chang'er says he wants to be the second Fanzang. You guys say, should I also force him to die like I did to Fanzang? Zhong Li Mai, Ji Bu and other generals were pale, their eyes panicked, and they shook their heads vigorously. Zhong Li Mai and Xiang Shang, today, I, Xiang Yu, will issue an edict of offense to you, telling you clearly that the blame for the fall of Chu to the present state lies entirely on me. I am asking you, do you still recognize me as the overlord? And do you listen to my orders? I would rather die than regret. All the generals could not imagine that the overlord, who was like a god in their minds, and the incomparably noble overlord who was proud of his nature and preferred to die rather than bow his head, would actually admit his faults in public, and for a while they were all burning inside, with their eyes reddened, waving their fists to pound on the ground, and howling crazily. At a time when Chu can be said to be at the end of the road, they still do not leave. can be said to be the king of the unparalleled worship of die-hard fans. Good. Since you recognize me as the overlord, then I will give you a military order. From now on, to implement the Great Qin military merit fealty system in the army. All generals, everything will be spoken in terms of military merit, and those who disobey will be decapitated. After a pause, the overlord added in a stern voice that, Chinar doesn't want to see me get split into 5 pieces and die without a burial place. And I likewise don't want to see you all get stabbed by random guns and have no good death. Now that we are in the most critical time in Chu, if you still stubbornly hold on to the distinction between nobles and commoners, you are asking for death. Not bad, like Gaixia and so on, is a civilian origin, but with his merit as a commoner. When we all made up our minds to break out and flee, he led the remnants of the city's army, laid an ambush according to Chang'er's arrangement, and overthrew Irrigation's 5,000 elite cavalry in one fell swoop. Isn't that kind of merit worthy of a lieutenant general? It's true that he is a commoner, but not only him, but also Han Xin, Chen Ping, and the king of Zhejiang who is now stationed in the west, who is not a commoner. In terms of honor, who can be more noble than the Qin family? But this family, which was called the family of destiny, was ruined by 2 commoners, Chen Shang and Wu Guang. If it weren't for Qin's harsh treatment of the commoners, would you, or I, or we, have the power to destroy it? The lesson of the past is clear for all to see, and if we do not learn from it, we will bring about our own deaths. If by this time, we still hold on to our aristocratic status, clutching at the benefits that come to us, and don't know how to give some of them to these talented commoners, then the ultimate outcome will be that we, like Qin, will all be slaughtered by these commoners like Lu Bang and Han Xin, and that our families, children, grandchildren, wives and daughters, will all serve as slaves to these pariahs. Could it be that this is what you want? Your Majesty, I beg you not to say any more. We are willing to follow Duke Chang's military orders and implement the Qin military merit franchise system in our army. Zhong Limai went from terrified to ashamed. His face flushed, his whole body sweating coldly, pleading in a mournful voice. Xiang Yu tilted his head back to look at the sky, exhaled a long breath, slowly calmed his surging heart, and said in an undeniable tone, I, Chu Ba Wang, am not so downtrodden as to allow a child to protect me. I know that I have a short foot, since you were able to do a righteous act of ceding your interests for the sake of Chu. I, Xiang Ji, will also be deeply self-policing and self-reflective from now on, abandoning my headstrongness and adopting good words. Let's work together to destroy Lu Bang's Han camp. I, Xiang Ji, will bear in mind your contributions. As long as Chu survives, I will honor you with my gifts the day we have the world in our hands. If I break this oath, the heavens and the earth will abandon me. The generals listened to this, looked uplifted, and answered with a roar. Please ask for monthly votes, recommendations, favorites, support. Ask for everything that can be asked for. Oh, snotty thanks to the generosity of the readers of the Lord. End of chapter. Chapter 77. After punishing Dingu and leaving him and a bunch of noble generals where they are without any further attention, Xiang Chang asked Tianjian to help Xiang Shi and his group left in a hurry. Ding solid this whip but hard enough. Xiang Shi cheeks called the skin open flesh. To the current level of medical care to leave scars is unavoidable, but timely treatment of scars will be smaller. Seeing Xiang Chang leading Xiang Shi straight to the wounded soldiers' camp, those few wounded soldiers scowled at Dingu for a while, slaving their mouths to Xiang Chang's faraway direction. This General Senior, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the wounded soldiers' camp for some treatment as well. If this wound on your face isn't rubbed with a poison remover, if it turns into pus, it'll fester the whole face. Dingu was startled when he heard this. The rest of the nobles and generals also reacted to the fact that Xiang Chang had personally brought that Xiang Shi to treat his scar. Thinking of Xiang Chang to the Chu Long son of the dignity of the future king's identity. Actually on the face of that naive and rash a look at the brain is not good to make the pariah so important. A force to promote into a lieutenant general is just. The key is also so close. One cannot help but heart sour. Let's go. Let's go. Send Lieutenant General Dingu to the wounded warrior camp as well. And by the way, let's see if that poison cleansing pill is really that mysterious? A cadre of noble generals clicked together and flanked Dingu towards the wounded soldiers' camp as well. The wounded warrior camp was located in a large independent area in the northeast corner of Gaixia city, and all the noble generals had been there before, and all of them secretly frowned when they thought of the unnameable experience of stepping foot in it in the past. Chaos, blood, stench, wailing, filth, and death were their inherent impressions of the former wounded warrior camp. The thought of having to step into such a stomach-churning place again instinctively resisted a little. It is conclusively true that in the past, it would have been more accurate to say that the wounded warrior camps, when they were called wounded warrior camps, were in fact called hell. Can't blame the wounded soldier's environment is bad. Now this world. Even if the good end of the ordinary soldier's life is not worth money. For example, the supply battalion soldiers, the life of the cheap. Needless to say, compared to the high value of the war horse. Even compared to the cattle and mules are also much worse. Eat worse than a pig, dry more than a donkey. That is them, and no status. The slightest mistake is a flogging. This is also why a group of clansmen, generals and guards who followed Xiangju to join the Han army were thrown into the Han army's rear military supply camp, and each one of them cracked their liver and guts, and saw Xiang Chang as if he had seen his own father, and cried and howled and died to go back to Dechu. Also why just now Xiang Shi's guards learned that was relegated to the supply camp, such as mourning their parents. Soul almost did not pee on the spot, and the supply battalion is, after all, auxiliary soldiers. There is a great use, that even if there is no status, at least there is a mouthful of food to eat. Then it is also miserable, can be called the most miserable in the barracks. No more miserable is the wounded soldiers. Currently the generals in the army and officers above the master of 1,000 pawns are injured and still enjoy certain treatment. Ordinary soldiers, even cavalrymen, even the bottom officers, once injured, especially the kind of injury that can't go into battle again with a crippled arm or leg, will be directly abandoned by the army and thrown into the wounded camps to no longer care about it. Over the mats, wooden sticks held up the cloth and bracketed an awning for shade in rain. As for the corners of the yard, the horizontal and vertical pull up a rope, above the golden autumn sun exposure of a piece of clean cloth, white silk, this time by the autumn wind blowing hula sound. For these strips of cloth and white silk blocks, the noble generals were not sure what to do with them. However, when they saw that both the cloth used for shading and these narrow strips of cloth and silk blocks were all of good material, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. At a time when money was scarce after years of war, both white silk and cloth could be used as money. These noble generals in particular saw a wounded soldier lying on each mat, the people freshly washed, the robes pulped and clean, and as for the wounded parts of the arms or legs or chest, wrapped in strips of cloth and white silk not unlike those generally used for drying. Such valuable cloth and silk, much more valuable than the lives of these pariahs, but torn into shreds to wrap their wounds, racked above their heads to give them shade from the sun and rain. A cadre of noble generals suddenly realized, and couldn't help but feel great heartache and pity. In their opinion, these untouchables are dead. Anyway, they can be born, and like weeds, the death is not clean. There will always be a crop of them. It is worth the trouble and expense of treating them? At that moment a woman's irritated reprimand was heard from the premises on the inner side of the courtyard. Didn't I tell you to lie honestly and not move? You've just gotten rid of the poison, put on the medicine, and climbed up again. Can't you be more honest? The voice was clear and pleasant and young. Just by listening to the voice, one could tell that it was a beautiful woman. Then a somewhat naive young man's voice rang out. The dude on the mat next to me kept screaming that he was having a hard time and wanted to turn over. So I gave him a hand. Take care of yourself first. The anger in the woman's voice disappeared, but she still didn't sound good. A cadre of noble generals' eyes lit up and their hearts jumped. There were still women in this wounded soldiers' camp? With a bit of impatience, the noble generals poured into the premises, and saw the same neatly placed rows of mats inside the premises. Dozens of beautiful young women came and went in a hurry, busy, bringing water and feeding the wounded, cleaning wounds, changing medicine and bandaging. The wounded lying on these mats within the premises were all, it was clear, badly wounded numbers with missing arms and legs or with holes in their chests and stomachs. Ding Gu and a group of other noble generals could not imagine that the quality of these healers was so high that they were even better than their concubines, so they could not help but show their greed. Ding Gu, who was staring at these beauties with different thoughts in his mind, suddenly changed his face and hastily lowered his head, not daring to look at them again. The rest of the noble generals found out at the same time, and each one of them looked horrified, with a bit of haste, and slipped out from the premises. These beauties were all clearly the maids and concubines of the Xiang clan's clansmen such as Overlord and Xiang Shang. No wonder those old bachelor wounded soldiers who had been in the barracks for a long time looking at sows with double eyelids were respectful to these beauties and did not dare to make a fuss. Their king let his own concubine to take care of their injuries. For them these pariahs is not 1,000 deaths cannot repay? Where would they dare to have bad thoughts? The noble generals turned this circle in the wounded soldiers' camp, and found that everything was in order, regular, and not in the least bit chaotic, and that every wounded soldier had received medical treatment, and their hearts were secretly amazed. It is important to know that in the past, the number of military doctors was limited, and they also had to prioritize the care of many generals and officers, so they didn't have much time to stay in the wounded soldiers' barracks, and a big war down. Wounded soldiers thousands, like a tide of water, where can heal over? Therefore, for those wounded soldiers who could be rescued, they were roughly rescued. And for those seriously wounded numbers with no rescue value, they were left in a corner of the yard to fend for themselves. That's right, why the former wounded warrior camp is hell, lies in as long as the injury into it. It depends entirely on your personal life is hard enough, the mortality rate that is thrillingly high. The generals looked at each other, all secretly shook their heads, and were greatly unimpressed by Xiang Chang's loser behavior of putting so much money, medicine and goods, into the wounded soldiers. As the cadre of noble generals exited the serious injury numbers premises, an enthusiastic voice suddenly resounded from the side. Yeah, General Ding, are you here to treat your injuries as well? Well, the wound on your face is very serious, so hurry up and let Dr. Li Zhong clean your wound with the poison cleansing pill. Dingu looked down. Something looked familiar, but he didn't remember. General Ding, it's me, Wang Baisher, 100 general under your command. That soldier, however, was a bottom officer, and seeing that Dingu did not seem to recognize himself, he busily introduced himself. Dingu or did not remember, casually and perfunctorily pacified a few sentences. Wang Baisher legs, right arm, chest and abdomen all wrapped in white silk, almost wrapped into a dumpling. The injury is really heavy enough. Wang Baisher was stunned, and the enthusiasm on his face subsided. His injury is a few days ago. Zhong Limai led the army to charge out of Gaixia city, in the battle with the Han Army's center army, followed by the Battle of Dingu fell into a heavy siege. It is he and a number of soldiers defiantly to save it. At that time, several brothers died under the chaos of gunfire. He also received a number of shots from the Han army, but by chance to pick up a life. And this superior of his, Lt. General Dingu, actually had no impression at all. Wang Baisher suddenly laughed. These noble generals are not like this for a day or two. What are they depressed about? At the same time faced Dingu's appeasement. Grinning, I also did not think that I can still live. This injury is also worth it. Salted fish soup and brown rice, and the king's concubines to bandage wounds. I heard that serious injuries there is money to take. Dead brothers even have a small amount of money to the home. The brothers said that this even if the death of the war for the Great Chu is also not a loss. Looking at Wang Dashi's naive face, Dingu suddenly felt incomparably prickly, sneered in his heart, and became more and more fed up with Xiang Chang's approach. According to Wang Baisher's directions, Dingu walked to the end of the wounded soldiers' camp compound. Inside a huge stone-built premises, dozens of jars of fine wine were stacked densely in the corners. In the center of the room, there was a huge and strange object stacked on top of a cauldron, with a large iron lid on top of it, under which firewood was constantly burning, while a strong aroma of wine emanated from the inside. A cadre of noble generals understood at a glance that the fine wine Xiang Chang had collected from the military camp in the city had been placed in this newly built strange-looking vessel for steaming. An iron pipe protruded from the kettle, and as it continued to burn and steam, a clear liquid flowed outward in a steady stream of gurgling. This is the poison cleansing pill? Looking at those liquids, Dingu's heart stirred as he moved to ask. That's right. Oh, Queen General Xiang Chang's method is really useful. Except for those 2 days in the beginning, there were a lot of seriously injured soldiers who died. Since yesterday, the number of deaths has dropped drastically. Soldiers with especially light wounds, using this fine wine steamed into poison-clearing medicine to clean their wounds, then applying white medicine for gold wounds, bandaging them with pulp washed in stormtan cloths, and changing the medicine on time. There is no more pus and festering, and even less of them have died. Lai Zhong, a very old military physician with a goatee, naturally recognized Dingu and said with a smile while going forward to start treating his wounds. Listening to Li Zhong's words, Dingu had no more doubts about what Xiang Chang said, and his eyes burned towards the strange-looking huge vessel. Following Dingu behind a cadre of nobles and generals, there is that drinker of alcohol sniffing the clear poison exudes a strong and rich aroma of wine. Really cannot help it. Looking for a vessel to come forward to receive some of them, with a bit of impatience to the meaning of a mouth poured into the mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 78, What Use Are Captives? At the next moment, the general seemed to have been cast a static spell, standing motionless and frozen in place, his mouth tightly closed, his eyes staring round, his whole body tensed, and his breathing stopped. The general's behavior of stealing drinks, Lai Zhong intentionally as if he did not see, do not stop, and now turned his head cluck, and laughed strangely. Obviously like this kind of daredevil he has seen I do not know how many, has become a great pleasure to him. After half a dozen moments, the general suddenly opened his mouth, spewed out a mouthful of wine, and said in a shocked voice, good strong wine, but it's so damn strong. Saying that, his eyes were glowing, staring at the liquid that flowed out, and he stretched out his vessel to try to pick it up again. The rest of the nobles and generals were all eager to try it out, and went up to taste it as well. Stop, Li Zhong's wrinkled old face slumped. This poison cleansing pill is the essence of fine wine. Drinking that one sip is the same as drinking a small half jar of wine. Eunuch Xiang Chang has ordered that it be used exclusively for wounded soldiers to clean up their wounds, and no one is allowed to drink it without authorization. Go, all of you. Except for the wounded. The rest of you are not allowed to stay in the wounded soldiers' camp. A group of noble generals, even if they are not willing to do so, thought that Xiang Chang had just ruthlessly cleaned up Ding Gu with no mercy, and they were not willing to do so they had to scold Liz Hong for being an old bastard and left angrily at the same time. Li Zhong used a soft brush with animal hair dipped in poison remover to clean up the whip marks on Ding Gu's face, and then pressed Ding Gu to sit on his knees, took out a fine needle with a thin silk thread at the end, pulled over his head. His old face was full of concentration, and he was going to stab and sew on the whip marks on his cheeks like mending a shirt. Ding Gu was shocked, but it was not a small thing. He was horrified and changed color, pushed the old man away, jumped up and looked at him with anger. What are you going to do? Li Zhong was pushed so hard that he fell on his butt and sat down on the ground. His old bones almost didn't fall apart. He glanced at Ding Gu with dissatisfaction and slowly climbed to his feet. What else can I do? Stitch up your wound. This whip scar on your face is so thick. If you don't sew it up, the scar at the back will be at least as thick as a finger. Using needle and thread on my face to sew up a wound. Are you crazy? Ding Gu was simply going crazy. This kind of unheard of thing, if not for the fact that Li Zhong was actually the current physician of the Dechu military camp. If he were to do someone else, he would have to cut him down on the spot with his sword drawn, not to mention the wounds on the face. How many wounds on the belly, thighs, spine, waist and ribs of the wounded soldiers have I sewn up in the past few days? Some wounded soldiers have thigh wounds as long as a zhang, half the flesh of their palms drooping down, but I still sewed them up. Some wounded soldiers' belly was open, intestines are flowing out, blood hula times. I washed, and stuffed back, and then the belly sewed up. Now not still alive and well? Don't be surprised. Li Zhong looked as if he had mastered the true meaning of a physician, treating himself completely as the legendary magpie, and said in an undoubtedly professional tone. However, listening to his bloody and perverted words, even if Ding Gu had been on the battlefield for a long time and was used to seeing corpses everywhere and limbs flying, he couldn't help but have a squirm in his throat and almost didn't vomit on the spot. Li Zhong shook his head, his old face full of contempt. Are you sewing or not? Leave if you don't sew. This wound has been cleaned up. At most it will be ugly after healing. It can't kill anyone. I still have several human legs waiting to be sawed. Who told you to saw people's legs and arms? Who told you to just sew people up? This is a human being. Not a thing. Ding Gu gripped Li Zhong's dicky and scolded in a stern voice. Currently this era is not yet enlightened. Although killing each other up does not take human life seriously. But the body of this stinky skin, but look at the mysterious and sacred. Never thought to move the knife and saw on it moving needle for healing. Like in the past, after a war, no matter how many wounded soldiers, no matter what kind of injuries they have received, they are all treated conservatively, completely at the mercy of God. As a result, the death rate of wounded soldiers was appallingly high. Therefore, when he heard Li Zhong's treatment, even if Ding Gu was a brave general, he couldn't help but feel the hairs on his body standing straight up. I don't discuss this with you laymen. This is the wounded soldier camp. No clamor is forbidden. If you have any grievances, you go and talk to General Xiang Chang Ho. The wounded soldier camp is under his charge right now. Li Zhong eyes backstage hard scary. Without saying anything will Ding Fu this before to respectfully treat the center general also coaxed out. Early in the morning, in the tent of the rear army's main general, Xiang Chang, who woke up from his sleep, jumped up, and after a little washing, he put on a light leather armor with the help of the sergeant, and went to the extremely wide drill ground behind the tent. His big black horse, which is strong and powerful and quite humane, has already prepared the saddle blanket and waited for him, and when he saw his figure, he trotted over and rubbed his chest with his big head without stopping to kiss and rub his chest. Xiang Chang patted its big head and soothed it for half a second, rolled over and leaped onto it, galloping back and forth in the drill ground, while opening his bow and arrow, unable to stop shooting an arrow to the opposite target. He shot 100 arrows in one breath, and his whole body was slightly sweating and refreshed before he stopped. The sergeant fought the 10 arrow targets over to him and nodded in satisfaction when he realized that the hits were 8 out of 10. He knows that his own personal martial arts courage in this life is difficult to look at the back of the old man. At most is with Zhong Li Chair, Xiang Shang and other generals in a level line. Xiang Chang chose to put their own life-saving enemy killing skills, placed on the bow and arrow. This period of time 100 arrows per day to practice hard and unceasingly. Originally he had extraordinary archery skills. With these days of hard practice, more and more sophisticated up. In time there will be upgrading, and his goal is to reach the history of the 100 paces through Yang Yan Yuji's shooting level. Next, dropping his bow and arrows, he put a thick piece of cowhide over the front of his helmet to protect his face, revealing just 2 eye holes, and then maneuvering a spear shaft with the head removed, he swung it across the room at 10 similarly attired and ready cavalrymen. 10 cavalrymen also did not hesitate. Straight to him ushered in, regimentally surrounded him, spear pole poking, smashing, picking, sweeping, knocking, ruffling, not the slightest bit of residual force. A look will not stop until he smashed down the horse posture. It is no wonder that these cavalrymen went all out. Those that didn't use real strength were driven away by Xiang Chang, and a heavy reward was set up. 2 taels of gold per person for being able to knock him off his horse. After a fight in melee, the final 10 cavalry in turn was beaten by him in a mess and fled. Xiang Chang closed his hand, a light laugh, threw down his spear, replaced his halberd, steered his horse away from the drill ground. Xiang Chang's body is worthy of being the seat of the king of Western Shu. Coupled with being in the youthful period, every day is full of physical strength and enduring renewal. A day down no matter how tired, the second day to wake up fatigue is always swept away, and once again become energetic. Rarely, there has been a deep sense of crisis. Xiang Chang still do not dare to enjoy the slightest slack, not only daily archery and soldiers' armament fights, so that they are in the most peak state, but also at all times draped in leather armor, in order to cope with all the emergencies at any time. Arriving in front of Zhou Yin's tent, he jumped off his horse and threw it to the accompanying escorting sergeant. Inside the tent, Zhou Yin, who had recovered from his spinal lash wound, sat behind his paperwork, concentrating on military affairs. Kneeling and sitting down behind the case next to Zhou Yin, a large pile of bamboo slips and silk books have been placed on it, all of which are matters that Zhou Yin has already dealt with and need to be finalized by him. The main general, Xiang Chang, collected his mind. His face was calm and quiet, and he reviewed them in detail in turn. But it was the provision of food and fodder, armor, uniforms, equipment, etc. for the generals of the rear army, the replenishment of soldiers lost in the battle, the promotion of meritorious officers and generals, and the punishment of soldiers and officers in the barracks who had violated the military law. And then he put a pen to the paper to make his own decision one after the other. When he was not sure what to do, he turned to Zhou Yin to discuss the matter. Through the disposition of these military affairs, Xiang Chang feels that he understands the entire rear army more and more thoroughly and grasps it more and more freely, as if it has become an extension of his limbs, and has the flavor of manipulating it as he wishes. Looking at one of the bamboo slips, Xiang Chang laughed with some surprise. Ingbu has finally delivered the surrendered Han army rearguard prisoners? So capable of procrastination. Zhou Yin shook his head with a helpless face. They were delivered yesterday, and according to your prior orders, they were not fed diet, and have been starving. After a pause, Zhou Yin couldn't help but add, in addition to these, the nearly 10,000 Han soldiers captured by the Great King in the Battle of Gaixia City, and the 10,000 thousands of Han soldiers captured by Kongxi's army in your surprise attack on that night, were all not given food and drink, and were closely guarded. These are more than 30,000 Han army captives. You asked for all of them. What are you planning to do? To do what? Naturally, it's to recruit them for our use. The 50,000 remnants of Chu's army. After the battle with Han, the 20,000 cavalry led by father himself lost more than 4,000 of them. Our rear army and Ingbu's army have also suffered losses of varying degrees. In this situation, if we don't hurry to replenish our troops, what will we use to withstand the next battle with Han? Surrender? Hearing Xiang Chang's words, Zhou Yin looks like he has been bitten, waving his hand repeatedly. My good general, don't hold such thoughts. I don't know how many examples there have been in the past, where prisoners were recruited and integrated into the army, but once it really came to the big battle, these guys tend to turn against each other, and in turn make their own army lose a lot. Even into the supply wagon battalion, also is not stable hidden danger, not when to make a small mess. Speaking of this, Zhou Yin raised his head and swept a glance at Xiang Chang. Xiang Chang naturally understands what he means. This refers to the matter that when he raided the rear army of the Han army, he encouraged the clansmen and generals who had followed Xiang Ju to defect to the Han army but had been beaten into the supply battalion, and turned against Liu Bang on the verge of the battlefield and dealt Liu Bang a fatal blow, so that he would take this as a warning to be careful of being copied by the Han army on his homework again. Then how were the past captives disposed of? Xiang Chang was non-committal, putting down the bamboo slip and rubbing his hand over his brow as he leisurely asked. Pit kill. Zhou Yin's words were crisp and clear, permeated with bone-chilling coldness. It has been tested through practice that this is the most labor-saving method without any after effects. It's too brutal. I don't know that the heavens have the virtue of good life, and creating this kind of killing will damage the Yin virtue. Xiang Chang sighed lightly and shook his head repeatedly. Zhou Yin was in a big hurry. bulging his eyes, and was about to do some more persuasion when Xiang Chang realized that it was going to be time for the pilgrimage meal, stopped the discussion on this topic, and got up to walk out of the tent. Straighten up the captives according to my orders, and wait for me to come back for everything. Zhou Yin was now very used to being Xiang Chang's deputy general, and was not only unimpressed by Xiang Chang's unquestioning tone, but instead raised his head and gladly glanced at his departing figure. Zhou Yin did not expect Xiang Chang, unlike the rest of the noble generals who left all the trivial chores in the military camp to the vice-generals and lieutenants, to be able to sink his heart into doing everything himself, especially this period of time to deal with military affairs very quickly, showing a strong ability to learn, and responsive, clear thinking. A lot of irrationality in military affairs also made a series of adjustments, changes, so that the efficiency of the military operation has been greatly improved, so that Zhou Yin is secretly surprised. The heavens have eyes. The moody Zhou Yin tilted his head back to look at the tent and gently spat out these words, smiling and lowering his head as he continued to begin disposing of the military affairs at hand. End of chapter. Chapter 79, The Might of the Overlord. Xiang Chang left the tent and mounted a big black horse, and galloped towards Gaixia city surrounded by a group of escorting soldiers. Xiang Chang has his own tent in Gaixia city, and it is quite luxurious, but since he became the rear general, he has been living in the barracks, and has not gone back to live for a day, and all of the goods in the original tent have been raided by Xiang Zhuang to reward and motivate the soldiers, and the maidservants have been sent to the wounded camp to take care of the wounded, so now it is empty and nothing left. After entering the city of Gaixia, Xiang Chang jogged lightly through several streets and alleys and tents, arriving directly in front of the tent of the Chu army's commander-in-chief, his own father, the king of the hegemony. Rolling over and dismounting from his horse, after nodding his head to the guarding sergeant, Xiang Chang walked in with great strides. The overlord was kneeling squarely on the soft seat of the main seat, with brown rice, salted fish slice soup, and a few skewers of meat placed on the food table in front of him, but he did not eat it, instead holding a volume of bamboo slips that he was reading intently. Seeing Xiang Chang come in, the overlord threw the bamboo slips aside. The corner of his mouth slightly surfaced a faint smile. A pair of double pupils showed a hint of pity, and watched Xiang Chang make a hasty salute to him, and then sat down behind the piece of paperwork on his side, buried his head and began to eat with a big splash, before he began to move his chopsticks and eat, while saying, "Eat slowly, you are not only a general, but also a nobleman, my eldest son in Chu. You should always pay attention to your own appearance, and no one is robbing you, so what's the hurry? You are not only a general, but also a nobleman, the eldest son of my Chu. You should always pay attention to your own appearance, and no one is robbing you. Why are you in such a hurry?" Xiang Chang made a few "ow" sounds, but he remained unchanged. The overlord showed a helpless look and shook his head, but he didn't say anything more. Although the king's bravery is unrivaled, but in terms of being a father, it is no different from the majority of fathers in China, obviously thinking about how to get close to his son, but when the words come out of his mouth, they can't help but turn into a reprimand and instruction. Xiang Chang has learned from Xiang Zhuang that yesterday's father at the banquet reprimanded a cadre of senior corps generals, full support for their own in the Chu army to implement the Qin army merit knighthood system, heart pleased and feeling at the same time, but also know that he finally succeeded in finding the right way to open the old man. That is, since the ancient set cannot be retained, only the true feelings of the people. Although the siege of Gaixia has been temporarily solved, but Liu Bang hundreds of thousands of troops do not retreat, still in the side of the tiger, waiting for an opportunity to move. The rest of Han Xin, Pong Yu, Wu Rui and so on the size of the vassals sitting in possession of a place, the king of the hegemony. This situation, whether you want to rout the Han army to kill Liu Bang, or thereafter sweep the size of the forces of the unification of the whole world, the most critical in the body of the father. As for their own, intellect and wisdom have more than the value of force, regardless of the military strategy or the prestige of the call, are far less than, since the flag of Pops must not fall. How to get along with Pops has become a new problem in front of Xiang Chang that needs to be solved by him. For this problem, Xiang Chang also thought for a long time, although the old man is a child temperament, no heart, but does not mean that he is a little cute. The truth is to say that a smart person is not too much. Using the heart of the wrist may be able to coax concealment of him for a while, but not long to be sure that he will be recognized, and then want to get his trust, but it will be difficult. After thinking about it for a while, Xiang Chang finally decided that since he was a son, he should honestly do what a son should do. During this period of time, he traveled more than 10 miles every day to come to Gaixia to eat with his father, and decided to continue to do so as long as he was not leading the army, so as to cultivate a deep father-son bond with his father. In addition to the day before yesterday and the old man a deep talk, with the excuse that he had a nightmare, will be his own thoughts on all the old man Shen said once, and frankly told him that in the future he will have nothing to hide from him, but also frankly asked the old man to have nothing to hide from himself, and to make major decisions can be made before the discussion with himself, with the generals too. Maybe it is Xiang Yu as Lu Bang burst hammer one after another. Confidence crumbled away, on their own to produce a depth of self-doubt, but also perhaps by the son of a sincere to impress. In short, Xiang Chang this approach. The effect is unexpectedly good, not only on Xiang Chang in the military camp to implement the cleaning and upgrading of the wounded battalion, the generals and pawns unified diet, important military affairs with the generals to discuss, the implementation of the Qin military merit and knighthood system and so on. Their own headstrong and self-reliant arrogance, his own headstrong and arrogant temperament has also greatly converged and changed. Soon after finishing the coarse court food and letting the soldiers pack down, Xiang Chang naturally walked behind the overlord and rubbed his shoulders for him, while father and son started their daily chit-chatting time. In order to support his son Xiang Chang's cleaning and upgrading of the wounded battalion, and also because of his sadness and longing for Yu Ji, the king sent all his maids to the wounded battalion as well, thus leaving no woman beside him to take care of them. This is the same for both father and son, who have now become bachelors. Xiang Chang has taken up the job of a maid, rubbing his father's shoulders and serving him as an old aristocrat who is used to enjoying himself, while aimlessly blabbering off the cuff while enjoying his son's filial piety. Xiang Yu, the heavy pupil of this great Chu hegemon, narrowed slightly, looking very cozy. Xiang Chang remembered yesterday's dengue caused a storm of forcible robbery of wine, pondered, father, the generals in the army, especially those mid-level generals, are all from Dechu or Jiangdong noble families, have always been well-groomed and well-fed, and all of a sudden let them share the same hardships with the soldiers, the same food and drink, and the heart's resentment is not small. To not, without waiting for him to finish, Xiang Yu raised his hand to stop him, sat up straight on his knees and pointed to his son's mat for him to go back to his knees and sit down before solemnly saying, Chang remember, you are the eldest son of my Chu, the future monarch and king of all the generals and ministers, and all of them are your slaves. Wherever you make a decision, whether it is right or wrong, they must obediently follow it, with no room for bargaining. I understand what you're thinking. You feel that they should be taken care of as they bring their private armies, food, weapons and goods to support us, and fight bloody battles regardless of life and death. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night. Which one of them did not gain enough benefits and rewards? Which one of their families did not expand their power several times, 10 times? Therefore, we don't owe them a single cent. Besides, if our father and son can eat, why can't they? At this moment, Xiang Yu, the mighty king of Western Chu, finally showed his domineering side as a superior once again. Xiang Chang was silent and realized, for a tiger, it can be concerned about the opinions of wolves and leopards, but it will never care about the opinions of deer and sheep. In the eyes of his overly powerful and arrogant father, there is no doubt that his subordinates are all deer and sheep. Lu Bang is not as powerful as he is, so he has wolves and leopards under his command, and he has to pay attention to their opinions. After a pause, Xiang Yu added in a sullen tone, as for the nasty things they did, such as Han Xin, Chen Ping, and other great talents being suppressed by them and not allowed to emerge, how could I be unaware of that? It's just that I realized that my own force was enough to overpower the whole world. So I didn't bother with them. Like Ingbu, why did I make him king? Of course, he has made remarkable military achievements, but does that military achievement really deserve to be crowned king? Is it that much better than Long Yi and Zhongli Chair, who also have great military achievements? The reason why I did that is because Ingbu was the only one of my generals who was of pariah origin, and has always been ostracized by the noble generals, and in the end, the two groups have become like water and fire. If we don't divide him up and leave him alone, there will only be one consequence, a firefight between the two of them, which will ultimately lead to a great loss of vitality in Chu. Xiang Chang's face was stunned. He could not imagine that there was such a hidden past behind Ingbu's kingly title. Thank you for your support. Thank you for rewarding old friends and wine and other brothers. End of chapter. Chapter 80, Two Oppositions. Xiang Yu was just about to say something else, when the close minister's servant beside him suddenly came all the way in with a small tendency to inform that King Ingbu of Zhejiang has come to pay his respects. Xiang Chang was flabbergasted and instinctively got up and was about to go out to greet him, but was stopped by Xiang Yu, who droned to the sergeant, "Let him come in." Xiang Chang was shocked and felt that his father had gone a bit too far. After all, Ingbu was currently holding tens of thousands of troops, and is a pivotal force in the next battle against Han, so it is crucial to do a good job of appeasing him. But see the old man's ceremonial posture. high kneeling on the soft seat motionless, helpless bitter smile, intent to get up to serve behind the old man, but was the old man glared at, only to obediently kneel on the soft seat motionless. However, the next scene happened. But let the self-proclaimed 2 lifetimes of people who have seen a lot of knowledge of Xiang Chang, was greatly shocked, heart doubled the sense of the unimaginable. At the entrance to the tent, the light dimmed, and a stout figure appeared, blocking the way. Then he saw the austere-looking Ingbu, with the striking black letters tattooed on his cheeks and a solemn look on his face, walk in alone, step by step, fast or slow. This time he didn't wear the tawdry gold armor that he walked there and wore there, but changed into a gorgeous brocade train made of black mixed with gold silk. On his feet a pair of buckskin shoes with square mouth and head cocked. After coming in, he first raised his head to look at Xiang Yu who was sitting on the high end without any expression, and then swept the side of the Xiang Chang who was sitting on the side of the same face with a cold face, and surprisingly not only did not suffer from any dissatisfaction with the neglect, but instead he kneeled down meticulously and bowed down to the Xiang father and son who seemed to take the arrogance of the Xiang family for granted. On the contrary, they seemed to take the arrogance of Xiang's father and son for granted and kneel down meticulously. King Ingbu of Jiuzhong, pay respects to Overlord. Rise. I am very happy that you have come this time. The conditions that Chang'ar lobbied for you to speak of at the time are what I meant. After this, if you want a bigger territory, a bigger title, you can, depending on your next military performance. Kneeling next to Xiang Chang, just watched his father with an unquestionable commanding tone. Simple 3 or 2 words. This will be the mighty king of the vassals of the party to send off. But Ingbu also a face of feelings of exhilaration, and a meticulous kneeling after the party bowed and exited the tent and go. At this moment, Xiang Chang has a clearer and deeper understanding of the power behind his father's King of Western Shu name. This King of Western Shu name of my father is not as good as Zulong's name of the first emperor, but only in terms of martial arts. It's not much weaker, and it's not a problem to deter Ingbu's vassal kings that were originally under his command. Thinking of the next need to discuss with Ingbu on how to unite to fight against the Han camp, since Pops has already paved the way. How can Xiang Chang not take advantage of the situation? He said goodbye to his father and hurriedly chased him out of the tent. Upon hearing that King Ingbu of Jiuzhong had come to pay his respects to the overlord, Zhongli Chair, Ji Bu, Huan Chu, Xiang Shang, Xiang Zhuang, Xiang Guan, and a host of other important generals gathered with the intention of watching the show. They undoubtedly didn't expect Ingbu to come out so quickly, and were caught off guard and bumped into each other. So a good show was put on. When Ingbu saw Zhongli Chair, Ji Bu, Huan Chu and other important generals of Chu, his eyes lit up, and he laughed wildly. You guys are all useless, and you're all still alive on the battlefield. Well, also right, fighting is certainly not, but when it comes to life-saving escape, and who can compare to you? It doesn't take much to defeat you on the battlefield, but to kill you, TSK, I'm afraid that even if a god descended to earth, he wouldn't be able to do it. Listening to Ingbu this kind of negative verbal abuse can be described as gouging out the heart and piercing the bones and poking the lungs. Zhong Li, Ji Bu, Huan Chu, Xiang Shang, Xiang Guan and so on a face of gas green and purple. A big mess, but can't rebuttal. Ingbu faced the king like a beast encountered a natural enemy. Very obedient, but away from the king, see Zhong Li Mai and other generals. Immediately the original form, wild and domineering up. He crossed his arms and had the face of a man who had been instrumental in recreating the Great Chu and a benefactor to everyone in front of him. If it weren't for me, how could you all be alive and well? You would have all died in the chaos? It's not too much to say that I am your savior, right? How does it feel to be saved by what you call a criminal in the end? If I were you, I would have long ago gouged out my own eyes in shame, wielded my sword to cut off the roots of my own children and grandchildren, and knelt down to weep in gratitude and remorse. Zhong Li Mai and other generals will be angry and hateful. Cheek muscles jumping, body shivering violently like an electric shock. Both hands almost pinched the hilt of the sword to break, but the feet are nailed in place. Do not dare to go forward to fight with them. Although Ingbu is arrogant, what he said is not wrong. If not Xiang Chang, the eldest son convinced him to lead an elite cavalry raid on the rear army of the Han dynasty, and beat Liu Bang to the head. Now the Chu dynasty is afraid that it has really lost. When Ingbu said a word, the 100 of his own cavalrymen in full iron armor who escorted him came and gave out an unbridled and strange cry in response to the arrogance of their anger. Xiang Chang walked out from his tent and saw the scene from afar. His face sank, thinking about what my father just said about the confrontation between the noble generals and the lowly generals of Chu, as well as the reason for making Ingbu the king, and then seeing Ingbu's resentment and anger without leaving any room to humiliate the Zhongli Chair and the other generals. He knew that the two sides were really feuding for a long time and already had deep grudges. He suddenly remembered the historical records of his previous life. After the destruction of Chu, the General Zhongli Chair fled and secretly went to Han Xian's feudal state to seek refuge in Han Xian, but did not rely on the same out of the camp of Chu. Obviously should be more closely related to the Yingbu. Apparently also proved this point. The next promotion of military positions in the army will only be based on military merit, not on birth, and the difference between the status of nobles and commoners should be completely downplayed, so that the future of Dechu can be promising. At this moment, Xiang Chang's heart is even more determined to implement the Great Qin military merit and knighthood system in the Dechu army. He listened to his father's words, for Engbu as a commoner origin general, and Zhongli Mai and other noble generals to fall out with each other, fighting each other to death, and decided that these two parties do not have a good thing. And now look, the fruit is not true. Seeing Engbu's unbridled and unforgiving behavior, looking as if he would not rest until Zhongli Mai, Ji Bu, Huan Chu and the other generals were humiliated to the point of cutting themselves off. Xiang Chang caged his hands and walked forward slowly. Zhongli Mai, Ji Bu, Huan Chu and so on are the only remaining famous generals in Chu. Even if we don't mention the love of many years of fighting side by side, just on the basis of loyalty to the old man, Xiang Chang can't just sit back and watch them being humiliated and not care about it. The king of Zhejiang is so powerful. As soon as he saw Xiang Chang coming from the rear, Xiang Zhuang, who was standing aside, immediately led a group of escorting cavalrymen and naturally stood behind him. Listening to this full of contempt and disdain for the words coming from behind him, Engbu looked like a tiger that had been provoked, with a domineering and hostile breath emanating from his face, and suddenly turned back. End of chapter. Chapter 81. Seeing that the one who opened his mouth was Xiang Chang, Engbu undoubtedly had a few scruples about him and collected his hostile features. It's Lord Xiang Chang, the eldest son. Oh, the overlord is good at everything, but he doesn't have the ability to recognize people. Look at these people. They are incompetent and useless, but they still feel good about themselves, and they are all so arrogant. I'm helping them to recognize themselves. After all, the war is urgent. They continue to feel extraordinary. Their own death is just a matter of clan extinction. I'm afraid that they will also bring the whole Chu army to follow the bad luck. Phew, is that so? Listening to the words of the king of Zhejiang, these generals that the father king has reused are so bad. So what great achievement has the king of Zhejiang accomplished? Quickly, hurry up and tell us so that everyone can hear it. Was it the 5,000 horsemen who swept away the Han army's 60,000 troops and chopped off Lu Bang's head? Or did you face Han Xian, the king of Qi, without fear, and broke him in battle? Xiang Chang's face was uplifted. His hands clapped vigorously, and his eyes blearily looked at Engbu with anticipation. The openness on Engbu's face disappeared, and a touch of anger surged up, where he could not hear. Xiang Chang is clearly in the Yin and Yang him, 5,000 cavalry sneak attack on the rear army of the Han army, but also in the Xiang Chang fireox formation will Lu Bang scared away under the premise, actually also hit a piece of. Not only did not kill Lu Bang the heart of the danger, the rear army of the many generals are also not captured, ran a clean sweep. As for saying that he played against Han Xian, naturally it was a taunt that he was far worse than Han Xian in the use of military force, and that he was as afraid of Han Xian as a tiger, and that he didn't even have the heart to play against him. Engbu this return to the Chu army camp, is with a high and mighty return home mentality, will be completely as the savior of Chu, although the face of the king of the low brow dare not wantonly, for the king of the rest of the people outside, cannot be put in the eyes, which knows that arrogance is not more than 3 seconds, not waiting for him to release the years of grudges properly, was Xiang Chang to the public writing face, taunting plus mockery, not the slightest to give him the face of the great Chu benefactor. Engbu was very annoyed, and remembered that when this kid lobbied him, he was forced to betray Lu Bang and rejoin Chu, and he was like an asshole in a hole in the bed, so he was even more indignant, and said coldly, listening to the words of Mr. Xiang Chang, is this a criticism of my Engbu's military strategy? It seems that Mr. Xiang Chang thinks that his military strategy is better than mine, with the new hatred and old hatred. Engbu, the king of Zhejiang, has also yin and yang up Xiang Chang, and the implication is naturally that he is spraying Xiang Chang as nothing more than the king of mouth cannon. Ha ha ha, the rate of 5,000 cavalry, and do not need to sneak attack, is the hall of confrontation. In one fell swoop, leading 60,000 troops of you, it is as easy as a palm. Xiang Chang opened his mouth, with a boldness of speech. Hearing Xiang Chang's words, Zhongli Mai, Ji Bu, Huan Chu and other generals were shocked. Engbu was originally in the Chu army, but there is a small Xiang Wang title. Xiang used military tactics and battle formations only he got the essence. To give him 60,000 troops in hand, Even the king and Han Xin do not dare to say that the rate of 5,000 cavalry can be won in battle. Ingbu also laughed at Xiang Chang's big words and nodded his head. You have a big voice. You are right. He looked at Xiang Chang as if he was an ignorant and delusional child. Xiang Chang, however, was unforgiving. The king of Zhejiang doesn't believe it? I'll do it. My favorite thing to do is to cure all kinds of disobedience. This is the 100 horsemen you brought with you, right? In this case, you lead these 100 cavalry guards. I lead 10 cavalry. We remove the spear blade, only use the spear shaft, and then use the thick cowhide mask, to go to the drill ground to fight, to see if I can defeat you in one fell swoop. How about it? Ingbu's two-brush painted, thick eyebrows twitched straight up, and he spoke in a grim voice. That's what you said. There's no need for you to lead 10 cavalry either. Neither of us will take advantage of the other. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of Overlord, so that you won't get too cocky on the battlefield thereafter and make a big mistake. The more the two said, the more vigor. To this natural who no longer retreat reason, all turned on the horse. In their respective escort cavalry flanked to the east of the city galloped to the drill ground. Zhong Limei and the other generals were horrified for a moment. Where did they think that Xiang Chang's eldest son, who was newborn and not afraid of tigers, would want to engage in a sparring match with Ingbu? But this was not a self-inflicted humiliation. Ingbu's military strength can be called the world's top existence. Why just now his words humiliated Zhong Lichair and other generals angry but do not dare to sneer back, is because they know that compared to him is really a big inferior. They are no match for Ingbu, but Xiang Chang has only been the general for a few days, so how can he beat him? Xiang Chang certainly has a surprise attack on the Han army defeated Kong Shi's brilliant record, but that is in fact to take advantage of the night sneak attack, but also against the common sense of human thinking and set up a trick. Not that his military strategy is really excellent enough to defeat Kong Shi. Of course, if you lose the battle, you will only lose some face, but you are afraid that it will affect the two armies to break the Han. After winning this battle, with Ingbu's arrogance, he will be even more arrogant, and he will dare to disobey the king's military order. So the two armies will be able to break the Han together, but it will not add more variables. Zhong Limei mounted his horse, rushed to catch up with Xiang Chang, pulled Xiang Chang's robe, and said in a low voice, General Ho, we are grateful to you for taking out your anger for us. However, Ingbu's army is overbearing and aggressive like fire. It's hard to resist. Even the king doesn't dare to say that he will win. Please think twice. Don't get carried away. Xiang Chang turned back to look at Zhong Limei's anxious and worried face and laughed softly. Great general, please also have more confidence in me. Without complete certainty, would I dare to joke about the future of my Chu and the general situation of breaking Han? Zhong Limei was stunned at his words. Xiang Chang had already broken away from his hand and steered his horse away. Zhong Li is confused. Although Xiang Chang has been acting surprisingly since the night of the siege, giving him a lot of surprises, but right now, even if he thinks about it, he can't think of the slightest possibility for Xiang Chang to win. Zhong Li is not at ease. Anxious horse followed, intending to arrive at the drill ground after the camera action. Jibu urged his horse to catch up with Xiang Zhuang and rode alongside him. Frowning in annoyance, he said, Eldest Duke is fooling around. It's just that you don't dissuade him. Why do you follow him? If he loses, how serious the consequences will be. Have you thought about it? Xiang Zhuang crossed his eyes and said in a muffled voice, Get out of the way. Don't get in the way of me capturing the glorious title of greatly breaking Ingbu. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With this work, you'd better go worry about Ingbu more. Jibu listened to him say outrageous. Simply will defeat Ingbu as bent over can pick up the credit. Face are angry white, angry a brush sleeve. No longer more persuasion. Xiang Sheng didn't follow to rush to the drill ground, knowing that only one person could do it to stop this farce. When he folded his body and hurried into the overlord's tent, after listening to Xiang Sheng's urgent statement, the king's face changed abruptly. Tang stood up and was about to go out of the tent to stop him. However, he could not walk a few steps. As if he remembered something, his complexion suddenly relaxed, turned back to kneel peacefully on the soft seat, and calmly waved his hand to Xiang Sheng, saying, There is no need to worry too much. I am afraid that Ingbu is going to make a fool out of himself this time. Xiang Sheng was stunned, even if he was under the hegemony's years of accumulated authority, which made him believe in the hegemony's words out of instinctive obedience, but it was too bizarre at the moment, so he couldn't help but half believe it. Please support, catch up reading, monthly votes, recommendations, all. End of chapter. Chapter 82, The Great Defeat. Arriving at the drill ground, Zhong Limei rode his horse and rushed in front of Xiang Chang. General Ho, I'll join your queue, and I'm sorry that Ingbu can't say anything. Count me in. I've been looking at Ingbu in a bad light for a long time. Ji Bu, Huan Chu and other generals forgot at this moment that Xiang Chang had started to implement the Great Qin military merit feud system in the Chu army, moving the fundamental interests of them, the noble generals, to unite like never before, and they all turned on Xiang Chang. They made up their mind that both sides will fight against each other, and they will hold off Yingbu, while Xiang Chang will lead his army to clear Yingbu's escort cavalry in the periphery, so that at least half of their chances of winning can be preserved. Yes, even if they are the core of the senior generals of the Chu, and 100 horsemen against 100 horsemen, Yingbu can move around to perform the military formation of a very small margin, but still do not dare to say that they will win. Yingbu took off his brocade robe and replaced it with a piece of iron armor, and ordered his 100 horsemen to remove their blades and bows and arrows, and replace them with spears with their spearheads removed. And when they were properly attired, they saw Zhong Limai, Ji Bu, and Huan Chu anxiously talking about something besides Xiang Chang, and then they laughed loudly. No need to discuss. You all go together. Today Yingbu, will clean up all of you. Xiang Chang, while exchanging the lightweight leather armor on his body for iron armor, ignored the words of Zhong Limai and the others, and turned his head to Xiang Zhuang and said, "You stay too." The words revealed an unquestionable meaning. Xiang Zhuang was stunned, glared disgruntledly at Zhong Limai and the others, and retreated to the side, beckoning for another escorting cavalryman to take his place. Seeing Zhong Limai, Ji Bu, Huan Chu, and even Xiang Zhuang retreating to the side with an unwilling face, Yingbu raised his eyebrows, and for a while, he was really impressed with Xiang Chang's boldness. Standing up with a wooden stick, he examined Xiang Chang up and down and droned coldly, "If you admit defeat at this point and apologize to me, this matter will be called off." At this point in time, Yingbu knew that Xiang Chang would never back down. The reason why he said so was naturally to once again hypocritically state his position, and to make it easier for him to plug the overlord's mouth afterwards. He secretly speculated, so several times warned Xiang Chang, after the king, that even if annoyed, also have nothing to say, and in order to fight against the Han army, I'm afraid that they have to appease. And he is also considered Xiang Chang's uncle generation, elder less and rude nephews, is not it right? Xiang Changli, who was riding on a big black horse on the opposite side, didn't bother to pay attention to him, covered his face with thick cowhide, gave a greeting to the 100 guard cavalrymen behind him who were also fully attired, waved their long sticks, and charged over brazenly. He Shi, who became famous for his curses, Xiang Shi, a naive fool, and Tian Jian, a high-cooled young lord, as well as Ning Shi, Wei Lu, Han Hu, and other generals, clustered around Xiang Chang's side and followed closely. Yingbu's heart steeply relaxed. He was really afraid of Xiang Chang's impotence at the end of the day. See, Xiang Chang did not know what to do and really dared to fight with his own famous generals of 100 battles, and could not help but be furious. His eyes can't hide the color of ruthlessness. Yingbu also didn't bother to play with the main force to meet the enemy two flanks to encircle, or divide the army into several shares of successive impacts and other tricks. A horse in the lead, his eyes staring at Xiang Chang, the front straight to the past. Although the number of the two cavalry is not large, but the sound of hooves is dull as a drum sound on the heart of the crowd of onlookers. The momentum is more majestic as the tide exudes indestructible, crushing everything in front of the existence of the berserk momentum. Yingbu made up his mind to cut Xiang Chang down in the first round and flush Xiang Chang's 100 cavalry out in one fell swoop. He is very clear about the strength of his own escort cavalry. The escort cavalry behind Xiang Chang is absolutely unbearable, and he guarantees that he will make them wonder why they are here, provoking his own tiger and wolf tour in a few minutes. Not bad. The pride of Yingbu's heart does not allow him to defeat Xiang Chang. This battlefield fledgling still have to use the second wave of impact. To win dry and beautiful. His heart was annoyed, and he focused all his attention on Xiang Chang. He blissfully failed to notice that Xiang Chang and the 100 horsemen behind him had two more iron strange semicircular gadgets on both sides of their horse's belly position, and the 100 horsemen stepped on them silently and noiselessly with both of their feet. Yingbu, after this battle, I will fight you next. In the sound of Zhong Limei's angry roar, the 100 cavalry led by Yingbu and the 100 cavalry led by Xiang Chang, wrapped in the rolling earth dragon that rose up behind his true body, crashed together with a loud bang. The drill ground was instantly dusty, and the wind flew and rolled, and one after another, the violent sound of wooden clubs being struck, the screams, curses, and shouts of the cavalrymen, and the neighing and roaring of the warhorses, resounded intensely and unceasingly. Zhong Limai and the other onlookers, including Xiang Zhuang, all showed a nervous look. Even though the drill ground was dusty and not very clear, they still tried to open their eyes wide to see. Yingbu took the lead on his horse, rushed at the front, staring at Xiang Chang, who rushed at him. Xiang Chang waved his wooden stick in his eyes, undoubtedly a child's play. When the two horses were about to meet, His wooden stick explored like a snake, gently shaking, picking. A huge dark force through the stick collapsed. Pop sound. This will be Xiang Chang's wooden stick to jump and fly. A sound. This will be Xiang Chang smashed to the wooden stick to a shock of jumping up. Then in the two-horse staggering, still have the strength of the wooden stick back to sweep. Bang, a muffled sound as Xiang Chang back. This is not all. Bang 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 bang, another 4 sticks like rolling stones like flying thunder to strike out one after another, accurately hitting the shoulders, chest, head and other parts of the 4 cavalrymen who are closely guarding behind Xiang Chang. They accurately hit the shoulders, chests and skulls of the 4 cavalrymen, including He Shi and Xiang Shi, who were closely guarding behind Xiang Chang. A short effort of a wrong horse will include Xiang Chang, including the 5 most ferocious looking cavalrymen to hit all. Ing Bu, heart pleased, gently dial forward the horse, as if in the ice skating is smooth, light around the smallest amplitude of the semicircle, so that turn the horse's head, stop on the spot, quietly waiting for the cavalry under his command to gather over. Even in front of passing Zhong Limai and other generals, he still had time to wave his long stick and shake a flower. The demonstration could not be more obvious. It was just that none of the generals such as Zhong Limai apparently noticed his fancy work. All of their mouths were slightly open and their faces were surprised as they looked at the battlefield behind Ing Bu and froze in shock. Ing Bu's heart was racing, knowing that these guys were shocked by his dry and beautiful charge. In his opinion, if this charge came down, the 100 cavalrymen behind Xiang Chang would not be able to sit on their horses. Definitely not more than 20. Among them, the 5 who were hit by him, including Xiang Chang, all fell off their horses, struggling in vain but unable to climb up. Out of his annoyance towards Xiang Chang, he didn't hold back with that stick just now, and even if Xiang Chang was wearing iron armor, it was guaranteed to be enough to make him suffer. However, the next thing that happened was that the arrogant pleasure on Ing Bu's face slowly solidified, and the wild recklessness in his eyes turned into disbelief. See behind him, flying horse-gathered cavalry actually sparse less than 20, the remaining 80 or so in front of the battlefield lying on the ground, stretching arms and stirring legs helplessly rolling and wailing. A fallen horse can't help but neigh sadly, and more are running around with empty horseback. The scene is a mess. As for Xiang Chang's back, there are more than 70 cavalrymen who are still intact on their horses, maintaining a tight formation, holding their white spear poles horizontally, and looking at Ing Bu and the pitiful less than 20 cavalrymen behind them with a fierce spirit. Where am I? How did this happen? This can't be. It can't be. Ing Bu was like a tiger that had fallen into a pit. His heart let out a silent roar, especially when he saw that none of Xiang Chang and the other 4 people he had hit had fallen off their horses, and all of them were safe and sound on their horses. And for a while, the wooden stick in his hand was almost broken by him. End of chapter. Chapter 83. Xiang Chang's face hidden behind his cowhide face armor was frighteningly white, and he closed his mouth with a forceful death grip, desperately swallowing the blood that welled up in his throat. The force of Ing Bu's stick is really appalling. Even if he has iron armor to protect his body, he still knocked him almost fainted with his breath closed, barely able to catch half a breath. He looked up and growled, "King of 9 Rivers, do you need another round next?" Until then, the guards of Zhong Lichao and other generals, who were watching around the drill ground, suddenly erupted in a clamor, breaking the dead silence. How is this possible? Hiss, can someone tell me if this is all true? Is the Zhejiang king deliberately letting go of the water? It doesn't look like it. In the face of Ing Bu's behavior, Zhong Limai, Ji Bu, Huan Chu and other generals were puzzled, looked at each other, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Naturally, they will not think that Ing Bu's elite cavalry lost their waist last night and thus incurred a great defeat. Since it is not the Zhejiang army that has become weaker, then there is only one result left. That is, Xiang Chang's rear general's escort cavalry is terribly strong. But how is this possible? This cavalry of Xiang Chang's was merely selected from Zhou Yin's army after he took up his post as the rear general, not from the overlord's own army. They were all too aware of the battle power of the Zhou Yin army, and even if the gods had descended to earth, it would be impossible for them to be transformed, and their battle power skyrocketed so quickly. Looking askance at Zhong Lichao and other unexpected and surprised old faces, Xiang Zhuang snorted coldly and tilted his chin diagonally at a 45-degree angle into midair. Ing Bu understands that Xiang Chang is giving him face. If he does not stop to ride for the second round of impact, now he is afraid that the king of Zhejiang will be reduced to being surrounded by dozens of riders, as if he is being beaten up by the miserable situation of the dogs. In particular, the 3 cavalrymen who received a stick from him, one by one. They did not hide the fact that they showed their naked hatred for him, and they were eager to try, with a ferocious attitude of surrounding him and knocking him down hard. Ing Bu, who knew how black his hand was just now, couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart, and without turning back, He keenly sensed the fear in their hearts and the scent of the dozen or so cavalrymen that remained fruitfully behind him. In the past, they were the only ones who defeated the enemy army on the battlefield, killing them to the point of wailing and crying, which could be called destroying them without any resistance. But now the situation was reversed, and it turned into them, the mighty Zhejiang elite cavalry, which was hammered by the explosion of the people to be unable to take a blow. And the remnants of this dozen of cavalrymen could be said to have their fighting spirit completely destroyed, and they had already lost their courage to continue to fight on. Imbu slowly removed his helmet, with a touch of hatred, and threw it hard to the ground. The cadre of cavalrymen behind Xiang Chang, who had been staring intently at him, naturally understood what this meant and let out a cheer as they waved their blades vigorously. Ingbu urged his horse to the battlefield, jumped off his horse, quickly walked to a Xiang Chang Q fell in front of the cavalry horse, holding the semicircular iron strange object hanging in the belly position on the side of the horse, and carefully scrutinized it with a grave expression on his face. Great General Zhong Limai came to the battlefield almost synchronized with him and made the same move. The two recalled the details of the two armies' heads just now, and at the same time keenly discerned that the reason why the cavalry under Xiang Chang's command's combat power had skyrocketed lay in the fact that the warhorses were equipped with more of this item. This is the stirrup. With this item, the cavalry will completely free their hands on the horse, at least doubling their combat power. In addition to sitting on the horse, it is also equal to having a root, and will not be easily knocked down from the horse's back as in the past. Xiang Chang leaped off his horse and walked over to Ingbu, smilingly and considerately explaining for him. Xiang Chang and other 4 people received a stick from Ingbu. The reason why they are still able to sit firmly on the back of the horse is that by virtue of the stirrups of the work, the feet have a place to borrow the force, will be struck by the force-transferred part of the crotch to the mount. It must be said that ancient wars did have few inventions like stirrups, which were incredibly simple, yet of great historical significance. With stirrups, the warhorse became easier to maneuver. The cavalry and the warhorse were truly integrated. The power of the warhorse was completely unleashed, and thus the killing power and attacking power of the cavalry skyrocketed. In history, the invention of stirrups was not until the Eastern Han dynasty, but the appearance of Xiangchang advanced it to the end of the Qin dynasty. Ingbu's eyes burned brightly. Stirrups and other simple and practical equipments for war horses. For his top generals is a layer of window paper, once pierced, immediately bright, and at the same time for the battlefield this thing can play out the horror of the power, but also instantly assessed, and know that what Xiang Chang said is indeed no exaggeration. This thing is who? Ingbu held the roughly made stirrups, with the infatuated eyes that have never been seen in looking at a stunning woman, couldn't stop turning it over and over to scrutinize it, and hesitantly inquired under his breath. This item, does the king of Zhejiang still look past it? Knowing that Ingbu completely saw the value of this item, Xiang Chang's tone took on a hint of coldness. If my father's 20,000 cavalry troops were all equipped with this item, does the king of Zhejiang think that they would be able to break through the Han army siege under Han Xian's command in a single stroke like a devastating blow, and raid into your Zhejiang army like a tiger and a wolf abusing a goat, destroying it in one fell swoop and decapitating you? The king of Zhejiang, on the spot? Ingbu's body trembled violently and raised his head abruptly, looking at Xiang Chang as if he was looking at a devil, filled with uncontrollable horror. Right now, does the Zhejiang king still have any doubts about what I said that day? Even though it was late fall and the weather was cold, Xiang Zhuang, who stood aside, could clearly see a layer of fine sweat seeping out from the forehead of King Ingbu of Zhejiang. Xiang Chang's words are not half-false words. The Chu cavalry originally writing skill is exquisite. Manipulation of the world's unparalleled war horse. Once equipped with stirrups, real as a tiger with wings, multiply the power of the war, penetrate the Han army encirclement, routed the Zhejiang army in one stroke. Talk about not easy, absolutely is also undoubtedly. Ingbu slowly stood up straight. His face changed color. His mouth opened a few times, but in the end, he didn't say anything again. I understand what you mean. Are you going to say, why didn't you use it on that day to frustrate Han Xian and teach the Han army a lesson? Xiang Chan laughed. This kind of weapon is certainly powerful, but for genius generals like Han Xian, it can only be used once. So naturally, it should be used at the most important and critical time. Lu Bang and Han Xian gathered 60 armies to besiege Maichu. Almost Maichu collapsed into dust and ashes. This kind of hatred that penetrates the sky and is hard to dispel. How can we defeat him just painlessly? Not to completely hurt and beat the pain, to beat the defeat. Think of it on the body frigid, but not for nothing to live up to the power of this great killing weapon? Looking at the endless madness and caracal color in Xiang Chang's eyes, Ingbu, the famous general of 100 battles, actually had an inexplicable chill in his heart. Originally for the old man sent long and destroyed Ingbu's wife and children. Xiang Chang is still quite apologetic, But today, since the old man's mouth to learn the truth of Ingbu was made king, and his wife and children were destroyed, is also his rebellion after the old man's retaliation. Coupled with his wife and children is also ungrateful betrayal of old man's Wu Rui's daughter and the children born. Xiang Chang is not only apologetic and swept away. Instead of a wave of anger bursts out. And now look back and see. Pops to say to the Ingbu said that the favor is a little too much. But this guy actually said betrayal. Betrayal. No thanksgiving. Well, since it is fear of authority but not fear of virtue of the shameless meritocracy, that is easy. Hard to deter. Continue to pinch his neck so that he obediently follow their intentions to act as king of Zhejiang, a great killing weapon like the stirrup, which I, Chu, show you without hiding. Call it a trust to you, right? Ingbu nodded his head and was about to open his mouth to say thank you, when Xiang Chang steeply and roughly interrupted him, and in front of the crowd of generals gathered around him, he wantonly taunted. Alright, no need to talk about thankfulness bull asterisk 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 asterisk. We all know that the amount of true feelings contained in your thankfulness is not as good as the ghostly words of a whore cajoling her John. The reason why the king dared to give you the stirrups, you say, in addition to this stirrups, my Chu army has no other big killer? In the face of Xiang Chang's unceremonious words of humiliation, Ingbu was in a sorry state, but he did not dare to get angry, and the arrogance and dominance that he had just displayed towards Zhong Li Mai's generals dissipated without a trace, and he hesitantly said, still, there is more? Xiang Chang threw back his head and let out a burst of laughter, stepping forward and gently tapping Ingbu's shoulder a few times, whispering to him with a smirk, guess. Ingbu originally naturally did not think that Chu still had a great killing weapon other than stirrups, but upon hearing Xiang Chang's words, he was unsure, and his face was stunned. I have other military matters to attend to, so I'll excuse myself. Send King Zhejiang's injured subordinates to the wounded and sick camp for medical treatment. Protector Captain, the Zhejiang king will be received by you next. After the command, Xiang Chang and 100 escort cavalrymen removed the stirrups on both sides of the mount, allowing the armor-forging battalion to take it back and continue to guard it closely. At the moment, this weapon of mass destruction is still highly confidential, and very few people in the Chu camp know about it. Seeing this scene, whether it was Zhong Limei and a cadre of other corps generals of Chu, or Ingbu, the king of Zhejiang, they all knew what they should do, and under the watchful eye of Xiang Zhuang, the captain of the army protector, they vocally issued a no-mouth order to their respective escorting cavalrymen. End of chapter. Chapter 84, Great Achievements. Xiang Chang took his escort cavalry out of Gaixia city and flew back to the rear army, coming straight to the rear army drill ground located in the northwest. Wide flat drill ground around, standing full of body-strong manipulation bow-holding spear armor fierce pawns, line up neatly, ready to go. Murderous steam, let the heart hair cold. Inside the martial arts arena, there were more than 1,000 prisoners squatting in clusters holding their heads, all of them wearing single clothes, with disheveled heads, shivering in the cold wind. According to Xiang Chang's request, no food or drink was given for days, so all the captives were downcast and weak. Zhou Yin, who had been waiting at the drill ground for a long time, followed Xiang Chang and guided him up to the pointing platform directly in front of him, and said with a helpless face, don't be mesmerized by their pitiful appearance. This is a group of wolves that can't be fed well, and if you really want to beckon them to surrender, you will only be revolted. Xiang Chang smiled faintly. That's not using the right ways and means. For these lost sheep, they have to be summoned with love. For some reason, looking at Xiang Chang's incomparably familiar, eerie smile, Zhou Yin inexplicably felt his scalp tingle, neglecting to remember his past great achievements, and instinctively felt that the love he spoke of was not a good love. Xiang Chang himself received a cowhide loudspeaker in the hands of Tianjian behind him, and with a high-pitched expression and a deep tone of voice, he shouted at a group of captives on the stage. Captives, lost sheep, today you are blessed. In the name of the general of Chu, the eldest son of the king of Chu, I am here to beckon you to surrender. As long as you surrender to the Chu army, we will be brothers together. Then your past sins will not be blamed, and all your sins will be wiped out. If you kill the enemy on the battlefield and make meritorious achievements, there will be endless glory and wealth waiting for you. All the prisoners crouching on the drill ground, their lowered heads slowly raised at the word, and looked hesitantly over with dull, feeble eyes, forced to surrender and become a captive. Many of them already have a prediction about their fate. Even if they are not killed, they will be relegated to slavery and hard labor, and every day they will be enslaved to a fate worse than death. As for being recruited into the army as soldiers, I don't know how long it has been since I heard of such a good thing. Ha ha, what? Don't believe it? Xiang Chang beckoned toward the stage, and He Shi, who had been waiting for a long time, gleefully brought a few soldiers with stocky bodies and mute faces up to the pointing platform. Come on, this brother, Tell everyone loudly your name, where you come from, what merits you've accomplished in the previous battle, and what rewards you've received. Xiang Chang casually pulled over a soldier and shouted loudly with a loudspeaker. Hey, what are you ashamed of? Why are you blushing? If you feel pleasure, just shout. This is such an honorable thing. Shout it out. Shout out what's in your heart. Under Xiang Chang's urging and encouragement, the young soldier in his late 30s or so, who was obviously an honest farmer by birth and hadn't seen any big scenes, had a face suffocated with redness, and with all his strength, he yelled at the loudspeaker. My name is Fan Ji, from Chen County, Chu. In the great battle of sneaking up on the Han army that night, I cut off the heads of 5 Han soldiers, and was rewarded with 5 taels of gold, a roll of cloth, in the county and 500 acres of land. After defeating the Han army, go back and give. This Fan Ji shouted more and more fluent, thinking of the rich reward he received. The heart of the beauty of the last cannot help but overflow to the face. From his arms pulled out a piece of gold, a volume of silk, waving his arm forcefully to the following prisoners shaking. Good man! Good man! Isn't this a good shout? Xiang Chang patted soldier Fan Ji's shoulder hard and praised him repeatedly before pulling out a second soldier and shoving the loudspeaker in front of his mouth. With the previous lesson, the second soldier on the road more, since the arms also pulled out a piece of gold, a scroll of silk, excited face full of red light, compared to Fan Ji appears to be more love of the show, pulling the neck to the following captives shouted. My name is Zhuang Pyre, I'm from Huangcheng, and I also cut down 5 Han army softies that time. The great king himself issued me a reward, praised me fiercely, and promoted me to be 100 generals. Here, this is the gold that rewarded me, and this is the proof of my 500 acres of land. Ha ha ha, I'm smiling and laughing in triumph. So I'm just asking if you guys are coveting it? Upon hearing this, the first soldier, Fan Ji, snatched back the cowhide bullhorn and added in a loud voice. My reward was also issued by the great king himself. Also, I'm 100 generals too. My turn, my turn. When the third soldier arrived, he didn't even need Xiang Chang to signal again. He came over with a little bit of impatience, took the loudspeaker, and spit out his battle achievements and rewards. But he was also a fierce warrior who had chopped off 5 heads. These more and more energetic soldiers, all are in the night attack on the Han army Kongxi army. The courage to kill the enemy to make outstanding achievements of the ordinary Chu rear army soldiers. Xiang Chang, who is the rear general of Chu, is the master of his own military camp. After the raid on Kongxi army won a victory, in the shortest possible time, the first will be killed in action officers. Soldiers gave the pension, and then let Zhou will be that night meritorious generals. Officers, soldiers list to comb out, according to the Chu military reward system, without delay, immediately for reward. He assembled all the officers above 500 lords and middle and high-ranking generals in the rear army for the ceremony, and in their presence, invited Pop to come, who conducted the roll call from the sidelines, and invited one batch of meritorious generals, officers, and soldiers up to the stage in turn, and one by one, Pop, who stood on the pointing platform, personally promoted them to the military ranks and awarded them with the rewards. The ceremony was held with all the pomp and circumstance. Whenever the old man awarded a round of reward, next to the atmosphere of the group will immediately trumpet blowing, war drums ringing, from the wounded and sick battalion seconded to the G-girl throwing a cupped handful of fine colorful silk crumbs. The scene atmosphere is to be enthusiastic and more enthusiastic. These meritorious generals, officers, and soldiers have never experienced this before. Moreover, not only were they promoted and made rich, they were also rewarded by the overlord himself, and came face to face with the god of war in their hearts. Such honor, which they had never dared to dream of in the past, and each one of them was so excited that they were almost ready to fly. And naturally, their loyalty to the overlord also soared to a new height. As for the rest of the generals and officers of the rear army watching from the stage, they were also hot and envious, and some of them even had their intestines folded in jealousy. This the Chu military reward system. Yes, is Xiang Chang according to the Qin military reward system? In accordance with the principle of downplaying the title, focusing on the reward and promotion of military positions, modified. Generally speaking, if an ordinary soldier killed one head of the enemy, he could get the corresponding reward of gold and silk. If he kills 3 or more, in addition to the corresponding gold and silk, he will also be promoted to the first grade. If you kill 5 or more, you will be promoted to the 3rd rank, in addition to the corresponding gold, silk, fields and houses. The biggest difference with the Qin military merit and title system is that Xiang Chang deliberately added the pension for soldiers who died in battle, and all of them were given 300 mu of land. In addition, for the reward of the troops, if they could kill more than 8,000 enemies during the siege of the city and more than 2,000 enemies during the field battle, they would be considered as fully meritorious. The whole army was rewarded accordingly. Of course, in order to prevent generals or officers from being greedy and unsympathetic to their soldiers, the battle losses of soldiers were also regulated. If anyone in a unit was killed in battle, the remaining 4 men, including the unit commander, were penalized. In addition, the shur, ton, 100 all the way up, and so on. As for the middle and senior officers and generals, if the soldiers under their command suffered excessive battle losses, they were also penalized accordingly. As for the only way to commute a crime, the only way was to kill the enemy. If a man died in battle, he had to kill 1 enemy. If 2 men died in battle, they had to kill 2 enemies. Therefore, the reward of beheading a soldier was obtained only after deducting the number of deaths of one's own side from the number of enemies killed. End of chapter. Chapter 85. After that grand ceremony of recognizing and rewarding meritorious generals, it marked the official start of the Dachu military reward system. It must be said that that ceremony, through the mouths of the meritorious generals, officers, and soldiers, and through the mouths of the generals and officers who watched the ceremony, spread as fast as the wind rolled up dandelions in the rear army, and the Dachu army in Gaixia city learned the news in the shortest possible time, and even the Ingbu army heard the wind not long afterward. Those noble generals naturally know that the past good days come to an end. In the future to be promoted, we must come up with the corresponding real military achievements, and if the repeated defeats will not be as good as in the past, that you are good and good, continue to serve as a military position unchanged, is to be punished by the demotion of serious and even beheading, and a time cannot help but feel a deep sense of crisis. As for those middle-level generals and bottom-level soldiers, especially those who were quite military talented and ambitious, one by one, they were rubbing their fists and secretly holding their energy, intending to show off their skills in the next big battle and amaze everyone, as well as making a good appearance at the grand and incomparable commendation ceremony, enjoying the glory of being awarded by the god of war himself in their minds. This was enough to blow for a lifetime. Those who do not have the corresponding talent, the most ordinary soldiers, the idea is undoubtedly more simple and affordable. Completely rushed to the land. Just think of cutting a few more Han soldiers' head, go home to beautiful farming, wife and children hot bed, and 300 acres of land in the war death pension, so that the mother and wife and children do not have to rely on, is the same as lifting the worries, naturally worth letting go for their future life a spell. It's still very possible for a commoner to become a rich farmer with a little bit of a fight. At the moment, the population of the whole world is less than 20 million. Even if each person is divided into 500 acres, it is absolutely impossible to plant over. Of course, the land in the past are highly concentrated in the government, powerful nobles, powerful, rich merchants in the hands of their civilian hands and not much. Therefore, the temptation of 500 acres of land for them can be much bigger than the bounty in cloth. Xiang Chang is determined not to be a miser. This reward down. The previous night attack on the rear army of the Chop almost dumped out most of the harvest. Fortunately, the army does not have to pay salaries at the moment, as long as they manage to feed themselves, otherwise it would be difficult to sustain. What surprised him was that the soldiers showed enthusiasm for the land, greatly exceeding the reward of gold and silk. This makes him secretly estimate the reward thereafter. Is it possible to appropriately increase the number of acres of land? Reduce the reward of gold and silk. After all, the retention of gold and silk for the whole of Dachu in the long run, the use of more. The only thing that makes him feel weak is that the reward for the land can only be paid when Chu really defeats the Han. If Chu is defeated by Han like in history, these rewards will become empty checks, which Liu Bang will not recognize. Yet looking at the generals, officers, and soldiers, each one from top to bottom, grimacing in satisfaction, he wisely shut his mouth and pretended not to have thought of that level. It must be said that this grand commendation was extremely effective for the entire Great Chu army, especially for the rear army under Xiang Chang's command. The morale of the entire army was unprecedentedly high, the heart of the army was unprecedentedly cohesive, and the strength of the army was also unprecedentedly soaring. The soldiers who were generally war-weary due to the years of consecutive battles have shown great enthusiasm for the war. This is something Xiang Chang never expected. In the army of Chu, before Gaixia city, the king of Chu led 20,000 cavalry to fight the Han army, and promised the rewards, and all the rewards were realized after the battle. As for the Chu military reward system, due to the lack of war, the Chu army has not yet implemented it, but let the latter army take the lead. Hearing these soldiers on the general's platform bragging one by one about their battle achievements and the rich rewards they had received, the prisoners squatting on the drill ground opened their eyes wide and exuded a look of longing. Xiang Chang saw that the fire was almost ready and took over the loudspeaker. Roaring with a smile, These brothers are the beneficiaries of the military reward system practiced by the Dachu army. The Chu military reward system is fair, just and open, not based on birth, not based on family, not based on the past. Everything is based on military service, cutting down more enemies. The reward is high. The main one is more work, more pay. There is no invisible ceiling. The so-called kings and lords rather have the seed. If you want to have a beautiful wife and a beautiful concubine, if you want to leave a rich family business for your children and grandchildren, if you want to change your destiny and become a noble lord on high, what else is there to say? Join the Great Chu army. Join the Great Chu army. And from now on we'll be a family. We'll cut down enemies together and enjoy blessings together. The next Dingbu or Pangyu may be you. Become a soldier of the Great Chu and take the shortcut to a life of rebellion. You deserve it. I swear on behalf of the General of Chu, the eldest son of the king, that everything I just said is true. Now I ask again, do any of you want to join? Under the strong encouragement of Xiang Chang's big mouth that is very tempting, and hearing his identity, there was no general of this rank who had ever spoken to these bottom soldiers of theirs before. The eyes of the dead captives squatting on the ground slowly showed greed and fervor, and they all stood up, raising their arms high and shouting, I'm in! I'm in! I'm going to become a Daichu soldier. Count me in. It's not important to become a noble lord. The point is that I like to kill side by side with my brethren. And a bunch of us. All in. Drill field more than 1,000 Han prisoners without exception. Together respond. Are screaming and howling to join the big Chu army. We do together pro brothers. Looking at this chaotic scene, Gaixia was a bit puzzled and whispered to Join, Captain, what is General Ho doing? It's so complicated to recruit the surrendered soldiers. Why don't we just integrate them into the army? Why ask their opinion? If they don't agree, bury them all, and they'll be more active than the others. A bunch of captives. You're giving them a hard time, aren't you? Join undoubtedly heart also ripples overflowing with a massive paste, but does not prevent him from expressionless hands standing on the spot, a look of inscrutable everything in the chest of the appearance. Coldly said, look down. He saw Xiang Chang's face blissfully happy and yelled in a giddy tone, good. All in? No one wants to quit? If you don't want to join, it's not too late at the moment. Just walk out of the queue by yourself to the northeast corner and continue squatting. Xiang Chang waited for a while and saw that none of the descended soldiers walked out, all standing still and looking at him blearily. These pawns are not little cute. The captive's fate is either to be killed in a pit or to be a slave. How to choose? Naturally, each heart is clear as a mirror. Good. I declare that from now on, all of you, you are now sergeants of my Great Chu. From now on, all of you will be brothers. As Xiang Chang roared again through the loudhailer, the war drums suddenly beat beside the general pointing platform, and the horns blew, setting the mood and making it quite heated for a while. Since we are now soldiers of Great Chu, is it possible to give us food and drink? After the drums and trumpets had ended, under the general's platform, there was a descending soldier who asked impatiently, of course, there are rice and meat soup goodies. They are already prepared to ensure that the brethren are well fed and well eaten. Xiang Chang pointed towards the west side of the drill ground, and he saw dozens of half-human high big pans lined up on the west side of the drill ground, with firewood set up and boiling water below. And when he heard Xiang Chang's signal, he immediately poured bags and bags of white flowering brown rice, golden millet, and yellow beans into the pans to cook them up. Looking at this scene, especially smelling that rich flavor emanating from the grain, the descending soldiers who hadn't eaten for several days felt that they couldn't help but feel a small hand reaching outward inside their throats. Their eyes instantly red, revealing a beastly hunger and thirst. I know everyone is hungry. We have another small procedure to fulfill next. After performing this small procedure, everyone will be able to dry their rice right away. Xiang Chang pressed his hands together in a vain manner, making all the descending soldiers crouch down once again, and in the eyes of a cadre of descending soldiers who couldn't wait, he pointed at the nearest cluster of descending soldiers in front of the stage. Did you bunch of you just say that all of you are joining in? Come, all of you come up on the stage. Starting with you. Around the pointing platform, a team of fierce soldiers with sharp armor and spears and swords immediately came over and roughly escorted those dozen of surrendered soldiers onto the pointing platform. At this time another group of soldiers with distinctive armor turned out from behind the pointing platform, and escorted dozens of prisoners with their hands tied behind their backs to the platform as well. At the sight of these captives, the 1,000 or so surrendered soldiers on the stage burst into an uproar. These captives were, as it turned out, the original officers and generals among them. No wonder there are clearly officers and generals being captured, but none of them are visible. So it turns out that they have all been called out. The descended soldiers muttered darkly, looking at these officers and generals who were driven onto the stage. Suddenly a bad feeling grew in their hearts. Xiang Chang that night a great victory over the Kongxi army captured 10,000 thousands of surrendered soldiers. including officers more than 1,000. Lieutenant, Lanzhong writing Sima level of the middle generals also have hundreds. But unfortunately, the senior generals are fleeing fast. One is not. The little program is simple. Come on, just slash at him and you can go over to dry rice. Xiang Chang patted the shoulder of the frontmost descending soldier. A smiling face that instantly turned into a devil-like appearance in that soldier's eyes as soon as the words left his mouth. The uneasiness in the hearts of the descending soldiers on the stage became a reality. And there was a steep clamor and agitation. I knew that the rice in Dechu wasn't that good. I knew that the brother wasn't that good. End of chapter. Chapter 86. It's on the shelf. Thanks to the readers who have been watching and enjoying this book. It is your support that allows this book to be on the 3 rivers, on the strong push, and now on the shelves. The only thing I can do next is to think hard about the plot, write hard and update steadily in order to report. I'm ashamed to say that I'm too old for this, and I'm limited by my talent. So I'm afraid that 4,000 words a day will be the norm. This is also a resignation. There is a saying, how big ass wear how big pants. For those quality and quantity daily more than 10,000 Godheart is also incomparable envy. But our own level is not enough. Lack of ability. Also have to admit. Keep their own acres and 3/4 of land. In their own capacity to do the best. To stand up to the readers of the lords of the point of the coin. Worthy of the editor's eyes. But also wish to have been enough. Finally, I would like to thank the gold medal editor, Xing Zhou, who generously took in the book, personally manipulated the revision of the introduction, and sent the book to the process of harassment of my many questions, but also gave a patient answer. Acknowledgement to all readers, all the way since the opening of the book so far. The reward, collection, monthly votes, recommendations, catch up on reading, commenting on the big old masters. It's your support that gives me the passion and motivation to keep writing. And finally, a plea for subscriptions. I implore you, the great lords and clothes horses, to continue your support and subscribe more often. Thank you very much. End of chapter. Chapter 87, Chopping Up, Request for First Order. One of Xiang Chang's guards next to him handed the surrendered soldier a kitchen knife. I am Zuo Chang, the Longzhong rider of the Great Han Army. Xiang Chang, you shall not die. What you've done right now, I, the Great Han, will repay you tenfold, 100-fold. Brothers, don't fall for this dog thief's tricks. Dechu is already about to be destroyed by the Great Han. The grasshopper in the fall won't be able to bounce for a few days. So don't take the wrong path at the last minute. This highest officer, Longzhong writing Zuocheng, who had his hands bound and was captured, instantly understood Xiang Chang's evil intent, and, in a mixture of shock and anger, opened his mouth to curse violently. And, in the face of his tirade, Heisher's face darkened and he stepped forward and pounded the hilt of his sword hard on his mouth. His teeth crumbled and blood splattered out, and the insults came to an abrupt end, replaced by a series of vague and miserable howls. Now your ears are clear. Xiang Chang gave an approving glance, turned his head and continued to say to the surrendered pawn, you can do it now. It's easy, isn't it? Now that you're a soldier of the Great Chu, this bastard is an enemy who has dishonored us. So cut him down and we'll all be brothers. So what are you waiting for? In the face of Xiang Chang's good advice, the surrendered soldier looked hesitant and shook his head as he slowly backed away. Well, it's a pity. Xiang Chang spat out these words with a look of regret, and just as the surrendered soldier took a step back, there was a bow sound, and a sharp arrow shot out, hitting the surrendered soldier squarely on the forehead. The descended soldier's eyes were wide open, his face looking horrified, confused, and resentful, to name a few, and his body then crumpled to the ground. Then the guards dragged the body away quickly and threw it under the pointing platform. Next, Xiang Chang twisted his head to look at the next descending soldier. That surrendered pawn slowly walked towards Zuochang with a chopper. Halfway there, suddenly his face twisted, let out a roar, and turned to Xiang Chang to pounce on him, all the while snapping, I'll fight with you guys. I'd rather die than drag. Avalanche. There was another bowstring blast, and the soldier had an arrow on his forehead as well. A person with a good reason suddenly inserted such a quivering arrow in his forehead, and then his eyes rolled white, his head spinning like he was out of control. This scene looked very funny. However, no one could laugh. Good job. Looking at the fallen corpse of the surrendered soldier, Zuocheng Lang Zhongyi rode with bloodshot eyes and a sad, angry face, roaring in vague anger. Don't be in a hurry. Let's just see how many good sorts you have in your mouth. Xiang Chang stepped forward and patted his cheek and whispered, his cold voice without the slightest bit of emotion, causing this Longzhong to ride a chill in his heart. Since you have joined my Dechu army, you are my Dechu soldiers and are subject to my Dechu military law. Article 1 of the Great Chu military law. Anyone who cowers in the face of the enemy will be beheaded. Article 4. Anyone who disobeys an officer's orders will be beheaded. Article 8, anyone who attacks a fellow soldier shall be beheaded. Xiang Chang stood in front of the general's platform. The smile on his face disappeared at some point and was replaced by a coldness like ice. Next, his vision. The reason why he chose this cluster of surrendered pawns. Not only these surrendered pawns obviously from Hanzhong. I am afraid that I do not know or Han Camp that officer or general's hometown or the same family. A look at the very embracing group. This small group recruited into the army is the biggest restless molecules. Mother of God. How dare you kill someone? Brothers, don't be cowards. Get up and fight them. Yes, all get up. Kill, don't be cowards, and drag a few of them with you even if you die. Great Chew dog thieves. A good man like Grandpa will not join you even if he dies. Under the generalship platform, among the more than 1,000 surrendered soldiers who had just shouted to join the Dechu army as brothers, dozens of them jumped to their feet, their voices raging like rolling porridge in a gruel, and they could not stop their stern voices from shouting curses and agitating. As for the remaining group of descending soldiers on the pointing platform, they coincidentally rushed fiercely towards Xiang Chang like a swarm of bees. This small group of them obviously identified themselves with the Great Han and would rather die than submit. This terrifyingly young general in front of them is actually the eldest son of the famous king of Chu, which naturally makes him an oddity in their eyes, and they want to capture him for a chance of survival. However, next, the sound of crash and crash was endless. One arrow after another was incredibly accurate and shot out, turning all the surrendered soldiers who rushed towards Xiang Chang into hedgehogs, and one by one, they collapsed on the ground halfway through the rush. At the same time, under the general's platform, those soldiers who were rioting were also nailed into their heads one by one, as these prickly pawns fell in unison like wheat being cut down. The wave that was about to surge up in the drill ground lost its subsequent thrust and came to an abrupt end. There's still who dashed Xiang Chang's face clouded over, and word by word, he let out to the drill ground with a deafening roar, looking at the eyes and twisted faces of the fallen pawns beside him, and listening to the roar. The remaining pawns were like being poured a basin of cold water over their heads. Their whole body was cold, and they crouched stiffly in the same place, not daring to move, and none of them dared to risk their heads, fearing that if they made the slightest move, they would be killed by the arrows that flew at them, before being dragged to the battlefield. These descended soldiers were nothing more than ordinary farmers of the village, who used to farm and pay taxes when they belonged to the Great Qin Empire. When De Qin collapsed and was replaced by another big fist, Liu Bang, riding on their heads, they still farmed and paid taxes. If he hadn't been dragged to the battlefield to fight in the war, he would never have left the 10-mile radius of his village, and he wouldn't have had the slightest sense of family and country in his heart. Whoever has the biggest fist will listen to whoever has the biggest fist. If the one with the bigger fist bullies them so badly that they can't live with it at all, then just rise up against the It's all dead anyway. Thus trying to get them to have a sense of belonging and allegiance to the Great Han like those officers with vested interests and those pricks of the same hometown and ethnicity of the officers and generals can only be described as overthinking. Xiang Chang grimaced and pointed another finger at the bottom of the pointing platform, and the next thing he knew, another dozen or so surrendered soldiers were escorted up, walking up to the foremost surrendered soldier. Xiang Chang's words were so cold that they made people tremble. Now it's your turn. Tell me your choice. The descending pawn holding a kitchen knife. Look at the tight hands cannot help but loudly abuse dozens of officers, and then look around the murderous sharp blade-sheathed arrows flashing the fierce soldiers of the Chu. Eyes a struggle, a howl, stifled rush to the Longzhong right in front of the chopper raised, ruthlessly hacked at his body. In the miserable screams of the Longzhong riding Zhuchang with hatred and anger, the chopper was enough for a large part of the blade to not enter his shoulder. After all, a kitchen knife is a kitchen knife. It is very difficult to cut someone to death if it does not hit the neck aorta and other vitals. The soldier pulled so hard that blood splattered out and sprayed his face, standing cluelessly in place. Good brother, good brother. Xiang Chang had already rushed over in an arrow step, took off his cleaver and threw it to the guard. And before the descending soldier could react, he raised his hand high and shouted at the descending soldier below. This brother has done it. This brother is good. What is your name? Kong Bo? The head of the Kong family? That's a good name. Brother Kong Bo has done it. He cut the Longzhong rider in half. He'll be a real soldier of Chu now. Quickly, help Brother Kong to go over there, and arrange for rice and fish soup to be served, so that the brothers can eat well. Immediately a few soldiers surged forward. The fierce and vicious face instantly changed to warm, as if Kong Bo was reunited with his long-lost father and mother brothers, affectionately surrounded him to eat and drink. Next, state your choice. With the first, there will be the second. The special officers were eliminated, the pricks were cleaned out, and the remaining ordinary soldiers, who were almost equal to those who were forcibly escorted to the battlefield, who had no concept of the country, and who did not get any real benefits from following the Han army, faced with this incomparably rough choice of life and death at the same time, How they made their choices was naturally conceivable. By the time the fourth chopper chopped down ferociously, that Longjong rider was already out of breath. Xiang Chang didn't call for a halt, and only after this batch of more than a dozen soldiers finished chopping, and the upper half of this Longjong rider's body was chopped beyond recognition, did Xiang Chang wave his hand for the soldiers to drag the body away? Is there anyone coming up to chop on their own accord next? Time is running out. 10,000 years is too long. We only strive for the night. If we finish chopping early, we can go eat rice and salted fish soup early. Look at how good those brothers are eating one by one. It makes me want to go and have a bowl of it. Xiang Chang walked to the edge of the general's platform and squatted down, turning from looking down to looking at the pawns on the platform, and roared with a loud hailer. Zhou Yin, who was watching from the back, was originally amazed by Xiang Chang's unimaginable operation of forcing his pawns to kill their officers in order to make a stand and become real soldiers of Chu. Acceptance. Into a demand for progress. Their own initiative to come up to cut. All the surrendered soldiers followed Xiang Chang's pointing to sea, the west side of the drill ground, everyone carrying a large plate. Buried head pig-like eating and chewing the surrendered soldiers who really became the soldiers of Chu. Sparse swallowing sound can be heard from so far away, and suddenly all stood up, flocked to the front of the pointing platform, raised their hands high, and actively demanded to grab the first cut. Looking at this scene, looking at these originally obedient as sheep, any kill any hid dare not resist the pawns, and now a face full of ferocious, scrambling to cut their own officers. All the Han army captured generals, officers face pale, eyes desperate. The mouth of the curses and curses have lost the spirit of the spirit, and become muttering like a breathless, especially seeing the tragic situation of the Zhuochang Langjong ride just now. Some of the mental quality is not hard enough has already started to crotch wet and smelly. Today they are doomed to die, and apparently not in a good way. Xiang Chang waved his hand and arrows were fired. For those surrendered soldiers who were still squatting in place and hesitating, all of them were shot. This scene made the hearts of all the soldiers who were scrambling for it startled, and gave birth to a strong wave of afterthought and gladness, so that the will to cut down these original officers became even stronger. Good. For everyone's thirst, I have felt it. In order for everyone to eat as soon as possible and join the warm family of the Great Chu army to be brothers together, let's not cut them down one by one. With Xiang Chang's generous and powerful words, the guards behind him dumped bags of short swords, and broken spears under the pointing platform. Heck, there were more than 1,000 of them, signaling all the surrendered soldiers to pick up one each. When all the descended soldiers had finished picking up, one man with a blade in his hand and a confused face stood under the pointing platform. All the captive generals and officers of the Dahan military camp, unbound, pushed into the platform. Everyone chop. As long as you get a piece of these officers' corpses, even if you truly become a Dechu soldier, you can go to the side and eat painfully. Hearing Xiang Chang's words, all the descended pawns all froze. Just now they were obviously tying their hands. But now how come they were asked to cut the living ones? Those captured generals and officers are in complete despair, shivering uncontrollably. Xiang Chang's ruthlessness of this dog thief is refreshing their cognition again and again. This is to let their original soldiers under their command, in turn, will be these officers and generals of theirs to the messy knife to split the body. This. Men, we can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. Yes, charge. No wimping out. It's all one death. Killing one is enough. Killing two is profitable. Out of the expectation of Zhou Yin and other onlookers on the general's platform, those surrendered soldiers were still hesitating, but those generals and officers took the lead and couldn't stop cursing and ranting, rushing at the surrendered soldiers beside them, grabbing their blades, and then hacking and slashing them indiscriminately as if they were crazy. Those pawns were not prepared, and many of them had their blades taken away, and were hacked to the point that they were in a terrible state, dripping with blood. Fortunately, these blades are difficult to kill. These descended soldiers were completely offended. I don't know who let out a yell. All the descended soldiers suddenly swarmed up, like a huge wave slapping a small boat, instantly engulfing all the generals and officers. Look at this group in this instant completely turned into a beast. For their own life, to the original officer of their own army raised the knife. Cut to death is not enough, but also chaotic knife split the body, each other desperately scrambling for their corpses. This shocking scene. Look at the generals on the general's platform of the Chu army generals, a dead silence. If, as a general, he cannot love and protect his soldiers and love them as his own sons, but instead drives and enslaves them like cattle and horses, and scolds and lashes them like slaves, then it is only right that one day they should be revolted by the soldiers and be brutally divided into pieces. I think that when the famous General Wu Qi encountered this extreme situation, all the soldiers would rather die with him than cut him down to steal their lives. Originally, He Shi, Tianjian, and everyone else, including Zhou Yin, looked at the upright figure standing like a nail with his hands on the forefront of the pointing platform with awe in his eyes. But now that they heard these icy words from him, their hearts were steeped in awe. We will definitely love our soldiers as our sons, make a clear distinction between rewards and punishments, and will never again treat our soldiers as cattle and horse slaves. Hey sure, Tianjian, and the others were originally from the lower class, so they made a solemn promise without hesitation. As for Chu Fu, Han Hu, Ning Shi, Wei Lu and other noble generals of the rear army, they were also shocked by this bloody scene and immediately followed suit. Xiang Chang's own heart was also revolted by the ugly scene at the drill ground that broke through human morality and exceeded the scope of humanity, completely like a wild beast choosing to raise a butcher's knife to the original officer for its own survival. However, when he thought of his old man's previous life, he was forced to die by the Han army, and he was also brutally split into pieces and died without a burial place. He forced himself to stand still, and watched every detail of this scene with no omission in his eyes. Right now is the chaotic world of rites and music. If one's heart is not hard enough, then the one who will be split up by a chaotic knife is the old man, is one's own. Du Lieutenant, after quietly watching for another half a second, seeing more and more descending soldiers holding up pieces of limbs, blood and flesh, running to the west side of the drill ground with gusto, exchanging their food and drink with the Dechu soldiers for a large meal and joining the Dechu army with gusto, Xiang Chang suddenly opened his mouth and said. His voice was not high, and even seemed a bit faintly inaudible in the noisy drill ground of killing sounds. However, in the ears of Zhou Yin, who had been paying close attention to him, there was undoubtedly explosive thunder, and at the first time, he stepped forward by 2 steps, his tone of voice carrying a respectful title. You said. Xiang Chang turned around and gave him an unexpected look and a smile. Do you feel that these descended soldiers, who are now integrated into the military camp, will still fall back if they fight against the Han army again? Zhou Yin shook his head, hard and resolute. Are you kidding me? In order to survive, the mad dog like the original officer to the messy knife body, even if rejoin the Han army need not say accept them, should say how will let them go? After all, the Chu military law is harsh, the Han military law is a joke? I also don't think that they will make another move to turn back in the battlefield. After handing over this certificate of surrender, they will be conclusively my Dechu soldiers. Xiang Chang also agreed with his head, turning to He Shi and a group of other generals behind him. He said in a deep voice, you've all seen it clearly, haven't you? Do you know what to do? All the generals were energized and took a step forward in unison, bowing in response. Then for the rest of the surrendered soldiers, you will proceed accordingly, and make sure to finish within 2 days. After all, the Han army is watching from the sidelines and will not leave us too long. Xiang Chang pressed his old man's credibility and made a big deal of enlisting the heavy generals under Liu Bang's command, causing centrifuges up and down the Han camp, and buying the exhausted remnants of the Dechu army this precious period of rest and recuperation. According to his knowledge of Zhang Liang and Chen Ping, these 2 smartest brains in the world today will surely come up with a response in the shortest possible time to solve the problem he has set down. Therefore, his heart had been tightly taut with a string, not daring to relax in the slightest. The exhausted remnants of the Dechu army had been effectively rested and would soon be back to their best fighting strength, but the Dechu army was next to face one of its biggest problems. Soldiers. In the Battle of Gaixia City, the Chu army also suffered a lot of losses. Even with the addition of Zhou Yin's army and Ingbu's army, there are only 100,000 troops now. The difference between Chu and Han is that almost all of the territory has fallen into the hands of the Han army, and there is no way to get a constant supply of soldiers like the Han army, thus being forced to do so. Xiang Chang had no choice but to hit his mind on these surrendered soldiers. Ingbu sent the descendants of the Han army. That night's raid on Kong Shi's army won a big victory of this batch of prisoners. Gaixia City to relieve the siege of the Battle of Pop's great power will be several Han army crashed, collected a lot of descendants. The 3 phases of the stacked up. There are nearly more than 40,000, taking out the officers, taking out the old, weak, and sick, and taking out the pricks. Xiang Chang estimated that he could get about 27,000 or so available. If this group of descended soldiers are truly of one mind and one heart with Chu, and add them to the army, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance the overall strength of the Chu army. Good. At the beginning of Xiang Chang's thinking is very clear. These surrendered prisoners, officers do not want a prick, do not want a hold group, old and weak do not want. As long as the meek and obedient bottom layer of the strongest soldiers, the best brain is also no, will only listen to the military order of the head of the charge of the one tendon the best. But to be on the safe side, even after this bloodstained test after the descending soldiers, in the supplement into the army, still each one only supplement one person, cannot let them hold up the group. At the same time, The order will be passed on to every captain. These soldiers, weapons, armor and food, are treated equally, and to be warm and caring, make sure that they feel the warmth of the military brotherhood in the spring-like friendship. Those who fail to do so will be subject to military justice. Xiang Chang knows very well that the reason why the descended pawns were organized into the army in the past is that the management is too rough and crude, and the situation of bullying and humiliating the descended pawns, despising the descended pawns and even hostile to the descended pawns is common. Coupled with the encouragement and planning of the officers of the descended pawns and the grouping of assassins with vested interests, the descended pawns are also logical to turn back to the enemy. In this regard, Xiang Chang would never allow it. The generals immediately bowed and solemnly answered the order. Right now, no one in the rear army dares to neglect Xiang Chang's military order. End of chapter. Chapter 88, Interest First, Request for Subscription. The Chu army was busy taking time to rest and reorganize, while vigorously implementing the military reward system, while the Han battalion was busy with the appointment of officials and appeasement of heavy generals. The two camps were busy with their own business, so they coincidentally stopped fighting and entered a calm confrontation period. And so in this late fall, under the city of Gaixia, after some gruesome battles, a rare period of peace eerily came. During this period of time, Lu Bang was using all his power to pacify these old assholes and pricks who followed him to fight the world. It must be said that none of these old assholes and pricks were good. Back then, they risked the risk of being executed by 9 clans. Don't head on the waist of pants. Decided to follow Lu Bang to rebel itself as a group of desperados, all the way to now. The size of dozens of bloody battles, which one is not outstanding? Being able to survive from thousands of people, and emerge from the head, and which one is easy to get along with the generation? Now that the fire of Chu is about to be extinguished, and Han is about to take the place of Chu, they naturally can't help but get excited. Who does not want to cut a fat piece in the next feast of reward and reward? Originally, their minds are not so urgent. After all, although the big Chu looks to be broken, but this is not yet broken. However, this divine assistance from the hegemon, the act of enthroning them as vassal kings, opened the Pandora's box in their hearts, causing them to have different thoughts. From their point of view, who wouldn't want to sit on a piece of land and become a king? Especially if they are successful enough in battle. They do have the qualifications to be crowned. The world was certainly fought under the leadership of Lu Bang, but we all contributed our efforts. Why should we be slaves, servants and generals while you reign supreme as the emperor? Just because you, Lu San, were born after your mother was ed by a snake? You killed the white snake after the incident, and your head is covered with green clouds, so it's your destiny? We've been stealing from each other since we were kids, kicking in widows' doors, digging up graves. Who the hell doesn't know who? It's just that your mother stole from you and you're not your father's child. As for the drunken white snake and the green cloud, didn't the brothers blow you out of the water? We're all no good, so let's none of us pretend this is true. You are the boss of a deer. You eat the body. Everyone has no problem. Legs, tail, horns and other edges and corners. At least let the brothers also eat a few mouthfuls. Not too much, right? Now you want to take it all. Just pull down a few hairs and throw them to the brothers to fool around. But it's too black-hearted, right? Lu Bang loathes the division of vassal kings, as the heart of the important ministers they are aware of, just before by Lu Bang subdued to death. There is nothing to be done, and now in the face of this heavenly opportunity, can't help but heart stupid. For Xiang Yu's enthronement, the conditions are not mature enough for them at the moment, and there are too many uncontrollable factors for them to be able to turn over and stand on their own feet with Lu Bang. Then I can remain loyal to the Great Han. But I love the Great Han. But who will love me? The Han can't be without a sign of this, can it? How? By naming me a vassal king. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Therefore, the situation that Lu Bang faced during this time was that of a cadre of old assholes and pricks united in a stark and almost undisguised desire to ask him for the king's title. But it must be said that Lu Bang, the old rascal, really has a few overzealous brushes. Zhang Liang gave him a strategy to plan the bottom, the heart of the great determination of him, the specific implementation of the process of pulling together and wishing and intimidation, grace and authority, even coaxing and cheating, and ultimately hard to this group of old bastards, the old pricks to one by one to calm the town. This is the difference between a schemer and a mastermind. The strategist may be able to come up with thousands of practical and feasible, comprehensive and good plans, but in the end there is no commander-in-chief that can be implemented without fail, and ultimately the illusory blueprints into a beautiful reality of the powerful realization of the ability. After settling a bunch of old pricks and getting a promise that they would continue to be loyal generals thereafter and attack Chu with all their might, the soldiers under Chaosen and other heavy generals were interchanged. At last, the heart of the trouble is completely solved. Lu Bang did not hesitate to find Han Xin, asking when to send troops to continue the attack on Gaixia. The Chu will be overthrown in one fell swoop. To this, Han Xian flatly refused. Your Majesty, we have lost the best time to exterminate Chu. It is not appropriate to take the initiative to seek war. After resting for a while and receiving food and fodder support from Mingbu and Zhou Yin's army, as well as many war catches from my Han army, Chu's soldiers are fully clothed, well-fed, and well-equipped with armor, and have completely recovered to their peak state. At this time, the Chu army has Gaixia city to rely on, and Zhou Yin's army and Yingbu's army as the two flanks, so it is difficult to be destroyed in a hurry. Even if we are lucky enough to win, I am afraid that our Han army will suffer a heavy blow, and there will be few of our 200,000 elite soldiers left. For Han Xian's military strategy, Lu Bang naturally has no doubt. Sniffing a but sitting on the case, Big Prick lifted up the robe, scratching the scarred and itchy wounds on the arm. The old face is full of annoyance. Then what should we do? Can we still let the Chu army continue to rest and recuperate like this? So when will it be able to be destroyed? So that the people suffering from the war can take a breather and recuperate. The corner of Han Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he smiled proudly. The great king is confused by the authorities. Right now, time is on our side. And the one who is really anxious about the war situation should not be the great king, but Xiang Ji's great Chu. Han Xian had a sergeant put up a map of the current boundaries of the world and pointed to it eloquently. Your Majesty, please see, now the territory of Chu is completely lost, and the old Chu's land, along with Zhou Yin's previous surrender, has also all fallen into our control. Although the great Chu army has briefly gained a precious respite, and seems to be hopeful of restoring the glory of great Chu, in reality, it is just a rootless wood, residual charcoal and fire, and will not last long after all. Upon hearing this, Lu Bang was suddenly energized. How do you say this, great general, and give me a good explanation? The biggest problem facing the Chu army is that the grain, grass and munitions, unsustainable, battle-lost soldiers, unable to replenish, especially grain and fodder munitions, once the current military food eat up, but then from where to come? Moreover, the weather is getting colder and colder, immediately entering the winter, more unfavorable to combat. The Chu army is trapped in a lonely city. Then I am afraid that no need to fight. Self will be disintegrated. Therefore, we are not the ones who are in a hurry right now, but Xiang Ji, the king of Chu. Lu Bang's steep awakening, and no longer worried about mentioning the quick battle to let the people of the world to live and work in peace and happiness as soon as possible words. Forgetting the shape of the palms and laughed, I understand the meaning of the general. We will drag the Chu army here, as long as the days and weeks are long, enough to drag the collapse of the ego? This is just our wishful thinking. The overlord will not give us the chance to stall them, and as I expected correctly, in the last few days, the Chu army will inevitably send out its entire army to actively seek war. Of course this is exactly what I want. As long as the Chu army leaves the lower city and loses the protection of the city walls, the day he is completely defeated. Han Xian's eyes are as cold as swords and arrows, and his words are resounding with the sound of iron and stone, full of powerful confidence and determination. What Han Xian was best at was sporting field battles, and what he hated the most was fighting unskilled siege battles with high casualties. Looking back at the battles he commanded, few of them took the initiative to attack the city, but all of them hooked or forced the enemy troops out of the city, and then completely crushed them in the field battle. Now even if the face of the mighty king of Western Chu, the military law of his own army with immense confidence in him, still do not bother to attack the city, patiently waiting for the king to lead the Chu army to take the initiative to seek war, and then to wait for labor. The old tricks will be one of the overthrow. Lu Bang was overjoyed, stood up, patted Han Xian's back and said with emotion, with the presence of the great general, what worries do I have? Great general can do whatever he wants. This time I will sit with great general to control the center army, and if any general dares to disobey the order again, I will behead him myself without great general's action. When Chen Ping, with an excited heart and trembling hands, walked into Lu Bang's tent, Lu Bang, the old Deng, was already drunk and hazy. Lying on a soft couch, he was nestled in the arms of a concubine, while another maid rubbed and pressed his legs, sipping a fine wine while enjoying the several concubines dancing inside the tent. Chen Ping has long seen this scene is not strange. When Lu Bang can have a proper form, every move like Xiang Yu that always maintained the nobleman's grace and dignity, demeanor solemn, he instead only feels strange. Seeing Chen Ping walking quickly and bowing, although a little reluctant, Lu Bang sat up straight and waved his hand for the maids to retreat, and said to Chen Ping in a drunken haze, Captain Chen has come, but does he have any good news to inform the widow? This is Lu Bang, although he loves beauty and pleasure, but when he encounters a serious matter, he is able to break free immediately and make the serious matter his priority. right now his spiritual mentor. His heart Zhang Liang, his injury is slow to get better, but more and more serious. Under the worry of Lu Bang with an ox cart to carry him, sent a heavy escort him back to Hanzhong to recuperate to go. Chen Ping on the replacement of Zhang Liang, became his first strategist. Chen Ping's strong intellect, in the Han army camp also belongs to the top first class, to Zhang Liang noble family origin, high strategy, surprisingly, also cannot cover him, so that he showed his head in front of Lu Bang, but with the presence of Zhang Liang, he was never the number one strategist in Lu Bang's mind. In the history of his previous life, Chen Ping was really trusted by Lu Bang, played a role, and showed his outstanding intellectual ability, but it was also after the establishment of the Han dynasty and Zhang Liang's return to seclusion. He was not in charge of the affairs of the government, and now Zhang Liang was accidentally shot with an arrow and had to recuperate, an accident that allowed him to advance to the throne. Your Majesty, after presenting a generous gift to that Chu army's Lieutenant General Ding Gu and expressing your desire to be close to him, I can't imagine that he really promised us and was willing to secretly defect to us. Hearing Chen Ping's words, Lu Bang was overjoyed, clapped his hands together, laughed and said good several times, and his drunkenness dissipated a bit. During this time Lu Bang adopted Han Xian's words, patience, put on the head of the tortoise posture peacefully guarding the camp. A Chu army does not take the initiative to attack. He will be tortoise to the end of the earth and the world look. Of course, in reality, he naturally could not be idle and do nothing, not only to find ways to use all means to probe all the military situation in the camp of Chu, against Chen Ping's previous proposal to buy the generals and bureaucrats of Chu in the military council, also began to implement without delay, not only to give Chen Ping 10,000 gold, but also to provide him with the name of a general in the camp of Chu who may be bribed. This person, naturally, was the Ding Gu that Chen Ping was talking about right now. Lu Bang heaved the wine bottle on the case and laughed coldly. Count on this bastard to be sensible, otherwise I will have to behead him after overthrowing the Chu army. Chen Ping, who was standing by the side, was wondering, Xiang Yu has countless generals under his command, just Xiang Shang, Zhong Li Chair, that level of heavy generals are numerous. Like Ding Gu, such as a small general of Zhonglong, his reputation is not loud, not loud. How did he get into the eyes of Lu Bang, and concluded that he has a second heart to Chu, can be bribed? Chen Ping, however, does not know that the reason why Lu Bang knows Ding Gu lies in the battle of Pengcheng that day, when he was crushed by Xiang Yu and fled like a lost dog. Xiang Yu issued a hunting order for him, and the generals of Great Chu chased after him like crazy, and it was this Ding Gu's lieutenant general who was so lucky that he chased after him. Originally this robbery Lu Bang is how not to escape. The Han-Chu dispute at that moment will also draw a period. Who had thought that after Lu Bang's some pleading, the Ding Guzhong general unexpectedly let him go? If that was the case, wouldn't Lu Bang have been grateful to this General Ding Gu and remembered his kindness? However, what is unimaginable is that, I don't know whether it is out of the villain's mentality, but Ding Gu let Lu Bang escape, but not so fast, but did something unimaginable to Lu Bang, let Lu Bang, the king of Han, a great man who can be compared with the king of Western Chu, dismounted from the horse and begged to him on his knees and insulted and belittled him for half a day before he was satisfied to let him go. He was satisfied and let go. From this, although Lu Bang escaped with his life, he hated him to the bone. I have to say that there is really such a small man in the world. Their own talent is not enough to stir up the wind and clouds to the head of the tide, but the heart of the darkness, like to abuse that high in the spotlight of the big man, in order to show that he is more than their own more powerful perverted mentality. Cutting off the eggs to honor the god, abolishing the body and eviling the god. This is the consequence of Ding Gu's private release of Lu Bang and his extreme humiliation of him for this deed. And this also shows that Lu Bang is an extreme pragmatist. As long as they are useful, even if they were extremely humiliated in the past, the heart of the hate to the bone, but also can be done no longer care, and can be turned back to the thick gift of humble words to buy. If this is to be put on Xiang Yu, don't even think about it. His defection is sincere, right? It won't be a backstabbing scheme arranged by Xiang Chang's little child, right? Lu Bang recalled Xiang Chang's previous devious tactics, especially utilizing Xiang Ju to shoot his own cold arrows, almost letting his own life fall on the spot, and couldn't help but ask cautiously. Chen Ping slowly nodded his head and solemnly said, I have probed clearly. Xiang Chang's son has started to implement the Daqin military merit title system in the Chu army during this period of time, and this Lieutenant General Ding Gu, who comes from the old Chu aristocratic family, is very dissatisfied with this, and rose up to create a disturbance, and was severely lectured by Xiang Chang in the public and demoted him to 2 levels of the military. After a pause, Chen Ping lowered his voice again and said, in addition, this Ding Gu also surrendered his name, and informed us of the current top secrets of the Dechu military camp that he possesses. Lu Bang steeped up his spirits and said eagerly, What top secret? Chen Ping took out a small jar from his pocket and presented it to Lu Bang with both hands. This item is called Poison Cleansing Pill, which is said to have been developed by Xiang Chang's youngest son and made by distilling fine wine. Cleaning the wounds of the wounded soldiers with this product can greatly reduce the mortality rate of the wounded soldiers, and help the wounded soldiers to recover from their wounds and return to the barracks in the shortest possible time. Upon hearing this, Lu Bang was overjoyed and took the jar and opened it carefully, stretching his high nose to sniff a mouthful of it, not daring to taste it for prudence's sake. However, a wave of wine than he used to drink, rich and pungent, much of the wine gas straight out. Let his face just dissipated, drunkenness again turned a few points thick. Lu Bang was so happy for a while that he was drunk and was dancing around a bit. What a refreshing drink! Well, it can significantly reduce the death rate of wounded soldiers. This is good stuff, and it's great for boosting morale. Since this is the case, let's do the same and distill it as well. If he's able to offer this treasure, he seems to be a true believer. His mother, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. Xiang Ji's little brat is full of tricks, making me paranoid. Captain Chen, this time you have made a great achievement again. Ha ha ha, how can that kid not think that his hard work to develop this clear poison? This will not blow dust into our hands. We easily picked the fruit. Learned this news. I wonder if he will be angry to bite his teeth. I really want to see the expression of this little boy when he learns this news. You are considered to give him a good lesson, but also counted to the widow. To Zifeng, avenge that day that arrow. Previously under Xiang Chang, he was defeated again and again, but now Xiang Chang's treasure, which was developed after a lot of hard work, has been easily seized. Lu Bang can't help but feel that he has taken out his anger, and his heart is full of joy. End of chapter. Chapter 89, so ridiculous. Chen Ping was busy arching his hand and humbling himself repeatedly, then frowned slightly and said, distilling this thing consumes a huge amount of fine wine. Right now in the military camp, the wine is in the hands of the generals, and the generals are all alcohol-free every day, so it is necessary to make them hand it over. Lu Bang heard. The excitement on his face slowly dissipated. Greatly hesitant, could not stop thinking and weighing. Enough after half a sound. He exhaled, waved his hand, categorically said, let's discuss this matter in the long run and suffer the wounded soldiers again. After the destruction of Xiangyu, the army will be well funded, and then we will consider it again. When Chen Ping heard this, his eyes sank and he opened his mouth slightly, but in the end, he did not say anything more. This is the result of Chen Ping's character and the difference between him and Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang is a great Korean nobleman origin, since childhood 18, coupled with their own profound strategy, can be said to be extremely confident. For Lu Bang in the process of planning, once they are correct, even if the views of Lu Bang and Lu Bang contradict each other, he often chooses to adhere to their own views, so that Lu Bang to make a change. Chen Ping is just the opposite, the bottom of the civilian class origin, to be able to go to the present, to hold this kind of official position. I do not know how many hardships and bumps I have experienced, almost used up all their strengths, which also developed his smooth introverted, low-key and cautious, and never argued with the people head-on character. Plus he is halfway to join Lu Bang's camp, does not belong to the heart of Lu Bang Fengpei started class, so in the relationship with Lu Bang, he is only responsible for the proposal. Lu Bang adopted certainly is good, not adopted, he will never be stubborn, so that Lu Bang changed his mind. Lu Bang stroked his beard and mused, you can first distill all the fine wine that I enjoy and make a poison-clearing medicine, and then distribute it to all the major generals in case they are injured during the war in order to preserve their lives. Knowing that Xiang Ji had made Lu Bang's generals and bureaucrats king some time ago, Lu Bang cajoled, coaxed, threatened and bribed them, and spent a lot of energy and effort to pacify them. Now for these important generals and bureaucrats, Lu Bang pulling together still too late, but commission does not dare to stimulate them again. Chen Ping eyelids lowered, heart more sigh. This period of time he in order to buy Dinggu, for the Chu military camp is also a matter of spying to understand a lot of understanding. Think of Xiang Chang in order to wounded soldiers at the expense of offending all the generals, will be the wine to be collected to make a poisonous drug, and the king of Han. Thinking of this, Chen Ping secretly shook his head. However, immediately after another strange idea surfaced, according to theory, like clear poison and other treasures, should be tightly controlled secret to the right. Xiang Chang the kid is not like no sense of confidentiality. How to not control? Let this thing exposed in front of everyone. The entire barracks no one knows? Could it be that he had already calculated that even if Lu Bang got this thing, he would not use it? After all, it is difficult to eat, can squeeze out part of the grain to brew some wine, has been the highest level of important ministers and generals can only enjoy. He saw that Lu Bang is unable to do for the sake of the wounded soldiers' camp. Forcing these important ministers and generals to give up their own desire for this mouth and stomach? Chen Ping's heart jumped, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the dark night sky. This instant intuition told him that what he was thinking about all this was the truth. In this instant, he even saw that abominable boy coldly with that abominable face, leisurely saying to him, "I just sent this thing to you. You can't use it, so why keep it a secret?" Chen Ping's hands slowly clenched, his back teeth clenched, as a strategist, but being counted by others, completely falling into the premeditated enough of others. This feeling is really bad. For a while, the importance and vigilance of Xiang Chang in his heart had almost reached a point of no return. At the time when Chen Ping's mind was greatly stifled, Lu Bang narrowed his old eyes and said in a cold tone, "For Xiang Ji and this kid, can you think of any method to separate them? The old plan of separating Xiang Ji and Fan Zhang, can we use it again?" Chen Ping shook his head, very much helpless. According to the news herd, Xiang Chang accompanied Xiang Ji to eat every day, and his father and son are extremely affectionate, so it is difficult to penetrate in a hurry, and it will take time to probe the gap between their father and son. Xiang Ji and Fan Zhang's old trick, used once, how can Xiang Ji still fall for it? Xiang Ji seems to have been beaten by the king to be afraid. The past headstrong arrogance of the problem has changed greatly. Now military affairs are discussed with the generals. Saying what 3 stinking generals? Top of a Jiangxia. After a slight pause for a breath, Chen Ping finally couldn't help himself and opened his mouth. In this regard, the great king still needs to pay attention to it. Xiang Chang's little boy's little tactic after little tactic is extremely practical and motivating to the morale, so it really should not be underestimated. After the siege of Gaixia, which was a dead-end situation, was overturned by Chen Ping, with the support of Zhang Liang, used all his resources to investigate the legendary means of Xiang Chang's one day to talk about the 3 kings, and finally found out the whole story. Even Chen Ping, as the originator of the conspirators and today's master of using intermediaries, was still tisk. In particular, Xiang Chang's process of convincing. No, rather it should be the process of forcing Yingbu to rebel against him. The strategy that he used was interlocking, subtle and delicate, utilizing all the resources at hand to the fullest extent, and ultimately turning the impossible into the possible, holding down Yingbu, the unruly and ferocious fierce tiger that shook the whole world, and even more so, letting him marvel at it. It is to Xiang Chang understand deep enough. Plus this period of time to explore learned that the army camp of Dechu can be described as a sea change, so that Chen Ping vaguely feel that, with this kid, the Han Battalion next overthrow of the Dechu journey, for fear that it will become incomparably more difficult. Lu Bang agreed with what Chen Ping said and gently slapped his thighs and said, Zifang also said the same thing. Since Xiang Ji's father and son are in a hurry to get away from each other, you can try to contact the rest of the generals in Chu to see if you can buy them off with a lot of money. Now that Chu is desperate, I don't believe that these generals won't think differently. Chen Ping gently nodded his head and was just about to speak when Zhou Muan Young Tim hurriedly walked into the tent and came, first glancing at him with a strange expression, then bowing to Lu Bang and reporting, Your Majesty, Great Chu has sent a messenger to seek an audience. Lu Bang was so surprised that he got up from the soft couch. Xiang Ji sent an envoy? What do I have to say to him now? I know. Could it be that Xiang Ji's son is afraid and begs for forgiveness? Even if he begs for forgiveness as a minister, I won't let him go. Yang Tim shook his head and said in an odd tone, The messenger is not seeking an audience with the great king, but, rather, with Captain Chen Ping. When these words came out, both Lu Bang and Chen Ping were greatly surprised. The messenger pulled a full 3 wagons of wealth and goods, gold and shells and jewels, cloth and brocade and silk. It looks as if he wants to buy off Captain Chen Ping. Chen Ping frowned as a ridiculous feeling surged in his heart. Lu Bang was also stunned. And then he looked like a country bumpkin who saw a juggling act, and got excited, smiling and urging Yang Tim, by Captain Chen Ping? It's hard for Xiang Yu's son to come up with this. We can't let his good intentions fall to the ground. Quick, please come in. I'll see how to Chu buys people by the way. Not long, the figure of dry and thin as a monkey, chin up like a shovel, very much like a few alien Chu messenger Wu Shibi, right hand orchid finger twisting the clumps of goatee in the jaw, big style swinging walked into the tent. Once he saw Chen Ping, wrinkled bark-like old face full of warm smile, went forward to hold Chen Ping's hand on the affectionate lick on, years do not live. The season such as the flow, and Chen Lieutenant after a goodbye, the turn of 2 years more than, and now to see Chen Lieutenant elegance as in the past, looks the same, really not overjoyed. I cannot help but think of the lieutenant and lieutenant with the king's tent. Chen Ping looked at the side was ignored but did not care, but instead put on a good show posture of Lu Bang. Impatient to interrupt Wu Shibi memories of the past lofty years thick type of painful recounting of the rebel friendship, coldly said, I and your excellency. And with the great Chu, there is nothing to talk about. Right now, we are each for our own masters, each exhausting their own means, and each resting on their own fate. Dr. Wu, you'd better please go back. Alas, how can Lieutenant Chen be so resistant to others? The king of the country is thirsty for talent, and is looking forward to the lieutenant like a long drought field looks forward to sweet rains. And now let me send 3 carts of gold and shell jewelry. Enough! Chen Ping saw this man's fanciful absurdity and rebuked in displeasure. The king of Han is right in front of you. In front of the human lord, bribing the human ministers. You have a disease in Chu, but I'm sorry for not accompanying you. Inside the tent seated high up in Lu Bang, Wu Shibi seems to see only at this time. Ate a shock, and even begged for forgiveness. Yeah, I do not know that the king of Han in. Atonement. Lu Bang felt that this scene is incredibly familiar. Suddenly remembered. This is not when Chen Ping separating Xiang Yu and Fan Zhang with the script? No longer can not help. Ha ha ha, burst of laughter issued. Wu Shibi, Xiang Yu and Xiang Chang children. This is the end of the road and no other way out. Come up with this kind of children to do the same as the play strategy? Then he turned to Chen Ping and said, since Ti Chu has such good intentions, we can't let them down. Take it. He then turned to Wu Shu and said, go back and tell Xiang Chang's son that I told him to send it. As long as he dares to send it, we, Captain Chen, will dare to accept it. Wu Shibi pouted his chin goatee, facing Lu Bang, the man who owns half of the world, did not dare to make a fuss as he did with Pine Yu, but still had an arrogant look on his face. It's good to have these words from the great king. Our General Ho is planning to do just that. Our rear general says that as long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no wall that can't be dug down. As long as the work is deep, the iron pestle is sharpened into a needle. As long as one works hard and perseveres, there will always be a miracle. Since then not only gold beads and treasures, but also things like food and drink, clothing, and precious blades, have all been delivered to Captain Chen without fail. Our sincerity will always touch the heart of Captain Chen and make him change his mind. Even Chen does not have to make a positive promise. As long as in the king's military strategy, gently slightly tilted to our Chu will be inexhaustible. And all of this, we do not write a word does not drop the truth, lies in the heart of the smart people have a tacit understanding. With the great king's old and dim-witted, slow thinking, must also be the slightest bit unable to see. In this way, does not hinder the Chen lieutenant continue in the Han high-ranking officials, at the same time also secretly in our De Chu also has a fire love. At present, the Chu army's strength, we are all witnessed, to the Liang King Pine Yu and other military wizards are greatly optimistic. In the near future, the day the Chu army defeated the Han camp, Lieutenant Chen has this love in the fire, but also do not have to worry. Immediately can seamlessly connect to my Chu, continue to do the high official, thick pay all. Lu Bang was dumbfounded by Wu Shibi's words, and his easy and pleasant smile froze on his face. This kind of privacy rebellion thing, should not be secretly and quietly, lest be known, and now in front of their own face of the Han King, so the Hall of Honor to say a clear, this is on their own naked humiliation? Lieutenant Chen, remember, taciturnity, silent agreement, let's do everything in silence. After Wu Shibi's final and elegant salute, he fluttered his sleeves and turned around to leave, a graceful and dashing mess, knowing that Wu Shibi is clearly in the disjunction. But Lu Bang recalled the words of this old bastard, but the more he thought about it, the more alarmed he was. To Chen Ping, such a smart person, can have the opportunity to step on 2 boats, leaving himself away back, and extremely hidden no one knows, he will not go to do it? The key to his cleverness, the hands of the power of the big, replaced Zhang Liang's him. All the secrets of the Han army right now can be in his control. In the future to do some important planning, really slightly tilted towards the Chu, their own really cannot be able to recognize the possibility of breaking. At this moment, Lu Bang almost ordered Zhang Liang, who had been sent away, to be fast-tracked back. Chen Ping was so smart that he could see Lu Bang's mind at a glance. For Lu Bang, he early completely understand thoroughly. This is undoubtedly a standard emperor model. Looks magnanimous, amiable and kind. Especially also like to joke, to subordinates very affinity, but that is for the courtiers who are not a threat to him. For those who can jeopardize his generals and bureaucrats, his heart is always full of suspicion and vigilance, and never afraid to hit hard. For example, like Han Xin, like Yingbu, like Peng Yu, and even his great-uncle Lu Zhe. Especially Lu Zhe, when he rebelled, the Lu family supported him. However, he never imagined that since then, the Lu family had become more and more powerful, and had built more and more cities and territories, with many outstanding generals under their command, and at one time, they even overpowered him. Lu Bang changed from being overjoyed to being afraid, and tried every means to suppress him, such as forcibly holding down Lu Zhe, never letting him have the opportunity to lead the army to gain military achievements. And at the same time, he also divided the generals under his command and drew them in. After continuous suppression, the power of the Lu family had finally lowered to a point where he felt safe. Even so, currently, Lu Zhe was still left by him in Chu, euphemistically called a town guard, but in reality, avoiding him from participating in this final battle against Great Chu to seize military honors. It is reasonable to say that Lu Bang himself is the grandmaster of using intermediary and rumor mongering, and he should not fall for Xiang Chang's obvious intermediary scheme. However, the more these people are, the more suspicious they are. Of course, to say that now do not use Chen Ping is not possible, but to be like before that full 10 trust and obedience, I am afraid that cannot be done. Xiang Chang's dispatch of Wu Shibi's mission was tantamount to planting a thorn in Lu Bang's psyche. Since then, sending emissaries to come to Suhu uninterruptedly, and sending a lot of goods to Chen Ping continuously, is to water and fertilize this thorn, let it develop and grow, until finally it may turn into a sharp sword that cuts off the bond of trust between the two people. Chen Ping laughed bitterly in his heart. For why Xiang Chang sent a messenger to deliberately by himself in front of Lu Bang, and also purposely singled out to say those words. His heart is as clear as a mirror, obviously resentful of his own conspiracy to separate Xiang Ji and Fan Zhang in that year, and therefore an eye for an eye. The kid was taking it out on his clueless old man who had been so easily outmaneuvered by himself. People are all father for the son out of anger. They Dechu obviously reversed, turned into a son to father out of anger. Chen Ping can walk from a civilian to the present high position. The toughness of mind is also rare in the world. Xiang Chang's operation of this tart really will be his anger. Face haze, the heart in Xiang Chang to have a good fight. A longer and shorter than the intention of the high and the low steeply born. End of chapter. Chapter 90, Don't Talk. Wu. At the head of Gaixia city, the low and majestic sound of horns sounded like waves after waves, washing and washing away the vast and boundless wilderness outside the city. In a wave of continuous trumpet sounds, 3 gates of Gaixia's northern city wall were opened, and a line of sturdy cavalrymen with full body armor and blades, urging their high horses, rushed out at a trot in an unending stream and lined up in order to form a line. After the cavalry came the infantry, similarly clad in armor and sharpened spears, one tall and strong, running out at a brisk pace in columns to line up in the area between the cavalry lines. Just as the army had just finished their formation, Xiang Chang, along with Xiang Shang, Zhong Li Mai, and a group of other high-ranking corps generals, flanked by Xiang Ji, who was riding a piebald horse, appeared at the easternmost end of the front of the formation. Behind them, a huge Chu character is written on one side, and Xiang character is written on the other side, with 2 large blue and gold embroidered flags, the huge flags tumbling in the autumn wind. On the eastern horizon, a giant sun leapt out, spewing thousands of golden flames and slowly rising into the sky. With a magnificent body in black and heavy iron armor, Xiang Yu, who sits on top of his handsome and unusual piebald horse, is like a god. For a while, the entire north of Gaixia city was silent, except for the occasional neighing of warhorses and the clash of soldiers' blades in armor. Looking at the overlord who appeared to be coming from a giant sun, the god of war in their hearts, the faith of infinite worship, the generals, officers, and soldiers all looked shaken, only to feel that their bodies were paralyzed with heat, and their hot blood was warming up, as if it was going to boil up. With the huge sun slowly rising on the horizon on his back, Xiang Yu took the lead, urging his Wu Jue horse to trot up, and began to review this army that has followed him in battle for many years, is strong and arrogant, and can be called the invincible army of the world. Xiang Chang rode on a big black horse and followed closely in a side and rear position. Not far behind them, Xiang Zhuang and Ji Bu each held up those 2 large flags, waving and shaking them, flaunting their rear. Break the Han army. Chu wins. Trotting out not too far, Xiang Chang raised his halberd high and let out a loud roar to the lined-up generals. Shang, 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 led by the generals and officers before their respective lines. The fierce pawns simultaneously raised their spears and swords high and stabbed their blades in the air. Their chests rose and fell dramatically, their blood boiling steeply, and they broke out into 3 roars. Looking at the crimson faces of the generals and the roar of their voices that shook the sky, at this moment, Xiang Chang, the rear general of Dechu, the eldest son of the Duke and the son of the King of Bastards, had endless pride growing in his heart, sensing the thousands of generals and soldiers' heart-surging strong will to fight, overflowing loyalty and worship of their own. A horse in the lead of the hegemonic King Xiangyu is also the face of the face, double eyebrow raised, heavy pupil glow, and then a majestic and domineering aura diffuse emanation. Xiang Chang so followed behind his old man, riding along while continuously letting out a loud roar, driving the column of generals to continuously echo, pushing up the wariness in the hearts of all the generals. After the tens of thousands of troops have finished reviewing once in turn, their morale and fighting spirit are all encouraged. Xiang Yu urged his piebald horse and came to the foremost position in the center of the queue. All of the tens of thousands of generals of the army lined up in the north of the city, and even all of the generals defending the city on the city wall. At this moment, all of them clenched the blades in their hands, and all of them gathered their eyes on that tall and majestic figure. At Xiang Chang's signal, Xiang Yu slowly raised his halberd high in his hand, pointing straight up to the sky, the snowy blade absorbing the golden aura of the rising sun in the east, burning brightly. Immediately, his arm was vibrated, and he swung it violently at the Han camp in the north. Victory! 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 On the city wall, north of the city wall, tens of thousands of generals' voices converged into one at this moment, turning into a huge thunder that exploded heaven and earth, surging and rushing out. For a time the line of clouds shook and dispersed, and the autumn winds subsided. Suspended for more than 10 days of the new round of war between Chu and Han, this once again slowly opened the curtain. The original 50,000 troops of Chu, plus the 50,000 troops of Zhou and 40,000 troops of Yingbu, amounted to more than 140,000 troops. In the Battle of Gaixia City, Yingbu's Zhejiang army had more than 30,000 soldiers left. The army of Chu and Zhou also suffered a great loss, but after Xiang Chang took the trouble to surrender 20,000 of Han prisoners to add in, the army strength was back to 100,000 or so. The old, weak, sick and disabled supply wagons, together with some of the elite soldiers, totaling more than 30,000, were under Xiang Chang's command, and all of them stayed in Gaixia City to avoid being stolen from home. The rest of the 70,000 elite Chu troops, who have been in battle for a long time, fully clothed and fed, rested for many days, fully equipped with armor, and at the peak of their combat power, lined up in the north of the city, and poured out their nests to fight to the death with the Han army camp. Xiang Chang has 30,000 troops under his command, arrayed in the east as the right army. The center army of 40,000, 20,000 cavalry and 20,000 foot soldiers, is led by the overlord himself, Yingbu's 30,000 odd Zhejiang troops, on the other hand, were still under his personal leadership, arrayed in the west as the left army, listening to the huge roar from the 40,000 Chinese troops behind him, and even from the defenders on the city's head. Xiang Yu's heart is full of bravado, and his chest is surging with endless wariness. Originally, he was quite unimpressed with Xiang Chang's suggestion of letting him review the army before the battle, thinking that it would be a waste of military power and too ostentatious and fancy. There it was thought to actually work so well. At this moment, he truly unprecedentedly and conclusively sensed that feeling of 10,000 people becoming a city and generals being of one mind, and just felt that he was unprecedentedly powerful at this moment, fearless of any strong enemy. Any army in the world would be enough to be easily crushed, torn apart, and stepped into powder. Xiang Chang saw that his old man's heart was high on battle spirit and he was once again filled with skyrocketing confidence in defeating Liu Bang's Han army. He secretly sighed in relief and revealed a satisfied look. He went up to say goodbye to his old man and immediately returned to his own right army and left. General Ho's schemes are really endless. Xiang Zhuang, who is in control of the Xiang flag, is also feeling strong in his heart, and looked at Xiang Chang's departing figure and said with a lot of emotion. Hearing this, Xiang Yu could not help but cast his gaze to the east. There is where Xiang Chang's right army is. Your Majesty doesn't have to be concerned. General Ho has more than enough ways to motivate the morale. Xiang Zhuang saw Xiang Yu's thoughts and smiled slightly. When Xiang Yu heard, yes, his idea of reviewing the army is his idea, he really doesn't have to worry that he won't motivate the morale, and his heart was relaxed at that moment. Your Majesty, of the left, center and right armies, only the right army under the command of General Xiang Chang is the weakest. Han Xian's military tactics are unpredictable, so he won't fail to lay down a strategy for this, and we can't afford not to take precautions against this. Ji Bu, who raised the banner of Chu, couldn't help but speak up. He really can't understand. The Chu camp now Zhong Li Mai, Xiang Shang, and even himself, are all battle-hardened military strategy familiar enough to be appointed to the side of the first-class generals. But why did the king abandon all of them, and chose Xiang Chang, this young bird as the main general of the right army? Although Xiang Chang and the night attack on Kangxi army has also proved themselves, but that is after all a night attack, is equal to play a small smart? In the face of this such as the two armies against the front of the hard bar of the offensive war, never commanded the army combat experience of his lack of not too much, may be able to top? If in the past ordinary battles, it is just, but now this battle, everyone can see that this is the continuation of the siege of Gaixia City. Victory, Chu desperate to survive. Against the wind to turn the tide, defeat. This is never to be recovered. The clan died and the country destroyed. The consequences are too serious. Hearing Jibu's words, Xiang Yu's face is also a moment of hesitation. Next to Xiang Zhuang's heart was anxious, knowing that his brother is afraid of committing the problem of soft ears. Fiercely glared at Jibu, just want to open his mouth to dissuade. Xiang Yu's face has already regained its firmness. Lifting his hand gently waved, and thus vetoed his proposal. Xiang Zhuang angrily glared at Jibu and sternly admonished Xiang Yu. The selection of the generals of the three armies was made by all the generals before the battle. Now that they have been chosen, no one is allowed to discuss it. Anyone who discusses in private can be beheaded. Jibu was horrified. Then he remembered that he had violated the military council regulations. His heart panicked and he was busy looking up at Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu said in a deep voice, remembering his first offense. And before the war, it is ominous to behead a general. Send him down and behead him if he commits another offense. Xiang Zhuang also just deterred Jibu. Let him control his mouth later. Should not say less. And immediately arched his hand and led the order in a deep voice. Jibu really closed his mouth and didn't dare to say a word more. Just when Xiang Yu was reviewing his army, motivating his morale and blowing the horn for another big battle between Han and Chu. A few miles to the north, Lu Bang and Han Xian are leading a group of important generals and bureaucrats on a small hill, and are escorted by Xia Hoing who is leading 3,000 elite cavalrymen, and they are looking towards Gaixia city with their eyes wide open. Hearing tens of thousands of Chu army sound like thunder earth-shaking roar. The Han camp of the generals all color change. The whole body nerves taut. In the past on the battlefield by the Chu army to the suppression of domination. No matter how much to fight to kill in vain feeling of powerlessness once again quietly grows. For a while, even Fan Qianli Shan could not help but feel a hint of remorse if they chose to listen to Han Xian's military order on that day. Even if they had to pay a heavy price, they would have crashed Xiang Yu's 20,000 cavalry troops. And there would not have been this deep pressure on their heads today. Lu Bang saw in addition to Han Xian look calm, the rest of the heavy generals are all fearful, the heart cursed, the fight for the king's seal one by one, fear of people, and now the enemy, to the time of the attack, one by one are scattered yolks like, revealed by the Xiangji children afraid of the bottom of the courage is not enough to come. Why do all the ministers not say a word? Is it possible that they are still afraid to fight? Lu Bang snorted coldly, pointing his whip at Gaixia. Listening to the report from the scouts, the soldiers used by the Chu army in this battle are only 100,000 in total. Xiang Ji's most powerful army, which he is relying on, is only 30,000 in total, of which Ingbu's army has more than 5,000. Xiang Ji's own 20,000, and his son Xiang Chang is in charge of the remaining 5,000. As for the rest of the Chu infantry, oh, it's just SOSO. On the other hand, our Han army, with the help of the army under the King of Qi's command, even if we take out the supply wagons and reserve troops that stayed in the camp, there are still 240,000 elites on the battlefield. As for the cavalry, there were even 60,000 of them. With this kind of advantageous situation, even if the soldiers were to fight with their eyes closed, it would be enough to destroy the Chu army easily. Each and every one of them are showing hard colors, so they don't have to make the Chu army and Xiang Ji laugh. At the end of his speech, Lu Bang, the old Deng, launched into a rage and turned to Han Xian with a stern expression. Great General, please feel free to pass down the military order. This time I will sit with you in the center of the army. All the generals dare to have a poor combat, cowardly retreat. I will personally behead them. Although Lu Bang's military strategy is not like Xiang Yu, Han Xian, Ingbu, Ping Yu and so on belongs to the genius player. But as a rebel professional, fighting for so many years, after rebelling against Qin and then rebel against Chu, froze by virtue of the rich experience of defeat, step by step to summarize the growth of the current ranked first-class point. Therefore, he also saw the importance of this battle long ago, that is absolutely cannot be lost. Once this battle is lost, the war with Chu is afraid to continue to last and stretch on, a short period of time and then difficult to see the hope of completely overthrowing Chu. A cadre of heavy generals heart a great austerity. Know that the old man is anxious eyes. Do not dare to be slow. All immediately owed a solemn answer. State that must strictly comply with the Han Xian military orders cloud. Han Xian's face was solemn and cold, and without saying a word, he began to assign his generals and mobilize his troops. According to the scout writer's report, the Chu has divided its 100,000 troops into left, center and right armies, with Xiang Yu himself leading the center army, Ingbu's Zheojian army on the left, and 30,000 troops on the right led by the rear general Xiang Chang. I will sit with the king in the center of the army. command Shou Bo, Chai Wu, Jin Shi, Fu Quan and other generals, and personally fight against Xiang Yu. Against Ingbu's Zhejiang army, Chao Sun was the main general, leading 70,000 troops and supervising Fan Kuai, Zhou Chang and Li Shang's armies to make sure that they would be destroyed in one fell swoop. As for the battle against the main general of Xiang Chang's right army, upon hearing this, all the generals were energized and looked at Han Xian with bated breath. I don't know what kind of madness Xiang Yu has committed again, but he has actually made his son, a milquetoast son, the main general of the right army of the Great Chu. I heard that all the major military affairs of the Chu army have to be discussed together by the generals and bureaucrats, and this is the final result of the discussion? Oh, it's still Xiang Ji's idea to be a dictator, and it's not nepotism that's being practiced. It can be seen that this discussion of military affairs is just a name in vain. Although Xiang Chang has the legendary achievement of talking about 3 kings in one day and won a great victory in the night attack on Kongxi's army, there is no doubt that all the generals in the Han army camp, no one really put him in their eyes. In the left, center and right armies of Chu, no matter Xiang Ji's center army or Ingbu's Zhejiang army, they are undoubtedly hard bones. A bad bite, chipping off the teeth or light, and inadvertent even life may be taken in. Only Xiang Chang rate of the 30,000 right army, how to see our soft tuttle winter persimmon, with which the battle, leading the absolute advantage of the troops, simply equal to the eyes closed to pick up the credit, to win do not be too easy, so all the generals cannot help but be stupid. The bright and shiny as an army general, dry and incomparably beautiful will be the enemy army in one fell swoop. To win the credit, to seize the supreme honor, as a general there is nothing more pleasurable than this? Han Xian's eyes coldly skimmed over the group of generals standing at the front and landed on the last general with a lowered head and a dejected look as he blandly said, Kongxi. Kongxi froze and slowly raised his head, his eyes frozen as he looked at Han Xian. Han Xian's next words, however, caused the generals to burst into an uproar. If I ask you to be the main general of the left army and face Xiang Chang's army, will you dare to take it? Kongxi's eyes instantly red, a crazy bloodthirsty breath surging all over his body. Quickly from the back of the horse rolled over and jumped down, striding forward a few steps, clanging one knee, clasping fists and holding his head and roaring, Great General, such as the appointment of me as the main general of the left army, I'm willing to make a warrant, cannot be overthrown the Xiang Chang army? Will be Xiang Chang children killed in the array? I cut myself in gratitude. I'll cut myself to thank you. The generals heard, face moved, eyes admiration, some even thumbs up, forced a Kongxi gesture, but the heart is altogether cursed shameless. During this period of time, Kongxi had a hard time in the Han camp, being a years of war as a highly decorated general, actually was a child night attack defeated, become a stepping stone to the throne of others, not only to the high-minded and proud of him is a huge blow. The Han camp generals are no not laugh, see him inevitably yin and yang a bit. Crippled Panther of the Night is the new honorary title he has earned for this battle. Leopard is from Han Xian's evaluation of his use of the army like a leopard. Night battle lame leopard is a mockery of his encounter with night battles, just like a lame, unbearable. I have to say that's pretty damaging. This is not over. At the end of the day, there are even rumors of some unintentional rumors, saying that what he is in the Han camp heart Chu, a desire to become a traitor under the account of Xiang Ji, so on Xiang Ji's son deliberately put water clouds, so that Kongxi more stifled anger, every day, as if his heart was stuffed with a fire. Of course, Kongxi is also aware of this battle defeat is too outrageous, too miserable. Thereafter, if there is no accident, he will completely lose the qualification of the sole leader of an army, can only be used as a benefit general. Not bad. The battle that was won by Xiang Chang's night attack was tantamount to wiping out his previous battle successes that he had accumulated for almost 10 years. However, he never thought that Han Xian would unexpectedly give him this opportunity to wipe out his former shame, and Kongxi was grateful to Han Xian, standing next to Liu Bang. Looking at the kneeling Kongxi on the ground grateful to Han Xian cannot wait to recognize as his own father's posture. The surface does not move, a pair of old eyes but slowly narrowed up. Next, facing Han Xian's question, do you have any objections to the arrangement of the military formation and generals? Chao Shun, the main general of the right army, hesitated a little, urged his horse to step forward and said in a deep voice, Great General, we all know that Xiang Chang's army is the weakest amongst the Chu army and is completely unbeatable. Why don't you personally lead the left army, and level it in one fell swoop? With the loss of the right flank, Xiang Ji, even if he has the power of the heavens and the earth, will still be defeated and unable to do anything about it. When Liu Bang next to him heard this, his eyes lit up and he looked at Han Xian about to speak. However, looking at the order sword in Han Xian's hand, he finally closed his mouth again. Han Xian sneered and said proudly, I will personally lead the left army. Yes. Who will lead the center army? Xiang Ji himself will lead 40,000 elites, especially 20,000 are the famous Great Chu cavalry, under the city of Gaixia. The 20,000 battle-weary cavalry is amazing, and you all know it very well. Now that we have eaten well for a few days, our fatigue is gone, and we've built up our strength and armor. Who is sure that we can withstand its onslaught without collapsing before I overthrow Xiang Chang's army? As long as it can be done, it can be implemented according to General Chao's military strategy. All of the generals, including Chao Sun, had their heads bowed and eyes hung low. No one made a sound, and it was obvious that no one had this certainty. Han Xian paused for a while, saw that no one had volunteered, and said coldly, my Han camp's 240,000 strong army occupies an absolute advantage, and a steady fight is enough to wipe out the Chu army, so why do we have to take such a risk? Next, according to the established military order, everyone quickly go back to prepare, into their respective positions, waiting for the Chu army. Today, let's make a success of it. End of chapter. Chapter 91. Wu. Accompanied by the sound of the majestic, cool and long horns, the left, center and right armies of the Chu, slowly approaching towards the Han camp. 100,000 troops in strict formation, all over the wilderness, like a huge tide of rolling earth, exuding a strong deterrent and oppressive force. Wild beasts were extinct for dozens of miles around, and birds of prey were nowhere to be seen, especially in the middle of the army. The foremost 20,000 momentum like a mountain of cavalry, a go-forward unstoppable violent aura emanating, obviously aware of the importance of this battle to the Chu, has been prepared to leave no room for forceful assault. The Han camp's middle army, too, had long since geared up for battle. On the huge wooden watchtower, Jin Shi, the main general of the cavalry army of the Middle Road Army, narrowed his eyes slightly and gazed indifferently at the great Chu army that was rolling towards the ground. Xiang Ji is still this good courage. Self-reliant cavalry assault force is strong, as always, the cavalry in the forefront, but the infantry followed closely behind. Jin Shi's majestic face is full of vicious color. Today, and I will be taught some. See, in the end, is your Chu cavalry invulnerable, or my Han cavalry unstoppable? Han Xin centralized all the 40,000 Han cavalry in the middle army and put them under Jin Shi's command. There is only one order for him. Even if all of them die in battle, he has to block Xiang Yu's 20,000 cavalry troops and not let him break into the subsequent infantry camp to wreak havoc. Han's infantry and Chu's infantry still have the power to fight. Once let the cavalry raid in, the cavalry and the foot cooperate with each other, especially with the strong impact of Chu's cavalry. The center of the army is afraid of having a collapse of the threat. She naturally knew this very well. Holding 40,000 iron horsemen, this moment he is also unprecedented confidence. Even if the opposite is the world's cavalry, use of the first person of the overlord, is not afraid of, but a strong will to war born. Great Chu hegemon, let you fold here today. Jin Shi divided the 40,000 cavalry into 3 branches of 12,000 each, led by a cavalry general, and divided into 3 columns on the battlefield where he was about to engage with the Chu army, with each column separated by several miles or so. Chu cavalry broke down the first cavalry line. The speed is inevitably delayed. Continue to charge forward, not waiting for the horse to raise the speed again. Then the second heavy cavalry of the Han dynasty has already rushed to the near front, and just reached the peak of the cavalry force. In this way, this is the elimination of each other, one after another 3 times. Chu cavalry, even if the combat strength is strong, by chance to break through the third Han cavalry, but also inevitably exhaust the horsepower. The formation of the scattered 20,000 people, at least 6 or 7 losses. At that time, he personally led 4,000 of the most elite reserve cavalry into the battlefield to perform a thunderous strike, completely finalized the situation. Pai Wang Sanjian, divine needle fixing the sea, that was the name he gave to this favorite military strategy of his. I have to say, as the Han camp veteran cavalry general, Jin Shi commanded cavalry combat ability. In the current Han camp does claim to be second to none. Send an order to Fu Quan, Shui O, and Wang Suk, that only forward movement is allowed in this battle, and no backward movement is allowed. Anyone who dares to take a step back will be beheaded. Jin Shi's words were as cold and hard as iron, and his killing intent was biting. Fu Quan, Shui O and Wang Suk are the main generals of this triple Han cavalry army. As a number of cavalry generals in the Han camp, although they were ordered to snipe during Xiang Yu's night attack on the Han camp and were knocked out by Xiang Yu one after another, it is undeniable that they all obviously had the dark thoughts of preserving their respective strengths at that time, and with Xiang Ji personally led by the Great Chu cavalry, must go all out. not the slightest meticulous retreat, so Gaixia is also ruthless and desperate, directly cut off their retreat. When Gaixa's military order reached Fu Quan, the main general of the 1st Heavy Cavalry Line, the opposite side of the Great Chu Cavalry had already urged their mounts to start charging, knowing that today will be a vicious battle. In order to preserve their horsepower, the Chu cavalry approaching the Han camp this way, have been leading their war horses on foot. When he reached the optimal charging distance of his horse, Xiang Yu, who was also holding his piebald horse on foot, rolled over and mounted his horse, and the flag behind him, the word Chu, waved violently at the same time. Receiving the signal, all the cavalrymen lifted their saddle blankets one by one, and 2 stirrups fell down under the saddle blankets. Then they rolled over onto their horses, stepped on the stirrups, and then they controlled their horses as they wished and began to run, gradually picking up speed from slow to fast. The 20,000 cavalry troopers were aimed straight at the Han cavalry army that was also standing by on the opposite side. The 20,000 Chu infantry, who were right behind them, also started to power up, and while barely keeping in line under the shouts of their officers, they followed the cavalry and charged forward at a trot. 20,000 Chu cavalry in the wilderness at full speed. Straight sound moving heaven. Rolling hoofbeats, such as muffled thunder on the ground constantly continued to explode. Large groups of yellow soil rose up in the air, from a distance like a yellow tide, surging turbulence, to devour all of the majestic momentum, against the Han army line ruthlessly beat over. Fu Quan, who received the order, ignored it, and with a gloomy face, said sternly to the cavalryman, I, Fu Quan, don't need his Gaixia to pretend to be a tiger. Today I can certainly not step back, but if in the end, he Gaixia cannot Xiang Ji Chu army to a one-off route, even if I do the ghost, I will not let him go. Immediately after that, dong 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 war drums began to sound in the Han camp. The drums shook the hearts of the people, containing a heavy and majestic power. Fu Quan's face was resolute, and he led the Han cavalry to charge, facing the incoming Chu cavalry, overlooking the sky. The 2 cavalry armies of Han and Chu, like a yellow and a gray 2 colorful tides, rise up in the vast flat wilderness, each other raging swept against the collision. For the ferociousness of the Great Chu cavalry, Fu Quan naturally knows very well, but this time the same he is also fully prepared. Behind him more than 300 cavalry, clear color whole body draped with heavy iron armor. Mounts are all chest thick, tall and majestic steed, one of the 100 miles of good horses, and in the chest position also hung a layer of iron armor. And now impact, like being offended by the steel beasts. The sound force is amazing, and people look in chills. This more than 300 riders of heavy armor cavalry is Fu Quan's heartmeat, has been as a hammer on the battlefield, the existence of a big killer, non-life and death moments, victory or defeat, has always been hidden secret. That night sniper Xian Yu's attack camp, also did not spare the use, but now is a last resort all bet up, with heavy iron armor, strong steeds, strong riders, although only 300 riders, the killing power is horrible. In the past in the battlefield I do not know how many strong enemy destroyed. The achievements of Fu Quan's fierce reputation. This time Fu Quan undoubtedly hoped that this heavy armor cavalry can, as always, bring him good luck, will be known throughout the world. Invincible Chu cavalry line to tear open, for the subsequent 12,000 riders to open up the gap, to be able to smoothly break into the middle of it, will be seriously injured, for the 300 riders, and now play a full power can be called the peak of the strike. Fu Quan has unparalleled confidence. Fu Quan, who was riding wildly, slowly raised his head, a pair of tiger eyes indifferent, staring at the Chu riders who were getting closer and closer on the opposite side. It's a matter of right and wrong. 300 feet, 100 feet, 50 feet, with the interval between the 2 armies dramatically tightened. Opposite the enemy army, whether hissing wild galloping horses or grim-faced generals, the face has been clearly visible. Fu Quan saw the opposite Chu cavalry army, the same horse in the lead of a general extremely familiar, solid body such as iron poured into a general, full of explosive power, waving a large spear in the hands of a full 10 feet long, face muscles twisted, eyes fierce light straight, give a person a kind of fierce power, excess intelligence, lack of reckless will feel. Crown. To him, Fu Quan but extremely understand, Chengao battle with him many times, each time is to beat it defeated, fleeing. He knows that the original Xiangguan is also the sole leader of an army, alone, lies in his courage and strength have more than enough, not enough wisdom, repeatedly losing battles, but fortunately, their own courage is indeed superb, each time can kill through the siege to escape, and finally be Xiang Yu reluctant to transfer to the former general of the army that he personally led. Now that he has seen him, Fu Quan knows that Xiang Yu is not far behind in the cavalry, and his eyes suddenly burn brightly. If he can kill this guy here, It will undoubtedly be very beneficial to the morale of his army and the morale of the Chu army, as well as to the advantage of the two armies in the next battle. With a turn of the horse's head, slightly deviating from the direction, Fu Quan waved the huge spear in his hand and charged straight at Xiangguan. 300 heavily armored iron horsemen followed like shadows, nimbly pivoting their horses and following closely behind. Xiangguan also saw Fu Quan at this time. At this moment it seems that the side of excess courage and IQ is more and more distinctive. Not surprised but happy, desperately urging the war horse, waving a huge spear, an impatient look of the monkey to take the initiative to usher in, as if instead of being afraid of Fu Quan ran away. Fu Quan, don't pretend to be a grandson. Come, eat a spear from your crown master. Hearing Xiangguan's roar, see him rush to the roar. Fu Quan instinctively feels some wrong. How many times this grandson has suffered under his own hands. Should be timid only right. How to still this kind of initiative to rush to the abuse. Even if the lack of heart is also not to lack to this point, right? The warhorse impacted at full speed. The distance of 100 meters was just a flash. Xiangguan was already close to his eyes, and the spear in his hand swept over to Fu Quan. Behind him, closely following the Chu riders, and Fu Quan's 300 heavily armored Han riders also violently crashed into a ball. And then there are gray and yellow two cavalry battle lines, such as two hedge tied, ruthlessly colliding with each other. Crack! With an ear-splitting dull sound, Xiangguan's viciously swept-out spear collided squarely with Fu Quan's huge spear that smashed violently. For the high and low strength of Xiangguan, Fu Quan made up his mind to smash him off his horse, and then a spear stabbed to death, and then strenuously God's power. Instantaneous crackling pops and smash down 4 or 5 spears in a row. Will be obviously weaker than his strength of a chip of the Xiangguan smashed the tirade of abuse, screaming again and again. According to their past experience, Xiangguan should not be able to sit on the back of the horse, and was shaken off the horse. Even if Fu Quan, as the main attacker, was shocked by the force of the shock and the saddle blanket on the back of the horse couldn't stop moving backward. But fortunately, the riding skills are superb, plus the legs are powerful, clamped tightly enough, so that he didn't fall down. Xiangguan even looks like his buttocks have roots growing on the horse's back, facing this kind of ferocious smashing attack from him, actually sitting steadily without falling, and there is still the power to counterattack. Fu Quan, who was greatly surprised, instinctively felt that something was not right there. Next, the two horses crossed paths and the two figures approached. The spear in his hand lost its room to play. Fu Quan did not hesitate, raised his hand and drew his long sword, tiger eyes rounded, and hacked at Xiangguan's head. The spear could not sweep him off his horse, so he intended to hack him to death with his sword. That no Xiangguan reaction is not slow. Smooth hand from the waist ribs pulled out an arm length, baby wrist thickness of iron handle small copper hammer, against his long sword smashed over. Ka-ching! Fu Quan's arm was shaken. His tiger's mouth was sore and numb, and the long sword in his hand was smashed in two by the small copper hammer. Xiangguan was even more excited. In Fu Quan's horrified eyes, the whole person completely half stood up from the horse's back. His buttocks were out of the saddle blanket, and once he explored his body, he wielded a small copper hammer and ruthlessly knocked on Fu Quan's back. Fu Quan only then saw this guy's horse on both sides of the abdomen position, shaking more than 2 semicircular iron ring. His 2 feet stepped on the inside. There is a borrowing place, so it seems to be like a long on the horse's back. Fu Quan's mind drifted off. Then his throat got hot and a mouthful of blood spurted out violently, and he slipped off the horses. But as soon as he was out of the slip, his reaction is also very fast. Once he fell on the horse, immediately stood up and jumped up. The spear in his hand swept horizontally, fiercely smacked on the 2 Chu cavalrymen who rushed to take advantage of the body. The 2 Chu cavalrymen's mouth and nose blood spatter, body shaking to and fro, but Fro sitting on the back of the horse did not fall down. Again this strange thing. Fu Quan mouth cursed angrily. At the same time a wave of panic from the bottom of the heart quickly rushed up, hastily turned his head to look around. Really see around the battlefield their own Han cavalry completely fell in the wind. The two armies impact on the collision. In addition to the 300 heavily armored cavalry barely sitting on the horse, into the killing of the Chu cavalry troops, the rest of the cavalry and the Chu ride under the impact of the simply untenable, crackle apricot fall like falling to the ground one after another, and then by the Han army cavalry on this horse trampled and died. There was no recourse at all. The situation is tragic to the core. Fu Quan instantly bloodshot eyes, waving the spear. A tiger roar, will be a Han rider head cracked, and then dragged under the horse, his own leap on, feet into the stirrups. Really a secure and powerful feeling came. The body of the end of the horse on the back of the stable as a mountain. The heart secretly happy. However, not waiting for him to come back to his senses, Xiangguan, who turned his horse and rushed back, thrust his spear in his hand, broke through his heavy armor, and pushed into his chest and abdomen in one Xiangguan beheaded Han Rider's main general Fu Quan here. Xiangguan let out a roar of exuberance to the extreme. Armed force? Well, Fu Quan is still not dead, can't stop twitching body. Give a lift, high pick up. And then bombarded, ruthlessly slammed down on the ground. Behind him, a guard cavalryman immediately jumped off his horse, waved his sword and cut down Fu Quan's head. Let Xiangguan pick it with his spear and raised it in the air, waving it uncontrollably. Xiangguan is full of vigor, his spear picking Fu Quan's head, his legs urging his warhorse to continue charging straight towards the Han army camp in front without stopping. The surrounding Dechu cavalry let out a deafening cheer and spurred their horses to follow close behind. Fu Quan, under the command of 12,000 Han army elite cavalry, froze a photo, did not hold down, was routed in one fell swoop. People turned over a mess, either killed on horseback, was swept off the horse trampled to death, or directly helpless kneeling surrender. Some good behavior is lying on horseback to the left and right sides of the crazy escape. The scene was bloody and brutal. Only Fu Quan's 300 iron-armored horsemen are still struggling to resist, like a small sand dune in the voluminous rushing and rolling flood, shrinking rapidly under the torrent, until it finally disappears completely. Jin Shi painstakingly laid out the 3 stacks of waves, the divine needle, to set the sea military strategy. By the Han camp, famous fierce General Fu Quan as the main general, 12,000 cavalry composed of the first wave. So the whole army was destroyed. End of chapter. Chapter 92, Victory or Defeat. The first wave Han cavalry urged their warhorses to fight to the death against the Chu cavalry, and in a very short period of time, they went from being incredibly loud to being low, and then slowly turned into being precarious, and ultimately dissipated with a bang. And Shuai, the main general of the second wave Han cavalry, let out a tirade of curses, and led the second wave cavalry to start pouring out to continue to snipe at the front of the battlefield. For the main general Jin Shi's 3 stacks of waves military strategy arrangement, Shuai was very agreeable. The number of 40,000 cavalry troops was too large, and the most taboo thing was to squeeze into a group, resulting in part of the cavalry not being able to engage with the enemy at all, wasting the battle force for nothing and resulting in empty consumption. 3 stacks of waves, 40,000 Han riders will be divided into the front, middle and back of the triple wave. Like continuous killing, not only can play out the maximum lethality for the Chu army, even if you can defeat the first wave, inevitably the horse rush to greatly reduce the queue will also appear scattered. And do not wait for the Chu army to reorganize the formation, riding at a gallop, the speed of the charge to pull up again. The second wave of their own army has been close to the imminent, and just reached the peak of the horse's impulse. This is the other side of the long Chu cavalry, even if the iron, but also to become weak and feeble iron. Of course, this battle formation wasn't perfect, and if there was really any flaw, it was that it was too costly for his own army. Rather, there was no back way for his own cavalry at all. This kind of charging formation made it clear that there was no going forward, no retreat to speak of. Even if the first wave is crushed and dispersed backward, the second wave, which is charging with all its might, will crush and engulf it without mercy, command large regiments of cavalry combat, but also according to the situation of the original array, and ruthless and domineering, well thought out. Jin Shi is indeed worthy of the year Han camp, the first cavalry general. In the past, Shuai's heart secretly turned to thoughts of Jin Shi, quite appreciative of. Raising his head to look at the Chu cavalry that was coming from the sky, Shuai's eyes, whose body was sturdy and straight, and whose aura of killing and destroying had been refined by thousands of hammers, erupted with endless battle intent. Not bad, even if facing the fierce Chu cavalry army led by the mighty king of Chu. Shuai still had full confidence that in the next wave of his own impact, he would be able to smash it in one fell swoop, and even capture the gorgeous and bright flower of glory that is killing the king of Chu. In his opinion, the great Chu cavalry is no longer strong. To defeat the first wave of the Han cavalry that went all out and preferred to die rather than retreat, also have to pay a large enough price, facing the same all out and preferred to die rather than retreat their own second wave of the onslaught. It is in any case cannot be topped. Thanks a lot, Fu Quan. Sorry, Jin Shi and Wang suck. Shuai, who had secretly expressed his gratitude and apologized to his fellow officers, felt awfully powerful at this moment. He knew that as his second wave started to charge, the third wave of Wang suck behind him would soon start, and even in the last Jin Shi of the array, he was ready for the divine needle fixing the sea. However, at this moment, the confident Shuai decided not to leave them the slightest chance, just as Shuai magnificent, leading the second wave of Han cavalry gradually speed up to reach the peak of the impulse, and in front of his eyes even surfaced his own beheading Xiang Ji, ranked in the heavy marquee of the high glory scene. The next moment, the heavy smile on his face solidified, seeing the 20,000 Chu cavalry that swallowed the first wave. No matter from the momentum or speed of the charge, or even the soldier's fighting spirit, it was strong to the point of exploding, as if it had not been disturbed by the first wave of cavalry much. The first wave riders, did they die in vain? Shueo's shock was no small thing. His body swayed on the back of the bumpy running horse and almost fell off. Impossible. Although the Chu cavalry is powerful, it's not so powerful as this. Shueo, who had a tile-cold bottom of his pants, let out a cry of rage from the bottom of his heart. Having fought with the Chu cavalry for many years and having a wealth of experience, he had a clear cognizance of the Chu cavalry's combat power. Today, the Chu cavalry's surging combat power completely exceeded his expectations and even his imagination, directly confusing him. The cavalry attacked at full speed. There was no room for stopping halfway or retreating. Moreover, military order is like a mountain. Military law is merciless. Even if the life that escaped without fighting, in the end, it is also unable to escape a chop. Shueo's eyes widened in anger. With the Chu cavalry's combat power, his second wave can only be a white wave. Not only to kill the overlord to walk on the peak of life into vain, they are afraid that they will also become the consumption of the Chu cavalry's combat power of the consumables. Jin Shi, I'm your mom. You're a black-hearted bastard who has no virtue in your ancestors. You came up with this underhanded trick. You're going to die. Shueo broke into a rage while charging forward with a face full of despair. As the two sides of the cavalry line is getting closer and closer. See, the opposite Chu cavalry's speed has not been mentioned. Peak. Shueo slightly relieved. Know that Jin Shi's row wave triple array is still effective. Their second wave still have a chance of survival. What do you know? Just when the two sides of the cavalry line into each other, a shot of land, with another horn blowing, received the order of the Chu cavalry soldiers. In the eyes of Shueo, the veteran cavalry general, incredulous eyes, neglected to brush from the horseback, half stood up, the ass completely out of the horse saddle blanket, opened the bow and arrows on his mothers and galloped on the horseback, began to shoot arrows. Horses back and began to shoot arrows. I'm brown. What are they doing? What are they standing there for? What kind of extra equipment do they have on their horses? Where is Chen Ping? This blind bastard. Why didn't he investigate such important information? Why doesn't he go to hell? In the face of the arrows coming from all over the place, Shueo's entire body completely collapsed. It is not difficult to understand. Xiang Yu, the mighty king of Chu in the world, and the Lu Bang united, the vassal king of the successive burst of hammer under the mentality, is almost broken. Not to mention that he is a small Han cavalry general. The current cavalry army was limited by resources and had not yet evolved to differentiate into so many types of soldiers, and was entirely dominated by light cavalry. The reason why light cavalry is called light cavalry is to maintain mobility and speed. The body armor is extremely thin leather armor. Like Fu Quan, in order to charge the enemy battle formation and exhaust all to build up 300 iron armor, fierce cavalry belong to the pioneering feat, not the norm. Therefore, in the Chu cavalry, arrows like locusts under the explosion, full-speed impact of the Han cavalry simply cannot avoid, and no shield to resist, can only despair while using the arm to block the face, while using the spear futile in mid-air cannot stop sweeping. The arrows are so dense, how can they all be shot down? So the Han cavalry who were shot through the leather armor were like fruits falling from the branches, falling down from their horses in pieces, and then being trampled into pieces by the charging cavalry. Many of the horses were shot and screamed harshly as they fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The dull sound of men and horses slamming into the ground was persistent and violent, and shook the heart. The second wave of the Han cavalry formation thus became sparse and disorganized, immediately after the Chu cavalry has swept over, once again covering and drowning it ruthlessly, swallowing the two heavy Han cavalry army led by Fu Quan and Shueo one after another. He raised his eyes, and on the opposite side, the third heavy cavalry army of the Han cavalry army had already begun charging again. Your Majesty, the Han army has set up this kind of cavalry formation with advance but no retreat, treating the tens of thousands of cavalry as expendable, clearly wanting to defeat our 20,000 cavalry. I am afraid that Han Xin has ulterior motives and is planning something big. Xiang Zhuang also saw something wrong at this time and rushed to Xiang Yu with his horse and reported in a hurried voice. Xiang Yu fully agrees with Xiang Zhuang's suspicion. However, his cold as iron face did not waver for a second and only coldly spat out one word: charge. Xiang Zhuang will understand, and instantly realized what Xiang Yu meant, that even if Han Xin has more schemes, they will all be futile under absolute power. As long as the Chu cavalry rushed fast enough, in the shortest possible time will be opposite the Han Chinese army to overturn, slaughtered, to force to break the trick. Han Xin, even if the planning of the more sophisticated and bizarre, and ultimately can only drink hate on the spot. Xiang Yu saw Xiang Guan led by the front army, loss of nearly half of the line, scattered momentum, weakness, decadence, halberd raised, messenger cavalry immediately, two long and one short blowing horn. Xiang Wan's front army heard, and immediately continue to run while moving to the sides of the array quickly. Behind Xiang Yu's back, the two big flags of Chu and Xiang were flying in the strong wind, and he led the Chinese army to start speeding up, took over the position of Xiang Wan's front cavalry, and assaulted to the first line. Xiang Yu was obviously not a vegetarian, the king of tactics. As soon as he realized that the Han army will divide the cavalry into several teams to take a wave-like attack, he immediately made a response to the strategy. The 10,000 cavalry lowered the speed, and the front army to pull away from the distance, fell behind, as a second round of the assault with. As for the two waves of the Great Han cavalry, those who fled in a hurry and missed the net, or were knocked off their horses too late to be chopped up by chance, were all left in place without regard to the subsequent 20,000 Chu infantry to clean up. The 20,000 foot soldiers led by Zhong Li Chair followed closely behind. For the two down to the defeat of the Han riders, the chase is not enough, but also with it, the rest of the knocked down the horse, in addition to kneeling down to surrender, all slaughtered. As the main general of the third wave of the Han cavalry, Wang Suction, before the charge, was with the same thought as Shuo, only to feel that he is the person of the destiny of heaven, will be the final recipient of the glorious and shining title of the undefeated myth of the Chu cavalry ender. Fu Quan and Shuo in front of the two waves of 24,000 Han cavalry have no retreat impact. Chu cavalry, even if the heavenly warriors and generals, there will be a decadence. Then, undoubtedly, his opportunity will come. The third wave of the position deliberately placed by Jin Shi, also lies in the Wang Suk for people strong, with the style of violent troops, most like to full assault, with ferocious and domineering offensive momentum and one fell swoop to the enemy army to collapse. For a two-stroke type of general like him, who had a strong heart, was brave enough to attack and was not afraid of the strongest enemy, it was undoubtedly extremely suitable to be placed in the third line. If the Chu cavalry was impacted by the first two waves and suffered heavy casualties and declined, it was just that Wang Suk's third wave could roll in a gale of wind and sweep away the leaves in the autumn wind, and set the stage in one fell swoop. If the Chu army broke two waves in a row, and the line did not change, they still had the power to fight, and Wang Suk's third wave was just the right time to press on with all its strength, and explode into a ferocious blow, giving the Chu army another heavy blow. From here we can see that Jin Shi really is not a good bird. In order to be able to defeat the Chu cavalry, it is a great deal of effort and do everything. As Wang Suk urged the third wave to start charging, he unexpectedly realized that the Shuo cavalry of the second wave, which had been defeated a little too quickly and was generally the same as Fu Quan of the first wave, had not caused much damage to the Chu cavalry, claiming the title of king and becoming a marquis. It's today. Wang sucked his face with determination and blatant fearlessness, waving his big spear and letting out a loud roar, urging his horse to rush at the very front. Wang Suction so shouting but to give themselves a boost, secretly already with the heart of death. Holding the Chu cavalry can consume a point of strength is a point of mind. Jin Shi undoubtedly see people extremely accurate. In the face of the Chu army even swings two waves still strong momentum of the approaching situation. Especially the front of the two main generals lost one after another. But also on the Wang Suction of this kind of firm-minded fierce generals, but also be able to continue to face the hard bar without flinching, replaced by Ding Fu and other slippery generals. For fear of the moment to beat the drum of retreat, the wariness was no longer abundant, but in the end, it could not offset the huge gap between the strength of the two cavalry armies. After entering the range, Chu cavalry troops repeat the same trick. First a round of arrows pouring down, the third wave of cavalry to shoot the line scattered. Cavalrymen have fallen off their horses and died. A forward momentum of the charge for a stagnation. Then the two armies engaged in battle. The blade waved like a wheel. Will be Han cavalry from the back of the horse to cut down, swept down, picked off down. A party with 2 feet have stepped on the force. Just like in the horse's back roots. Flashing, chopping and killing no less than desired. A party purely by virtue of the two big hairy legs strong enough, can enough to clamp tight. And inadvertent will have to be from the smooth horse's ass out of the slippery down. The two under the hedge. Fight to the death. The natural highs and lows of the immediate points, the strong and weak immediately judgment. Wang sucked open teeth, face fierce, wow wow roar, dead staring at the Xiang Chu two big flag, that majestic as godlike figure, momentum as a pouncing beast, urging the horse rushed to roll, to the front, waving a large gorilla, blatantly head wildly chopped over. This guy, indeed, is known as a tough guy. Xiang Yu a double pupil cold and merciless light flashes, early will be locked, the hands of the halberd a knock. Huge force such as the thunder crash, successive shock. This will be the king sucked both hands of the tiger's mouth cracked, the big go off the hands of the flying into mid-air, taking advantage of the two riders approaching the staggering. Xiang Yu right hand will halberd off the hand and thrown out horizontally, Whistling between the 4 or 5 Han cavalry guards, Wang sucked from the back of the horse down. Then a probe. Light shoe left arm. Grabbed the guy armor. From the back of the horse dragged over. Both hands high in the air. The waist and crotch of a quite. Smashed out of the more than 10 meters away. Smashed into a dense rushing Han cavalry line. Xiang Yu's surrounding cavalry then raging onslaught. The king sucked the subordinates to constantly cover. Swallowed. Some of the guards picked up the halberd and threw it back to the king. Then the king pushed forward with his piebald horse and continued to lead the charge. A few miles after the third wave array, clad in cold iron armor, body or a powerful Han army cavalry general Gaixia, standing in the huge wood-built watchtower, face gravely looking at the Han and Chu, two big cavalry against killing, to see the great Chu cavalry attack sharp, ferocious and incomparable, like a cracker will be their own painstakingly arranged row of waves of 3 stacks to break through one after another. Gaixia support in the watchtower rough on the giant wood of the hand suddenly tightened. Pinch cluck 4 sound. A stern and tyrannical aura surged on the mighty face of a national character. The Longzhong riding Luing, who was standing next to him, was like falling into an ice cellar. His body was stiff, his eyes were dull, and he could not stop murmuring, "How could it be so fast? How could it be so fast? It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be." What? Afraid? The tyrannical and stern negligence on Gaix's face dissipated without a trace, becoming calm and collected, even smiling slightly. Isn't that how the battlefield is like? It's either victory or defeat. Since carrying the head, following the king of Han, Lu Shui rise against Qin, have long anticipated this day. With that, he turned and walked slowly down from the lookout. Hearing his tone, Luing was startled and said in fear, "General, why don't we? Let's escape." Escape? Where can you escape to? King Han is right there watching. She looked back to the rear and said in a complicated tone, "Han Xin. This bird of a man. He arranged this military strategy to let our 40,000 cavalry snipe at the Chu army, clearly letting us send us to our deaths and depleting the Chu cavalry's combat power. This is so unfair." Luing cursed angrily. "Shut up. 40,000 against 20,000. And still lost the battle. What's there to say?" She coldly shouted, and then lost himself in a laugh. "It's ridiculous that I, before the battle, thought I really had a chance to wipe out the Chu cavalry in one fell swoop." End of chapter. Chapter 93, Desperation and Powerlessness. In the face of the Chu cavalry's ferocious and powerful attack momentum, coupled with the main general Wang Suk was captured by the king of the hegemony in a flash, and without pity the pig dog-like smashed to the ground, was trampled by the incoming horses to death. The third wave of the Han cavalry had already messy line could no longer be maintained, and crumbled apart. Those generals and cavalrymen who were lucky enough not to die, under the coldness of their hearts, urged their horses to rush out of the battlefield, and fled towards the left and right sides in a hurry. Some of them, under the confusion, threw away the military orders emphasized before the battle, and instinctively turned around and fled backward. The 4,000 cavalrymen of the Sea God's Needle in the last line opened their bows and arrows, and ruthlessly shot down the defeated cavalrymen one by one. Some of the Han cavalry escaped too quickly, actually managed to get through this round of military arrows, but was surrounded by 4,000 cavalry on horseback, and even though they complained miserably, they were still stabbed down by their spears one by one. Not long after, there were several escorting cavalry dragging a main officer of the 1,000 pawns who had fled back in defeat to Gaix's front, holding down and kneeling on the ground. "General, it's not that the brethren don't fight hard, it's that the Chu army's warhorse saddle blankets have 2 more gadgets on them, and the battle power has become too strong." The 1,000 pawn master naturally knew what the offense of fleeing from the battlefield was, and howled in despair at Gaixi. As the Han army's premier cavalry general, Gaixi heard the description of this 1,000 pawns lord and immediately understood what was going on, while at the same time having an instantly clear perception of the horrific efficacy that this object can play out on the battlefield. Looked up at the third wave army that was still suffering from the massacre, his face blank, and muttered, "Why didn't I think of such a simple object? There is an alien in the army of Chu, and seeing that there is such an alien at the end of the road, could it be that his destiny is not to be destroyed?" Just as the 1,000 pawn lord's mournful pleas for mercy were heard, the escorting cavalryman dragged him farther away and killed him with a single stroke of his sword. "General, follow me to escape. Let's go to my uncle Lu Zhe. He can always save General's life. Lu Laosan has such a black heart. It's not worth it to lose your life for him here." Lu Emergency said, "How dare you? Can't be united in battle? Want to run away when encountering a strong enemy? Hold such thoughts. Never want to overthrow Xiang Ji." She rolled onto his horse, received the large spear, raised his head, his face icy cold, and looked towards the Chu cavalry that had managed to wipe out the third wave of Han cavalry. "General, you can't go. You can't go. General, I don't want you to die. Next to the horse, Lu Ying hugged Jin Shi's thighs and cried. So many years of living together. Especially Jin Shi's in the military strategy to him when to point out. Teach him, early to be seen as his father, who is immortal since the beginning of life. Men, send Prince Lu Ying to the rear. He has important military information to report to the King of Han. Jin Shi gave a broken cry. 4 escort cavalry rushed over and escorted Lu Ying away. Xiang Ji, if I don't get this revenge, I, Lu Ying, vow not to be a human being. Lu Ying cried and howled as he rolled onto his horse and left in haste. Looking up at the monstrous tidal wave slowly rushed close, exudes devouring all the majestic aura of the great Chu cavalry. Jin Shi heart cold and hard as rock. Endless heroic war will breed. Let your horse come, Xiang Ji. Beside him, the general will be inserted in the ground. Jin flag pulled up, raised high, shaking forcefully. Immediately, Jin Shi gave a long whistle and rushed towards the front of the Chu cavalry. The general held up the flag, followed closely. Among the 4,000 cavalry troops standing quietly and solemnly, 1,000 of the most well-equipped iron-armored cavalry troops then urged their mounts to speed up and charge forward. And then the remaining 3,000 elite riders. If you look down from the mid-air, you will find that the Jin flag, which was flying fiercely, was at the front, pulling the 4,000 cavalry into a sharp triangle with a sharp front end, a heavy back end, and a narrow center, and stabbing straight at the 2 big flags of Xiang and Chu, which were in the center of the Chu cavalry. 2 big flags displaying straight stabbing to the center of the Chu cavalry. It must be said that Jin Shi is worthy of the current Han camp's premier cavalry general. Found that his 3 stacks of waves was broken one after another. A defeat. The Chu cavalry is still full of war power to flaunt unbeatable, and immediately adapt to adjust the battle formation, no longer seek to destroy the Chu cavalry, and turn the remaining 4,000 sea god needle into an arrow, aimed at the core of the Chu cavalry to kill Xiang Yu, the king of Western Chu. Instead, they turned the remaining 4,000 sea needle into an arrow and shot it at the core of the Chu cavalry in an attempt to kill Xiang Yu, the king of Western Chu, in one fell swoop by using the tactic of plucking out the heart. If this tactic could really be successful, there is no doubt that 40,000 Han cavalrymen would be totally worth it even if all of them died in battle. In the 4 escort cavalry flanked by backward gallop, Lu Ying ran out of a short distance, but ultimately worried, and turned his horse to run back, ignoring the escort cavalry's persuasion. Stirrups, climbed up to the towering watchtower, cocked his head, a face of tension and hopeful looking toward the remaining 4,000 Han cavalry of this last blow. See 4,000 cavalry into a triangular cone. Assault to half. In the nervous watching Lu Ying heart sinking, Chu cavalry then quickly made a response. The left and right sides of the 2 more than 1,000 cavalry. Wind and thunder rolling, dust and earth splash, like 2 sharp and unparalleled sweeping thousands of huge swords, diagonally chopped to the bottom of the triangle of the cone of thick. These 2 cavalry army speed is so fast. After the hair but first, ruthlessly chopped in the triangle pointed cone's ass. Triangle pointed cone only insisted on just a few fingers of effort. By 2 huge sword incomparably smooth chopped into the array. And then the whole triangle pointed cone's thickest ass disintegrated in one fell swoop. Turned into a messy gruel, haphazardly and disorderly coated in the flat and vast gray-yellow field. And then was Chu cavalry army to quickly eliminate the coating. Engulfed away. Looking at this tragic scene, Lu Ying clenched his fists tightly and shivered, a heart as cold as a block of ice. With one last hope, he turned his gaze to the sharp corners of the triangular spike. If the great general can really make a miracle, really give Xiang Ji to, as Lu Ying watched, the sharp corners of the triangular pointed cone, containing an unrelenting determination, ruthlessly pressed against the core of the Chu cavalry column. The pointy cone is facing the position of the 2 big flags of Chu and Xiang, which are straightly displayed in the wind. Time seemed to stop in this moment. The entire battlefield seemed to go quiet. All the voices are gone. The sharp corners of the triangular pointed cone, fixed there with a slight lurch, followed by a sudden explosion. A great figure like a demon god, waving a halberd, like the angry sea rolls like a big scaly skull like haphazardly swept around wildly. Invincible, will be the sharp corner of the triangular pointed cone on this to the raw cracked broken, beaten into powder. The Jin flag, the flagpole broke open at some point, and the huge flag fluttered and fell down from mid-air. Lu Ying's eyes were red, and with a mournful roar, he staggered and climbed down from the watchtower, jumped on his horse, and under the escort of the cavalrymen, he dashed toward the rear with his horse. 2 strings of crystal water droplets, desperate and powerless thrown in the bleak autumn wind. Han cavalry last 4,000 sea god needle to the life broken, in front of a straight road, until the Han infantry array. No more cavalry blocking. As we all know, without the escort of the cavalry, The infantry is like a flock of sheep that has lost the guardianship of the ferocious sheepdogs. Facing the cavalry, it can only be trampled and slaughtered miserably. Chu cavalry is undoubtedly very clear about this. Raised their blades, let out a burst of strange shouts and cheers, and closely followed the two big banners of Chu and Xiang, which were held high and wantonly forward to break through at a fast speed. The overlord who steered his piebald horse to rush in the forefront, galloped out not too far, and suddenly strangled his piebald at once, and his warlike face became incomparably grave. Ahead, on the vast wilderness, a row of stupidly big, black, heavy and sturdy rejecting horses lay across the area, an incomparably sharpened spike, sharp enough to completely penetrate the charging cavalryman with his horse, stood straight outward, chilling people to the bone. No matter what kind of violent impact it faced, it seemed to be enough to be crushed in one fell swoop. Behind the refractory horse formation, there are archers, spearmen, shieldmen, heavy swordsmen, a team of sharply armored Han infantry, waiting in a strict line. Obviously, even if the horse will be knocked away, rushed into the horse after the next will also face the Han infantry crazy attack and siege. What was even more desperate and frightening was that, as far as the eye could see, there were as many as 7 or 8 more rows after this row of refusing horses. Even if the Chu army was more valiant and ferocious, in order to break through the 8 or 9 rows of horseback formation, they would have to pay a heavy price. No wonder Jin Shi commanded the 40,000 Han cavalry army bent on boring forward. In addition to death and battle, even if surrender, there is no retreat. It turns out that they are no retreat. Xiang Zhuang rushed to Xiang Yu's side and looked at the 3 flags of Han, Lu and Han fluttering high behind the 9 horse rejecting foot formations, and anxiously shouted, "Your Majesty, this guy Han Xian is first charging on horseback and now he is attacking with horse rejecting foot formations. Your Majesty, Han Xian's cavalry charge, and now the horse refusing foot formation, is clearly playing a war of attrition, attempting to exhaust our army in the middle of the road here. He wants to not be too beautiful. Let Zhongli Chair lead the infantry to charge up at full speed and attack the horse refusing step formation." Xiang Yu let out a cold snort and made a decision instantly. The horse rejecting step formation is able to effectively block the cavalry's charge, and the consumption of the cavalry is huge. But when facing the same type of infantry, the advantage is not so great. Xiang Yu left Xiang Wan's 10,000 cavalry troops to cooperate with the infantry and continue the middle road breakthrough, and with a turn of his horse's head, he guided his 10,000 cavalry troops to turn diagonally to the east, bypassing the east side of the Han army's refusal of the horse's foot formation and rushing to the Han army's rear barracks. Zhong Li commanded the Chu foot soldiers under his command to clean up the battlefield in the back cheerfully, and after receiving the military order, he divided some of the captured war horses and Han soldiers to escort and send them back to Gaixia city, and the rest flew to the city. Upon arrival, at his command, the Chu infantry began to attack, meeting the Han infantry short-handedly and engaging in a fierce battle, dragging the rejecting horses out of the way as they did so, or just cutting them up and destroying them. Xiang Guan was overjoyed, and led the Chu cavalry, then rushed into the back of the refusing horse formation, galloped across the field, trampled greatly, and kicked the Han infantry array to scatter, and then let the Chu infantry close in, and swallowed it up continuously in small bites. Against this kind of refusal of horse defenses, it is necessary for this kind of riding and infantry to cooperate with each other, in order to maximize the destructive power and lethality. Of course, this kind of practical step-by-step forward, a line of defense after a line of defense to break through. No fancy moisture. The speed in any case is not fast. Xiang Yu led 10,000 cavalry troops around to the rear camp of the Han army, and what appeared in front of him was, of course, the same defensive array with as many as 6 refusal horse step arrays. The entire Han army camp was made into a big hedgehog-type defensive fortress. If you can't take it by trickery, the only thing you can do is to attack hard. Xiang Yu pressed down the anxiety in his chest, sank his heart. His halberd swung a few times in the air, the horn blew, 10,000 cavalry, of which 3,000 light cavalry flew off their horses, held out their spears, and charged forward, fighting with the Han army's infantry of the refusal of the horse line of footsteps, and struggling to impact the refusal of the horse line of formation in an attempt to open up the gap, so that their own cavalry to break into it. The rest of the cavalry is 1,000 a team, galloping to the front of the battle formation. Will be a wave of arrows rain one after another pouring into the refusal of the horse step within the formation. The refusal of the horse protection of the Han infantry shot a piece of miserable howl, to assist in the attack. Almost instantly, the battlefield fighting reached a white-hot level. The importance of this battle was incredibly clear to both the Han and Chu armies, so they both did not flinch and gave their best. The whole rejecting horse completely turned into a meat grinder. Around the whole rejecting horse scramble, Pieces and pieces of Han and Shu soldiers died tragically on this. Blades flashed and swept. Arrows shot in the air. The yellow soil drank blood plasma. Corpses and limbs all over the place, showing the cruelty of war to the fullest. Xiang Yu raised his eyes to look at the Han, Lu and Han flags flying in Hanzhong army and frowned greatly. He has also fought with Han Xin several times. Today Han Xin gave him a strange feeling. Everywhere through the dull and rigid, whether it is the 40,000 cavalry charge, or the eyes of the closing line of complete defense. And he used to be fine and subtle and often unexpected subtle and flexible use of the army. Completely different. When the 3,000 Shu troops who transformed riding into walking killed back the Han infantry and pushed away the rejecting horses to open a gap, Xiang Yu let out a tiger's roar and surged in with his cavalry from the gap. Xiang Yu while riding forward wildly, the halberd in his hand is like a touched python, storing power like thunder, rolling in all directions, splitting and sweeping. In the face of his supreme divine power, the Han troops encountered were unable to withstand a single blow, or were swept down horizontally, wailing all over the place, or were smashed into the sky, cannonballing into the rear line, causing a massive chaos. When Xiang Yu was advancing forward at full speed, suddenly the piebald horse underneath him stumbled, as if it had tripped over something, and almost lost its hooves in front of the horse and pounced on it. Fortunately, the piebald horse is extremely steely. 2 front legs jumped up in the air and stood firm, and Xiang Yu has stirrups to lend strength, and also avoided being knocked off his horse. Clustered around him the Chu cavalry is not so lucky. Rumble rumble in a row of loud noise, one after another, fell heavily, a time of dust flying. Horses roar sadly. People are more 7 meet and 8 cannot get up. Xiang Yu looked down and saw that many tripwires had popped up on the ground in the area behind the horse refusing step formation, and the Chu cavalry which had been advancing with all their strength without any defense had suffered a big loss in this regard. Xiang Yu let out a stern cry, his heart surging with anger. This tripping rope was used by Xiang Chang in Gaixia city when he set up an ambush to decapitate Guiying and the 5,000 Han cavalry, and was learned by Han Xin, who now used it on the Chu cavalry. There are trip wires underneath, which cancel out the advantage of mobility and flexibility of the cavalry, together with the densely surrounded infantry on the front and back. The 10,000 troops led by Xiang Yu are like beasts caught in the quagmire, desperately charging left and right, and unable to clash in a short period of time. Fortunately, this cavalry is under the personal leadership of Xiang Yu, under the command of Xiang Yu's manipulation of Rui, bursting out of the frightening combat power, the Han army camp refusal of horses, trip ropes on all sides, hedgehogs like a tightly defended, still losing ground. End of chapter. Chapter 94, Great Spirit. In the south and northeast directions, the 2 Chu armies were like 2 furious dragons, rolling and raging in the sea formed by the Han infantry, unable to break forward step by step. Seeing the distance from the fluttering Han Lu Han 3 big flags is still far enough. 3 big flags next to the watchtower on the several figures clad in golden armor leisurely looking towards here. Want to kill close to the front still do not know when. I would like to step to kill under the flag. The dead ghosts on the watchtower dragged down all chopped in 2. I would like to step to kill under the flag. The dead ghosts dragged down all chopped in 2. Want to kill close to the front still do not know to when. The Chu army captain Xiang Zhuan great indignation. Hate to step to kill under the flag. Will be on the watchtower that a few dead ghosts dragged down all cut into 2. However, even if the 40,000 cavalry of the current Hanzhong army is completely wiped out, the remaining Han infantry troops arranged in hedgehog formation still have as many as 80,000, with their current Chu army of only 30,000. How can they all be killed in a hurry? General, look, what's going on there? Just as Xiang Zhuan was massacring the Han troops that were densely pouring up around him, the escorting cavalryman beside him suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Xiang Zhuan looked up and saw that several miles away, directly to the west, under the clear blue silk-like sky, an incomparably thick pillar of thick black smoke rose up in the air and drifted around. It was clearly the direction of Imbu's left army. Xiang Zhuan twisted his head towards Xiang Yu and saw that the overlord, whose face was as cold and hard as iron, also suddenly flashed a trace of consternation at this moment. Xiang Zhuang's hands palms were instantly filled with 2 handfuls of cold sweat. A strong uneasiness flooded his heart, and the big iron spear in his hand suddenly became incomparably heavy at this moment. If the Imbu army, Xiang Zhuang didn't even dare to think about it further. Although his heart is full of confidence in Ingbu, the elite cavalry under Ingbu's command is also equipped with stirrups as a big killing weapon. It is reasonable to say that even if he can't win, it is not so easy for the Han army to win over him, especially the most powerful general of Han army camp. Han Xin is now being held by the king, and the rest of the generals, like Chao Shen, Li Sheng, Fan Kuai and other goods, no matter which one is against Ingbu. they are all going to be greatly inferior. And there is no possibility of winning. No! Han Xin Xiang Zhuang's heart beat wildly. An unstoppable horrified thought surfaced from the bottom of his heart. If, just at this moment, a small group of Han cavalrymen sped from the western black smoking camp, holding up a large crimson flag and waving it vigorously, all the while shouting at the top of their lungs, King Han Xin of Qi has defeated Ing Bu, the left army of Chu. Ing Bu is defeated. Ing Bu is defeated. Brothers of the Han army, kill, Chu is going to be finished. In the distance, beside the high lookout platform of Hanzhong army, the big flag of Han was slowly lowered, and what was raised instead was the big flag of Chao Shun, the commander of the Han army who fought against the most powerful and ferocious army in the middle of Chu, led by the king of the hegemony himself with 40,000 men, turned out not to be Han Xin all along, but Chao Sen, great king. Xiang Zhuang's whole body stiffened and his scalp tingled as he instinctively turned his head to look at Xiang Yu with dull eyes. Xiang Yu's heart is clear, all the way to kill. The Han cavalry's forward and backward would rather die than retreat. The Han infantry's hedgehog camp defended with all their might, and even the rigidity of the battle formation and the stagnation of the troop mobilization, all had an answer at this moment. Han Xin. Xiang Yu's teeth were clenched and his violent breath surged, like an offended beast. Han Xin first used the tactic of abandonment, giving 40,000 Han cavalry troops to the Chu army to eat, consuming the Chu army's combat strength, and then cowering the Han infantry troops like hedgehogs in a ball to delay the Chu army's pace of attack. And all of this is set up for a single purpose, to stall for time, allowing him to have plenty of time to defeat the Imbu army. Your Majesty, all the Chu generals around did not think so much, but they also knew that the West Road army was broken, and their own Middle Road army was slow to defeat the Hanzhong Road army, and the battle was already half lost. The most important thing right now is what to do next. Sweeping a glance at the generals who were looking at him blearily, the king did not hesitate. Retreat! Order Zhang Liqiao and Xiang Yuan to lead their troops back to Gaixia immediately. As for us, we also retreat and meet General Xiang Chang's right army to the east. The general's spirits were greatly boosted, right? Although Ing Bu's army was defeated greatly, as long as General Xiang Chang's right army could be preserved, Chu was not really defeated and still had the power to fight again. After all, they had greatly defeated Han's 40,000 cavalry troops, and killed over 10,000 infantry troops, which was also a great battle record. The trumpet of the Chu army blows. The Zhong Liqiao and Xiang Champion, who are in the south of the Han army's refusal line, heard the order of the horn and immediately stopped attacking, and started retreating backward. I have to say, the Han foot soldiers laid out this hedgehog battle formation, used to delay the Chu army attack is indeed very practical, but on the insufficient, that is, the Chu army wants to retreat, they are also dry eyes watching no way. Xiang Yu, who led the cavalry to withdraw from the battlefield, a touch of anxiety swept under his eyes. He thought deeper. Han Xin paid such a big price. Is it only the left army of Ing Bu that he is planning? Look at his military strategy. He is afraid of adopting the old wisdom of the Sun Bin horse racing. The inferior horse Chao Sun against his own superior horse. His superior horse against Ing Bu's medium horse. And then sends a medium horse against the weakest inferior horse of his own army, Xiang Chang. So with the center of the army to pay 40,000 cavalry and tens of thousands of infantry casualties as the price, to obtain the left and right armies' great victory. Then, with the might of the victory, the left and right armies will encircle the middle army of Chu. At that time, this 30,000 tired troops in the middle of Chu will have no way to go. During these 10 days of rest and reorganization of the army of Chu, Han Xin was obviously not idle, and planned this kind of insidious and poisonous military strategy. Han Xin, you have great vigor. I, Xiang Yu, will not be a man until I kill you. Xiang Yu gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice. To be able to give up 40,000 elite cavalry and tens of thousands of elite foot soldiers for the cost of the implementation of the abandonment tactics, to obtain the final victory. Han Xin is indeed ruthless enough to say that the phrase great courage is really not an exaggeration. My lord, Xiang Chang's right army, also reacted at this time, thinking clearly about Han Xion's ploy, and sped to Xiang Yu's side, his voice like it was burned, his tone anxious and hoarse. It's not too late, as long as Chang'er holds on, when we rush there, it will be enough to crush the Han army and rescue them. Xiang Yu, not knowing whether he is convincing Xiang Zhuang or himself, droned in a deep voice. Xiang Zhuang smiled bitterly. Han Xin has made such a great effort to arrange such a big chess game, and it is obvious that he is determined to win this time for the army of Chu. So how can he leave any cracks and give the army of Chu a chance? Besides, Xiang Chang's right army is the weakest among the three current armies of Chu, and almost any general in Han's camp is enough to defeat him easily. I shouldn't have supported him as the main general of the right army on that day. If Zhong Lieg Chair went to be the main general, I think there is still a chance of survival. While riding his horse to follow Xiang Yu to leave the battlefield in a hurry, Xiang Zhuang thought with chagrin in his heart, not waiting for the middle army of Chu to completely detach from the battlefield. The right army of Chu in the east suddenly had a shout that carried out the clouds and rang out, coming far through the void. The Han and Chu armies lost their colors at the same time and turned their heads in unison to look. At the blowing of the horn for the attack, the overlord personally led the middle army of 20,000 cavalry and 20,000 foot soldiers to drive straight into the middle of the Han camp, and Xiang Chang also began to command the right army of the Great Chu, and with it, synchronized forward. He knew that he did not have the godly courage of his old man, so he placed the 5,000 cavalry in the rear of the 25,000 infantry, and set up a moderate formation, slowly advancing. On the opposite side, the Han army camp, written with Hong Kong 2 big red flag, the main general Kong Shi in heavy iron armor, right hand cross waist, left hand press the waist of the main general's sword. A face of indifference stood on a high platform, staring at the Chu army, especially when he saw the Xiang flag flying high in the center. A touch of coldness swept across his eyes. Vice General Ding Li stood beside him, silent, his eyebrows hidden worry, especially looking at the cluster around the rest of the generals laughing and cursing in a very rude manner. The worry cannot help but deepen a few points. I heard that this Chang's youngest child is 16 years old and is the eldest son of the king of Chu. That's right. I haven't even heard much about it before, and it was silent and nameless with nothing to show for it in terms of conquest and military strategy. At the siege of Gaixia city, he accidentally appeared and said 3 kings in one day, so that Chu was unexpectedly given this chance to breathe from the situation of certain death, and has survived to this day. So it's just a trickster? Well, that's one way to put it, and that can also serve as the main general of a whole army, but not too much of a child's play? Which brings us to the importance of having a good father. Ha ha ha. Xiang Ji's old habit of nepotism and not meritocracy seems to be unchangeable in this life. This point, you have wrong Xiang Ji. In the appointment of Xiang Chang's youngest child is still quite a chapter. After all, Xiang Chang is a real military success. A night attack will be 70,000 troops of my Han army to defeat. I'll be fair, that battle was indeed beautifully won. The little child who plays with words can achieve such a great victory. TSK, those who don't know, would think that he is an unearthly god of war like his father, Dong Xie, Zhang Yu, Wang Jing and a cadre of other generals. You a word, I a word. Strange voice, not a word explicitly mentioned Kong Shi, the main general, but incomparably underhanded will be taunted and mocked him enough. The contemptuous disdain for him, the general-in-chief, was displayed to the fullest extent. Ding Li was greatly indignant, opened his mouth, and then closed it in dismay. Why did these guys dare to be so arrogant? Because all of them are the old meritorious ministers who followed Liu Bang's army in the early days, and have been under the command of Chao Shen, Li Shang, Wang Ling, Fu Quan, Li Shang, Fan Kuai and other first-line generals of the Han camp, and they are the fierce generals who are famous for their outstanding achievements in wars. Among them, like Dong Xie and Zhang Yu, no matter the battle achievements or reputation, Ding Li, the vice general, is also greatly inferior to Kong Shi. The main general is not much worse, with such a big tree behind them, deep seniority and dazzling battle achievements. How can they be convinced and happy to listen to Kong Shi, who was originally on par with them in terms of both status and military position, especially after having just suffered a big defeat at the hands of his obscure colleague? A little bit of shade is justified. In fact, did not curse out the name of the night war crippled leopard to his face, has been considered to be very to the face of Kong Shi. Ding Li looked towards Kong Shi, his heart secretly anxious. Now he and Kong Shi are tied to a grasshopper on a rope. These generals are so unruly. How to fight the next battle? Although Xiang Chang is soft and gentle, but obviously not a soft egg, his sight of this handsome general's centrifugal separation, but is not a self-inflicted death? In fact, in order to make it easier for Kong Shi to command, and in order to strengthen the combat power of Kong Shi's left army, Han Xian transferred Chao Shen, Li Shang, Fan Kuai, Zhou Bo, Wang Ling, and other first-line generals of the Han camp, and only kept the fierce generals under their command. In other words, Han Xian has done everything he can in order to bring Kong Shi back to his feet and give him a clean slate. So now it's up to Kong Shi to subdue these unruly generals. If Kong Shi still can't control the situation, I have to say, he is just too much mud to help the wall. End of chapter.